Damn it! That little brat is at it again, stealing. A piercing roar abruptly reverberated through the bustling marketplace. The once clamorous crowd fell silent. Their curiosity piqued as they turned toward the source of the commotion, only to be met with amusement. From a humble butcher's stall, a burly man, his face as dark as coal and clad in a greasy apron, emerged, brandishing a cleaver and shaking with rage, his complexion turning a shade akin to liver. In the distance, a ragged boy with short, black hair, notably shorter and leaner than his peers, darted through the throng like an agile eel, a string of still dripping, lean pork clutched in his hand, eliciting a wave of disdainful avoidance from the onlookers. The gathered crowd seemed unfazed by the spectacle, engaging in loud banter, though many regarded the unfolding scene with indifference, their faces tinged with mockery. Liu Fan, I swear, if I catch you again, I will sever your hand. Bah! The burly man hastily rolled up one sleeve, spitting a thick gob onto the ground with force. Haha, who dabbin'? He's been without a mother since childhood. Who will you take your vengeance on? Ha ha! A shrill laugh erupted from the crowd, prompting another round of raucous laughter among the spectators. Liu Fan cautiously lifted the tattered hem of his garment, revealing the bluish bruises that had congealed beneath his skin, forming the indistinct shape of a large foot. This foot had inflicted internal injuries upon Liu Fan, who was already of slight stature, causing pain even to his vertebrae. In his frantic escape, he had neglected to notice the extent of his suffering, but now, as he slowed, the pain pierced through him with excruciating intensity. I've heard this pork is infused with some spiritual energy. Perhaps after grandfather consumes it, his condition will improve, Liu Fan murmured, his delicate face paling slightly. Yet, rather than dwelling on his injuries, he lifted the pork in his hand, feeling its substantial weight, and a broad smile broke across his face, as if the pain had momentarily dissipated. Grimacing in discomfort, he supported his waist with one hand and slowly made his way deeper into the alley. As he meandered through the labyrinthine alleyways, it took him about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to reach the outskirts of Shirtu town. This area was a slum, characterized by dilapidated houses. Though the residents were impoverished, they lived in harmony, extending mutual assistance to one another. By now, it was nearly noon. Everyone was either enjoying their lunch or preparing for the meal. Liu Fan walked unsteadily on the sandy ground, flanked by crooked houses and neighbors in tattered clothing, who kindly invited him to join them for a meal. However, Liu Fan understood that their offers were mostly mere pleasantries, as they could barely satisfy their own hunger, let alone share a meal. Liu Fan called out loudly, but was met only with the harsh sound of violent coughing emanating from within the room. Frowning, Liu Fan quickened his pace as he entered. The interior was quite modest, furnished with only a table, a chair, and a low wooden bed. An elderly man, frail and pallid, lay on a soft couch, coughing fiercely. Grandfather, Liu Fan said, half kneeling beside the old man's bed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The old man, his voice hoarse, slowly shook his head. Liu Fan closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, the sharpness of his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Grandfather, I will go chop some firewood, he declared, wiping away his tears. He took the pork from his embrace, placed it in a bowl, and, grabbing the axe, stepped out. The old man coughed a couple more times within the confines of the room, and although Liu Fan's body trembled slightly, he did not linger, sprinting fervently towards the mountains. Chapter 2. The dog-tooth pendant in this world. Strength reigns supreme. The Xia family stands as the tyrannical overlord of Shirtu town, while Liu Fan is but an ordinary individual, powerless to effect any change. His current endeavors are limited to gathering firewood, selling it for spirit stones to pay the Xia family's land rent. Otherwise, he and his grandfather would find themselves without a place to reside. Liu Fan vented his frustrations upon the trees, laboring tirelessly for over an hour to chop a substantial bundle of wood before descending the mountain. Kneeling by a babbling brook, he scooped up several handfuls of sweet water, quenching his thirst and refreshing his face, which invigorated him momentarily as he exhaled softly. After resting briefly by the water's edge and regaining some strength, Liu Fan took a few strides to collect the firewood nearby, when an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a sudden splashing sound, a series of water droplets erupted beside Liu Fan, signaling danger. Realizing the peril, he attempted to leap aside, but it was too late. The bottom of the stream surged violently, as large clumps of dense, dark mud splattered into the air. Liu Fan hastily raised his hands to shield his face, but his footing faltered, and he lost his balance, tumbling backward. To his horror, Liu Fan found his feet ensnared by a black rope, which rapidly pulled him deeper into the dense forest. Along the tumultuous path, he stumbled through the stream, colliding with large stones, leaving him bruised and battered. Desperately, he tried to bend down and grasp the rope or frantically pull at the surrounding trees, yet his efforts proved futile. The force of the pull was relentless, rendering him unable to escape. Fear gripped Liu Fan as he recognized the trap set by hunters to ensnare their prey. At the end of the rope surely lay a deadly weapon designed to slay beasts. Under the weight of dread, Liu Fan unearthed his latent potential. With an overwhelming force pulling at him, he grasped his feet with fervor, desperately tearing at the rope. Yet, the hunter's bindings were not easily undone. With eyes aflame, Liu Fan managed to shred only a fragment akin to a fingernail, wishing fervently he could gnaw at it. The rope was nearing its limit. Liu Fan suddenly lifted his gaze, and his countenance paled. At the end of the rope stood a mighty tree, beneath which lay a bed of sharp, protruding spikes, fashioned from hardened wood and measuring 2 feet in length. To collide with such force would surely result in grave injury, if not death. With a fierce determination, Liu Fan summoned his last vestiges of strength, adjusting the angle of the rope just enough. As the rope met the tree's edge, it jerked violently, propelling Liu Fan into the air. The impact intensified as he hurtled towards the spikes. With a resounding rip, despite altering the trajectory, half of Liu Fan's body was impaled by several spikes piercing through his back, driving deep to their very base. The tree shuddered, and a flurry of leaves cascaded down. Liu Fan was firmly pinned against the trunk by the vicious spikes. An excruciating pain surged through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. One side of his body felt as though it were engulfed in flames. His lungs and several ribs were pierced, and in an instant, blood spurted forth like arrows, saturating his form in a vivid crimson that trickled down, staining the tree. Liu Fan coughed up blood and even bits of flesh, unable to vocalize his terror, reduced to mere whimpers of anguish. Breathing became increasingly arduous, and Liu Fan's once fearful gaze grew ever more bewildered. As his blood continued to ebb away, his body gradually turned cold. Just before losing consciousness, a fleeting word escaped his lips: firewood. Strangely, even in his stupor, his thoughts lingered on that bundle of firewood. Blood dripped steadily from Liu Fan's form, pooling on the ground. Yet, instead of being absorbed by the earth, it crystallized upon the surface, faintly shimmering with a subtle golden glow imperceptible to the naked eye. As if in response to that golden luminescence, a sudden flash of verdant light erupted from Liu Fan's chest, enveloping much of his injured body. This green radiance twisted in the air, transforming into the indistinct, menacing silhouette of a dragon, several yards in size. With a fearsome roar, the spectral dragon echoed mightily into the heavens, causing leaves to cascade from the nearby trees. As an ancient, primal aura surged forth, instilling terror. The local fauna found themselves firmly pressed to the ground, unable to move, as the entire forest succumbed to an eerie silence. Chapter 3. Terrifying recovery. Then, from the wound, the ethereal green light mysteriously dissolved the sharp, elongated spikes embedded in Liu Fan's body, as well as the ropes binding his feet. Without any support, he toppled backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Miraculously, the pale wounds on his right chest, including the internal injuries, began to heal rapidly under the protective embrace of the green glow. After a brief moment, the green light vanished, revealing Liu Fan's body, which bore no scars, appearing entirely unscathed. A half-broken, grayish-white dog-tooth pendant lay innocuously upon Liu Fan's chest, its surface stained with crimson blood that seemed to seep into it like a sponge, with a faint golden glimmer flickering within. Soon, the red cord binding the pendant restored it to its original state, albeit in a rather soiled condition. As dusk descended, the cacophony of returning birds shattered the tranquility of the dense forest. Golden rays of light illuminated Liu Fan's gaunt face, causing it to feel somewhat warm. Liu Fan jolted, his eyes snapping open, awakening to find himself lying on the ground. Startled, he pushed against the earth and effortlessly leaped up, rising half a zhang high. Suddenly recalling something, Liu Fan hastily tugged at his clothing and reached towards his right chest, feeling the firm expanse of his torso glimmering with a bronze sheen. Devoid of excess fat and remarkably toned, even lean. Skeptical, he touched his back, only to encounter the scars left from his woodcutting endeavors. There were no other injuries, not even the pain from his previously hurt ribs. His thoughts were consumed with ways to earn spirit stones to pay the rent to the Xia family, to no longer endure their oppression, to provide food for his grandfather, and to seek treatment for his grandfather's ailments. Aspiring for a better life for the two of them, he understood that in this world, martial prowess reigned supreme, and strength dictated all. With power, one could claim the path of kings. Liu Fan had once observed mercenaries entering the town for supplies, noted how even the esteemed Lord Xia treated them with utmost courtesy. Envious of those with strength, Liu Fan never dared to dream of becoming one of them. However, after today's bizarre experience, he was exhilarated to discover that he had grown stronger. In the dense forest, he raced like the wind, his feet spinning like wheels. With each step, he leapt a significant distance. Had the forest not been so narrow, his speed would have surpassed even this. Despite the peculiar events, his appearance remained unchanged. Still bearing a slender frame, yet his physical prowess had improved remarkably. Suddenly, a low, trembling voice, aged and frail, murmured something incomprehensible. Before it could finish, the shattering of porcelain echoed, followed by a sudden, piercing scream. Alarmed, Liu Fan quickened his pace and dashed to the entrance of the courtyard, where he was met with a sight that ignited a fierce rage within him. His grandfather lay half reclined on the ground, a gaunt hand shielding his face, while scalding hot broth splattered across his head and upper body, the ground littered with chunks of cooked meat and shards of broken bowls. His grandfather's face was grotesquely swollen. Two burly men in gold-trimmed blue garments encircled his grandfather, towering over Liu Fan by a full head. In front of his grandfather stood a man with a sharp, simian visage, clad in resplendent attire, a black mole adorning the corner of his mouth, the hair above it slicked back in a glossy sheen. His height was comparable to Liu Fan's, and he was gleefully slapping his grandfather. Chapter 4. Utter humiliation. Stop! Liu Fan cried, his eyes ablaze with fury, casting aside the firewood and wielding his hatchet as he charged toward the trio. He vividly recalled the man with the sharp features. It was Xian, the steward of the Xia residence. Seize him. Suddenly, Xian spotted Liu Fan rushing in with a knife, causing her to instinctively leap back in fright. However, she quickly regained her composure, twisting a black hair from her mole, and began to berate him. The two burly men in green attire were evidently seasoned fighters, their movements deliberate and poised, seemingly indifferent to Liu Fan's armed assault. Liu Fan's fury surged, and he cursed under his breath, "I swear I will not let you live." With a swift motion, he dashed towards the two green-clad men, swinging his hatchet with all his might, carving a crescent in the air. Yet, despite his speed and strength, his technique was utterly lacking, resembling the wild flailing of a novice, leaving the two men unaffected. Realizing Liu Fan's vulnerability, the two men exchanged nods and swiftly flanked him, encircling him from both front and back. Ignoring their presence, Liu Fan, with bloodshot eyes, charged at the man before him, his hatchet raised high, ready to strike. Just then, he was struck by a searing pain in both shoulders, accompanied by a sickening crack, his shoulder dislocated. "Ah!" Liu Fan let out a pained howl, his arms falling limply to his sides, the hatchet clattering to the ground. "Hey there, kid, perhaps you should practice for another decade," one of the green-clad men taunted, delivering a brutal kick to the back of Liu Fan's knee, forcing him to kneel heavily on the ground, his expression one of despair. One of the men retrieved Liu Fan's hatchet and held it against his neck, casting a glance at Xiao, and Xiao stepped over Liu Fan's grandfather's body, laughing heartily as she sauntered closer. "You have quite the audacity to wield a knife against me," she remarked, playfully twisting the black hair from her mole while observing Liu Fan with a bemused expression. At this moment, Liu Fan appeared disheveled and filthy, his features obscured, and he hung his head in utter defeat, tears cascading down his cheeks without restraint. "Are you afraid of death?" Xian chuckled softly, seizing the hatchet from the hands of the cloaked figure, pressing the cold back of the blade against Liu Fan's chin, compelling him to lift his gaze. With reddened eyes and a slight tremor, Liu Fan looked at Xian, bewildered by his intentions. "I offer you a chance. Crawl through my legs, and I shall spare your life." Xian regarded Liu Fan with a playful glint in his eyes, his legs slightly apart, standing before him. Liu Fan caught a glimpse of the onlookers, his neighbors encircling him in a dense throng, their faces a mixture of shock, fear, and even indifference. A glance towards his grandfather revealed the old man lying weakly on the ground, unconscious. A sharp pang of anguish pierced Liu Fan's heart, akin to a searing flame. At last, silent tears streamed down his face as he slowly bent down, positioning himself on the ground, prompting a stir among the crowd. With great difficulty, he pushed himself off the ground with trembling hands, inching forward through Xian's legs, nearly grinding his teeth to dust in the process. "Very well," Xian proclaimed. "I am a man of my word. I shall spare you." He then delivered a harsh kick to the half-crawled Liu Fan, sending him tumbling over, face down, lying motionless on the ground, perhaps too ashamed to raise his head. The crowd bore witness to the grim fate that befell those who resisted the land tax. Any who dared to provide assistance to his family would meet a similar fate. Observing the expressions of dread among the onlookers, Xian casually tossed the hatchet aside. Satisfied as he twirled a lock of his dark hair, sauntering away, followed closely by two cloaked figures like shadows. As the crowd gradually dispersed, no one dared to offer assistance. Liu Fan held no resentment towards them. They were all unfortunate souls. Instead, he felt a profound sorrow within him, silently raging. Why am I always the one being bullied, to the extent that I nearly lost my life? Once the crowd had completely vanished, Liu Fan suddenly remembered that his grandfather was still lying on the ground. A heart-wrenching sob escaped his lips as he struggled to rise and reached his grandfather's side. Chapter 5. Grandfather has passed away. Grandfather. Liu Fan's dislocated shoulders rendered him powerless. He could not even lift the frail body of the old man. After several futile attempts, he painstakingly patted his grandfather's face, hoping to rouse him. However, the moment his hand brushed against his grandfather's skin, a chill swept over Liu Fan's heart. He extended his trembling fingers toward his grandfather's breath, and upon discovering the coldness, he shut his eyes in despair, his face ashen. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Eventually, Liu Fan slowly opened his eyes to behold his grandfather's lifeless form. With a heavy heart, he spoke softly, "Grandfather, although we share no blood relation, I shall forever be grateful for the 15 years of your nurturing." Gently, he caressed his grandfather's face, covering the clouded eyes, allowing him to depart this world in peace. To his astonishment, Liu Fan realized that his dislocated shoulder had miraculously regained much of its strength. Although pain still coursed through him, he found he was now able to lift his frail grandfather. Puzzled yet focused, he wrapped his grandfather's body in a tattered straw mat and, under the cover of night, left the slums behind. In the darkness, amidst the desolate wilderness, Liu Fan stood resolutely by a slight mound of earth, silently gazing upon it. Silent tears streamed down his face as he quickened his pace, gradually transforming into a frantic dash, swift as the wind. Though the act of running seemed effortless, his heart was laden with turmoil, a chaotic knot of emotions swirling within him. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached a mid-mountain clearing, where a sizable pool of water lay nestled. This was a familiar sanctuary for him, a place he often visited to rest and play after a weary day of gathering firewood. Strangely enough, at that moment, his arms appeared to have miraculously healed. Devoid of any trace of injury, yet he remained oblivious to this fact. Approaching the tranquil depths of the pool, he found no joy in its reflection. Overcome with vexation, he shed not a single item of clothing before plunging into the water with a graceful leap, creating a minimal splash. An adept swimmer since childhood, he could hold his breath for an extended period. Now, as he submerged himself, he closed his eyes, relinquishing all thoughts, allowing himself to drift with the currents. The deeper he sank, the colder the water became, and the frigid embrace of the depths gradually cleared the fog in his mind. Suddenly, he felt his face collide with two soft, yielding objects, halting his advance. Startled, he initially thought he had encountered a fish, but before he could open his eyes, his face was sharply scratched. Instantly, water erupted around him, bubbles ascended, and he burst through the surface, feeling a burning sting upon his face. "Assassin! Help!" He heard a shrill cry ring out beside him, prompting him to swiftly turn his head, only to be met with a wave of heat coursing through his body, nearly causing his nose to bleed. Not far from Liu Fan, in the water, stood a girl of about 16, her wet, black hair cascading down in soft waves. She was clad only in her smooth, bare skin, half submerged in the water, her modesty shielded by two delicate hands, yet still revealing a significant expanse of her alabaster skin. Upon noticing Liu Fan emerge from the water, she gasped in panic, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she quickly submerged herself. Liu Fan silently admired her fine figure before nimbly turning away and skillfully making his escape, swiftly vanishing into the night. "Miss, where's the assassin?" Soon, figures clad in green emerged from the surrounding woods, all adorned in the attire of the Xia family. A few sharp-eyed individuals caught a glimpse of Liu Fan and pursued him without hesitation. Left behind by the water's edge were a charming maid and a handsome young gentleman. "Miss, are you unharmed?" The maid swiftly retrieved a green cloak, leaping into the water to cover the girl's flawless form. The young gentleman, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events, wiped his mouth and turned his face slightly, asking with feigned seriousness, "Xiao, did you catch a glimpse of the villain's appearance?" "No, he ran away too quickly." The girl had yet to recover from her earlier fright, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 6, Astonishing Transformation. This girl was none other than Xia Shifu, the treasured daughter of Lord Xia. Fond of merriment, she had chosen this moment to frolic in the water, accompanied by a considerable entourage. Had it not been for Liu Fan's serendipitous intrusion from a concealed spot, she might have remained blissfully unaware until her family discovered her whereabouts. "I report to young Master Liu, the thief has not been found." Upon recalling the earlier awkward encounter, Xia Shifu felt a flush creep across her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly charming. The sight of her bashful demeanor stirred a heat within Liu Su, nearly overwhelming his composure. Clearing his throat to mask his indiscretion, he gently remarked, "Little Shifu, your heart is truly kind." Xia Shifu merely shook her head, her delicate steps leading her away. Liu Su gazed upon her fragrant, tender silhouette, caressing his palm, before abruptly turning to address a group of dressed-in-blue individuals, brandishing his fan as he declared, "You are fortunate. The young lady bears no grudge against you. Humph. Should there be a next time, I shall not be lenient." The group of blue-clad individuals, having bottled their frustrations, responded in unison with a loud affirmation. Liu Su nodded in satisfaction, his gaze returning to Xia Shifu's retreating figure, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes as he hastily pursued her, eager to curry favor. Meanwhile, Liu Fan had not yet completed his sentence when the scab on his cheek was unexpectedly pulled away, sliding off his face. Upon touching the wound, he was astonished to find the skin smooth and devoid of any scar. The speed of this healing was remarkable. He recalled the earlier injury to his shoulder, which had also mended in an astonishingly brief period. This extraordinary regenerative ability led him to sense something amiss. Though Liu Fan was not particularly large of stature, his mind was sharp, and he began to grasp the potential of his formidable healing power. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. With such a terrifying ability, the path to revenge seemed increasingly assured. Having undergone a significant transformation, Liu Fan's disposition shifted dramatically, and he soon composed himself, analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. One's advantage lies in the formidable resilience that seemingly materializes from thin air, along with a marked enhancement in perception, speed, and strength. The disadvantage, however, is a lack of composure. Liu Fan recalled a previous encounter at his home, where, despite his speed being comparable to that of the two men dressed in golden-edged robes, he could not even brush against the edges of their garments, nearly costing him his life. Had he managed to calm himself in that moment and harness his perception, speed, and strength, employing stillness to counter motion, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Chapter 7, The Southern Gate of the Xia Manor. 3 days later, in Shitu Town, the Xia family undeniably reigned as the local overlords of Shitu Town. As the embodiment of this authority, the Xia Manor was strategically situated at the heart of the town. The manor, constructed in a square layout, spanned over 100 acres, featuring imposing walls and deep courtyards with entrances on the east, west, south, and north. The northern gate being the largest and the southern gate the smallest. Ordinarily, should anyone dare to create a disturbance near the Xia Manor without cause, it would be seen as a challenge to its authority. Those apprehended by the Xia family would find that mere apologies could not absolve them. Some were either severely beaten and cast out or vanished entirely within the manor's confines. Thus, even at the often desolate southern gate, no one dared to act recklessly, rendering the area eerily quiet. However, what was peculiar was that early this morning, the southern gate was bustling with a considerable gathering of around 50 individuals. Although they refrained from speaking loudly, the whispers coalesced into a somewhat raucous murmur. "Haha, old who? Are you no longer selling pork?" A lean man gestured towards a burly figure with a dark complexion. The dark-faced man merely shook his head, smiling silently in response. "Greetings, old who. You are indeed audacious to compete for the position of Lady Xia's sword attendant." A rather short and stout middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment, as he patted the shoulder of a burly figure. This burly man was none other than Hu Dadong, the butcher who had caused quite a stir in the marketplace. Hu Dadong shrugged off the man's hand with a chuckle, responding in a low voice. Ah, you see. Serving as a sword attendant for merely 3 days would earn me more than a month's worth of selling pork. He paused, a fervent glow flashing across his face. Moreover, to behold the most beautiful woman in Shirtu town, I, Hu Dadong, would find it worthwhile even to meet my demise. Haha, old Hu. Are you leaving your wife to lead a life of widowhood? A lean man chuckled mockingly. Hu Dadong frowned, about to retort, when suddenly the imposing red-painted door trembled. The 2 large copper rings affixed to it jingled slightly before the door creaked open, swinging left and right. The murmurs of the crowd ceased instantly, and every pair of eyes widened in anticipation as they gazed toward the entrance. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner at the back of the crowd stood a scruffy young lad, his clothes somewhat tattered. Upon witnessing the door's opening, he lifted his bright eyes to observe intently. This young man was Liu Fan, who had arrived long before and had been meticulously observing the crowd. As the door stirred, he remained quietly vigilant. Once the red door was fully ajar, a figure resembling a steward emerged first, clutching a blue ledger. Without uttering a word, he stood respectfully to the side, patiently awaiting the arrival of guests. Before long, a prolonged yawn echoed, and a man clad in elegant attire emerged, his sleepy eyes barely open as he ambled forth with a languid gait. A conspicuous black mole adorned the left corner of his mouth, and a single tuft of hair protruding from it added an unsettling touch. 2 men dressed in green, shadowing the elegant figure, followed closely behind him. The crowd stirred momentarily before descending into an uneasy silence. This man, even if reduced to ashes, would forever be etched in Liu Fan's memory as the esteemed steward of the Xia estate, Xiaoan. Upon Xiaoan's arrival, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged within Liu Fan, causing his teeth to grind audibly and his breath to become involuntarily heavy. In that instant of escalating hostility, the 2 men in green with golden trims perceptibly sensed the shift, their eyes glinting sharply as they turned to scrutinize Liu Fan. Quick to react, Liu Fan's instincts kicked in. Alarmed, he hurriedly suppressed his murderous aura, adopting a state of profound stillness, his gaze fixed downward, oblivious to the world around him. This method of controlling his presence, a technique he had honed during his childhood hunts, proved invaluable in this moment. Growing up often deprived of nourishment, he was shorter than his peers, enabling him to blend into the crowd with relative ease, his aura concealed. Chapter 8. The sword-bearing attendant Xia and yawned once more, seemingly oblivious to the 50 or so individuals gathered beneath him. He took a couple of steps forward, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed a man resembling an accountant beside him. Xia Shusheng, I hold you in high regard. You are performing admirably. Xia Shusheng had yet to register the situation when Xiaoan leaned closer, chuckling softly. The culinary skills of Chen Lu are indeed impressive. Let us sample Chen In and Chuanjiao tonight. TSK. If you manage this well, reward shall surely come your way. Upon hearing this, Xia Shusheng's eyes gleamed with delight, and he eagerly nodded, thumping his chest to assure that he would accomplish the task. Satisfied, Xiaoan turned around, casually surveying the crowd that had been waiting for some time. Clearing his throat, he began, I shall not indulge in needless chatter. I am aware that your sole purpose for being here today is to catch a glimpse of the young lady. However, let me be unequivocally clear. Should you fail to be selected as the sword-bearer, you will not have the privilege of meeting my esteemed lady. A wave of disappointed sighs rippled through the crowd, revealing that many had merely come to witness the beauty of the most exquisite woman in Shirtu town. Yet, upon hearing Xiaoan's words, their hopes were swiftly extinguished. Xiaoan let out a cold chuckle. Only one sword-bearer shall be chosen. Excellence prevails. It is for you to determine your own fates as you compete for this position. Let the contest commence. No sooner had Xiaoan finished speaking than several individuals clad in blue garments brought forth a weapon rack, positioning it beside the entrance. As the rack was set, 2 robust men stepped forward from the crowd, their strides resolute, eyes glinting with determination, clearly seasoned fighters. I shall go first, declared the taller of the 2, striding confidently to the weapon rack, drawing forth a gleaming white saber, which he brandished across his chest, exuding an immediate aura of prowess. The shorter man, though subdued, advanced steadily. He gently picked up a wooden-headed spear from the weapon rack, thrusting it slightly to test its balance, before gradually moving aside. He planted the spear firmly on the ground, standing resolutely opposite the taller man. The crowd erupted in a few cheers, igniting a vibrant atmosphere. and soon the spectators began to retreat slowly, creating a space for the two combatants. Once both men were firmly in position, the onlookers gazed intently at them, and those who had initially felt disheartened and considered leaving chose to remain, drawn by the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, in the rear of the crowd, Liu Fan discreetly found a less conspicuous spot to observe the two fighters closely. The taller man brandished a broad blade and clasped his fists, declaring, "I am Liu Hui. At the third level of body refinement, I seek your guidance." The shorter man acknowledged this with a slight nod and reciprocated with a simple clasp of his fists. "Yu Guang." At this moment, Liu Hui's eyes widened with displeasure at the perceived slight, and he stepped forward assertively, exclaiming, "Be careful." Yu Guang merely nodded slightly, raising his spear in readiness. The body refinement stage consists of 9 levels, with the 4th, 6th, and 8th levels being pivotal. Thus, when Liu Hui announced his rank, the surrounding crowd stirred with anticipation, clearly eager to witness the ensuing clash. Impulsive by nature, Liu Hui, seeing Yu Guang poised for defense, propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust, his gleaming white blade slicing through the air with dazzling flare, momentarily blinding the spectators. Yu Guang's eyes narrowed slightly. Immune to the blinding radiance, he moved his spear, deftly interjecting into the flurry of white blade strikes, resulting in a cacophony of clashing metal reverberating through the air. Chapter 9. The emergence of Yu Guangxing. Liu Hui understood that the long spear's weakness lay in close combat, and thus he exerted every ounce of strength to deflect the shadowy thrusts of the spear. Yet, he found himself unable to advance even a single step under the relentless pressure. Onlookers beheld a dazzling interplay of white blades and dark spear shadows, believing that the two were locked in a fierce struggle. However, those with keen insight had already discerned the underlying truth. Xian, of course, was oblivious to this. He merely twirled the dark mole on his finger, studying the two combatants with a perplexed expression. Gradually, the spear's shadow coalesced into a singular form, while the blade's shadow was confined to a minuscule area. Even those unfamiliar with the techniques could sense that Liu Hui was on the verge of defeat. Indeed, it was not long before a dull thud resonated through the air, and Liu Hui fell to the ground, rolling out of the spear's range. His large blade sent flying to the side with a resounding crash. Seated inconspicuously in the corner, Liu Fan sighed softly. He too yearned to step forward and test his mettle, yet he feared being recognized by Xia En and the others. Even if they could not identify his face, his eyes would betray him, and he was unwilling to take that risk. Having endured his share of trials, Liu Fan gradually learned to master his emotions. He understood that haste would yield no results. After all, even if he missed this opportunity, others would surely present themselves. With this thought in mind, Liu Fan calmed his anxious feelings and settled into a quiet observation of the unfolding events. Xian waited for a while, but when no one stepped forward to compete, his impatience began to mount. If no one emerged within 10 breaths, the position of the sword attendant would be firmly established. Xian, twirling a hair from his mole, surveyed the crowd and spoke loudly, his earlier fatigue completely dispelled, his face a mask of impatience. After a brief pause, he nodded and addressed Xia Shusheng. "Shusheng, please assist that individual with registration and escort him to the young lady. I have matters to attend to with the master, so I shall take my leave." Xia Shusheng nodded respectfully, and without casting another glance at the assembled crowd, Xian elegantly flicked his sleeve and departed hastily, followed closely by 2 imposing figures clad in blue. Once Xian had exited, the remaining crowd, witnessing the steadfast presence of the sword-bearing attendants, began to stir restlessly, their discontent palpable. Observing this, Xia Shusheng, who had initially donned a guise of humility, instantly transformed into a formidable figure, brandishing the ledger and admonishings. "What are you clamoring about? You dared not approach earlier, so what is this sudden bravado now?" Several blue-clad warriors rolled up their sleeves, forming a line before the crowd, their imposing demeanor silencing the murmurs. The onlookers, intimidated, ceased their outcries, and even those merely spectating began to disperse, gradually ebbing away like a receding tide. Chapter 10. The Unwritten Rules. Xia Shusheng, disinterested in further engagement, gracefully swept his long sleeves and made his way towards Yu Guang. Upon learning of his electoral victory, Yu Guang exhaled softly, maintaining a serene demeanor, his expression unperturbed, unaffected by the tides of fortune or disgrace. Among the blue-clad warriors, one had already stepped forward to assist Yu Guang in retrieving his spear. After all, they too were individuals of the body refinement stage. Recognizing that Yu Guang's abilities were on par with their own, in this world where strength commanded respect, those with power naturally garnered due reverence. Xia Shusheng observed Yu Guang's demeanor and silently nodded, not pausing for a moment as he stepped directly in front of Yu Guang. Without any hint of difficulty, he spoke in a normal tone. You are Yu Guang, correct? Where do you hail from? As he spoke, he swiftly inscribed Yu Guang's name in the ledger. Yu Guang slightly lifted his gaze and replied with a calm demeanor. I come from a nearby village, merely seeking a meal. Upon hearing this, Hudabin and the others hastily waved their hands in agitation, quickly offering their apologies. Lord Xia, you misunderstand us. We deeply admire your exemplary conduct, which is why we have lingered for so long. The two individuals beside him nodded vigorously, donning expressions of trepidation. Although Xia Shusheng recognized their flattery as mere insincere praise, he nonetheless felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing it, and his expression softened somewhat. With a hint of pride, he chastised them, saying, You wretched servants, do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives? Unfazed by the rebuke, the three men discerned that there was potential in Xia Shusheng's demeanor and quickly responded with forced smiles. Lord Xia, since you understand us, might you consider assigning us some tasks? Just the opportunity to enter the Xia residence would be a stroke of fortune for us. Xia Shusheng waved his hand dismissively, his fingers tapping restlessly, and replied with impatience. Do you still not comprehend the rules? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Shusheng stroked his chin and declared, Recently, the Xia residence has accumulated a surplus of miscellaneous items, necessitating the hiring of a few long-term workers. I nearly overlooked this. Your arrival has, in fact, alleviated my urgent need. If you perform well and earn my favor, there will undoubtedly be ample rewards. Upon hearing this, Hudayden and the others were filled with joy. In the Xia residence, even the servants enjoyed considerable benefits. Typically, when the household sought new staff, preference was given to those within their circle, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to gain entry. Thus, the three were exceedingly grateful to learn they could secure long-term positions. Just as Xia Shusheng was about to speak, his brow furrowed suddenly as he glanced behind the trio. There approached a somewhat shabby young lad, his eyes bright, and his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant as he regarded him. This individual was Liu Fan. The moment Hudayden spotted Liu Fan standing before him, his anger flared. He had not forgotten the grudge from their previous encounter involving the stolen pork. He rolled up his sleeves, casting a scornful look at Liu Fan. Had it not been for Xia Shusheng's presence, he might have lunged at him. Liu Fan, however, paid no heed to the animosity. He halted beside the trio, maintaining a steady gaze on Xia Shusheng. Xia Shusheng raised an eyebrow, feeling discomfort at Liu Fan's unwavering stare, and shouted, You there. The grain distribution is at the north gate. You still have time to go there, so don't cause trouble here. Liu Fan smiled slightly, his tone respectful yet firm. Xia Zhizhong, I am not here to beg for food. I have come seeking work. Xia Shusheng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Liu Fan's diminutive frame, and with an air of impatience waved him off. Do not create a disturbance. What work could someone of your stature possibly do? Meanwhile, Hudayden was already shaking his head in derision, scoffing at the audacity of this impoverished lad, who only knew how to steal, thinking he could find work in the Xia residence. Truly, had he lost his senses? Liu Fan smiled faintly, uttering no further words as he lowered his head and began to diligently search through his belongings. Hudabin, witnessing Liu Fan's actions, was nearly moved to laughter, wondering if the lad truly believed he had hidden treasures on his person. Observing Liu Fan's behavior, Xia Shusheng furrowed his brow even deeper. Just as he was about to command Liu Fan to leave, Liu Fan suddenly exclaimed, I found it. The others, taken aback, turned their attention to Liu Fan with curiosity. Liu Fan raised his right hand, presenting an open palm, revealing an object that was now exposed to the air. In his hand lay a yellow object the size of a longan, resembling a rough little stone. Liu Fan held it nonchalantly, displaying no sign of hesitation. It's the yellow refining pill. Hudabin could no longer contain his astonishment. The other two, intrigued by his exclamation, stepped forward with him, eager for a closer look. However, Xia Shusheng swiftly positioned himself in front of them, his expression stern as he admonished, Step aside, step aside. Is this something you all can touch? Hudabin swallowed hard, sheepishly stepping aside. Only then did Xia Shusheng, satisfied, turn back with a beaming smile directed at Liu Fan, saying, You've done well to uncover such a treasure. It's indeed your good fortune. Liu Fan observed their expressions closely and, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "This yellow refining pill has been aged for over 10 years. I assure you, it is no exaggeration." Upon hearing this, Xia Shuxing's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the yellow refining pill in Liu Fan's hand. "Xia Zhizhong, let me be blunt," he said. "What valuable opportunities can this yellow refining pill secure?" Liu Fan let out a light chuckle, feigning a semblance of anticipation, though in truth, he yearned for a mundane task. Ideally one that would keep him away from a rendezvous with Xia, and Xia Shuxing genuinely pondered this for a moment, then glanced at Liu Fan's physique, clearly troubled by the matter. After considerable deliberation, he suddenly smacked his forehead as a thought struck him. There is a garden in the western courtyard. Old Liu has been incessantly complaining about a lack of manpower. Given your build, I presume you could manage the finer tasks without issue. Upon hearing this, Liu Fan immediately embraced the Huang Lian pill, a smile gracing his face as he expressed, "Thank you, Xia Zhizhong." Xia Shuxing, observing Liu Fan's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that the lad was under the impression that he was being swindled, displaying quite the caution. However, he merely attributed this to the capricious nature of youth, and without further ado, proceeded to register the 4 individuals. After surveying the surroundings to ensure there were no oversights, he nodded, preparing to lead the quartet into the residence. Yet, Hu Dabin could no longer contain himself. He hastily rose and ventured out, indignantly exclaiming, "Xia Zhizhong, do not be deceived by this scoundrel. This rascal has been conniving since childhood, capable of all manner of mischief." Before Hu Dabin could finish his sentence, Xia Zhizhong waved his hand dismissively, irritated. "What are you shouting about? Keep it up, and I shall revoke your quota." Chapter 12. The yellow refinement pill. Xia Shuxing had long anticipated the expressions of the few individuals before him. Standing quietly to the side, he watched them with a sense of pride, intending to impress upon them the formidable authority of the Xia residence. However, he did not expect that Liu Fan, this young lad, would quickly regain his composure after the initial shock, while Hu Dabin and the others appeared utterly captivated, unable to look away. "Remember this well," Xia Shuxing cautioned. "The rules of the Xia family are strictly enforced. Should any of you inadvertently breach these regulations, I cannot be held responsible for the consequences. There will be others to elaborate on the family rules." His final remark was directed at Liu Fan and his companions, who all nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Hu Dabin and the others, filled with gratitude, followed the young servant clad in blue. Only then did Xia Shuxing turn to Liu Fan, a smile gracing his features, the implication of which was unmistakable. Liu Fan, not one to be foolish, promptly produced the yellow refinement pill without the slightest hesitation and placed it into Xia Shuxing's hands. Xia Shuxing clutched the pill with a firm grasp, his smile deepening, and gestured towards a lively young maid nearby. "You may accompany Chen to the garden. Do remember to change into another outfit." Liu Fan nodded in agreement, and Xia Shuxing, no longer paying him any mind, departed with the yellow refinement pill in hand. As if it were a treasured possession, his spirits evidently lifted. After Xia Shuxing had walked a considerable distance, Chen dared to lift her head, though she did not meet Liu Fan's gaze, instead focusing on the ground as she cheerfully remarked, "Elder brother, please follow me." Liu Fan felt a twinge of discomfort at being addressed as elder brother by someone seemingly of a similar age, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Unaccustomed to such a formality, Liu Fan could not help but sigh in admiration. Even a maid in the Xia residence possessed such exquisite beauty. One could only imagine how stunning the wives and concubines of Master Xia must be, akin to celestial beings. Shaking his head, Liu Fan cast aside these thoughts and shifted his gaze, meticulously observing every corner of the Xia household. "Old Hu, what exactly is this Huang Lian pill?" Chapter 13. The reminder from Spring Water. Hu Daring, noticing the bewilderment on the faces of the two, couldn't help but shake his head with a sense of self-satisfaction. In affluent households, they live in comfort, their bodies becoming feeble. They may possess beautiful wives and concubines, yet they can only stand by idly, unable to take action themselves, a truly frustrating predicament. However, he paused dramatically. Once one possesses the Huang Lian pill, oh my, the power it bestows is formidable. Coupled with a decade of refinement, why, enduring 3 days of battle would be a walk in the park. Upon hearing Hu Daring's words, the two were instantly astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief as they shook their heads in awe of the remarkable potency of the Huang Lian pill. Hu Daring merely chuckled to himself, but his thoughts turned to Liu Fan, the esteemed possessor of the pill, and he ground his teeth in resentment, both envious and jealous of Liu Fan's fortuitous acquisition. Liu Fan had indeed pilfered the Huang Lian pill from the largest apothecary in town, where the owner had painstakingly procured this rare item, intending to preserve it for a wealthy family, only to be utterly infuriated upon discovering it had been stolen, enduring a fit of rage for 2 full days and nights. Liu Fan grew up in Stone Town and, through hearsay, became aware of certain items that affluent families require. Although he was unaware of the exact efficacy of the Huang Lian pill, he understood its significance to them, and thus he chose it in hopes of gaining entry into the summer residence. Should one observe Liu Fan quietly, they would be astonished to find that he paid little attention to the intricately crafted buildings. Instead, he scrutinized key entrances and convenient exits. At present, Liu Fan's thoughts were far from the Huang Lian pill. He accompanied Chen Shui, taking in the various pathways of the summer residence. Despite its grandeur and dizzying splendor, Liu Fan's excellent memory allowed him to retain a general overview of the layout. Chen Shui moved at a leisurely pace, and Liu Fan showed no inclination to rush, content to follow quietly behind. Curiously, Liu Fan touched his nose and quickened his step to keep pace. After a span of 10 minutes, they arrived at the vicinity of the West Gate, where the number of maidservants and attendants noticeably diminished. This prompted Chen Shui to reveal a hint of her character and dare to speak. "Brother Liu Fan, your entry into the summer residence is both a blessing and a misfortune." She gently shook her head, hesitating to elaborate, but ultimately sighed and continued, "Brother Liu Fan, the garden at the West Gate is the most serene part of the summer residence. Your assignment here is indeed fortunate. However, be warned that there are many areas within the summer residence where one should not wander indiscriminately." As Chen Shui spoke, her tone grew increasingly earnest, yet she refrained from mentioning her unspoken difficulties. Liu Fan, though perplexed, chose not to pry, well aware of his own limitations, and thus wisely opted for silence. Observing Liu Fan's tranquil demeanor, Chen Shui felt a twinge of impatience. She bit her rosy lower lip, on the verge of articulating her thoughts, when suddenly a vast garden came into view, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that wafted intoxicating floral scents. Chen Shui paused at the garden's edge, and Liu Fan halted alongside her. His gaze fixated on the expansive landscape, his expression gradually transforming into one of awe, completely oblivious to Chen Shui's quiet apology as he became entranced. Chapter 14. Young Master Liu. This garden spanned no less than 4 acres, adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, each species meticulously categorized and flourishing in harmony. The ground was carpeted in lush green grass, creating a soft, inviting expanse, while evergreen shrubs thrived amidst the colorful blossoms, forming a delightful tapestry. Within the visible confines of the garden, 2 or 3 exquisite pavilions graced the scene. At that moment, the sun shone brightly, casting a slightly blinding light. Liu Fan squinted against the rays, directing his gaze towards the nearest pavilion. There, upon a jade stone table, rested 2 cups of fragrant wine and a petite wine jug. Seated around the table were a man and a woman, Lu Su and Xia Shifu. Behind Lu Su stood a young servant, clearly in the role of his attendant. "Cousin, you know I am not adept at drinking," she remarked. Xia Shifu's gentle smile concealed a hint of subtle resistance. "Ah, how exquisite it is when fine wine accompanies delectable dishes, and talented scholars are paired with enchanting beauties." Lu Su, unfazed, chuckled softly, then, with a swift motion, drained his cup of wine, nodding appreciatively as he savored the exquisite drink. Lu Su let out a silent sigh of admiration and, upon noticing a familiar figure in the same direction, felt a twinge of displeasure. He promptly turned away, discreetly signaling to the servant behind him. The servant, understanding the cue, nodded and departed the pavilion towards Liu Fan's direction. Liu Fan stood, momentarily entranced by the sea of flowers before him. Having played in the wilderness since childhood, he had encountered numerous beautiful blossoms, yet he could not recognize a single one here. Compared to the wild flowers of the mountains, these blooms exuded an air of nobility, lacking the ruggedness of their wild counterparts, presenting a uniquely captivating beauty. As Liu Fan marveled at the flowers, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice dripping with disdain. "Hey, you poor wretch, how did you get in here? Hurry and leave. Don't disturb my master's elegance." Liu Fan was taken aback, raising his gaze to find a haughty young servant standing before him, looking down with an air of superiority. Glancing to his side, he noticed the absence of Chen Shui's presence. Observing the impatience etched on the servant's face, Liu Fan felt a flicker of anger but maintained his composure, responding with neither humility nor arrogance. You are mistaken. I am Liu Fan, a newly appointed servant under Xia Shuxing, tasked with tending to this garden. The initially disdainful expression of the young servant abruptly softened, and he quickly donned a conciliatory smile, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are the one appointed by Master Xia to tend to the garden. Alas, my bluntness led me to speak out of turn. I beg your pardon." In an instant, the servant comprehended the nuances of their relationship. Since he was directly assigned by Master Xia, and considering the favorable position of caring for the garden, it was evident that their connection ran deep. Liu Fan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, observed the servant's changing expression, allowing a cold chuckle to escape him, though he revealed nothing on his face, remaining silent as he regarded the servant. "Say, Liu Fan, what is your relationship with Master Xia? Why do you appear so ragged? Who brought you here?" The servant scrutinized Liu Fan's attire, skepticism surfacing in his gaze. It was indeed perplexing. How could someone associated with Xia Shuxing present themselves in such a shabby manner? "I am indeed registered with Master Xia. And as for my current state, I was brought here by Chen and have yet to change my clothes." Observing the servant's tendency to judge based on appearance, Liu Fan could not help but smirk coldly, yet he responded truthfully. Just as the pale-faced servant was about to retort, a light, mocking voice chimed in from behind. "Oh, how careless of Master Xia in hiring servants. It seems he has gathered a motley crew of misfits, which is a disgrace to the dignity of the Xia residents." As the words fell, a dapper young man, tall and elegant, stepped forth from beside the pale servant, wielding a fan with an air of nonchalance. Yet, his words were venomous, a stark contrast to his handsome visage. This individual was none other than Liu Su, who had hurried over from the pavilion. Upon a closer glance, Liu Fan appeared in a tattered state, short of stature and slender of build, his countenance rather unremarkable, standing before Liu Su, utterly incomparable. At the mention of his name, Liu Fan slightly lifted his gaze, casting a faint, enigmatic smile in Liu Su's direction, yet remained silent. Observing Liu Fan's air of pretentiousness, Liu Su felt a surge of irritation. He snapped his fan shut, poised to unleash a tirade, when soft footsteps approached from behind. Recognizing that it was Xia Shifu, he promptly composed himself, adopting the demeanor of an elegant young gentleman. "Cousin, I must take my leave. Manager Xia has selected a new attendant for the ceremonial sword and wishes me to observe," he declared. Xia Shifu glided gracefully, pausing momentarily beside Liu Fan. Casting him several glances, pursing her lips, yet uttering not a word before departing, followed closely by her two maidservants, one of whom playfully made a face at Liu Fan, leaving him bemused. "Are you the new gardener, Liu Fan?" A raspy voice suddenly emerged from behind Liu Fan, startling him. Despite his heightened awareness, he had failed to detect the approach of another. He gently turned to face the source of the voice, finding a frail, stooped old man before him, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, bearing the marks of age. The old man casually held a gleaming pair of large shears, his gray attire somewhat tattered, yet marginally better than Liu Fan's own garb. It seemed he had not noticed the fleeting look of surprise on Liu Fan's face. His murky eyes scanned Liu Fan briefly before he spoke in a nonchalant tone. "It appears to be you. Simply call me Old Liu. Come along with me." The old man exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. With a swift turn, he ambled away. Liu Fan, intrigued, hurriedly followed in pursuit. Although the old man appeared to move at a leisurely pace, no matter how hard Liu Fan exerted himself, he could never close the distance, which remained a consistent tuzhong. Startled, Liu Fan decided to abandon his efforts and resumed a normal stride. It was as if the old man possessed an uncanny awareness, for the distance between them remained unchanged as he continued to stroll ahead. The old man showed no inclination to speak, and gradually, they ventured deeper into the garden. After navigating several twists and turns, they arrived at the innermost part of the garden. Liu Fan could finally discern the towering courtyard walls. Beneath those walls stood a row of neatly arranged dwellings, their simple pink walls and slanted roofs exuding a stark modesty, in sharp contrast to the opulence outside. Chapter 16. The mysterious airflow. The old man, who had remained silent until now, halted before the dwellings, gestured towards them, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Choose any room. They are all unoccupied. You may collect your clothes from the storeroom." Faced with the old man, Liu Fan dared not show any disrespect and promptly nodded. "Thank you, Old Liu." The old man shook his head slightly and, with a voice tinged with hoarseness, remarked, "There is no need for gratitude. I do not yet know how long you will stay. It may only be for a day." Still in a daze, Liu Fan received a brand new notebook with a blue cover that the old man tossed to him. This contains the family rules of the Xia residence. Study it diligently. Troubles may arise otherwise. For today, memorize these rules, and tomorrow I shall assign you tasks. Liu Fan carefully accepted the book and noted the two prominent characters for family rules emblazoned on the cover. He set the book down, but when he looked up again, the old man's figure had vanished among the blooming flowers. At this moment, night had fallen, and the summer residence garden was enveloped in profound tranquility. Liu Fan ultimately chose the last room, while the old man Liu remained unaware of his whereabouts, leaving Liu Fan alone in this place. Having donned a fresh set of azure garments, he found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep, despite the deepening night. He had extinguished the lamp and was seated on the bed, cradling the dog-tooth pendant in his palm, his face adorned with an expression of perplexity and wonder. The tattered dog-tooth pendant, tied with a crimson cord, still bore a grimy appearance. Yet at that moment, the jade stone of the pendant emitted a soft green glow, enveloping Liu Fan's entire hand. Initially intending to rest, Liu Fan was astonished to feel a warmth emanating from his chest, the source being the dog-tooth pendant. Soon, a surge of energy coursed through his body, swiftly dissipating. As Liu Fan opened his eyes, delight filled him. This energy was gradually fortifying his physical form. In the brief span of a tea ceremony, he realized that his physical prowess had subtly enhanced. Before long, the pendant transmitted another wave of energy, and Liu Fan, wary of complacency, attentively sensed this force. After another tea ceremony, the energy was once again exhausted. Finally, after the third transmission, Liu Fan noticed that the dog-tooth pendant ceased to send forth energy, and the soft green light receded, returning the pendant to its unremarkable, grimy state. With such a remarkable artifact, given time, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Liu Fan carefully placed the dog-tooth pendant close to his person, cherishing this serendipitously acquired treasure in his heart. Continuing, Liu Fan furrowed his brow and muttered softly, "What an awful smell." It turned out that the energy, while fortifying Liu Fan's body, had expelled impurities, leaving behind a residue of black, foul-smelling material on his skin, which was both sticky and unpleasant. After stripping down completely and taking a shower, he felt increasingly drowsy and soon succumbed to a deep sleep, marking the end of his first day at the Xia residence. Liu Fan slept soundly, and as dawn broke, he awoke. The first thing he did was check the dog-tooth pendant hanging on his chest, and upon discovering it had not changed, he speculated that the peculiar phenomenon only occurred at night. Resolving this in his mind, Liu Fan carefully placed the pendant close to him and proceeded to engage in his morning exercises, a steadfast habit of his. With his slender torso bare, Liu Fan performed a simple set of boxing techniques, the sound of his punches slicing through the air creating a frictional noise. This unnamed martial art, prevalent in the martial-spirited town, was accessible to people of all ages, not particularly challenging. Yet, in Liu Fan's hands, this seemingly straightforward technique exuded an added grace. His strikes could advance or retreat with a balance of strength and poise, exhibiting a calmness entirely unlike his previous style. Chapter 17. The Art of Refinement. Could it be that the energy has enhanced my boxing technique? As Liu Fan withdrew his fist, a smile of delight spread across his face. This simple boxing style had revealed such profound intricacies. This dog-tooth pendant must be extraordinary. Liu Fan had come to regard the pendant as something equivalent to his very life. Continuing his practice, Liu Fan executed several rounds of his boxing techniques. His sinews and bones fully relaxed, leaving him invigorated and in high spirits. His slender frame, devoid of excess fat, appeared remarkably toned, and the myriad of small scars adorning his body only served to enhance his masculine aura. After concluding his punches, he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow, marking the end of his morning exercise. Having already finished his breakfast, Liu Fan leisurely strolled through the garden, secretly familiarizing himself with its various locations. It struck him as peculiar how such affluent families possess such exquisite gardens yet seldom took the time to appreciate them. Shaking his head, he mused over the extravagance of the Xia household. "Have you memorized the family rules?" A hoarse voice called from behind him, startling Liu Fan. He turned to find the old man Liu. "Yes, I have," Liu Fan replied, suppressing his surprise and nodding. "Good, let us proceed." Without further ado, Liu initiated a motion with his frail hand, tossing a pair of silver scissors into the air towards Liu Fan. Startled, Liu Fan quickly caught them, inwardly cursing the old man for his lack of grace in passing objects. "From today onward, you will learn to trim the shrubs with me," Liu said, turning slowly to walk away, while Liu Fan hurried to follow. Once Liu had departed, Liu Fan took a moment to examine the silver scissors in his hand. Surprisingly heavy. Measuring over a foot in length, the scissors boasted a streamlined design that shimmered alluringly. Unlike ordinary scissors, these possessed an exceptionally sharp inner blade as well as an equally formidable outer edge. Pressing his fingers against it with even a modicum of force would easily draw blood. Liu Fan, with a somewhat clumsy grasp of the gleaming shears, commenced his task amidst the shrubs, confined to a mere 5 zhang radius. However, to his astonishment, what appeared to be a simple endeavor proved to be exceedingly arduous in practice. After 2 hours had elapsed, Liu Fan, drenched in perspiration, continued to prune the bushes. Yet he had barely completed half of the task. For a first attempt, achieving such a degree of progress was barely satisfactory. Old Liu, having inexplicably appeared behind Liu Fan once more, cast a glance at the somewhat unkempt thicket and remarked nonchalantly. Liu Fan had grown accustomed to old Liu's sudden appearances. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he inquired, "Old Liu, is there a secret to this pruning?" "Indeed there is," old Liu replied, his eyes unwavering. "If I were to undertake it, this small area would only require the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." "A cup of tea?" Liu Fan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Old Liu said nothing further. He stepped aside, brandished the shears, and began to prune with deft precision. Liu Fan felt a shiver run down his spine as he focused intently on the scene before him. Chapter 18. A poetic appointment. Liu Fan remained rooted in place, pondering for an extended period, yet finding himself in a fog of confusion, sensing that he was on the verge of a revelation, albeit not fully grasping it. Shaking his head, he recognized that further contemplation would yield no answers. Only through practice would he uncover the truth. Lifting his gaze, he noted that old Liu had vanished once again, and at that moment, Liu Fan's thoughts were solely consumed by the act of pruning the bushes. He began to perceive the intricacy of this skill, as if one understanding could lead to 10, allowing for deeper insights to unfold. Throughout the entire morning, Liu Fan was engrossed in the practice of pruning shrubs. It was not until noon, when old Liu informed him that he could return in the afternoon, that he reluctantly departed from the garden, his demeanor reflecting an unquenched desire. After a morning of relentless training, Liu Fan wielded the shears with a familiarity that had long since dispelled any sense of awkwardness. His speed in trimming the bushes had noticeably increased. However, this improvement came at the cost of excruciating soreness in his arms, which took a considerable time to subside, undoubtedly aided by his remarkable recuperative abilities. Between Liu Fan's residence and the garden stood a large wooden gate, and the distance could be traversed in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. As Liu Fan emerged from the gate, he noticed a figure standing before his door in the distance. Curiosity piqued. He quickened his pace to discern the identity of the visitor. Upon drawing nearer, he realized it was the maid who had been closely accompanying Xia Shifu. A wave of unease washed over Liu Fan. Had Xia Shifu sensed his presence? "Liu Fan Gidge, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you for ages." The charming maid was far more enchanting than the spring waters, brimming with wit and vitality, her round, cherubic face exuding charm. "Who are you?" Liu Fan scratched his head, feigning ignorance. The maid responded with a tinkling laugh that revealed 2 faint dimples. "Liu Fan Gidge, you can call me Shui-er." "Very well, Miss Shui-er. Is there something you require of me?" Liu Fan nodded, inquiring with a hint of indifference. "Truly a dense fellow. Let me tell you, you are in for great fortune. My young lady wishes to see you tomorrow at this very time, right here." Shui-er appeared rather dissatisfied and slightly disappointed with Liu Fan's reaction. Typically, any man who encountered her would display a demeanor of complete subservience. Was this individual truly made of wood? "Oh," Liu Fan nodded slightly, then turned his body and walked towards his room. Hey, you really are a wooden man." Shui-er watched as Liu Fan slowly moved away, seemingly unfazed by her words. Overwhelmed by frustration, she called out a few times, but Liu Fan's figure had already disappeared into his room. Shui-er stamped her foot in irritation and left with a hint of anger. Liu Fan pondered for quite a while, yet found no clarity in his thoughts. Finally, he shook his head, deciding to let it all go. Whatever will be, will be. After enacting his revenge, he would depart from this place of chaos. Nothing could deter him. After reaching this conclusion, Liu Fan dismissed the matter from his mind and took a brief respite. Just as he stepped out of the door, he discovered 3 individuals waiting at his threshold. Among them was the pale-faced servant who accompanied Liu Su. flanked by two burly men in green attire, warriors from the Xiao estate, though their lack of golden trim suggested they held neither high status nor considerable strength. Chapter 19. Trouble approaches. Liu Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing that trouble was at hand, yet he felt no fear. If foolish individuals sought confrontation, there was no need for excessive restraint. Even in patience, one must employ strategy. Allowing others to perceive oneself as a soft target, to be squeezed at will, would be utterly intolerable. It was crucial to seize the opportunity to let them know he possessed thorns. Resolute, Liu Fan stood at the doorway, regarding the pale-faced servant with a smirk that danced between amusement and disdain. You, my friend, lacking influence, what pretense are you putting on? The pale-faced servant had long discerned Liu Fan's true nature, aware that he was unaccompanied, yet he dared to flaunt his bravado to such an extent. He immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. Oh, and what of it? Liu Fan replied with a gentle smile, narrowing his eyes slightly, exuding a hint of danger. You may flaunt your bravado, but since you dare to secretly entangle yourself with the young lady of the Xia family, you must be weary of life. The pale-faced servant felt a jolt of fear at Liu Fan's somewhat perilous demeanor. However, upon noticing the two robust men in green attire beside him, his confidence surged. And he snarled defiantly, which pair of dog eyes have seen me entangled? Speak your mind swiftly, do not waste my time. A flicker of impatience finally crossed Liu Fan's expressionless face, tinged with an undercurrent of menace. Damn it, what are you posturing about? Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? Let him witness some reality. Emboldened by the presence of the two green-clad men, the pale-faced servant, incensed by Liu Fan's provocations, commanded the two with a shout, and then crossed his arms, standing aside with a mocking grin. The two men in green, having already loosened their limbs, were poised for action. Upon receiving the command, they growled in unison and lunged forward with predatory grins, clearly regarding Liu Fan's slight frame with utter disdain. These two men, at most, possessed the strength of the second stage of body refinement, while Liu Fan, having reached the third stage, certainly did not consider them worthy of his attention. Two burly men clad in green seized their opportunity, intent on subduing Liu Fan. However, to their astonishment, Liu Fan merely pivoted, swiftly evading to their rear. Before the green-clad men could react, one stumbled awkwardly, crashing to the ground and tasting the dirt. Enraged, the duo attempted to rise, only to be met with a fierce gust from behind, followed by a sharp pain, causing them to collapse once more, unable to regain their footing. As they prepared to retaliate, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a glinting silver object embedded itself in the earth beside them, mere inches from their heads. They trembled in fear, paralyzed by the threat. Liu Fan stood over them, poised upon their backs, one hand gripping a pair of gleaming silver scissors with an icy demeanor. Remarkably, he had dispatched both men in just 2 moves. The previously smug expression of the pale-faced attendant froze, transforming into one of bewilderment. Liu Fan wasted no words. He delivered 2 decisive strikes, rendering the green-clad men unconscious. Only then did he rise, stepping lightly off their bodies, his expression impassive as he regarded the pale-faced attendant. Liu Fan, I warn you not to act recklessly. I am a subordinate of young Master Lu Su, and I, with trembling legs, the attendant took hesitant steps backward, invoking Lu Su's name in a desperate plea. Yet, before he could finish, a resounding slap silenced him, his face swelling from the blow. Damn it, you are finished. The pale-faced servant pointed at Liu Fan with a look of astonishment, finding it hard to believe that this was not a blatant affront to Lu Su. Yet, before he could finish his reprimand, Liu Fan demonstrated through action what it meant to deliver a resounding slap. Chapter 20. The consequences of arrogance. It seemed trouble was brewing. Liu Fan gently touched his nose, feeling a twinge of regret for the earlier confrontation. His initial intention had been to infiltrate the Xia residence and find an opportunity to eliminate Xian. Now, however, he had entangled himself with a figure of considerable standing within the household. Should that individual choose to act, Liu Fan might find himself barred from remaining within the Xia residence altogether. A wave of frustration washed over Liu Fan as he silently chastised himself for his immaturity in taking such reckless actions. Yet, after this moment of discontent, he recognized that dwelling on it would bear no fruit. The only recourse was to confront challenges as they arose, much like a soldier facing an enemy or a river meeting earth. After composing himself, Liu Fan felt a measure of calm return. He took a refreshing shower at the back of the house and then devoured a meal meant for 2, relishing every bite until his stomach was pleasantly full. Having never experienced such a lavish feast before, and with the fatigue from a day of training, he savored the meal intended for the servants with great delight. Thanks to his remarkable regenerative abilities, the soreness in his body had subsided significantly. This left Liu Fan intrigued. Despite sustaining severe injuries in the past, his recovery had been swift. In contrast, the muscular aches resulting from his training, although also recovering quickly, were not comparable to his prior recuperation. Did this extraordinary recovery have deeper secrets yet to be uncovered? With Liu Fan's current capabilities, it is evident that he cannot discern these profound mysteries. He is quietly contemplating matters within the confines of the room, reflecting on the insights gained from a day of training, which brings a sense of tranquility. At the Summer Manor, the training ground, paved with blue bricks, spans an area of approximately 1 acre. The surface is smooth and level, glimmering with a frosty radiance under the setting sun. Typically, the martial instructors at the Summer Manor conduct their training here, and after meals. Many often come to stretch their muscles and enhance their physical fitness. At this moment, however, the training ground is notably serene. 2 teams of martial instructors, clad in blue, stand rigidly on either side, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on a solitary figure in blue attire that moves incessantly within the arena. This figure wields a softwood spear, exhibiting a serpentine agility, creating an impenetrable flurry of spear shadows. Only a silvery aura envelopes the blue-clad figure, and before long, the myriad of spear shadows converges, causing the figure to abruptly halt, the spear lightly touching the ground, as if firmly anchored to the earth, standing majestically still. This individual is none other than the formidable Yu Guang, whom Liu Fan has encountered previously. Excellent. The spear technique of Yu Guang is truly astonishing, prompting an involuntary cheer of admiration from the 2 teams of martial instructors. Yu Guang maintains his characteristic demeanor, slightly lowering his gaze and focusing on the ground, embodying an air of tranquility amid praise or criticism. At the forefront of the 2 teams of blue-clad practitioners, several redwood tables and chairs are arranged, with a middle-aged man of imposing presence seated at the center. This man displays a ruddy complexion, with few wrinkles, dressed in resplendent attire. He's robust in stature, adorned with numerous rings of red and green, exuding an unmistakable aura of affluence, resembling an ordinary person devoid of any martial prowess. This portly middle-aged gentleman is none other than Xia Feixiong, the esteemed master of the Summer Manor. To the right of Xia Feixiong stood a person of seemingly equal status. Yet surprisingly, this individual was merely an ordinary old man. The elder was clad in the standard attire of the Xia household, squinting slightly with his murky eyes as he gazed languidly at Yu Guang. There was a sense of familiarity about him, and undoubtedly, had Liu Fan been present, he would have been startled into silence, pointing at the old man in disbelief. Chapter 21. The mysterious old Liu. This man was unmistakably the gardener of the Xia estate. Old Liu. He retained his diminutive stature, with a face adorned by an unkempt beard that seemed perpetually unruly, and his gray clothing appeared rather dingy, as if it had not seen a wash in ages. This disheveled appearance was starkly out of place among those around him. Nonetheless, even in such a casual demeanor, old Liu commanded a certain respect. Those nearby averted their gazes from his penetrating eyes, as if he possessed an undeniable authority. Seated at a lower position beside Xia Feixiong were 2 individuals, his precious daughter, Xia Shifu, and below her sat Lu Su. Curiously, however, there was no sign of Xiaoan, who had always been by Xia Feixiong's side, ready to attend to any task. When Yu Guang lowered his firearm and stood firmly before the group, Xia Feixiong turned to old Liu, conveying a look of inquiry. Despite old Liu's impolite and abrupt departure, Xia Feixiong appeared unperturbed, showing no hint of reproach. He first nodded towards old Liu's retreating figure before turning to his daughter with a warm smile, inquiring, "My dear daughter, what do you think of Yu Guang?" "Thank you, dear father. Your daughter is exceedingly pleased." Xia Shifu had long been acquainted with Yu Guang. Though Yu Guang may appear somewhat dull and unremarkable, she harbored no feelings of disdain towards him. After all, Yu Guang's martial prowess and character surpassed that of the previous individual, making his presence a welcome change. "Congratulations, uncle, on selecting such a talented individual. Henceforth, Xiaoshi's safety shall be entrusted to both myself and Yu Guang." Lu Su also interjected at an opportune moment, his words laden with significance. He chuckled. "Ah, Lu Su, your temperament and martial skills are indeed commendable. Were it not for your status, you would undoubtedly be chosen as the sword attendant." Xia Feixiong laughed heartily, his ample figure shaking with mirth. "Uncle, you jest. I would not merely settle for being a sword attendant. If Xia Shi were to ask me to traverse a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I would do so without a moment's hesitation. Lu Su proclaimed with conviction, his fan held aloft, each word deliberate and resolute. Upon hearing this, Xia Feixiong burst into a satisfied laugh, while Xia Shifu, to the side, turned her head slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort and remaining silent. Lu Su, mistaking her demeanor for shyness, swelled with pride, unable to conceal his self-satisfaction. Yu Guang. Come here. Yu Guang, having maintained a composed demeanor, quietly gazed at the ground, patiently awaiting his summons. At last, Xia Feixiong called him forth. This is the Xiamang sword. Now that you have become the new sword attendant of the Xia residence, it is entrusted to you. You must fulfill your duties with utmost dedication. Beside him, a martial artist respectfully presented a sword of vibrant green hue. Yu Guang accepted it with both hands, a flicker of joy finally gracing his expression as he solemnly acknowledged the responsibility bestowed upon him. Xia Feixiong, upon witnessing the scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. After imparting a few more instructions, he took his leave. The sword-bearing attendant remained by the side of the esteemed figure from the Xia household, ever vigilant in their protection. While Xia Feixiong's primary intent was to ensure the safety of Xia Shifu, Lu Su, who had been posturing and flaunting his knowledge beside Xia Shifu, felt a twinge of arrogance, but upon seeing the intruder burst in, his expression darkened. Unable to contain himself, he sprang to his feet, ready to strike. Yet mindful of Xia Shifu's gaze behind him, he restrained his hand to preserve his dignified image. Lu Su hastily offered an apology to Xia Shifu before making his swift exit, the pale-faced servant following closely behind, trembling with each step. Xia Shifu watched the two with a hint of curiosity, and once they had distanced themselves, a chorus of laughter erupted from the assembled martial artists. Lu Su, infuriated, nearly stumbled as he retreated. Meanwhile, Yu Guang, standing silently to the side, kept his gaze lowered, remaining undisturbed. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the spacious room, which was empty save for two individuals, the pale-faced servant and, of course, the young master Lu Su. Please, young master, spare me. If you continue, I shall lose all semblance of dignity. The servant whimpered from the corner, trembling and shielding his face, his voice barely audible. Humph. Lu Su snapped, angrily flicking his sleeve, his fury unabated. How dare this scoundrel entangle himself with little Shifu right under my nose? After a considerable pause, Lu Su's temper began to subside. Could it be due to the influence of Lu Laotu? Lu Su, filled with resentment, recalled the elderly man seated to the right of Xia Feixiong, a figure of significant status who had inexplicably humbled himself to become a mere gardener. How peculiar. Pizzi, come here. Lu Su beckoned, and though Pizzi trembled in the corner, fear evident in his demeanor, he obediently approached. Tell me, what is Lu Laotu's attitude towards that young man? Pizzi, hesitant and reluctant, nodded subtly, mumbling, I am not certain. But I have learned that no one in the Xia residence has ever managed to endure Lu Laotu's stringent demands for more than 3 days. Very well, Lu Su replied, his eyes glinting with a sinister light, devoid of any grace. I shall see how long this boy can last. Once he is expelled by Lu Laotu, I will ensure his ruin. Pizzi shivered by his side, too intimidated to utter a word. As the night deepened, Liu Fan found himself wide awake, fixated on the dog-tooth pendant in his hand, his eyes unblinking. He was aware that the pendant would manifest at the same hour each night, so he remained patient. Indeed, as the moonlight thickened, the dog-tooth pendant suddenly emitted a faint green glow, accompanied by a warm current that flowed from his palm into his body. Liu Fan's heart leapt with joy. He swiftly disrobed and sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to meticulously guide the energy coursing through his limbs. After several cycles, he drained the remaining delicate threads of energy completely. Just give me 7 days, and I shall undoubtedly transcend the constraints of the 3rd level of body refinement, truly achieving the 4th level. Liu Fan clenched his fist tightly, whispering in exhilaration. The concept of body tempering refers to the strengthening and refining of the physical form, establishing a solid foundation for transcending into the spirit platform realm. The body tempering stage consists of 9 levels, with the 4th, 6th, and 8th levels acting as distinct thresholds. Once the body has been thoroughly forged, one must amass a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Upon reaching the physical limits, one may endeavor to construct the spirit platform within the dantian, thereby becoming a formidable practitioner of the spirit platform realm and extending one's lifespan by 20 years. rendering the prospect of living to 100 no longer a mere fantasy. It is only by truly advancing to the spirit platform realm that one can claim to have taken the first step on the path of the strong. Although the ascension to the spirit platform realm may not be exceedingly arduous, many individuals find themselves unable to break free from the constraints of the body tempering stage throughout their entire lives, remaining forever ensnared within its confines. This barrier looms like an insurmountable chasm, preventing numerous aspirants from progressing towards the path of strength. To enter the spirit platform realm, one must not only continuously accumulate and compress spiritual energy, but also, and perhaps most critically, cultivate mental fortitude. As the elder Liu wisely states, the journey of cultivation encompasses not only the elevation of spiritual energy, but also the refinement of one's mental state. An unstable mind cannot endure the excruciating trials, leading to potential missteps during the construction of the spirit platform, resulting in its shattering and significant harm to the dantian. In severe cases, this could even threaten one's life. Thus, the cultivation of mental clarity is indispensable, representing a formidable hurdle that practitioners cannot afford to overlook. For the present individual, Liu Fan, the spirit platform realm appears exceedingly distant. He currently possesses only the strength of the third level of body tempering, making the spirit platform realm seem as elusive as clouds in the sky, an aspiration that remains tantalizingly out of reach. After all, the most formidable cultivators that Liu Fan had encountered were merely the mercenaries who entered the city for supplies. Among these mercenaries, the most powerful were only at the 6th level of body tempering. In Liu Fan's eyes, the existence of the 6th level of body tempering was an insurmountable barrier. This world-revered martial prowess, even in a small place like Stone Town, martial spirit was as prevalent as the wind, with almost everyone possessing at least the 1st level of body tempering, and it was not uncommon to see individuals reach the 2nd level. Most of the green-clad martial artists in the Xia residence were of this caliber. Achieving the 3rd level was a rarity, and as for the 4th level, Liu Fan had yet to witness such a feat, however. He had an inkling that perhaps the 2 gold-trimmed green-clad martial artists by Xia and Side were indeed above the 4th level. Under such stringent conditions, Liu Fan boldly proclaimed that he could break through to the 4th level of body tempering within a week, a notion he would have never dared to entertain before. Yet now, with the aid of the dogtooth pendant, this ambition was poised to become a reality. Chapter 22. Conquering Demons and Tempering the Heart, filled with palpable excitement. Liu Fan tossed and turned in bed for a considerable time before finally succumbing to slumber. The night passed in silence, and at the break of dawn, Liu Fan's habitual instinct stirred him awake. After a night of rest, he felt invigorated, free from the fatigue of the previous day, and energetically stepped outside to commence his morning training. Following the mysterious influence of the enigmatic energy from the day before, Liu Fan was filled with anticipation. If the effects of that mysterious energy were to persist, it would indeed be extraordinary. Without unexpected occurrences, this nameless martial art has undoubtedly been quietly enhanced significantly. With a glimmer of joy upon his face, Liu Fan gracefully executed the nameless fist technique in the open space. Each punch he delivered was accompanied by a low, whistling sound as it sliced through the air, exuding a formidable aura. After practicing the nameless fist several times in succession, Liu Fan had thoroughly loosened his muscles and bones. Becoming increasingly adept at the technique, he withdrew his fists, slightly adjusted his posture, and donned the azure attire of the Xia family before stepping outside with the silver scissors in hand. A hint of anticipation lingered on his face, as he was curious whether the pruning technique of the scissors had also been enhanced. With swift motions, the scissors danced through the air. After a day of arduous training and a night of introspection, Liu Fan's initial movements revealed extraordinary finesse. He pruned with meticulous care, though there were subtle imperfections, hinting at a certain hurriedness that rendered him somewhat restless. However, Liu Fan remained patient, awaiting the moment of natural enhancement, that effortless elevation of skill. Approximately half a tea's worth of time into his pruning, he noticed a subtle shift in his technique. With an arched brow, Liu Fan realized the moment had finally arrived. A surge of joy filled his heart as he observed the silver scissors slow their hurried pace midway through the task, acquiring a newfound grace and rhythm. Although it paled in comparison to the skills of the old Master Liu, he had nonetheless grasped a hint of its essence. Old Liu incessantly proclaimed that practice makes perfect, and that diligent cultivation was the key, only to be met with a resounding slap from Liu Fan's dog-tooth pendant. A gleam of delight, even a hint of smugness, danced upon Liu Fan's countenance. After approximately half an hour, the once chaotic thicket, now rendered even more expansive than the previous day, had been meticulously pruned by Liu Fan, exhibiting a newfound order. Though it fell short of old Liu's mastery, it was undeniably a significant improvement compared to the prior day. As Liu Fan sheathed the silver scissors and wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a silly grin spread across his face, an unmistakable air of triumph enveloping him. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy. Despite the upheaval he had faced and the transformation of his temperament, the innocent essence of childhood could not be concealed. His burgeoning sense of pride was on full display. He found himself eagerly anticipating old Liu's reaction, a hint of mischief lingering in his thoughts. He was quite curious to witness the astonishment on the old man's face, especially considering Liu's typically stoic demeanor. Each appearance was shrouded in silence. Having startled Liu Fan on numerous occasions, such peculiar temperament warranted some regulation. While Liu Fan was lost in his musings, an unexpected, slightly hoarse voice broke the stillness. "Liu Fan, I have been watching you. Your progress is indeed remarkable." The aged voice, devoid of any tumult, emanated from behind him. Liu Fan had anticipated old Liu's silent approach, having mentally prepared himself for the old man's astonished praise. "Though your cutting technique exhibits a hint of charm, it ultimately lacks substance, revealing an unstable mindset." Liu the Elder, with murky eyes, briefly flickered with a glimmer of insight, striking directly at the core of Liu Fan's essence. Liu Fan's complexion shifted, a chill creeping down his spine. After a long pause, he managed a bitter smile, earnestly inquiring, "Elder Liu, how did you discern that?" Liu Fan's back was entirely soaked with cold sweat. His face suffused with embarrassment. The previously buoyant arrogance that had surfaced was utterly extinguished. In that moment, Liu Fan's temperament quietly refined itself, which is of utmost significance in the pursuit of cultivation. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Liu." After a considerable time, Liu Fan finally regained his composure and sincerely bowed, clasping his fists in respect towards the elder. "Enough, continue your practice. It's rare to find someone who can endure. If you hurry me, I shall be left with no one." Elder Liu waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. "Have you memorized the family rules?" As Liu Fan straightened up, Elder Liu unexpectedly posed another question. A sense of perplexity stirred within Liu Fan. Why did the elder bring up this matter again? Could there be some hidden intricacies within the Xia family's regulations? The more he pondered, the more astonished he became, for Elder Liu's depth was indeed unfathomable. Such speculation was not without foundation. However, Liu Fan, maintaining a calm disposition, forcibly suppressed these thoughts and resumed his training. This time, he exhibited no trace of arrogance, diligently immersing himself in the subtleties of the cutting technique, displaying no hint of laxity. Each cut and combination flowed with remarkable naturalness, and the foundation of his practice grew increasingly solid. In a fleeting moment, the morning swiftly passed. Just before concluding, old Liu made another appearance, offering a few pointers to Liu Fan. With a nod, he remarked that the trimming of the shrubs had shown slight progress, permitting Liu Fan to attempt new skills, as there were fresh tasks awaiting in the afternoon. Despite Liu Fan's remarkable advancement in technique after a morning of relentless practice, he found himself even more fatigued than the previous day. Fortunately, his terrifying recovery ability had subtly improved, allowing him to maintain a reservoir of energy. Time hurried on, and the afternoon soon arrived. Just as Liu Fan finished pruning a tangled cluster of shrubs and some rare flowers, he heard old Liu's calm voice behind him. Indeed, his heart had steadied considerably. Wiping the beads of sweat from his chin, Liu Fan exhaled gently, offering a humble smile as he stepped aside in silence. "Now your trimming skills can be deemed to have made slight progress. Very well." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in old Liu's murky eyes as he generously commended Liu Fan. "Your praise, old Liu, is unwarranted. I still have much to learn," Liu Fan replied earnestly, shaking his head gently. After receiving old Liu's guidance, his mindset had become much more refined. Although he felt a surge of joy at the praise following his arduous practice, he recognized that his journey was far from over. "Enough of this idle chatter. This afternoon, you shall learn to water the plants." Watering? Liu Fan, though puzzled by the previous experience, gazed at old Liu with anticipation, eager to acquire new techniques. "Every flower and tree possesses life. You must contemplate deeply." Old Liu suddenly turned around, holding the silver scissors behind him, and leisurely walked forward. Upon witnessing this, Liu Fan promptly followed suit. Pruning plants shapes their forms, and to maintain their pristine appearance, mere diligence in trimming is far from sufficient. The essence lies in bestowing them with nourishing water. Similarly, in the pursuit of cultivation, it is not only essential to strengthen one's realm of practice, but also to nurture the heart, which is equally indispensable. Otherwise, a cultivator may appear formidable on the surface, yet be hollow within, ultimately succumbing to inner demons. As old Liu strolled, he spoke at a leisurely pace. Liu Fan, hearing these words for the first time, found himself unable to fully grasp their meaning. Yet he instinctively recognized their significance and silently committed them to memory. After a short distance, old Liu came to a halt. Liu Fan, who had been deep in thought, was taken aback and also stopped, casting a glance toward old Liu. There, near the deep wall, stood a well, large enough for two people to embrace, rising about half a person's height above the ground. It was covered with a thick, pale yellow wooden board, sealing it tightly. Beside the well were two wooden-brown buckets and a wooden yoke, along with a light green straw hat, ready for filling. Old Liu gestured toward the two empty buckets and remarked casually, "Fill them up." Liu Fan hesitated not. Upon lifting the heavy well cover, a refreshing coolness wafted forth, offering a pleasant respite from the scorching sun. Peering down, he beheld the crystal-clear water, undisturbed by the slightest ripple, with a small bucket suspended above the well, poised for drawing water. Without uttering a word, Liu Fan rolled up his sleeves and swiftly began to fill the water buckets. In no time, both deep buckets were brimming, and he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the labor. Old Liu, with one hand gripping a wooden long-handled ladle, scooped a generous amount of water and positioned himself a couple of yards away from the mid-height flowers and plants. Without any apparent effort, he moved his arm slightly, causing the ladle's contents to soar into the air. Instantly, the water divided into numerous sparkling droplets, which accurately cascaded onto the roots of each flower, leaving not a single drop wasted. Without pausing, old Liu grasped another ladle with one hand, and with both hands working in unison, he soon found that the nearly empty bucket had been precisely emptied, while almost all the surrounding flora received impeccable irrigation. "Did you see that? Just one word. Precision," old Liu declared, setting down the ladle and stepping aside, nodding for Liu Fan to give it a try. Chapter 23. Summer's fragrance. The afternoon of training passed swiftly, and Liu Fan, dragging his weary body, ambled back to his dwelling. Were it not for his remarkable recovery abilities, he might have collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. With his head bowed, Liu Fan trudged towards his abode, reflecting on the day's training, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Shui Air maintained her cheerful demeanor. Standing beside her was Xia Shifu, both appearing as if they had been waiting for quite some time. Xia Shifu was clad rather sparingly, draped only in a delicate white gauze garment that barely concealed her figure. Her skin, as smooth and lustrous as mutton fat, was laid bare to the gaze, revealing beneath it merely a corset-style short dress, the ample expanse of her bosom seemingly poised to burst forth. "You must be Liu Fan," she remarked. Liu Fan quickly regained his composure, though Xia Shifu appeared somewhat taken aback. Unconsciously, she arched her proud curves. Little did she know that this simple gesture ignited a fleeting warmth within Liu Fan. "Ahem. I am indeed Liu Fan. May I inquire what brings Miss Xia to seek me?" he thought to himself, chastising his own embarrassment as he focused intently, eyes fixed upon the ground, gradually suppressing the heat rising within. Xia Shifu seemed to scrutinize him with great attention, her gaze rendering him quite uncomfortable. At last, her crimson lips parted, uttering words that made Liu Fan's heart skip a beat. "Liu Fan, I feel as though I have encountered you before. Miss Xia must be jesting. A lady of such noble stature could hardly be someone I might chance upon." "Perhaps you are mistaken," Liu Fan responded calmly, his eyes lowered, avoiding her gaze. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Shifu continued, "Then, have you ever visited the pond outside the town?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Liu Fan, though he masked it well. "The pond outside the town? Which one does Miss Xia refer to? I have only played in the pond at the foot of the mountain." In the shadows, Paizi scoffed quietly before stealthily retreating from the corner. "Water, do you think Liu Fan can swim?" Xia Shifu inquired seemingly at random, though her steps faltered slightly. "Miss, why do you ask such a thing?" "I cannot say for certain," Water replied. "You did not inquire about it earlier." With no one around, Shui Air playfully hopped alongside Xia Shifu, speaking nonchalantly. Having grown up together, the two often exhibited a master-servant dynamic in the presence of others. Yet in private, their camaraderie was refreshingly wild. "It's nothing," Just a casual inquiry. Xia Shifu blushed slightly. She too yearned to confront Liu Fan about that night. But uncertainty held her back, compounded by her own feminine emotions. After all, it was the first time a man had touched her in such a manner, and it had felt surprisingly pleasant. Miss, look. You've only been away for a brief moment, and that Lu Su is already in a frenzy. Humph. Who does he think he is? Shui Er leaped in front of Xia Shifu, pointing at a distance where Lu Su was animatedly berating someone, utterly devoid of grace. Lu Su was a nickname Shui Er had privately given him, likening him to a fly in a latrine, and both girls held him in disdain. Women possess keen observational skills, and Lu Su was merely a pretender with a villainous facade. Xia Shifu stifled a smile and playfully tapped Shui Er on the head. Shui Er, be careful not to let him overhear. They attempted to evade Lu Su, but to their surprise, he spotted Xia Shifu immediately. His face lighting up with delight as he hurried over, showering her with unwelcome flattery. This behavior caused Xia Shifu to frown, and after much effort, she finally managed to send him away. Meanwhile, Liu Fan had mentally prepared for any potential confrontation with Lu Su. As the day wore on without any sign of retaliation from Lu Su, he felt a slight sense of relief, yet remained cautiously vigilant. Liu Fan dedicated yet another day to his cultivation. To the eyes of others, it appeared as mere labor, yet Liu Fan understood that he was engaging in profound practice. The garden was expansive, occasionally graced by the presence of affluent ladies who came to admire the blooms, blissfully unaware of the unremarkable Liu Fan, who relished the solitude. Under the enigmatic influence of the dogtooth pendant, Liu Fan's progress was rapid. He could tend to a vast area of plants in a single morning. However, throughout his cultivation, he had never encountered the old man Liu, nor did he concern himself with such matters. In the interludes between his training and menial tasks, Liu Fan quietly sought to glean information about Xia and's daily habits. Yet, no matter where he went, two golden-edged, green-clad warriors shadowed him relentlessly, even accompanying him to the restroom. Such was the lewdness of Xian, leaving Liu Fan with no opportunity to act. However, on one fortuitous occasion, Liu Fan stumbled upon a vital piece of information. If there was any vulnerability in Xian, it would be during a particular moment. A cold smile curled upon Liu Fan's lips as he cast the last scoop of water from his ladle into the air, directing 4 streams of water with precision to the roots of the plants, a display of considerable skill. Yet, just as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he was struck by a sudden realization and decided against lingering, hastily departing. It was not until Xian had moved a considerable distance away that Liu Fan felt 2 piercing gazes gradually withdraw from him. With a heavy sigh of relief, he realized that his back was completely drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to strike, but was ultimately restrained by the intimidation of the golden-edged green-clad figures. Only after enhancing his strength did Liu Fan come to realize the terrifying nature of those who had reached the 4th stage of body refinement. The subtle sense of threat, though not fully manifested, made him acutely aware that the 2 individuals clad in gold-trimmed green were certainly above that level. Should he engage them head-on, he would possess no chance of victory. It appeared they had indeed held back initially. Following this unsettling episode, Liu Fan was engulfed by a profound sense of crisis, and the urge to grow stronger intensified, leading him to train with unwavering diligence, to the extent that even old Liu was secretly astonished. At last, 3 hurried days passed, and Liu Fan encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. In the darkness of night, he sat cross-legged, his body bare, as the last warm current coursed through him. A delightful tremor enveloped his entire being, a sensation that surged from deep within, as if every cell in his body were joyfully expanding. Unable to restrain himself, Liu Fan let out an involuntary sound of pleasure amidst the pleasurable tremors. As the frequency of the quaking heightened, it ultimately reached its zenith, and Liu Fan's physical form transcended the confines of the 3rd stage of body refinement. With a sudden jolt, a misty white gas began to naturally manifest above his dantian, gradually fusing and coalescing into a swirling vortex that spun slowly. In Chapter 24, as old Liu departed, Liu Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that he could see remarkably well in the darkness, while his sensitivity had increased significantly. His strength and speed had more than doubled. And most importantly, he had finally acquired his own spiritual power. This time, there were no keratinous substances manifesting on Liu Fan's body. Instead, he underwent a transformation of skin. With a sudden jolt, Liu Fan's body shed its old skin, which fluttered down like autumn leaves, revealing a copper-hued dermis beneath, unmarred by scars that had previously adorned his form. The flawless, copper-toned skin radiated a palpable sense of strength, the latent power within him eliciting astonishment. As Liu Fan shifted his body slightly, it appeared as if he had inexplicably gained several inches in height, now standing tall among his peers, exuding a robust and masculine aura. With a graceful motion of his fingers, he seemed to summon an invisible force, drawing forth a stream of spiritual energy that flowed unimpeded into his being. This energy, somewhat cold and turbulent, surged through his meridians with a raw intensity, causing a twinge of discomfort as it tore through his channels. Yet, it ultimately converged at the cyclone within him. The rotation of this cyclone accelerated dramatically, and soon, the pale yellow spiritual energy was refined into a droplet of azure liquid, no larger than a grain of rice, cascading into his dantian. Is this the essence of spiritual power? Liu Fan turned his focus inward, quietly attuning to the azure droplet. Recognizing that the energy contained within had now become an integral part of his being, ready to be summoned at will. A smile graced Liu Fan's lips. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exquisite. Xian, your demise is imminent. A fleeting thought of malice crossed his mind before he swiftly reined it in. After half an hour, Liu Fan found that he could no longer condense spiritual power, having accumulated a total of 11 droplets of azure liquid suspended above his dantian. He smiled contentedly, satisfied with his progress. After everything was set right, Liu Fan, holding the dog-toothed jade, fell into a deep slumber. As another night passed, with the dawn breaking, Liu Fan opened his eyes wide and leaped from his bed. Following a refreshing wash, he commenced his morning exercises with unwavering diligence. Once all was in order, Liu Fan immersed himself in a day of training. Today, old Liu made his entrance later than usual, appearing just as Liu Fan was nearing the end of his morning practice. Liu Fan, you have made considerable progress, old Liu remarked, suddenly materializing behind him. As was his custom, Liu Fan had grown accustomed to old Liu's peculiar style of arrival. However, today, there was an unusual tone in old Liu's voice. A blend of satisfaction tinged with a hint of bitterness. I owe my learning to you, old Liu, Liu Fan replied. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must avoid excessive entanglements if one wishes to reach the pinnacle. Old Liu paused, turning to gaze at the distant well, and continued, though your aptitude is merely average, your character is exceptional. It is indeed fate that allows me to meet you. With a sudden turn, old Liu tossed an object towards Liu Fan, saying, take this. When your strength is sufficient, you will know how to seek me. Farewell. Liu Fan's eyes only caught a glimpse of a blurred object hurtling towards him. The force of the wind was fierce, and with all his might, he barely managed to catch it, feeling a jolt that nearly numbed his grip. How could old Liu possess such strength with a mere toss? Without a moment to inspect the object in his hand, Liu Fan hurriedly glanced around. But apart from the rustling of the wind and grass, there was no sign of old Liu anywhere. Liu Lao. Liu Fan's gaze flickered as he gently called out, though the words thank you remained buried deep within his heart. After standing in quiet contemplation for a moment longer, Liu Fan lowered his head to examine the object in his hand. It was a miniature plaque, 2 fingers wide and half a foot long, with a subtle brown hue that exuded an antique charm. Upon it was inscribed a single ancient character that Liu Fan could not decipher, its simplicity and antiquity radiating a profound aura. The plaque felt somewhat weighty at its grip, cold to the touch, its material a mystery to him. Liu Fan waited briefly, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he mused inwardly. What could Liu Lao's true identity be? Might this gift be an invitation for me to join him? Not dwelling on it for long, Liu Fan tucked the plaque into his bosom, his demeanor returning to normal. As night fell, Liu Fan lay fully clothed upon his bed, his eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly. Yet, he was far from asleep. He remained acutely aware. The airflow from the dog-tooth pendant had unexpectedly transformed into 4 streams, while the spiritual energy within him coalesced into 15 droplets, marking a modest increase in his strength. Simultaneously, in a considerably larger room where the lights had not been turned on, darkness enveloped the space, save for the faint glow of moonlight illuminating the interior. At the center of the room stood a young figure, his expression impassive and eyes cast downward. This individual was none other than Yu Guang. In the shadows, Yu Guang slowly shed his shirt, revealing a well-toned physique and a left arm wrapped in bandages. He remained silent, methodically unraveling the layers of binding. Gradually revealing the arm beneath, where a crimson hue began to subtly emerge in the darkness. Only a glimpse revealed that Yu Guang's left arm, from elbow to shoulder, was entirely drenched in a vivid crimson, resembling a bloodied hand. Frighteningly, the appearance of that arm was not one of injury, but rather exuded an aura of formidable strength. After unwrapping the bandages he held, Yu Guang moved his arm slightly. The scarlet limb, seemingly untouched by air for ages, pulsated rhythmically as if it were breathing, a bizarre spectacle indeed. Yu Guang exhaled slowly, seated at the table with his eyes downcast, as a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. This night marked the hour of vengeance. As the clock struck 3, the night deepened, and the crescent moon hanging in the sky appeared shrouded in a veil of murky red. Within the confines of Liu Fan's dwelling, the rhythmic sound of breathing had vanished, leaving the space eerily empty, with only a disheveled garment of azure left upon the neatly made bed. Meanwhile, the subtle scent of blood within Yu Guang's room had quietly dissipated. Within the summer residence, in the garden, a shadowy figure darted swiftly through the flowering thickets. This figure, rather gaunt with a drawn face marked by determination, possessed a pair of luminous eyes that dimmed quietly in the darkness. This figure was none other than Liu Fan. He had long discarded his tattered attire, for even the finest garments of the summer estate felt as uncomfortable as a coarse hide draped upon him. In the interludes of his training and mundane tasks, Liu Fan had become intimately acquainted with the layout of the summer estate, especially around the residence of Xian, familiarizing himself as if it were his own home. Like a stealthy raccoon, he traversed silently through the shadows, finally escaping the confines of the garden and approaching the storerooms. During the night patrols at the Xia residence, there were indeed many guards, yet this particular area held little significance, resulting in a diminished presence of patrolling forces. Concealed in the shadows, Liu Fan observed 2 bewildered men wielding knives and lanterns as they moved away. With the coast seemingly clear, he swiftly darted towards the ancillary quarters. This section housed the long-term workers of the Xia estate. After a day of arduous labor, the workers were utterly fatigued, their snores echoing like the sounds of dead dogs. Even the loudest thunder would likely fail to rouse them. Liu Fan knew that passing through the ancillary quarters would allow him to circumvent several patrol lines, thereby reducing the peril of discovery. Resolute in his decision, he puffed out his chest and swaggered past the entrance of the quarters, blending seamlessly into the surroundings as he departed from the area. However, as he approached the restroom, Liu Fan was suddenly startled by the sound of muffled curses emanating from ahead. Instinctively, he melted into the darkness, suppressing his breath and concealing himself. Damn it! The evening meal at the Xia residence was too delectable. I overindulged and now I've had to rise several times throughout the night, leaving my legs utterly weak. A weak, disgruntled voice drifted from within the restroom, followed by a sharp retort from one of the stalls. You gluttonous fool, did you swallow the plate as well? The scent is overpowering. This voice, albeit somewhat feeble, bore a hint of strength, as if it were being uttered while pinching the nose. Liu Fan raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a stroke of luck that the speaker was none other than Hu Dabin, someone he had not seen in quite some time. After Hu Dabin exchanged a few heated words with the stout man, he fell silent, evidently exhausted. At that moment, a feeble voice unexpectedly emerged from another compartment. I wonder, old Neo, why has Manager Xia suddenly decided to treat us? I have no idea. It seems some lad offered him a piece of yellow refining pill, which delighted Manager Xia, leading to this occurrence. Hu Dabin responded weakly, though he appeared to have recalled something that left a bitter expression on his face. The 3 continued their conversation, yet Liu Fan displayed no interest whatsoever, cloaked in shadows as he made his way towards Xiao's quarters. Xiao's residence was situated near the southern gate. Liu Fan moved swiftly, evading several patrols within the span of a tea break, and arrived just a dozen paces from Xiao's abode. The security in this area was evidently fortified, with more frequent patrols and lights burning brightly throughout the night, illuminating the vicinity as if it were day. Inside Xiao's quarters, the lights had long dimmed. Outside, 2 drowsy blue-clad martial artists leaned against the doorframe, looking utterly exhausted, oblivious even to the large blade that had fallen to the ground. The 2 golden-edged blue-clad martial artists who typically stood guard over Xian were nowhere to be found. But given Xiao's fearful demeanor, it was likely that he would not permit them to stray too far away. Perhaps they were resting in a nearby compartment. Liu Fan concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing the patrolling blue-clad martial artists. The 2 moved in tandem, their patrols systematic, yet most at this hour appeared groggy, their vigilance diminished to its lowest point. Liu Fan seizes the opportunity to stealthily approach the side of Xiao's residence under the watchful gaze of the patrolling martial artists. He crouches beneath a grand wooden window, listening intently to the eerie silence within. It is so profound that even the sound of breathing seems to have vanished. Chapter 25. Who is the culprit? As another group of patrolling martial artists recedes down the corridor, Liu Fan straightens up and peers cautiously at the window's edge, discovering to his delight that it is unlatched. He swiftly and silently presses down on the window's edge, pulling it open and, with a deft push, slips into the room, quietly securing the window behind him. The interior is a partitioned space, lavishly adorned yet devoid of inhabitants. Liu Fan finds himself in a spacious bedroom, where a faint fragrance lingers and 3 layers of curtains lead deep into the chamber. Drawing from his previous experience, he carefully navigates through the first curtain, producing barely a whisper of sound. Suddenly, he steps onto something soft, slipping momentarily and nearly losing his balance. Startled, Liu Fan regains his footing and glances down to find a piece of feminine attire, charmingly pink, which evokes a sense of familiarity within him. Suppressing his curiosity, he continues through the curtains, and within a mere few paces, he discovers a chaotic scattering of women's clothing strewn across the floor, some even torn asunder. A chill runs through him as he contemplates the scene that might lie ahead. After parting the final curtain, Liu Fan beheld a grand bed capable of accommodating 5 or 6 individuals, upon which reclined 2 pale women, their eyes firmly shut, their bodies entirely exposed, revealing the first blush of spring. A sudden pang pierced Liu Fan's heart upon recognizing one of them as Chen, the young woman who had ushered him into the Xia residence. Chen remained petite and beautiful, yet her delicate features were marred by 2 streaks of dried blood beneath her eyes, and her lower body was stained with blood as well. The innocent girl who had once offered him a kind warning had fallen victim to the unbridled excesses of desire and the ruthless trampling of power. What has become of this world? Xian. Liu Fan seethed with rage, unable to contain his heavy breaths, his eyes reddened with fury, and the silver scissors in his grasp clenched tightly. Where was Xian? No longer fixating on Chen and the other woman's bodies, Liu Fan moved with a blend of agility and madness through the expansive bedroom. At the side of the grand bed, within the wardrobe, Liu Fan discovered the lifeless form of Xian. To his horror, Xian had long since succumbed to death. His mouth gaped open in an empty scream. His eyes wide with terror, and a gaping wound the size of a fist marred his chest. What sent a chill down Liu Fan's spine was the sight of Xian, who appeared to have aged a decade, his pallid skin wrinkled and grotesque, clinging to him in a repulsive manner. After the initial shock, Liu Fan felt a wave of cold rising from beneath his feet. There were others in this room, and he had failed to notice their presence. Gripping the scissors tightly, Liu Fan lowered his center of gravity, poised to confront any impending danger. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the outer curtain, causing Liu Fan to raise an eyebrow and follow without hesitation. The moment the cries for help echoed, Liu Fan understood that the situation was dire. Remaining behind would be akin to courting death. Almost instantaneously, with the second scream of the woman piercing the air, 2 exceedingly dull thuds resonated from the room of Xian, and Liu Fan sensed 2 unmasked formidable presences drawing near. Xia's personal bodyguards, the golden-edged, azure-clad warriors. Cursing under his breath, Liu Fan abandoned any thoughts of lingering and swiftly retraced his steps. Upon emerging from the window, he found himself surrounded by no less than 10 martial artists, their voices a cacophony of shouts and inquiries. The main entrance had already been breached by the martial artists who had caught wind of the commotion, and more were rapidly converging from nearby. In the chaos, Liu Fan's intention to flee aligned perfectly with the tumult, as he secretly hoped for the disorder to persist. However, just as he awaited an opportune moment from the shadows, a captain-like figure among the martial artists bellowed commands, bringing everyone to a standstill. For heaven's sake, quiet down. Liu Zi, take a team to check on Steward Xia. The rest of you pair up and search the vicinity. Don't let the thief escape. Cursing his misfortune, Liu Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him. The sound of approaching footsteps gradually encroached upon him, forcing him into the cover of a rockery. Pairs of azure-clad martial artists brandished torches, illuminating the area as bright as day. Trapped within the rockery, Liu Fan found himself immobile, silently lamenting his plight. Good heavens, Captain! Steward Xia has met a most tragic end. In the distance, a terrified cry from a martial artist clad in blue echoed, as if he had witnessed something dreadful. Shortly thereafter, The lamentations of two women reached the air, weeping and professing their ignorance. The leader, resembling a captain, questioned them for an eternity to no avail, ultimately dispatching someone to escort them away. Meanwhile, more and more blue-clad martial artists arrived, gradually encircling the area like a barrel. In light of his own inability to achieve a favorable outcome, the captain did not allow the thief to remain at ease. After a tirade of curses, he ordered everyone to meticulously search the vicinity, leaving no stone unturned. Before the captain could finish his command, he felt a chill behind him, prompting a jolt of alarm as he swiftly turned around, only to discover two martial artists in blue with golden trim standing ominously behind him. These two had finally completed their assessment of Xian's condition, their expressions dark and foreboding. "Great martial artists, you have finally arrived," the captain exclaimed, forcing a smile. "Worthless," one of the great martial artists succinctly rebuked, prompting the captain to retreat sheepishly to the side. The two great martial artists exchanged grim glances before simultaneously directing their gaze toward the distant rock formation, indeed, the hiding place of Liu Fan. Had his concealment technique failed? Liu Fan, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of panic, his vigilance heightened to its zenith as he clenched the silver scissors in his hand tightly. The great martial artists uttered no further words, instead advancing slowly towards the rock formation. The surrounding martial artists, sensing the impending confrontation, followed suit in their measured pace. This deliberate slowness served a purpose, to exert psychological pressure on the thief, compelling him to reveal himself. Liu Fan was well aware of the intentions of the two men, yet under the ironclad encirclement, what could he possibly do? Soon, the formidable warriors approached within a mere 3 paces of Liu Fan, allowing him to discern the very hairs upon their faces. It was all over. Liu Fan clenched the giant scissors tightly, bracing himself for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, one of the warriors raised his hand, causing Liu Fan's heart to race, his body tense to its utmost. A fire had broken out. A cacophony of chaos echoed from a distance. It emanated from the direction of the west gate, precisely where Liu Fan had come from. Damn it! The thieves are fleeing towards the west gate. The two warriors, their faces darkened with fury, cursed vehemently before abandoning the rocky outcrop, hastening their steps towards the west gate. The remaining group hurriedly followed suit, leaving only a few green-clad warriors to guard the scene. Liu Fan pressed himself against the rock wall, exhaling heavily. His back drenched in cold sweat, his face a mask of trepidation. Had they lingered just a moment longer, he might have found the courage to leap out. A wave of apprehension washed over Liu Fan. Fortunately, the few remaining green-clad warriors were solely focused on guarding Xia and S quarters and paid no heed to the rocky outcrop. Liu Fan took a moment to compose himself, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed it was safe, he stealthily slipped out from the shadowy edge of the rock, heading towards the east gate. Just as he was about to cross over a low wall and momentarily relax, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. "Little thief, halt!" The reprimand echoed with remarkable intensity, seemingly infused with a trace of spiritual energy. Though the distance separating him from Liu Fan was less than 10 paces, it resonated in his ears like a thunderclap. "Flee!" The formidable martial artist, upon noticing that Liu Fan was merely a slender figure, felt a surge of urgency and anger, channeling his spiritual energy to pursue with unrelenting speed. This area of the East Gate was the residence of esteemed individuals such as the Master, the Lady, and the young Miss. Following the incident at Xian's residence, a commanding figure had dispatched several martial artists clad in green to stand guard outside their dwelling. Upon witnessing Liu Fan's tattered appearance rushing past, they immediately recognized the main subject's presence and swiftly surrounded him with weapons drawn. "Who goes there? Halt!" shouted 2 martial artists of the second stage of body tempering, leaping into the middle of the road, brandishing gleaming sabers with fierce intent. Chapter 26. Xia Feixiong. This momentary pause lasted less than 2 seconds, almost a fleeting instant. The martial artist trailing closely behind was momentarily startled, but he quickly regained his composure. A sinister expression flickered across his face as he exerted force beneath his feet, accelerating with even greater stealth. Liu Fan had been subtly sensing the approach of the powerful martial artist behind him and was alarmed to discover that he was closing in at an astonishing pace. A warmth surged from his dantian, and 5 droplets of spiritual energy surged forth, involuntarily spreading and rapidly integrating into his limbs and bones. In an instant, Liu Fan felt significantly lighter, his entire being brimming with newfound strength, and his speed naturally increased. Relying on this swiftness, he skillfully evaded several green-clad martial artists' attempts to intercept him, gradually widening the distance between himself and the formidable pursuer. Is this the wondrous efficacy of spiritual energy? Liu Fan felt an unparalleled exhilaration within, a sensation as light as a swallow, indescribable in its essence. With a leap, he felt as though he could soar over 10 feet high. Such was his confidence, not mere illusion. Cursed be it, he had let the target escape. Liu Fan finally broke through the encirclement and stood before a towering wall, the eastern gate of the Xia residence, over 2 yards high, its surface smooth and unyielding, making it exceedingly difficult to scale. Yet, fueled by momentum, Liu Fan dismissed the height as trivial. When he was 2 yards away from the wall, he launched himself powerfully from the ground, leaping over 10 feet high, his hands moving instinctively as he aimed to reach the top of the wall and flee. In midair, a smirk curled at the corners of Liu Fan's mouth as he thought to himself, the Xia residence is hardly formidable. It cannot hold me. However, before he could suppress his smirk, a fierce gust of wind rushed beside him, and a menacing hand struck out with relentless speed. The attack was too swift and unexpected. Liu Fan barely had time to turn his body, grasping a large pair of scissors tightly and thrusting it sideways with all his might. He was prepared to fight back. With reddened eyes, Liu Fan resolved that even if his opponent was ferocious, they were still but flesh and blood. Piercing them would certainly create a substantial wound. In a moment of panic, Liu Fan quickly retrieved an object and hurled it fiercely behind him, shouting, "Look out for the scissors." The assailant, seeing a white object flash through the darkness, recalled a previous lesson and instinctively retreated, creating distance between them, albeit at the cost of their own speed. A sudden crash echoed as an object struck the towering wall and fell to the ground. Upon inspection, one could see that it was nothing more than a hardened steamed bun, with a bite taken out of it, which nearly sent the onlooker into a fit of rage. Taking advantage of this momentary distraction, Liu Fan swiftly vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the relentless group of martial artists, who had been in hot pursuit, arrived at the scene. To their astonishment, they recognized the individual responsible for the earlier commotion and collectively bowed their heads, murmuring, "My lord." It was none other than Master Xia Feixiong of the Xia family. Xia Feixiong, still exuding an air of affluence, bore a countenance that had darkened from its usual joviality. He surveyed the crowd and bellowed, "What are you dawdling for? Pursue." His commanding voice resonated with authority, revealing the strength of his cultivation at the 5th level of body refinement. Only after his decree did the stunned onlookers awaken from their stupor, responding in unison with an affirming shout, and hastened in the direction where Liu Fan had vanished. How did old Liu's silver scissors end up in this brat's possession? Is he perhaps the new gardener? Xia Feixiong pondered, having searched in vain for old Liu after his sudden departure. A sigh escaped him, for he understood that old Liu was a master of his own accord and could not be detained. However, the revelation that old Liu's cherished silver scissors were now in Liu Fan's hands astonished him, even filling him with a slight sense of joy. Could it be that old Liu had left him a clue? Thoughts raced through Xia Feixiong's mind as he hastened his steps, keeping pace with the others. The Xia residence was in a state of chaos, particularly at the western gate where a fire had erupted, coincidentally in the quarters of the laborers. This was dire indeed. As many fled from the buildings, their cries of despair and astonishment merging into a cacophony of turmoil. The arrival of the martial artist from the Xia residence has brought forth considerable turmoil, inciting the Grand Master to a state of exasperation as chaos ensues with people scattering in all directions. In such disarray, how can one possibly track down the whereabouts of the thieves? Amidst the pandemonium, the Grand Master finds himself in a frantic whirl, yet utterly devoid of solutions, while the arsonists have long since vanished from sight. To the astonishment of the Qingyi martial artists, amidst the fiery chaos, 3 bare-bottomed men are seen darting about in utter panic, their faces etched with terror, one of whom is Hu Dayton. Unfazed by the absurdity of the situation and consumed by rage, the Qingyi martial artists unleash a flurry of blows upon the trio, rendering them battered and mute. Before they commence their interrogation, were Liu Fan present, he would undoubtedly find amusement in the sight, for the trio's garments lay discarded in a corner, with the identity of the assailants remaining a mystery. However, Liu Fan's thoughts are far removed from such trivialities. He is in a state of desperate flight, his cries for help echoing to the heavens. The eastern gate area, upon hearing his shouts, has erupted into a blaze of light, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day, leaving Liu Fan with no sanctuary to conceal himself. He frantically seeks refuge in dark corners, kicking open windows to leap to freedom. The multitude proves to be a formidable force. As the pursuit intensifies, the Qingyi martial artists gradually encircle Liu Fan. Although they have yet to locate him, they have effectively narrowed down his position. You have nowhere left to flee. Surrender at once. The clamor behind him grows increasingly imminent. The authoritative voice unmistakably that of the Grand Master. Liu Fan kicks open another door, hastily slamming it shut behind him. In the enveloping darkness, he spits in disdain, uttering a curse filled with exasperation. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet Liu Fan chose it without a moment's hesitation, aided by the luminous charm of his dogtooth pendant, which allowed him to perceive the surroundings with remarkable clarity. A cursory glance revealed that this must be a young girl's boudoir. Liu Fan inhaled deeply. There was no overpowering scent of cosmetics, only a delicate fragrance reminiscent of youth wafting through the air, which was rather pleasant and not at all bothersome. The room was quite spacious, exceeding the size of his own abode by more than threefold, yet its decor was refreshingly simple. The space was suffused with an endearing pink hue. Even the carpet beneath his feet was of a similar shade. Liu Fan wiped his nose and silently remarked on the delightful ambience before parting the door curtain and venturing deeper into the room. He had no time to squander, for the clamor from outside continued to draw nearer. If he lingered, escape would become impossible. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the room, he encountered 3 tightly shut, sturdy wooden windows. Without hesitation, he selected one and leaped towards it, delivering a powerful kick that sent the window crashing open with a resounding thud. Amused, Liu Fan initially intended to disregard the commotion, but a sudden thought struck him. He pivoted swiftly and approached the door curtain, yanking it aside with alacrity. Brandishing a pair of large scissors, he barked in a low voice, "Do not scream, or I shall end you." The curtain parted to reveal 2 petite figures within. It was none other than Xia Shifu and Shui Er. The 2 individuals remained obedient, refraining from raising their voices in alarm, perhaps sensing a familiar presence in the sound's origin. Upon observing the close proximity of the 2, Liu Fan couldn't help but find the situation both amusing and exasperating. He swiftly tucked away his large scissors behind him and managed a wry smile, inquiring, "What brings you 2 here?" Regretting his words immediately, he realized that at night, everyone retreats to their own quarters, and thus, this was inherently their shared space. Moreover, Shui Er, had it not been for your suggestion to extinguish the lights and hide, how would I have found my way in? Who could have predicted his audacity? It truly startled me. What a pair of amusing characters they were. Liu Fan shook his head in bemusement, cleared his throat softly, and murmured, "I apologize. I am merely a thief." His somewhat somber admission startled the 2, prompting a flurry of wild conjectures within their minds. There is no time for explanations. I must depart from the Xia residence. Liu Fan, oblivious to their thoughts, extended a hand towards Xia Shifu, earnestly requesting, "Miss Xia, I need your assistance." Liu Fan, "You foolish lad, you've truly gone astray. Do you think the young lady would elope with you?" Before Xia Shifu could comprehend the situation, Shui Er suddenly leaped forth, baring her teeth and brandishing her claws, positioning herself protectively in front of Liu Fan as she chastised him vehemently. Chapter 27. Taking hostages, the Xia residence was thrown into utter chaos. As the dominant power of Stone Town, they had never encountered such a predicament. The Xia residence truly embodies the essence of a local dominion. The allocation of personnel was executed with remarkable efficiency, swiftly bringing the flames in the western district under control. The chaos began to subside. Even the clamor at the eastern gate gradually transformed into a semblance of order. At this juncture, 2 formidable martial masters gathered at the eastern gate, each stationed at a critical point, their expressions darkened by previous failures that had marred their reputations. They were eager to eliminate Liu Fan at once, seeking to claim the credit for themselves. What astonished them next was the peculiar order issued by Lord Xia Feixiong, to spare the thief's life and merely to encircle him. Although Xia Feixiong's command was perplexing, those employed by him could hardly voice their dissent and were left with no choice but to comply. A contingent of over 20 martial artists, brandishing several torches, secured the eastern gate area with utmost vigilance. Even at the foot of the towering walls, a substantial number of guards were stationed, awaiting Liu Fan to emerge on his own. Despite the multitude of rooms within the Xia residence, they could not withstand the thorough search conducted by the Qingyi martial artists. In no time, many rooms, including that of Xia Feixiong himself, were thoroughly inspected. Eventually, The search party zeroed in on the exterior of Xia Shifu's chamber, where dozens of men silently surrounded the dark, unlit dwelling, anticipating the arrival of Xia Feixiong. Before long, Xia Feixiong hurriedly arrived, accompanied by a young gentleman, Lu Su. To their distant rear trailed a noble woman and a charming young lady, who appeared to be nearly the same age as Xia Shifu. "Let me in, my dear girl," the old man urged. With a heart full of concern for his daughter, Xia Feixiong pushed through the crowd and strode purposefully towards Xia Shifu's room. Beside him, the martial artist Dawusher hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him, exclaiming, "My lord, the thief is cunning and may have laid a trap. If you rush in, it could be perilous. What a useless bunch. What do I have you here for? Cowards." Xia Feixiong showed no regard for Dawusher's words, rebuking him loudly, clearly displeased with their performance that night. "Uncle, caution is paramount. Xiao Shi is still inside. If we pressure the thief, who knows what unforeseen consequences may arise?" Lu Su interjected, fanning himself as he offered his counsel. The surrounding martial artists were momentarily taken aback. They had been in a state of chaos and had not noticed that Yu Guang had yet to make an appearance. Before long, a figure emerged nearby, clasping his fists in respect, and reported, "My lord, the quarters of the sword attendant Yu Guang are empty. The bedding remains untouched, with only a few remnants of bandages left on the table." Upon finishing, he produced several strands of black and red bandages from his robe, presenting them before Xia Feixiong. After a brief glance, Xia Feixiong said nothing further, merely huffing and waving his hand to dismiss the man. At that moment, a petite noblewoman and a charming lady approached Xia Feixiong from behind. Observing the tense atmosphere, they sighed delicately, particularly the charming lady, whose alluring gaze captivated the surrounding martial artists, causing them to swallow hard. The noblewoman was, of course, Lin Shi, Xia Shifu's mother, while the charming lady was Wang Dyer, Xia Feixiong's new love interest, who was not much older than Xia Shifu and possessed an enchanting beauty, a figure to entice, and an irresistible charm. "Feixiong, where is Xiao Shi?" Lin Shi arrived first, her anxious demeanor reflecting profound maternal affection, as concern for Xia Shifu's safety manifested in her reddened eyes. Before Xia Feixiong could respond, the charming lady Wang Dyer sweetly interjected, "Sister Lin Shi, you worry too much. Little Shimmy is blessed and will surely be safe." Her gaze, sharp as lightning, subtly swept across Lu Su's face, causing him to involuntarily tremble, his body restless as he thought, even more alluring than little Shimmy. At that moment, Xia Feixiong was too preoccupied with worry for his daughter's safety to indulge in flirtation with Wang Dyer. The presence of two women contributing to the chaos only heightened his irritation, prompting him to exclaim, "It's already chaotic enough here. What trouble do you two women intend to add?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dyer pouted slightly, feigning hurt as she turned away, her affected charm igniting the desires of the nearby warriors. Lu Su, even in his attempt to fan himself, appeared somewhat awkward, nearly drooling at the sight. If not for Xia Feixiong's urgent calls from outside, Xia Shifu would have remained silent. Once she sensed the atmosphere was amiss, she spoke soothingly to calm the situation. As the external chaos subsided slightly, Liu Fan managed a wry smile, saying, "Miss Xia, the people from the Xia residence are outside. You ought to assist me in getting out now." With no room for refusal, Xia Shifu responded with a gentle smile, her beauty captivating the air around them, leaving Liu Fan momentarily breathless. Quickly regaining his composure, he forced a sheepish grin, yet his steps continued to draw closer to Xia Shifu. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted to Liu Fan's nostrils, an enticing floral aroma. It was evening, and despite having risen only recently, Xia Shifu donned nothing but a loose pink nightgown, with a hastily thrown white robe over it, left untied, revealing much of her snowy figure before Liu Fan's eyes. Her lovely cheeks were tinted with a faint blush, rendering her particularly captivating. "Miss Xia, might I trouble you to dress appropriately?" Liu Fan gently turned slightly aside, patiently awaiting Xia Shifu as she rustled to put on her garments. Once she was decently attired, he turned to her side, his thoughts resolute. With a soft voice, he uttered, "I beg your pardon." Upon speaking, Liu Fan raised his hands, reaching around from behind her. His left hand rested upon Xia Shifu's delicate waist, while his right hand grazed her smooth neck, feigning a gesture of restraint. The moment his fingers made contact with her soft skin, a rush of warmth surged through him. The exquisite sensation coupled with her intoxicating fragrance was utterly beguiling. Such close proximity to Xia Shifu stirred feelings within Liu Fan, that even his considerable self-control struggled to contain. He pondered how he might fare if she were entirely unclothed. Fortunately, Liu Fan possessed a steadfast heart, bolstered by the training from the old master Liu, which had cultivated a greater resilience in his spirit. He focused intently, channeling his awareness inward, suppressing any fervent thoughts, and soon he cast aside the chaotic musings. Achieving a state of tranquil detachment, Liu Fan swiftly returned to a state of normalcy, much to Xia Shifu's surprise. However, she gave it little thought, merely blushing slightly as she gently remarked, "Could you please be a bit gentler? I apologize." Liu Fan quickly expressed his regret, loosening his grip slightly, though his hand remained resting on Xia Shifu's delicate neck. Once everything was settled, Liu Fan nodded softly and said, "Let us go." Outside, silence enveloped the group, anxiety gradually etching itself onto their faces, particularly that of Xia Feixiong, who became increasingly agitated after just a short while. Just as the tension in the atmosphere reached a near breaking point, the door to Xia Shifu's room creaked open, revealing her. The crowd's expressions brightened momentarily, but their joy quickly faded upon noticing the large hand resting on Xia Shifu's pristine neck. Xia Feixiong, unable to contain himself, moved as if to charge forward, while Lin Shi, her eyes reddened, called out urgently and followed suit. "Stop! Don't force my hand." Liu Fan's voice emerged from behind Xia Shifu, and the grip around her neck seemed to tighten imperceptibly. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of madness. Upon hearing this, both individuals halted in shock, Xia Feixiong trembling with a mix of astonishment and fury. Liu Fan had initially considered using large scissors, but fearing he might inadvertently harm Xia Shifu, he had resorted to this desperate act, knowing that without a semblance of madness, escape would be implausible. "I am the new gardener, Liu Fan." Liu's eyes glinted with malice as he immediately discerned Liu Fan's identity, his gaze fixated on him with palpable resentment. Truly inhumane. The depths of human nature are unfathomable. The martial artist beside him expressed his astonishment, clearly taken aback by the remarkable capabilities of a mere gardener. Upon hearing this, Xia Feixiong cast a profound glance at Liu Fan, recalling the silver shears he once held, leading him to speculate on the deep connection Liu Fan shared with the old man Liu. At that moment, he became convinced that Liu Fan was no ordinary individual, prompting a measure of calmness to wash over him as thoughts began to churn within his mind. Chapter 28. Departing from the Xia residence in the face of the astonishment and even anger emanating from the crowd, Liu Fan remained utterly unconcerned. He shouted at Xia Feixiong, "Xia Feixiong, do you value your daughter's life? If you have any sense, instruct your people to keep their distance." His unreserved scolding incited an immediate fury in Xia Feixiong, whose countenance turned a shade of green. However, with Xia Shifu held captive, he found himself utterly powerless, forcing him to swallow his indignation. With a wave of his hand, he muttered, "You all may leave." Xia Feixiong's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes seemingly ablaze with wrath as he contemplated Xia Shifu's safety. It was indeed a desperate measure. With Xia Feixiong irate to such an extent, the martial artist in green could offer no further words of protest. He solemnly acknowledged the command and departed without hesitation, yet he did not stray too far, remaining a mere 10 paces away, observing silently. Liu Fan, lowering his demeanor, noted that although Xia Feixiong was still brimming with anger, the intensity of his rage had begun to dissipate. After a moment, Xia Feixiong let out a heavy grunt and directly stated, "Just tell me, what do you require for the release of my daughter?" To which Liu Fan gently shook his head, responding with gravitas, "My demands are not exorbitant. I merely wish to depart from Shirtu town in peace." "Certainly." Xia Feixiong was remarkably decisive, agreeing almost without a moment's thought. Liu Fan, unfazed, continued, "For my safety, I require Miss Xia to accompany me for a while. Once I confirm my safety." "Impossible." Before Liu Fan could finish, Xia Feixiong resolutely dismissed the notion. Master Xia, I fear you have no choice." Liu Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head gently. Meanwhile, Xia Shifu, whom he was holding as a hostage, remained silent, adhering to their prior agreement. Liu Fan had insisted on this arrangement to avoid any unforeseen complications, and although Xia Shifu was visibly agitated, she uttered not a word. "You." Xia Feixiong, observing Liu Fan's demeanor, could not contain his anger, trembling all over, struggling to find his voice. After a considerable pause, once he had steadied his emotions, Liu Fan languidly remarked, "Are you afraid, Master Xia, that I might renege on our agreement?" Liu Fan had contemplated making a solemn vow, But remembering that Xiao's demise was inextricably linked to himself, he deemed such oaths a mere waste of breath. Of course, Xia Feixiong huffed heavily, clearly regarding Liu Fan's words with profound disdain. Your disbelief is of no consequence. I shall be blunt. I've long desired to eliminate that scoundrel Xiaoan, and tonight shall mark his end. I alone shall bear the consequences of my actions, and my feud with him shall not implicate anyone else. Rest assured. Xia Feixiong was aware of Xiaoan's death, yet having not witnessed the corpse himself, he could not ascertain the veracity of Liu Fan's claims. However, when it came to the act of murder, he had no doubt. Liu Fan had long been discreetly observing Xia Feixiong, noticing that his gaze often lingered mysteriously behind his waist, as though in search of something. After a rapid mental calculation, Liu Fan swiftly devised a plan. He would first reveal the large scissors gifted by old Liu, intending to gauge Xia Feixiong's reaction. Indeed, upon seeing the imposing scissors, Xia Feixiong's countenance shifted dramatically. Liu Fan meticulously noted this change, his suspicions becoming increasingly affirmed. He then addressed Xia, saying, Master Xia, you must understand the significance of this silver scissors to old Liu, correct? He possesses 2 pairs of silver scissors, which he would not easily part with, unless... A glimmer of light flickered in Xia Feixiong's eyes as he murmured, unless he is willing. Liu Fan promptly interjected, indeed. Suddenly, Xia Feixiong lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Liu Fan. Master Xia, I am a disciple of old Liu. Liu Fan lowered his voice. I killed Xiaoan at his behest. He claimed it was to assist the last member of the Xia family. Upon witnessing the silver scissors and hearing Liu Fan's words, Xia Feixiong's belief solidified to a degree of 70%. Old Liu's temperament was unpredictable, and it was indeed plausible that he might take action. Yet a lingering doubt shadowed Xia Feixiong's expression. Observing the nuances in Xia's demeanor, Liu Fan seized the opportunity to further incite his emotions, his face radiating an aura of righteous conviction. Regarding Xiaoan, I have recently caught wind of some developments and was preparing to take action. I did not anticipate your assistance. It seems I must express my gratitude to you, young brother. As understanding dawned upon Xia Feixiong, a smile gradually illuminated his features. As Liu Laoda's disciple, there was little left to be said. It seemed that today's matters could be resolved with ease. Clearly, Liu Lao's whereabouts could be traced through his apprentice. Xia Feixiong wished to inquire further about Liu Lao too, yet Liu Fan appeared disinterested. Casting a glance at the distant crowd, he softly remarked, Xia Laoi, if you wish to express your gratitude, kindly have your men open the gate, allowing me to meet my master. That can certainly be arranged. Xia Feixiong responded decisively, followed by a smile. Might I request that you release my daughter first? Her health is fragile, and she cannot endure any fright. Xia Feixiong was a man of action. Once he made a decision, he would not waver. He strode purposefully towards the eastern gate, and naturally, Liu Fan followed closely with Xia Shifu in tow. The distant onlookers, oblivious to the exchange between the two, found themselves perplexed as they watched them proceed to the eastern gate. Had the trouble been resolved? No, the rogue had yet to release the young lady. Had the master fallen under the rogue's spell? A multitude of thoughts raced through their minds as Xia Feixiong approached the crowd. Without uttering a word, the onlookers attempted to encircle Liu Fan once more. Observing this, Liu Fan raised an eyebrow but remained silent, standing still. Indeed, Xia Feixiong raised his hand and bellowed, What is the meaning of this? Stand back. The crowd of martial artists was taken aback. Master? The 2 ladies inquired with confusion, while Lin Shi's eyes subtly glistened with unshed tears. This time, Lu Su refrained from provoking trouble. Instead, a flicker of resentment glimmered in his eyes, and he remained silent. However, the subsequent command issued by Xia Feixiong left him utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Open the east gate, and prepare a fine carriage for this young brother. Everyone else, step back. We shall discuss matters further at a later time. Upon delivering his orders, Xia Feixiong discovered that not a single person complied. They merely stood there, lost in thought. Infuriated, he shook his aged visage and barked, What are you all staring at? Are you defying me? Damn it, did you hear my words? With this outburst, the crowd gradually regained their composure, beginning to allocate personnel and prepare the carriage. Others dispersed, albeit not too far away. Xia Feixiong, feeling slightly content, nodded slightly and muttered, What a temperament for seeking reproach. Although the green-clad warrior may not have been the sharpest, he was efficient in his duties. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a splendid black carriage was parked outside the east gate, drawn by 2 fine horses infused with spiritual energy. During the preparation of the carriage, Xia Feixiong incessantly inquired about the whereabouts of the old man Liu, pressing for any messages he might have left. Liu Fan internally mused, "I don't even know where to find him." Despite his wandering thoughts, he maintained a facade of reassurance, knowing that had circumstances been different, Xia Feixiong would have insisted on keeping Liu Fan for an exhaustive 3-day interrogation. After dealing with Xia Feixiong for half a day, even with Liu Fan's remarkable ability to deceive, he found himself somewhat parched. When the carriage arrived, Liu Fan's face lit up with joy. Under Xia Feixiong's guidance, he swaggered out of the Xia residence, leaving a group of astonished onlookers, particularly Lu Su, whose face was twisted with resentment, neck flushed, nearly bursting with rage. Liu Fan sat steadily in the carriage, cast a distant glance at Lu Su, and smiled softly, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. With a flick of the whip, he urged the horses onward, gradually increasing their speed. "Master Xia, I do not wish for anyone to follow me." Liu Fan's voice echoed from afar. Xia Feixiong let out a bitter smile, standing rooted in place as he watched the carriage recede, his gaze flickering. Chapter 29. The dense forest beyond the town. Xia Feixiong had long discerned from the expression in Xia Shifu's eyes that their interaction was merely a charade. As his daughter, Xia Shifu's slightest change in demeanor was not lost on him. Regardless of whether Liu Fan was Lu Lao's disciple, having obtained Lu Lao's token, he was afforded a measure of leniency out of respect for Lu Lao. However, should he lay a finger on Xia Shifu, well, Xia Feixiong deliberately recounted Lu Lao's affairs to Liu Fan for an extended period, while Liu Fan rambled on, overestimating his own prowess in deception. In truth, his narrative was riddled with inconsistencies, which Xia Feixiong noted without revealing his awareness, choosing instead to observe quietly. If Liu Fan were to voluntarily release Xia Shifu, it is likely that Xia Feixiong would immediately extend a courteous invitation to him to stay. Xia Feixiong harbors his own intentions. It is important to recognize that had it not been for old Lu's protection of the Xia family 2 years prior, their influence could not have expanded so rapidly. Without clarifying old Lu's whereabouts, unforeseen complications may arise. However, Liu Fan resolutely refused to let go of Xia Shifu, insisting on departing first, which left Xia Feixiong with no choice but to go along with the current and reluctantly see him off. Liu Fan scratched his head, falling silent. "You are injured," Xia Shifu suddenly exclaimed, taking several small steps toward Liu Fan. She cautiously supported his frame, rising on tiptoes to examine his shoulder closely. Indeed, there was a bloodied puncture the size of a fingertip on his shoulder. The bleeding had ceased, yet the wound remained deep. This injury was sustained during the chaotic escape, where he had been struck by a flurry of blades. He had been steadfastly enduring the pain, dismissing it as trivial, but upon Xia Shifu's mention, it seemed to throb anew. Liu Fan had initially intended to assure her that he was fine and would recover in due time. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he realized that his formidable recuperative abilities appeared to have little effect today. The mysterious nature of his healing prowess dictates that the more severe the injury, the swifter the recovery. Logically, this grievous wound, which exposed bone, should have healed long ago. But after such an extended period, it had merely stopped bleeding without significant improvement. It was indeed perplexing. Suddenly, Liu Fan sensed that his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Moreover, the moment even the slightest trace of spiritual energy was generated, it was immediately consumed. After the expenditure of this energy, it surprisingly stirred a portion of the vital essence within, gathering at the shoulder to gradually mend the injuries. This astonishing recuperative ability, it turned out, consumed spiritual energy. Liu Fan had always believed that this healing power required no expenditure whatsoever. If the formidable restorative energy indeed drew upon spiritual power, how then had his wounds healed when he possessed none? A sudden realization struck Liu Fan, causing his scalp to tingle as he recalled the dog-tooth pendant nestled in his embrace. He had never encountered anything capable of channeling spiritual energy, save for spiritual artifacts. Yet, having dwelled in this remote and impoverished locale, he had only ever seen mundane iron, with no opportunity to behold such treasures. The thought that his dog-tooth pendant might be a spiritual artifact filled his heart with joy, and he could not help but break into a grin, secretly reveling in his newfound fortune. Spiritual artifacts were coveted possessions of high-level cultivators, their immense worth beyond Liu Fan's imagination, as he had never experienced the grandeur of the world beyond his humble surroundings. Noticing Liu Fan's prolonged silence, Xia Shifu assumed he was merely putting on a brave front, unwilling to admit to his pain. With a gentle smile, She retrieved the bandaging supplies from the carriage, intending to tend to his injuries. However, just as her hand brushed against Liu Fan's shoulder, he suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, startling Xia Shifu. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and chided him, saying, "I say, you men are always so stubborn. If it hurts, just cry out. No need to force a smile." Unable to resist Xia Shifu's persistence, Liu Fan acquiesced and found a large rock to sit upon, allowing her to properly attend to his wounds. Xia Shifu gently touched the area around Liu Fan's wound, first inquiring if it hurt. Naturally, Liu Fan replied that it did not. Then, Xia Shifu requested Liu Fan to remove half of his clothing to expose the wound on his shoulder. Liu Fan casually obliged, revealing his bronzed, muscular skin, which radiated an unmistakable masculine energy. Upon observing Liu Fan's well-toned physique, Xia Shifu felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of red. Just as Liu Fan donned his clothing and was about to utter a few words, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a swift flash of green light darted through the darkness, aimed directly at the back of Xia Shifu's heart. Caught off guard, she could hardly react. Liu Fan's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he dashed to Xia Shifu's side and forcefully pushed her aside, evading most of the hidden weapons. However, a few projectiles still struck Xia Shifu's front, and despite Liu Fan's frantic attempts to dodge, several dark instruments found their mark on his own chest. In a fleeting glance at Xia Shifu, Liu Fan heard her let out a gasp, collapsing nearby, her life hanging in the balance. His countenance darkened, his gaze sharp as lightning, swiftly scanning the direction from which the attack had originated. Emerging from the shadows was a figure clad in white, elegantly fanning himself. His eyes filled with malice. It was none other than Lu Su. Upon recognizing him, Liu Fan's fury erupted. "How dare you?" he shouted, his voice laced with rage. Lu Su, standing not far from Liu Fan, chuckled mockingly, shaking his head in a taunting manner. A smug expression spread across his face as he added, "But alas, without my antidote, you are both doomed." Upon hearing these words, Liu Fan swiftly lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his chest. Due to his resilient physique, several concealed weapons had not penetrated deeply, leaving behind cold, sharp metal fragments that glimmered with a sinister green hue, evidently tainted with poison. As Liu Fan assessed the injury, what should have been a searing pain transformed into a peculiar numbness, indicating the poison was taking effect. "You truly are despicable," he thought, recalling how Lu Su had mercilessly shot at Xia Shifu, clearly intending to coerce him into rescuing her. A direct assault would likely have been evaded, revealing the depth of Lu Su's malicious intent, which even caught someone as cautious as Liu Fan off guard. "Heh, young man, you are still too inexperienced." Lu Su chuckled, snapping his fan open with a sharp click, revealing a series of pointed, lethal spikes, all glistening with the same ominous green. It appeared that Lu Su's fan was equipped with numerous deadly functions. "Is it truly worth sacrificing your life for a worthless woman?" he taunted, drawing nearer to Liu Fan. Having calculated the precise moment the poison would incapacitate him, before striking, he took pleasure in provoking Liu Fan to incite panic, a testament to his cunning nature. However, Liu Fan, after recovering from an initial surge of anxiety, quickly regained his composure. He retrieved a pair of silver shears from behind him, positioning them defensively in front of himself as he gradually distanced himself from Lu Su. Lu Su, a formidable opponent at the 4th level of body refinement, posed a significant threat, especially in Liu Fan's injured state. However, the situation was exceedingly dire. At that moment, Liu Fan found himself devoid of any spiritual energy, while his opponent was brimming with power, leaving him with scant hope of victory. I truly underestimated you. After being afflicted by the serpent fire poison, you still managed to endure for so long." Lu Su observed Liu Fan retreating with remarkable composure, devoid of any panic, and a look of surprise crossed his face as he chuckled. Then, with a cunning glint in his eyes, Lu Su shifted his steps toward another direction, precisely toward the spot where Xia Shifu lay unconscious. "Stop right there." Liu Fan knew full well Lu Su's intentions and could not permit him to approach Xia Shifu. "Oh, haha, you dare to impede me." Lu Su laughed heartily, his pace unrelenting as he hastened toward Xia Shifu, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. He reached out a hand, aiming directly for her chest. Damn it! Liu Fan could no longer tolerate this affront. He leaped forward, his massive scythe slicing through the air with precision, swiftly and steadily targeting Lu Su's rear. Lu Su, however, was already aware that Liu Fan would make a move to obstruct him. With a cold smirk, he pivoted with lightning speed, fanning his hand, unleashing a torrent of green light that surged toward Liu Fan with astonishing velocity. Chapter 30, Infinite Springtime Clang. Liu Fan had been vigilant regarding Liu's fan. The moment the green projectile erupted, he deftly propelled himself to evade the majority of the attack. With a swift motion of his scythe, he deflected the remaining projectiles, producing a series of sharp metallic clangs. Just as Liu Fan dispatched the last of the hidden weapons, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him. Liu had meticulously calculated, launching a relentless onslaught. Liu Fan felt a sudden jolt of alarm, his toes barely grazing the ground as he darted to the side. However, he soon realized that his footwork was not as swift as it had been prior to his injury. Liu effortlessly closed the distance, his sharp fan slicing through the air with a menacing gust, aimed directly at Liu Fan's throat. With retreat no longer an option, he resolved to stand his ground. With a fierce shout, Liu Fan summoned his strength, wielding his large scissors in a crescent arc that clashed against the fan with a resounding clang. Planting his left foot firmly, he unleashed a powerful whip kick toward Liu's waist. Humph! Liu had not anticipated Liu Fan's remarkable speed. After receiving the blow, he struggled to maintain control of his fan and had no choice but to retreat hastily, his steps echoing as he distanced himself 3 paces from Liu Fan. His expression dark and brooding. "If I am not mistaken, that is the nameless martial art from your stone town, is it not? I must commend you for honing such a mediocre technique to this level." A glance at his wrist revealed it was grotesquely swollen, clearly indicating the force behind Liu Fan's kick had not been trifling. It seemed to have struck bone. Under such pressing circumstances, the effectiveness of Liu Fan's martial prowess was undeniably impressive. As Liu Fan stood quietly, catching his breath, a faint wisp of dark energy began to coalesce around his visage. The previous skirmish, though brief, had been incredibly taxing on his stamina. After executing a series of rapid and demanding maneuvers, the flow of blood within him quickened, inadvertently accelerating the spread of the poison coursing through his veins. In that moment, Liu Fan's movements grew sluggish, his mind clouded, an unmistakable sign of deepening intoxication. Liu Fan was resolute from the outset, determined to bring matters to a swift conclusion. His motivation extended beyond mere self-preservation. He was acutely aware that Xia Shifu, an ordinary individual with a significantly weaker constitution, was also at risk. The potency of the poison was evidently formidable, and if delays continued, Xia Shifu could very well fall victim to its lethal grasp. However, in the face of his own peril, how could he afford the luxury of contemplating her fate? "Cursed be this unreliable dog-tooth pendant." Liu Fan silently cursed, casting a swift glance at Liu, huffing in silence. It appeared that he must resort to utilizing his spiritual energy. Let this fellow not presume that his attainment of the 4th level of body refinement grants him the ability to contend with me. Trash remains trash and shall always be trodden underfoot. Liu, discerning Liu Fan's deepening affliction, noted his precarious state and found his vigilance significantly diminished, adopting a cat-and-mouse demeanor. After all, he was merely a waste cloaked in the guise of rare materials and treasures. At last, Liu Fan spoke, his expression frigid and laced with disdain. He had long perceived that although Liu was indeed at the 4th level of body refinement, the spiritual energy within him was erratic and unstable, evidently reliant on external forces for his ascent. "I shall bring about your demise." Liu unleashed his spiritual energy with unreserved intensity, instantly integrating it into his limbs and bones, significantly enhancing his speed. A foul wind accompanied his assault, hurtling towards Liu Fan with ferocity. Before Liu even arrived, the pungent wind preceded him, and the sharp fan he wielded stood upright, resembling a short sword as it aimed a precise thrust at Liu Fan's chest. Liu Fan let out a bitter laugh. Given his current state, evasion was utterly futile. He could only awkwardly raise the massive scissors, barely managing to block a lethal strike at the last moment. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing resonated through the air, and Liu Fan let out a pained scream as he was sent flying backward. Although Liu's realm was somewhat superficial, he was indeed a formidable cultivator at the 4th level of body refinement. With his spiritual energy in motion, the force he wielded was astonishing. Even though Liu Fan managed to deflect the sharp blade, he was still propelled away by the sheer impact. Liu Fan had been positioned not far in front of Xia Shifu, and now, as he was hurled through the air, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood before landing not far from Xia Shifu, his breath weak and his mind becoming increasingly hazy. Haha. Liu Su laughed maniacally, immediately leaping over and planting his foot on Liu Fan's head, arrogantly proclaiming, "Now you understand the might of this young master, don't you?" Trash. Liu Fan felt a heavy sensation on his forehead, utterly oblivious to Liu Su's words, mumbling as he spat out black blood, resembling someone on the brink of death. Humph, I'll let you catch your breath for now. This young master will take care of this woman first. Seeing Liu Fan incapacitated, Liu Su felt a surge of boredom. However, upon noticing the unconscious Xia Shifu beside him, a wicked grin spread across his face. He crouched down, skillfully beginning to loosen Xia Shifu's garments. Liu Fan, barely able to see through the haze, understood Liu Su's intentions and cursed inwardly, but it was futile. Dog-tooth pendant. Liu Fan shouted in despair within his mind. As Liu Fan's consciousness began to fade, teetering on the brink of an abyss of endless darkness. The dog-tooth pendant hanging from his chest finally emitted a faint glow. Simultaneously, a surge of warmth, far more potent than before, surged into Liu Fan's body. Wherever this warmth flowed, his injuries astonishingly began to heal at an incredible pace. Within mere seconds, his wounds had completely mended. Suddenly, Liu Fan's eyes flew open, and upon spotting Liu Su crouched nearby, he seized the silver scissors beside him and lunged toward Liu Su without hesitation. Meanwhile, Liu Su, in a rather peculiar state, was panting heavily and irritably attempting to unfasten the garments of Xia Shifu. Whether Xia Shifu was clad in too many layers or Liu Su was simply too impatient, he fumbled for quite some time without success. Thus, when Liu Fan's scissors came slicing through the air, Liu Su found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Good grief. You call yourself useless and still refuse to accept it? You can't even manage to unbutton a single piece of clothing. What else can you possibly do? Liu Fan's foot unceremoniously pressed down on Liu Su's head, while his hands rummaged through Liu Su's belongings in search of an antidote. Liu Su's back was riddled with several gaping wounds, blood oozing profusely as he coughed up crimson froth, watching Liu Fan, seemingly unscathed and vibrant, casually stepping on his head, which nearly caused him to faint from indignation. At last, Liu Fan exclaimed, "Aha, found it." He extracted several lustrous jade vials from Liu Su's grasp, then stomped down a few more times on his head, muttering, "Since you didn't deliver the final blow earlier, I shall spare your life." After inflicting several grievous wounds, "You still dare to speak of sparing me?" In a fit of rage, Liu Su let out a woeful cry within his mind and, in a fit of exasperation, spat out a mouthful of blood, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Liu Fan chuckled lightly, allowing Liu Su to fend for himself. Clutching several vials, Liu Fan spent a considerable time selecting one that appeared to be an antidote, while the other three emitted a foul stench, likely indicating their toxic nature. Discarding the unworthy vials, he retained the antidote and turned his attention to the condition of Xia Shifu. Xia Shifu's outer garment had entirely slipped away, leaving her clad only in a delicate, sheer undergarment. As Liu Fan gazed upon her, he found himself swallowing hard, yet quickly chastised himself for harboring such impure thoughts. Given her dire state, after taking several deep breaths to quell the rising heat within him, he earnestly began to tend to Xia Shifu's injuries. With deft fingers, Liu Fan skillfully unfastened her garment, encountering no difficulty in his task, and gently lifted it. Fortunately, once the poison dart was extracted, a surge of dark green blood spurted forth, causing Xia Shifu, though unconscious, to emit a faint sound and tremble slightly, brushing against Liu Fan's hand. The smooth, warm texture nearly reignited the suppressed fervor within him, but he bit his tongue, swiftly regaining his composure. As the black blood continued to flow from the wound, Liu Fan pondered whether to suck out the remaining poison, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to gently press it out with his fingers. Once the wound returned to a semblance of normalcy, he felt a slight sense of relief. Subsequently, Liu Fan meticulously sprinkled the antidote over the injury, ensuring that the powder mingled favorably with the wound before swiftly bandaging Xia Shifu. During this period, it was uncertain whether Liu Fan acted intentionally or inadvertently, but he accidentally brushed against Xia Shifu several times, a sensation that secretly delighted him for quite a while, yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. After completing the bandaging, Liu Fan reluctantly concealed her endless beauty, assisting her in donning her garments, fearful that she might catch a chill. Once Xia Shifu was settled comfortably, Liu Fan let out a long breath, slumping onto the ground with a rueful smile. This healing process was truly uncomfortable. He would have preferred an exhilarating battle instead. Observing the restored color on Xia Shifu's once pallid face, He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile, thinking how this woman was truly. Had his resolve been weaker, he might have succumbed to temptation before even finishing the bandaging. Chapter 31. Departing from Stone Town as Liu Fan sat on the ground. Relieved yet glancing at the unconscious Lu Su with a grimace, he spat, exclaiming how close he had come to danger. It seemed he could no longer rely too heavily on this dogtooth pendant. He needed to rapidly enhance his own strength, lest even the smallest of creatures put him in such a precarious position. Liu Fan remained seated for quite some time, casting another glance at Xia Shifu's complexion. Noting that her once inky visage had improved considerably, though a faint darkness still lingered at her brow. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to scrutinize her exquisite features. Logically, after being bandaged, she should have awakened swiftly. How could she still be in a stupor after such a prolonged interval? Liu Fan scratched his head, uncertain of what to do next. Was it necessary to administer internal medicine? Alas, he realized he had been rather careless. Liu Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that Xia Shifu, with her delicate constitution, might require some internal antidote to assist in detoxification. After rummaging through the discarded vials and jars for quite some time, he finally unearthed a small porcelain bottle containing the remedy, which was quite sturdy. Upon uncorking it, a fragrant aroma wafted gracefully into the air. Liu Fan tilted the bottle, releasing 2 brown pills, each the size of a longan. After testing the antidote on himself and confirming its efficacy, he approached Xia Shifu, gently supporting her as he prepared to administer it. Could this be the moment I sacrifice my first kiss? Liu Fan pondered, struggling as Xia Shifu's slightly pale, tender lips remained tightly sealed. If he were to forcibly pry them open, he feared she would be unable to swallow the antidote, leading to further complications. No matter, saving her was paramount. Inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from Xia Shifu, his gaze lingered on her soft, alluring lips. Liu Fan swallowed hard and, in a single motion, placed both pills into his mouth, chewing them thoroughly to ensure they would be easier for Xia Shifu to ingest and thereby neutralize the lingering toxins within her body. Once he deemed the mixture sufficiently pulverized, he gently leaned down, using one hand to support Xia Shifu's delicate neck. Her tender lips parted slightly, exhaling a fragrant breath. Liu Fan, captivated by her faint aroma, leaned in closer, his eyes softly closing. Yet, just as he was about to bridge the distance to her lips, she unexpectedly stirred, emitting a soft moan as her eyes fluttered open. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the flush on Xia Shifu's face had faded significantly, yet a lingering rosy hue remained. In a barely audible voice, she inquired, "Did you see it?" Immediately regretting her words, the color returned to her cheeks. However, Liu Fan, ever the charmer, remained unfazed, boldly declaring, "I didn't see it, truly." Upon meeting Liu Fan's earnest gaze, Xia Shifu found herself believing him to some extent, yet she preferred not to dwell on the matter. Instead, she shifted the conversation, asking, "Is my cousin all right?" At the mere mention of Lu Su, Liu Fan scoffed dismissively, remarking, "I knocked him down. Who knows if he can still breathe?" Naturally gentle, Xia Shifu, having ingested the antidote and feeling much improved, struggled to rise. "I must tend to my cousin's injuries. It would be unwise to delay. Little Shifu, have you forgotten how he treated you before? Why would you assist him?" Liu Fan could not help but feel exasperated. Xia Shifu was indeed a living bodhisattva, selflessly aiding those who had wronged her, a perplexity to him. While I may not hold Lu Su in high regard, he is still a living being. I cannot allow him to perish. With her weakened body, Xia Shifu rummaged through the carriage for healing supplies and took a lantern to seek out Lu Su, who lay gravely injured. "Wait for me," Liu Fan gazed at Xia Shifu, whose fragile form swayed precariously. Unable to bear the sight, he stepped forward to support her, and together they gradually made their way to where Lu Su lay. "Cousin is gravely injured," Xia Shifu lamented, her eyes drawn to the gaping wound on Lu Su's back, a wave of sorrow washing over her. "You have no idea. If I hadn't brought him down, you would," Liu Fan muttered under his breath, leaving his words unspoken. He intended to convey that Lu Su posed a lethal threat to her, yet Xia Shifu furrowed her brow in silence, struggling to turn Lu Su's body. But her strength faltered, inadvertently causing him to breathe with increasing difficulty. In her urgency, she pressed against Lu Su's increasingly cold form, but the more frantic she became, the colder he felt. Suddenly, as she attempted to adjust his position, her delicate frame lost balance, and she tumbled to the side. Overcome with a sense of helplessness and grievance, tears glimmered in her beautiful eyes, evoking a profound sympathy. I truly cannot comprehend you. Liu Fan sighed helplessly, crouching down to assist Xia Shifu. At that moment, he regarded her as a woman of ample bosom, yet lacking in intellect. Liu Fan, Shui'er was right. You truly are a blockhead, Xia Shifu exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sob as she reproached him. Liu Fan was taken aback, slowly releasing his support for her and rising to his feet, his expression composed. Xia Shifu, initially absorbed in her quiet weeping, froze momentarily upon realizing the absence of his support, but soon resumed her sobs, her voice rising softly. Miss Xia, I apologize. I can save anyone but him. The voice paused momentarily before uttering, I am leaving. Perhaps we shall meet again. Liu Fan's tone was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Xia Shifu, highly sensitive, felt a genuine tremor within her as she heard Liu Fan's altered address. It was as if a significant feeling had abruptly vanished from the depths of her heart, causing a shift within her that made her forget her tears, only occasionally shuddering her delicate shoulders. After the 2 words of farewell were spoken, Xia Shifu could no longer maintain her composure. She turned abruptly, only to find emptiness behind her, nothing but darkness, an abyss of shadows. She yearned to articulate something, yet the words died in her throat, leaving her engulfed in astonishment, disappointment, and desolation. An intricate tapestry of emotions gradually washed over her visage. Xia Shifu sat in a daze upon the ground, gazing into the void of darkness. Letting out a soft sigh, have I truly erred? Miss is here, quickly signal. Look, is that not young Master Liu So? How has he come to such harm? Shortly thereafter, 2 warriors clad in green, wielding torches, emerged beside Xia Shifu, their faces bearing a blend of fatigue and excitement. Clearly, they were the first to discover her whereabouts, for the bounty for such a find was exceedingly generous. However, upon encountering the gravely injured Liu Su, their expressions shifted, and after assessing his injuries, they wasted no time in notifying others. One of the green-clad warriors swiftly retrieved a bamboo tube from his pocket, ignited the fuse, and the interior of the tube erupted with a sharp sound, releasing a brilliant flame that shot skyward, illuminating the surroundings for several dozen yards. Soon, the clamor of the crowd surged forth, flames illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Xia Shifu was oblivious to who had led her away or what questions had been posed to her. All she knew was that the wooden figure seemed to have truly departed. Beneath the fiery glow, a team of searchers lethargically sought the whereabouts of Liu Fan, murmuring inwardly about their master's apparent madness for ordering his release only to have them undertake such thankless toil. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts aloud, instead focusing intently on their task. In the depths of the dense forest, in a concealed shadow, half of Liu Fan's face emerged, exposed to the moonlight, his expression devoid of emotion. His eyes glimmered as he beheld Xia Shifu, who stood vacantly in the clearing, her exquisite features equally expressionless as she stared blankly into the encroaching darkness. Could it be that she had taken a liking to a penniless wretch like me? Liu Fan murmured to himself, only to be met with self-deprecating laughter. What merits do I possess to be worthy of such a good person? Though Liu Fan feigned indifference with his words, his gaze remained fixated on Xia Shifu, shimmering with an inexplicable light. Then, in a moment of emotional reunion, Xia Shifu flung herself into Lin Shihui's embrace, and the 2 women were soon engulfed in heartfelt sobs, stirring the attention of those nearby. You are mistaken. Liu Fan gently shook his head, retreating into the shadows. With a decisive movement, he sprinted unhesitatingly in a particular direction. After a few moments, 2 figures gradually emerged from the shadows where Liu Fan had previously lingered. One was tall, the other petite, and under the moonlight, their features became distinctly visible. The man was handsome, his expression impassive as he stared at the ground, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, her demeanor playful and cheerful. To Liu Fan's surprise, these 2 were Yu Guang and Chen Shui. It was puzzling, however, as they appeared even more refined than before their time at the Xia residence. Had they concealed a part of their appearance? Brother, do you think Liu Fan has taken a liking to Miss Xia? Chapter 32. A new beginning. In the early morning, a milky mist floated gently through the mountain gorge, swaying with the breeze, while the cheerful chirping of birds gradually filled the open valley. The red sun ascended, welcoming a new day. On a large brown rock, Liu Fan sat in solitude, his worn garments a testament to his solitary existence. With his eyes tightly shut, droplets of dew adorned his youthful face, imparting a refreshing aura to his countenance. Suddenly, Liu Fan opened his eyes. The darkness within them gradually brightened. He stretched his arms lazily, awakening his muscles before leaping down from the rock. After a night of cultivating spiritual energy and absorbing the mysterious currents of the dogtooth jade, Liu Fan had tirelessly consumed his spiritual energy, activating an astonishing regenerative power to mend his previous wounds. By the end of the night, all his injuries had healed, and he had reaped considerable rewards from his training. Now possessing 18 drops of spiritual liquid within him, his spiritual energy significantly strengthened. Although Liu Fan is an orphan, he does not abandon himself. Instead, he humbly and diligently learns skills from the hunters in the mountains. From a young age, he has honed his remarkable hunting abilities, even developing a rudimentary technique for concealing his presence. Old Liu has remarked that while Liu Fan's innate talent may be average, his perseverance is exceptional, undaunted, and formidable. Thus, Liu Fan's departure from Shirtu town holds little significance. On one hand, he seeks to find old Liu to express his gratitude, while on the other, he harbors a faint hope of discovering his biological parents to seek clarity from them. However, Liu Fan is not a person prone to melancholy or despair. He quickly shakes his head, dismissing such thoughts, and a resolute expression once again envelopes his face, his dark eyes subtly brightening. As the sun rises higher, various spiritual beasts and birds emerge to stretch their wings, and the forest gradually buzzes with life. Liu Fan exhales gently, beginning his morning exercises in the refreshing air. His punches start slow but build in speed, generating a fierce gust that rustles his garments, creating a resonant sound that echoes mightily. With each punch, kick, and elbow strike executed in a seamless succession, the speed and power leave one astounded. His fluid movements resemble the flow of water, alternating between rapidity and stillness, embodying a natural rhythm that is both smooth and dynamic, remarkably exquisite, effortlessly controlled, with minimal energy leakage. Each technique is perfectly coordinated, seemingly flawless in execution. After practicing the Nameless Fist technique 5 times, Liu Fan immersed himself fully, without a trace of laxity. Ultimately, during the final move, a surge of profound insights flooded his mind, culminating in a successful breakthrough of the technique. A resonant sound echoed through the air as Liu Fan's hands hung before his chest, slowly lowering his arms and dissipating his fist stance, releasing a deep breath, a hint of joy gracing his features. Remarkably, Liu Fan's Nameless Fist technique had ascended to a new realm, mastery. This was the culmination of 5 years of relentless practice, each morning dedicated without fail, aided by the dog-tooth pendant, leading him to this pinnacle of achievement. After executing the Nameless Fist technique several times in succession, Liu Fan, with a swift motion, tightened his fist and struck forcefully at a nearby dwarf tree standing a yard away. A muffled crack reverberated as the tree, thick as an arm, shattered internally, swaying precariously before collapsing to the ground with a rustle. Indeed, the mastery of the Nameless Fist technique proved to be formidable. As the gust of wind settled, Liu Fan gradually withdrew his fist stance, a look of astonishment mixed with elation illuminating his face. This accomplishment was achieved without the aid of spiritual energy. If he were to summon such power, even the likes of Xia Feixiong might find themselves challenged. It seemed the battles of the previous night had greatly benefited him, coupled with the refinement of his physique, leading to significant gains. Liu Fan clenched his fist, his breath slightly labored, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly unperturbed by the earlier encounters that had sent him fleeing in disarray from Xia Feixiong. Regrettably, the enigmatic current seems to have pushed this nameless martial art to its limits. After the initial excitement, Liu Fan composed himself and gently shook his head, evidently dissatisfied with the mere completion of the nameless technique. He could distinctly sense that his progress in mastering the nameless martial art had become almost imperceptible in recent days, no longer advancing with the same rapidity as just a few days prior. Especially today, having reached the stage of great accomplishment, he felt an inexplicable barrier to further improvement. It appeared that the dog-tooth pendant was not as miraculous as he had hoped. It could not infinitely elevate his abilities. Even ordinary martial arts have their limits, and one cannot overly rely on the dog-tooth pendant in the journey of cultivation. Self-reliance is paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Fan exhaled deeply, casually wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow, his demeanor vibrant and spirited, clearly in high spirits. He was not one to be insatiable. He was genuinely pleased with the gains he had made. This was an unfamiliar territory. Liu Fan had never ventured beyond Stone Town, and he was completely oblivious to the terrain here. However, as a skilled hunter, he excelled in survival in the wild. A competent hunter must thoroughly understand the surrounding landscape and identify the nearby spiritual beasts in order to use the terrain to their advantage for hunting. Otherwise, one risks provoking the local spiritual beasts, which could lead to significant trouble. These ethereal orbs of spiritual energy drift unconsciously through the realms of heaven and earth. Some drawn irresistibly by various environmental forces, congregating in disparate locations. Some coalesce into magnificent waterfalls of spiritual power, while others rise as towering mountain ranges, exuding an oppressive aura that even the weakest cannot withstand, leading to their utter annihilation. Such breathtaking phenomena are exceedingly rare, serving as natural sanctuaries for cultivation that one can only hope to encounter. Moreover, certain spiritual orbs permeate the rock strata, where specific mineral veins possess the extraordinary ability to absorb spiritual energy, giving birth to enchanting and gentle spirit stones, thus forming rich deposits of spiritual minerals. These spirit stones come in diverse varieties, each harboring immense energy that allows practitioners of spiritual refinement to rapidly absorb this energy or enables array masters to establish intricate and demanding formations. They also serve as a medium for trade. The quality and characteristics of spirit stones vary, but it is needless to elaborate further. In essence, spirit stones are the hard currency of the spirit rotation continent, surpassing gold in value. Additionally, some spiritual orbs converge in primordial mountain ranges inhabited by spiritual beasts, where various spiritual herbs absorb the surrounding energy, gradually maturing into coveted treasures of heaven and earth. Such locales attract both spiritual beasts and semi-spiritual beasts, who come to cultivate and await the ripening of these herbs. Spiritual beasts are indispensable creatures in the spirit rotation continent. They, too, can sense the ethereal energies of the world, thereby engaging in their own cycles of absorption and refinement. Owing to their inherently robust physiques, spiritual beasts possess an astonishing capacity to absorb the celestial energies of their surroundings at an alarming rate, in the manner reminiscent of the two horses that once escorted Liu Fan out of Shirtu town, which were merely creatures imbued with a modicum of spiritual energy. They could hardly be classified as true spiritual beasts. They were, at best, semi-spiritual creatures. Genuine spiritual beasts possess a hierarchical classification, and even a first-tier spiritual beast, despite its seemingly diminutive stature, would be a formidable adversary for the current Liu Fan. The sanctuary Liu Fan has temporarily chosen for respite is situated at a considerable elevation above the ground, where numerous large stones are heaped together in a rugged, winding formation, rendering it nearly inaccessible to wild beasts. The overhanging cliffs provide a natural canopy, creating an ideal resting spot. Liu Fan kicked at the earth, extinguishing the low-burning campfire, and selected several pieces of charred wood before departing from this locale. He was intent on hunting. Upon his arrival here the previous night, he discerned the absence of any traces of spiritual beasts nearby, alleviating his concerns about an encounter. However, should an unforeseen event arise, one could never be too cautious. Throughout his hunting endeavors, Liu Fan has occasionally found himself in the peculiar predicament of being pursued by his quarry. A shiver of trepidation washed over him at the recollection of an incident involving a first-tier spiritual beast, the crimson-spined porcupine. He shook his head in self-deprecation, acknowledging that in regions frequented by humanity, the likelihood of encountering a spiritual beast was exceedingly slim. With his current speed, Liu Fan could effortlessly catch small creatures such as rabbits for sustenance. Yet, this dense forest presented an oddity, teeming with birds yet scarce in terrestrial animals, leaving little to be desired for one's diet. Liu Fan brushed off several pieces of charcoal ash, blending them with three-night grass and mud. He then excavated a pit over a human's height deep, camouflaging it with fine grass, and meticulously arranged the mixture atop. Thus, a rudimentary trap was completed. The three-night grass, inherently devoid of any utility, emitted a dense, alluring fragrance when combined with charcoal ash and mud, attracting carnivorous beasts, though the scent remained imperceptible to humans. This straightforward method of hunting was well known among the hunters of Stone Town, yet Liu Fan found it endlessly effective. As the enticing aroma gradually wafted through the air, Liu Fan concealed himself within a thicket nearly as tall as himself, holding his breath and focusing intently on the trap, his hands firmly gripping the large scissors. Unwilling to show any sign of complacency, After a prolonged wait, only a few birds chirped as they soared overhead, while the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Liu Fan demonstrated remarkable patience, maintaining his stillness. After another 2 tea breaks, he felt a faint rustling in the vicinity. Prey was beginning to appear. A surge of joy filled Liu Fan's heart, yet he remained motionless, calmly awaiting the approaching creature. Before long, a rustle in the grass about 3 yards to his right heralded the emergence of a creature resembling a rabbit, its fur a mottled grayish-yellow. It was indeed the one. Upon its appearance, Liu Fan felt a jolt of surprise, quickly replaced by a deeper joy. Chapter 33. What one fears most appears. It was the Gale Rabbit. Liu Fan tightened his grip on the silver scissors, a fervor igniting in his eyes. This creature possesses the ears of a rabbit and a short, tawny tail, its size slightly exceeding that of a human leg. It is plump and robust, particularly notable for its 2 sturdy hind legs, which are nearly twice the length of its forelegs. Its fur is a disheveled mix of gray and yellow, and its almost slit-like crimson eyes, coupled with its yellowed, sharp teeth, add to its fierce appearance. This being is known as the Gale Rabbit. While not categorized as a spiritual beast, it exists as a semi-spiritual entity, having gradually evolved from ordinary rabbits and infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Given the right circumstances, it could potentially transcend to the realm of a first-tier spiritual beast. The Gale Rabbit is a carnivorous creature, possessing great strength and remarkable speed, with a temperament that is rather savage. However, its flesh is exquisitely flavorful, and due to the mingling of celestial energy within its body, consuming its meat offers significant benefits to those in the body refinement stage. Many Gale Rabbits can be found in the dense forests outside Stone Town, though they are known to be quite ferocious. Capturing one without 4 or 5 hunters armed with sharp blades is a formidable challenge, and attempting to do so without traps could even lead to serious injury. The Gale Rabbit in question appears to be rather juvenile. In the past, Liu Fan would have undoubtedly chosen to retreat at the sight of this unripe Gale Rabbit. However, times have changed. To his fortune, Liu Fan swallowed hard, stifling the growls of his hungry stomach, and patiently awaited the moment the Gale Rabbit would fall into his trap. The Gale Rabbit, with its bright crimson eyes wide open, scanned the clearing warily. Upon detecting no immediate danger, it cautiously leaped a few steps, displaying extraordinary agility. The swift rabbit, with each 2 leaps, would stand upright, arch its body, and rapidly twitch its nose, its crimson eyes darting with a keen vigilance. After considerable effort, the swift rabbit finally approached the edge of Liu Fan's trap, mere steps away from plunging into the pit. Starved and weary from its cautious advance, it could no longer contain its drool at the sight of the imminent meal. After surveying its surroundings with utmost care, the swift rabbit wagged its short tail, a glimmer of greed igniting in its blood-red eyes, and then it stood upright, poised to leap into the trap. Liu Fan, gripping the silver scissors tightly, tensed like an arrow drawn back, ready for the rabbit's descent into the snare. Unexpectedly, just as the swift rabbit was halfway through its leap, it suddenly twisted its body, emitting a frantic cry before scrambling away with astonishing speed, leaving Liu Fan momentarily stunned and perplexed by the rabbit's abrupt retreat. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, terror flooding his features. From the thicket on the opposite side, the underbrush was violently disturbed, as though a cannon had detonated within. A tremendous crimson figure erupted from the foliage, accompanied by a wave of foul stench. This red figure, considerably larger than a wild bull, was coated in a thick layer of greasy fur, its dense red hair bristling. It sported a face reminiscent of a wild boar, yet far more menacing, with eyes as wide as copper bells, glaring with ferocity. The figure possessed a set of formidable, yellowed fangs, robust and powerful, particularly the 2 slightly curved, sharp canines protruding from its maw, each exceeding 3 feet in length, an embodiment of a terrifying beast. This creature was none other than the first-tier spirit beast, the crimson-maned porcupine. Truly, one fears what one encounters. This beast, capable of slaughtering as easily as one cleaves a watermelon, was a formidable adversary that the current Liu Fan could scarcely contend with. Upon its sudden emergence, the crimson-maned porcupine emitted a piercing howl that resonated through the dense forest, a sound so shrill and discordant that it threatened to rupture eardrums, exerting a psychological influence on those who heard it. The swift-winged rabbit, affected by the beast's chilling cry, momentarily faltered, its crimson gaze dimming slightly. After a brief pause, the swift-winged rabbit regained its composure, the red glimmer in its eyes rekindling, its its face contorted with fear as it frantically pawed at the ground, darting away in a wild panic. What rendered Liu Fan's expression grim was that the rabbit's escape route was precisely towards his hiding place. After a moment of hesitation, the crimson-maned porcupine, with a menacing glare, charged after it, its reckless momentum threatening to inflict harm with the slightest contact. Given the proximity, any delay would render evasion impossible. In a moment of desperation, Liu Fan forsook his concealment, leaping forth with a resounding thud, racing in an alternate direction with a speed rivaling that of the swift-winged rabbit itself. As the crimson-maned porcupine and the swift hare engaged in a relentless chase, they suddenly caught sight of a figure leaping into the fray, silent, yet fervently sprinting. Both were taken aback, but upon realizing that this silhouette bore no signs of aggression, they resumed their previous antics of pursuit and evasion. In a state of panic, the swift hare, whether intentionally or not, fixated its scarlet eyes on Liu Fan, doggedly following him. The porcupine, oblivious to anything else, propelled itself forward with its robust limbs, dashing madly, while leaving a trail of foul-smelling saliva, appearing utterly famished. By heaven, what an unrelenting specter! Liu Fan slightly turned his head, discreetly observing the two creatures behind him. Noticing that they remained steadfastly on his tail, his expression darkened. However, he dared not slow his pace, maintaining an exceedingly rapid speed, with each footfall launching him nearly half a zhang forward. Under the looming threat of death, the swift hare's speed surged remarkably, gradually closing the distance between itself and Liu Fan. Yet, even so, the pursuing porcupine's velocity was even more terrifying, swiftly gaining ground despite the hare's desperate efforts. The porcupine's method of advance was quite brutish. Its sturdy hooves pounded the ground as it emitted strange cries, unflinchingly crashing through small trees as if they were mere obstacles, its body as solid as iron, scarcely affected by the terrain. Hearing the cacophony of chaos drawing nearer, Liu Fan's heart sank. With a scoff, he unleashed the 3 drops of azure spiritual liquid within his dantian, which instantaneously spread throughout his limbs and bones. He had finally cast aside all restraint. After the infusion of spiritual energy, a sensation of lightness enveloped Liu Fan's entire being, allowing him to gradually distance himself from the 2 ferocious beasts pursuing him. As he exhaled in relief, he couldn't resist casting a furtive glance over his shoulder. The moment he did, his expression changed dramatically. With a roar, the crimson-maned porcupine, seemingly weary of the chase, abruptly tossed its head, releasing 2 clouds of murky air from its coarse snout. Its powerful hind legs shimmered with a red glow as it forcefully propelled itself off the ground, sinking 2 inches into the earth before launching into the air like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Liu Fan. The swift-winged rabbit, in a state of sheer terror, desperately ground its sharp teeth, attempting to make a final stand. However, it was utterly no match for the terrifying impact of the crimson-maned porcupine. With a thunderous crash, the rabbit was struck down, unable to emit even a cry. Its bones shattered, and it transformed into a blurred yellow shadow, soaring far away into the dense forest. After dispatching the swift-winged rabbit, the massive porcupine continued its relentless charge toward Liu Fan without a moment's pause. Despite Liu Fan's rapid flight, he could feel the violent, acrid wind closing in behind him, a colossal shadow casting over him. Even with the enhancement of spiritual energy, evasion seemed impossible. Damn it, I'm going all out. Liu Fan cursed fiercely, tightening his grip on the silver scissors, resolved to inflict several deep wounds upon the beast, even at the cost of severe injury to himself. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, a sturdy cowhide rope suddenly descended from the branches of a large tree ahead of Liu Fan, accompanied by a crisp and urgent voice, "Grab it quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Fan summoned his last ounce of strength, forcefully kicked the ground, and leaped high into the air, deftly seizing the cowhide rope. With all his might, he swung upward, narrowly evading the onslaught of the crimson-maned porcupine. The creature grazed past him, hurtling away in a thrilling close call. Liu Fan felt a searing pain in his back, his complexion paling as he gripped the rope tightly. Gasping for breath, he cast a swift glance upward at the tree branch and was taken aback. There, crouched atop the branch, was a girl of about 15, her beauty rivaling that of Xia Shifu. She wore a form-fitting orange-yellow mini dress, which accentuated her budding curves, adding to her allure. The girl's soft, wavy orange hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing her sun-kissed skin, taut and imbued with vitality. Captivated by the raw beauty of the girl, Liu Fan couldn't help but silently exclaim, What a stunning creature. The girl's bright, large eyes briefly met his before she quickly shifted her focus. Intently fixated on the crimson-maned porcupine, Liu Fan, feeling a pang of disappointment at his own reaction, swiftly redirected his gaze toward the retreating creature. He observed as the porcupine's force gradually diminished, its speed waning, before it began to plummet towards the ground at an angle. With a resounding thud, it crashed straight into the earth. The porcupine let out a cry, its form embedding into the ground, yet it failed to rise again, continuing its rapid descent. This is a pitfall, Liu Fan exclaimed involuntarily. The place where the crimson-spined porcupine descended initially appeared as an ordinary expanse of ground. However, upon its fall, the earth at the impact point instantaneously caved in, resembling a vast, ochre-colored fabric that tore violently from the center. In an instant, the open space was engulfed in a whirlwind of yellow dust, soaring high and obscuring much of the view. Amidst the enveloping clouds of dust, the piercing and jarring cries of the crimson-spined porcupine echoed, a sound so shrill and unpleasant that it seemed to assault the eardrums. As if the creature had encountered some fierce attack upon its descent, Liu Fan, observing the swirling dust, gradually regained his composure. He tilted his head to gaze at the girl perched on the branch. Upon confirming that the porcupine had indeed fallen into the trap, a flicker of joy crossed her face. She then cast a swift glance in his direction, a light laugh escaping her lips. With a delicate movement, her petite form tightened her grip on the branch's edge, using the momentum of her dive to sway gently, like a fluttering butterfly, as she gracefully descended to the ground. Liu Fan felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him as he realized he resembled a foolish figure, clinging tightly to the rope and hesitating to descend, fearing he might be looked down upon. Just as he was about to lower himself down the rope, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the nearby trees. A surge of caution igniting within him. In that moment, as the girl touched the ground, every tree in the vicinity subtly swayed. In the 34th chapter, Lineage, Liu Fan stood in astonishment as each tree swiftly and nimbly yielded a figure, both male and female, all youthful and robust. Observe their attire. The men predominantly don gray, coarse fabric, fitted short sleeves, and possess resolute expressions, exuding an aura of strength and precision. Each wields weapons such as bows and long knives, embodying a spirit of fierce courage. The women, on the other hand, carry longbows and stones, clad in simple garments and short skirts that reveal their long, taut legs, all adorned with sun-kissed skin. While their features may not be deemed classically beautiful, they possess a unique allure, characterized by a subtle wildness that manifests in their every movement. In mere moments, nearly 20 individuals burst forth. Young men and women are evenly divided, and upon emerging, they exchange signals, though most were solemn expressions, remaining silent as they await commands. Lineage, assemble the archers and form a battle formation. Wu Sheng, prepare the piercing arrows and ready the heavy shots. A lithe man, his physique honed, brandishes one arm while gripping a powerful bow tightly with the other. Standing amidst the crowd, he issues orders in a grave tone. The piercing howls of the crimson-maned porcupine pierce the air, escalating in intensity, reverberating with palpable fury alongside the sounds of violent collisions. Liu Fan cautiously descends from the tree. His complexion pale, he can scarcely fathom the scene of the crimson-maned porcupine on the ground. Even with a multitude of people, they would likely be unable to withstand the full fury of the rampaging beast. After all, the strength of these individuals peaks merely at the 8th level of body tempering, rendering them incapable of confronting the formidable crimson-maned porcupine. After the resolute commands of the refined man were swiftly disseminated, he hurriedly departed, accompanied by 2 sturdy men whose destination remained a mystery. Once he left, 2 individuals emerged from the crowd, their expressions grave and without a moment's hesitation. They organized the personnel, swiftly dividing them into male and female groups, forming an orderly line. Liu Fan was momentarily taken aback, for the girl coordinating the personnel was none other than the wild child who had previously saved his life. Her name was likely Lineage. Liu Fan rubbed his nose, observing her earnest demeanor as she conveyed the orders. Despite her youth, her capabilities were undeniably formidable. Noticing that no one approached him to invite him to join the fray, Liu Fan initially offered a wry smile, realizing he had indeed been underestimated. Perhaps they feared that his presence might disrupt their efforts. However, he quickly regained his composure, shrugged, and found solace in his leisure. After receiving the orders, Lin Wire adeptly organized the personnel. Although many of the young girls were 3 to 4 years her senior, they exhibited complete deference, showing no signs of discontent. Clearly, Lin Wire's standing among the girls was unaffected by her age. A significant factor being that at such a young age, she had achieved the pinnacle of the 7th stage of body refinement, merely a step away from leading the team. Among the crowd stood another young man, Wu Xing, slightly older yet still in his late teens. His strikingly handsome features were complemented by his dark, tousled hair cascading over his shoulders. With a resolute brow, he radiated a brilliance that even surpassed that of the commanding figure earlier. He was at the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement, on par with Lin Wei's prowess. Wu Xing appeared quite pleased with the leader's orders, casting a warm glance at Lin Wei. However, upon realizing that she was preoccupied with issuing commands and had overlooked him entirely, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. Undeterred, he promptly rallied the others into action. Liu Fan observed the assembly of individuals, noting how they swiftly executed their arrangements with remarkable precision and skill. It was evident that they had meticulously prepared for this day, and he had unwittingly stumbled into a precarious situation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Liu Fan subtly shifted his weight backward, contemplating an escape from this tumultuous place before they became aware of his presence. After all, he could not discern whether they were allies or adversaries. Becoming embroiled in their conflict would be ill-advised. Yet, as Liu Fan contemplated his departure, a sudden shift in the atmosphere caught him off guard. Lin Wei, having organized her team, swiftly turned and, with a melodious voice, called out to him, "Dear friend, might you stay and lend us your assistance?" Assistance? Liu Fan stepped forward, observing Lin Wire with a hint of astonishment. Since the crimson-maned porcupine had fallen into the trap they had meticulously prepared, the remaining task was merely to capture it effortlessly. Yet, why had Lin Wire chosen to remain behind? Did she harbor ulterior motives? The girls beside Lin Wire also regarded her with confusion, while a trace of impatience flickered across the martial artist's face. Liu Fan's slight hesitation did not escape Lin Wire's notice, prompting her to swiftly declare, "Fear not, my friend. I harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to express our gratitude for luring this long-awaited crimson-maned porcupine to us." Upon hearing her words, Liu Fan's understanding deepened. Yet before he could utter a response, the martial artist beside him lamented, "There is only one crimson-maned porcupine, and it is insufficient to share, Wire. How can we allow an outsider of lesser strength to partake in our prize?" The others in the martial artist's company echoed his sentiments, clearly unwilling to permit Liu Fan to effortlessly claim a portion of the porcupine. "How convenient for you to summon the porcupine, yet after much ado, you have yielded no results. What a shame," Lin Wire interjected, silencing the murmurs with a playful laugh. She straightened her figure and, with an air of maturity, addressed Liu Fan, "You." Upon hearing Lin Wire's words, the martial artist's expression shifted, his formerly handsome visage contorting with anger, yet in the presence of his goddess, he could only helplessly wave his hand and fall silent. Upon hearing the words, Liu Fan let out a dry chuckle, his expression flickering momentarily. This girl appeared to be slightly younger than him, yet she regarded him as a weakling, which suggested she possessed quite a bit of self-confidence. However, it was understandable. His prowess at the 4th layer of body refinement truly did not warrant a second glance. Liu Fan's appearance was inherently striking. Despite his somewhat tattered attire, his deep, obsidian eyes paired with a radiant smile exuded a distinct charm. Lin Wei cast a mildly surprised glance at Liu Fan, but quickly regained her composure, grinning playfully as she patted him on the shoulder, promising to look out for him. As a delicate fragrance wafted from her shoulder, Liu Fan felt a slight tremor in his heart. He discreetly cast his gaze towards her budding figure, swallowing hard as he nodded with a dry laugh. Liu Fan found it peculiar that, moments before, the group had been so tense, brandishing their weapons and forming a tight formation around the large pit. Now, however, they merely surrounded it, arrows drawn but not released, their eyes fixed intently on the bottom of the pit where the red-maned porcupine resided. The piercing howls of the red-maned porcupine had not ceased. Instead, they intensified, accompanied by relentless impacts against the pit's walls. Even Liu Fan could feel the low vibrations reverberating beneath his feet. The brute strength of the red-maned porcupine was indeed formidable, and it seemed unlikely to tire anytime soon. The onlookers appeared to be biding their time, waiting for the porcupine to exhaust itself, or perhaps for something else entirely. Liu Fan's thoughts drifted back to the leader-like figure who had departed earlier, his gaze flickering with intrigue. At that moment, the dust and smoke that had risen from the pit began to settle, gradually revealing the full view of the red-maned porcupine below. The crowd stared wide-eyed into the pit, and upon gazing down, they collectively inhaled sharply. This pit, crafted by their combined efforts, was several times deeper and wider than Liu Fan's small trap, large enough to accommodate 2 red-maned porcupines. The walls of the pit had been treated specially, rendering them smooth and hard, devoid of any possibility for climbing. At the bottom lay a bed of sharp iron spikes, each half a foot long and as thick as an arm, seemingly forged from fine iron, glimmering with a sinister green sheen, clearly poisoned. From such a height, coupled with the force of impact, even the ferocious red-maned porcupine would find itself impaled by several of these iron spikes, yet they only penetrated half a foot deep before halting further. After extricating itself from the spikes, the porcupine's eyes blazed with a deeper crimson. It then recklessly began to charge against the numerous iron spikes, ferociously bending them with its body, and using its weight, it repeatedly crushed the spikes down until they formed a solid iron floor beneath it. Upon accomplishing this feat, the red-maned porcupine raised its robust head, glaring with its bell-sized scarlet eyes, and in a fit of agitation, it dashed swiftly within the confines of the pit, roaring defiantly at the onlookers above, its voice grating and harsh. As it circled, it did not forget to violently strike the edges of the pit, the sound of its collisions reverberating incessantly. Even though the walls had been reinforced, they began to crack under the relentless assaults. Those standing at the top of the pit felt the ground tremble violently beneath their feet, with clods of earth cascading down, leaving them somewhat unsteady. This creature was indeed ferocious. The blood that flowed from the crimson-maned porcupine was not substantial, and thus its mobility remained largely unaffected. As if the prior injuries merely stoked its fury, a look of astonishment gradually spread across the faces of the crowd, all taken aback by the porcupine's audacity. The thought of its release was indeed unfathomable. Liu Fan, who had appeared expressionless, exhibited a slight change in countenance upon observing the porcupine's reaction, seemingly reminded of a previous encounter with a similar creature in Shirtu Town. However, this one was evidently far more ferocious. Chapter 35. The Crimson-Maned Porcupine, Death. The formidable presence of the crimson-maned porcupine left the young women, regardless of their resolute natures, shaken, as they gently covered their lips, hesitant to launch an attack. The expressions of the men mirrored this shock, all bearing looks of astonishment. Even though the porcupine had not escaped its pit, it had nonetheless instilled fear in the onlookers, marking it as a remarkable beast. Lin Wire, though also intimidated by the porcupine's might, seemed to possess a foreknowledge, remaining considerably calmer than the others, albeit her complexion still shifted slightly. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flickered as she surveyed her surroundings, only to discover that Liu Fan's expression had not altered significantly, a stark contrast to his evident strength. Lin Wire felt a twinge of surprise and, parting her red lips, inquired of Liu Fan, "My friend, have you encountered a crimson-maned porcupine before?" Liu Fan's pallor gradually faded as he nodded in agreement. "The crimson-haired porcupine has been plaguing our Linwu village for over a month, inflicting significant losses with each assault. While we are not overly fearful, the creature is exceedingly cunning, choosing to strike under the cover of night and fleeing at the slightest hint of danger, making it quite a troublesome adversary." A flicker of anger crossed Lin Ware's face, clearly reflecting her ire at the destruction wrought by the crimson-haired porcupine. Liu Fan, scratching his head and grinning, secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, "They believe I wish to assist in luring the beast. In truth, I am merely hungry." Just as Lin Ware was about to voice her thoughts, a sudden outcry from the crowd caught her attention. Surprised, she and Liu Fan turned to look into the pit, and their expressions shifted slightly. The crimson-haired porcupine was attempting to flee. Someone exclaimed in alarm. To their astonishment, the creature was capable of burrowing. Liu Fan narrowed his eyes, fixating on the porcupine's massive head, where its 2 sharp tusks seemed to shimmer with a wave of earthy spiritual energy, enhancing their sharpness and strength. The porcupine's robust limbs were relentlessly pounding against the ground, providing propulsion for its tusks. The force was akin to that of a small truck colliding, each impact against the pit wall producing a heavy cracking sound, with the frequency increasing rapidly. In this crucial moment, there could be no room for complacency. Instantly, the crowd responded in unison, wielding their makeshift weapons to strike at the crimson-haired porcupine. A flurry of arrows filled the air, creating a cacophony, with numerous special stones mixed in, presenting a formidable spectacle. The confined space of the pit proved to be quite constricting for the red-maned porcupine, and from such a lofty vantage point, the onlookers could only observe as the creature braced itself against the onslaught. Midway through the assault, the red-maned porcupine sensed the impending danger, yet it merely lowered its head slightly. The relentless barrage aimed at breaching the pit walls intensified rather than abated, as if the porcupine was determined to find an escape before being overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Soon, the majority of the attacks were directed at the red-maned porcupine, with a multitude of arrows embedding themselves firmly into its back and even striking the back of its head. Were it a common first-tier spirit beast, such an onslaught would likely have rendered it incapacitated. However, this was the red-maned porcupine, which, despite the furious barrage, let out a sharp, piercing roar and managed to endure the onslaught. It was evident that, following this wave of attacks, even with its formidable defenses, the red-maned porcupine had sustained considerable injuries. Its movements noticeably slowed, yet it remained fiercely defiant. With each powerful collision, the ground trembled beneath it, as the creature roared in a frenzy. Driven by the looming specter of death, the porcupine's hide was coated with several layers of spirit tree oil, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict serious harm unless those protective layers were breached first. Lin Weier remained composed, calmly identifying the weaknesses of the red-maned porcupine. Upon hearing her words, Liu Fan finally grasped the reason behind the minimal damage inflicted by the previous spikes. It was indeed due to those thick layers of spirit tree oil. At this moment, the pit wall had been battered to the point of being riddled with holes by the crimson-maned porcupine. It seemed that just a few more blows would enable it to breach the wall and escape. Lin Weier, her brows arching, pointed at the porcupine at the bottom of the pit and commanded, "Shoot the fire arrows." Soon, those around her ignited their arrows, the flames licking hungrily at the tips. "Let me unleash a volley upon this beast." With remarkable speed, a warrior positioned himself at the edge, drawing back his bow with great force. The taut string sang as he released it, and the arrow, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, found its mark with astounding accuracy, penetrating 2/3 of the porcupine's skull. The warrior's prowess, at the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement, was indeed impressive. The power behind the shot was formidable, eliciting a piercing shriek from the porcupine. The flames, fueled by the oil of the spirit tree, ignited rapidly, causing the porcupine's cries to escalate into a sharp, ear-piercing wail. Having achieved success with his strike, the warrior puffed out his chest with a hint of pride, casting a glance at Liu Fan, a fleeting glint of menace crossing his features as he mouthed the words, "You are unworthy to stand beside her." Liu Fan chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes slightly, a flicker of displeasure rising within him, momentarily revealing a dangerous aura. The warrior paused, taken aback, but when he looked again, the tension had vanished. He regarded Liu Fan with a keen gaze before shifting his focus back to the crimson-maned porcupine. Meanwhile, amidst their silent standoff, the others paid no heed to their exchange, obeying Lin Weier's orders and launching a relentless assault on the porcupine. The crimson-maned porcupine, after all, was merely a first-tier spirit beast, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the crowd. Ultimately, before the pit wall was breached, it let out a mournful cry and fell heavily to the ground, its body riddled with a multitude of arrows, engulfed in fierce flames. "Did you, beast, anticipate this day? You die well." "Huh." The crowd embraced one another in laughter, evidently harboring deep-seated resentment towards the creature that had tormented them for so long. Lin Weier was also quite pleased, her countenance radiating joy, while Wu Sheng remained silent, gazing at the fallen beast without uttering a word. I could scarcely believe that it had been so straightforward to eliminate a first-tier spirit beast. Liu Fan looked at Lin Weier, his brow slightly furrowed as he inquired, if it were so simple to deal with this creature, why did the captain previously leave the group to venture alone? While a first-tier spirit beast possesses formidable defensive capabilities, it is, after all, a flesh-and-blood entity. Having been ensnared by the elaborate trap we had set, unable to escape, its demise at our hands was simply its fate. Lin Weier, however, showed no signs of astonishment at his words. Instead, she cast a sidelong glance at Liu Fan and softly spoke. "Are you wondering why we waited so long before launching our attack?" The smile on her face gradually faded as she softly asked, her chest gently rising and falling, a hint of wild beauty beginning to emanate from her. "Indeed, does this pertain to the one who departed early?" Upon hearing this, Liu Fan's gaze flickered. and he nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "It is indeed related to them." Lin Wire gently nodded, her crimson lips parting as if she were about to speak again. But she was abruptly interrupted by a voice from the side. "Wire, do not divulge the village's secrets to an outsider. Human hearts are inscrutable. Be cautious. He might very well be an undercover agent sent by Fomping Village." Wu Xing's eyes burned with jealousy. He had never seen Wire engage in such an extensive conversation with a stranger. "Wu Sheng, I shall speak as I please. Your interference is rather excessive," Lin Wire retorted, hands on her hips, her brows raised in defiance. "And does Fomping Village truly possess such benevolence, risking lives to send someone to assist us in luring the crimson-maned porcupine?" Clearly, Lin Wire still remembered their previous encounter. Once she began to speak, she unleashed a torrent of words akin to a rapid-fire gun, leaving Wu Sheng stunned and unable to respond. Indeed, after much deliberation among several robust men, they had reached no conclusion. Ultimately, no one dared to take the initiative to attract the crimson-maned porcupine. In the end, it was Lin Wire who had to take matters into her own hands, and fortunately, through a fortunate mishap, Liu Fan inadvertently led the crimson-maned porcupine nearby. Thus, Lin Wire discovered that Liu Fan, a mere 4th-level body refinement practitioner, dared to confront the fierce red-maned porcupine. What astonished her even more was that during the pursuit, he managed to evade capture. She felt a mixture of surprise and admiration. Without reservation, Lin Wire candidly acknowledged that she found Liu Fan quite agreeable, although his cultivation level was rather low. Wu Sheng, upon hearing Lin Wire's rapid-fire discourse, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face shifting from red to pale. He yearned to retort, but found himself confronted by his goddess, rendering him speechless. Coupled with the fact that he had indeed faltered earlier, he felt a profound sense of guilt. After stammering for a while without uttering a word, he could only leave in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Liu Fan before departing. Liu Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, managed a sheepish smile and quietly gave a thumbs up, saying, "Sister Wire, impressive." Lin Wire appeared to relish Liu Fan's praise, adopting an air of maturity as she declared, "Liu Fan, fear not. With me around, no one dares to bully you." Liu Fan grimaced, contemplating a rebuttal, but considering her formidable verbal prowess, he could only nod in resignation, his heart ambivalent. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, "Hey, where were we?" Liu Fan sighed and replied, "You haven't yet told me why several people left early." "Ah, right, that's where." Lin Wire's demeanor indeed resembled that of an immature young girl. Liu Fan, recognizing this, felt a sense of kinship, as they were of similar ages, allowing for an intuitive understanding of each other's thoughts. However, having matured significantly after the events at the Xiao residence, Liu Fan regarded Lin Wire more as a younger sister. Chapter 36. Linwu Village. Lin Wire embodies a particular type of person. Once she finds someone to her liking, her words flow freely, revealing everything without reservation. This leaves Liu Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed yet undeniably pleased, for such openness signifies a form of acceptance. Upon learning that Liu Fan had been wandering far and wide, Lin Wire eagerly extended an invitation to him. Under her enthusiastic persuasion, Liu Fan felt compelled to acquiesce, agreeing to accompany her to Linwu Village. This inexplicable inclination to accept her invitation puzzled Liu Fan. Why was it that he could not summon a thought of refusal towards Lin Wire? Was it her beauty that ensnared him? He shook his head, recognizing that while her allure held a certain charm, it was not potent enough to sway his choices. Perhaps there was some unseen guidance at play? As these thoughts danced through his mind, he instinctively pressed the dog-tooth pendant resting against his chest, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. The earth must not be buried. The red-maned porcupine, when entombed, releases toxins from its body, rendering its spiritual flesh inedible. Moreover, this creature possesses the ability to burrow and escape, not necessarily succumbing to its fate underground. The few individuals who had departed earlier intended to retrieve some substantial tools to secure the formidable body of the red-maned porcupine, gradually diminishing its will before ultimately slaying it, all the while ensuring the preservation of its spiritual flesh. However, such extreme endeavors exact a toll on the body's potential. If this strain is not countered with proper recuperation afterward, it may lead to injuries known as hidden wounds, a consequence of excessive cultivation. Should one persist in cultivating without appropriate sustenance, not only would it hinder one's own progress, but it could also leave one scarred, posing latent dangers to the body. In severe cases, it may even result in lasting repercussions for future cultivation. Thus, The emergence of a fifth-tier body-tempering practitioner like Xia Feixiong in a remote and impoverished locale, such as Shitu Town, is indeed a rarity. The absence of individuals surpassing the sixth tier of body tempering in Shitu Town can be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, the majority of resources are monopolized by the Xia family, leaving insufficient provisions for others. Secondly, the Xia family enjoys a life of luxury and has not undergone the rigorous physical trials necessary for advancement, rendering them incapable of surpassing the sixth tier, even with access to resources. Conversely, Linwu village is entirely self-sufficient in their struggle for survival. Its inhabitants are compelled to venture into perilous territories to hunt semi-spiritual beasts and even first-tier spiritual beasts. Human potential invariably surfaces in times of crisis. Thus, their dedication to the path of cultivation is profound. Consequently, under pressure, they continually refine their bodies and, nourished by spiritual flesh, their overall strength surpasses that of the considerably larger Shitu Town, which is hardly surprising. Hence, resources are of paramount importance to Linwu village. It is for this reason that Lin Wei'er felt a twinge of discomfort when the spiritual flesh of the red-maned boar was significantly damaged. Merely 5 miles beyond our village lies our rival, Fangping village, which possesses considerably more resources than we do, thus boasting greater strength. A fleeting coldness crossed Lin Wei'er's delicate features. It is precisely because they are stronger that they seek to seize even more resources. They are, in fact, far more despicable than the red-maned boar. At times, humanity can indeed be more detestable than spirit beasts. Liu Fan absent-mindedly touched his nose, his gaze flickering. "We've arrived," exclaimed Lin Wei'er joyfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon hearing this, Liu Fan lifted his gaze towards the distance. There, not far off, a village unfolded before them. Modest in scale, capable of accommodating around 100 inhabitants. Surrounding the village were various barriers, and at the entrance stood a heavy wooden gate, guarded by a few individuals. One of the guards, wearing a cheerful expression, looked at Lin Wei'er and remarked, "Wei'er, is there something joyful afoot? Today, your entrance to the village is remarkably quiet." Lin Wei'er chuckled playfully, shaking her head in pride. "Big brother, I shan't reveal it to you. Come now, Wei'er, do not play coy. Our father awaits news." Another young man descended swiftly from a towering tree, tall and bearing a resemblance to the previous individual, evidently a practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement. And judging by the energy fluctuations, he seemed on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of that level. Little do you know, today it is our turn to guard the trap, and the crimson maned porcupine has made its appearance. Lin Wei'er's excited voice trilled like a little bird, chattering incessantly. Within a rather tidy hall, several figures were seated. At the head of the table sat 3 men in gray robes, each stroking their beards in contemplative silence, their expressions tinged with profound thoughts. Remarkably, each of them appeared to be at least at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. Behind one of the gray-robed middle-aged men stood a young man, who was none other than Wu Sheng. At the very top sat a middle-aged man with a dignified countenance, his square face exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, a hint of a smile graced his lips, bestowing upon him a touch of warmth. Despite his amiable demeanor, the underlying pressure emanating from him sent a quiet shiver through Liu Fan. It was likely that this man possessed the strength of the spirit platform realm, and quite possibly that of the first crossing of the spirit platform. Behind the middle-aged man stood 2 young men, Lin Long and Lin Li. In the center of the grand hall stood the 2 witnesses, Liu Fan and Lin Wei'er. Subsequently, Lin Wei'er embellished her account with fervor, not forgetting to extol Liu Fan's heroic deeds, which caused his face to flush with embarrassment. "You youngsters have eradicated a major threat to the village. You deserve significant commendation." "Thank you, father," Lin Wei'er exclaimed joyfully, displaying her cleverness. She then tugged at Liu Fan, urging him, "Xiao Fan, why are you standing there in a daze?" "Thank my father." Liu Fan, initially lost in contemplation, could only offer a bittersweet smile after being pulled out of his reverie. Nevertheless, he maintained a respectful composure and expressed his gratitude with dignity. "You must be Liu Fan," Lin Xiaotian remarked with a smile, a fleeting hint of surprise crossing his features. To withstand the onslaught of the crimson maned porcupine at the 4th stage of body refinement. Impressive. The village chief is too kind. I exerted all my strength. Had it not been for Sister Wei'er's timely assistance, I might not be standing here to speak, Liu Fan replied. The delicate fragrance quietly wafted into the nostrils, causing Liu Fan's heart to flutter, yet he dared not reveal any semblance of enjoyment. Behind several elderly figures, a martial artist's expression briefly darkened, fixated on Liu Fan, whose countenance was rife with discontent, even igniting a fierce jealousy that blazed in his eyes. It was evident that he harbored strong dissatisfaction regarding Liu Fan's proximity to Lin Wei'er. "Does anyone harbor objections to Liu Fan temporarily residing in our village?" Lin Xiaotian inquired, surveying the surroundings. To his surprise, his question was met with a profound silence, as the onlookers wore contemplative expressions. "Does the village chief not question his origins?" After a moment's pause, a somewhat hoarse voice resonated within the hall. The crowd turned to see a figure seated to Lin Xiaotian's left, the first in line. A gray-robed man whose eyes were narrowed, revealing nothing of his true intentions. He was a middle-aged individual, similar in age to Lin Xiaotian, with a streak of white hair from his temples cascading towards the back of his head, imparting a unique allure. This man was Wu Fu, the deputy village head of Wu Fu Village, and possessed the strength of the spirit platform realm. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Wu Fu paused momentarily, his shadowy eyes sweeping over Liu Fan before he rasped, "This young man's origins are unclear. He appeared abruptly at such a critical moment, and upon entering the village, he has been evasive about his background. Forgive my candor, but this young man is not to be trusted. Village chief, I urge you to deliberate carefully." The two elderly figures draped in gray robes were esteemed elders of the village. Though their frail bodies no longer possessed the vigor of their youth, they still wielded a measure of power and influence. Upon hearing the words of the others, Lin Xiaotian's expression darkened slightly, clearly taken aback by the trio's united pressure over such a trivial matter. "Vice Village Chief Wu, esteemed elders, I comprehend your sentiments. However, do you truly believe that a mere lad at the 4th level of body refinement could pose any significant threat to our village?" Lin Wei'er could no longer contain herself. With a resolute bite of her silver teeth, she stepped forward to defend Liu Fan. "Little Wei'er, you are still too young and unaware of the profound impact an infiltrator can have on a village." Wu Fu gently shook his head, his voice gravelly. "A 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant's burrow. Our Linwu village is not a large settlement, hence we must remain vigilant and preemptive." Lin Wei'er was about to retort when Lin Xiaotian silenced her with a mere glance. Meanwhile, the two elders seated beside him and Wu Sheng, standing behind him, paid no heed to Wei'er's words. After Wu Fu's admonition, they nodded in agreement, displaying a palpable fear that Liu Fan might bring ruin to the village. As Lin Xiaotian's expression grew increasingly somber, he pondered quietly. "It appears that Wu Fu has forged solid connections with the village's elders, leveraging such trivial matters to exert pressure upon me, seemingly to gauge my reaction. However, this young man is indeed of dubious origin. I fear I may have unwittingly fallen into their trap today. This young man is undeniably enigmatic, and you make a valid point." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaotian continued, "Nevertheless, this young man has rendered significant assistance to the village. We, of Lingwu Village, must not be ungrateful. I propose that we offer him temporary refuge in a vacant house outside the village, which is seldom occupied by the night watch. Should he wish to pursue other matters or leave our village at any time, he is free to do so. Does that sound agreeable?" Lin Xiaotian turned his gaze directly towards Liu Fan, seemingly oblivious to Wu Fu and the two elders beside him. Their expressions shifted slightly, as even the most astute among them could not conceal their astonishment at Lin Xiaotian's unexpected firmness in the face of their collective pressure. Liu Fan had already discerned the underlying machinations at play and inwardly lamented the predicament. He had long resolved to distance himself from their conflicts. Lin Xiaotian's inquiry was clearly intended to compel him into collaboration, to show those old schemers a thing or two. Faced with the choice of offending the village chief over the others, Liu Fan steeled himself and replied, "Very well, I have no desire to intrude further. Your words resonate perfectly with my intentions." Indeed, upon hearing Liu Fan's words, the four individuals, including Wu Fu, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions flickering with an inexplicable light as they gazed at Liu Fan. Wu Sheng's gaze, in particular, grew increasingly frigid. However, Liu Fan remained steadfast, ignoring their scrutiny. In contrast, Lin Xiaotian and his two sons, Lin Long and Lin Li, visibly relaxed, their demeanor towards Liu Fan becoming markedly more amiable. Lin Wei'er, on the other hand, appeared somewhat displeased. After all, she had initially agreed to Liu Fan's stay in the village, and now with the emergence of these complications, she felt quite embarrassed. Consequently, she chose to disregard the others, offering a hasty apology to Lin Xiaodian before impulsively taking Liu Fan's hand and storming away, her irritation palpable. This left the onlookers in a state of astonishment, who could only manage a wry smile before resuming their discussions on how to address the issue of the red-maned porcupine. Humph, those rascals are always stirring up trouble. Lin Wei'er continued to grip Liu Fan's hand tightly, leading him far from the hall, her anger still simmering. Liu Fan allowed her to pull him along, a peculiar expression gracing his face, as he secretly relished the softness of her delicate hand throughout their journey. While indulging in this secret pleasure, he also took the opportunity to observe the village's layout. He noted that both the interior and exterior of the village were designed with defensive strategies in mind, indicating that conflicts here were indeed frequent. The villagers of Linwu, from the elderly of 60 to the young children of 4 or 5, all exhibited robust health and bright eyes, suggesting that their internal strife served to enhance their cultivation. In secluded places like Stone Town, dominated by local tyrants and devoid of competition, it is indeed challenging for strong individuals to emerge. Most people merely stagnate in place. As they departed the village, the two caught sight from a distance of a group of young men, straining to haul a hefty, dark figure bound by several thick ropes. Liu Fan squinted slightly and immediately recognized the lifeless body of a red-maned porcupine. "Ha, look at Mother Leopard Wei'er. She has indeed found a companion," one teased. "Indeed. Just look at that pretty boy. He is quite captivating." Another chimed in, chuckling. "I fear Brother Wusheng might just explode with rage." The young men, panting heavily as they dragged the porcupine's carcass, did not forget to jest about Lin Wei'er, their boisterous voices drawing attention. As expected, their raucous laughter turned many eyes towards Liu Fan and Lin Wei'er. At that moment, the awkwardness intensified, for Lin Wei'er's delicate hand clutched Liu Fan's tightly, refusing to let go. Initially, in a state of indignation, she had not noticed the chatter, but upon hearing their banter, her face flushed with embarrassment. She hastily released Liu Fan's hand, her expression tinged with mild anger as she stormed off. Liu Fan rubbed his palm thoughtfully, inwardly lamenting the loss of contact. Yet, he found a peculiar charm in Lin Wei'er's flustered demeanor, which, though lacking a touch of wild beauty, radiated a newfound innocence and adorableness. "What nonsense are you all spouting? I am merely fulfilling my father's command to escort him to the night watch house outside the village. You are all imagining things." Lin Wei'er indeed retained her wild spirit. Once the initial embarrassment faded, she raised her delicate brows and unleashed a torrent of words, resembling a machine gun. The young men around her were rendered speechless, and given her youthfulness juxtaposed with her significant status, they merely chuckled in silence. "We found this nearby. It should belong to the person beside you." They laughed as they dragged the crimson-maned porcupine into the village. A man passing by playfully handed Lin Wei'er a plump rabbit, casting a knowing glance at Liu Fan before darting away with a grin. "Humph. What kind of gaze is that?" Lin Wei'er huffed, accepting the rabbit with annoyance and shooting the man a glare. "Here, this is your trophy." In front of a small wooden cabin by the river, Lin Wei'er, with her pale hands, presented the lifeless body of the swift rabbit to Liu Fan. "Thank you, Sister Wei'er." Liu Fan replied without any pretense, genuinely in need of the swift rabbit, and he took it without hesitation. After handing over the rabbit, Lin Wei'er cheerfully remarked, "This cabin was originally a resting place for our village's night watchmen, but due to other reasons, they seldom sleep here anymore and have moved elsewhere. So now, it's yours to use. The cabin is quite decent. Well, settle in first. If you need anything, just let me know. Wei'er will take care of you." Lin Wei'er surveyed the surroundings once more, ensuring everything was in order, then smiled with a touch of maturity. "All right," Liu Fan understood. Liu Fan regarded Lin Wei'er as a younger sister, yet she referred to herself as sister, prompting a helpless smile and a nod from him. The Gale rabbit had met its untimely demise at the hands of a crimson-maned porcupine, its bones shattered beyond recognition and blood oozing from its orifices. Presenting a most woeful sight, Liu Fan, grasping the rabbit by its large ears, bore a despondent expression. Time had elapsed since his last inquiry, and despite the ravenous hunger gnawing at him, even the spirited Lin Wei'er refrained from asking about his needs. As relaxation set in, Liu Fan, already famished, felt as though his stomach were ablaze. With an insatiable appetite, he made his way to the riverbank, swiftly skinning the Gale rabbit with deft precision. After thoroughly washing the carcass, he hastily constructed a modest bonfire, skewering the rabbit above the flames to commence the roasting. With sweat beading on his forehead, Liu Fan leaned over the fire, cradling his round belly, surrounded by a litter of shattered bones beneath his feet. It was truly delectable. He gazed longingly at the pile of bones, embodying a sense of lingering desire for more. The Gale rabbit, indeed a creature of semi-spiritual essence, possessed flesh imbued with ethereal energy. Even in the absence of additional seasonings, a natural flavor wafted into the air, offering significant benefits for the refinement of his physical form. Liu Fan had underestimated the potency of the rabbit's spiritual meat. As the essence gradually permeated his being, the pure spiritual energy began to seep into his limbs and organs, steadily fortifying his physique. Under the influence of this exquisite energy, Liu Fan, reclining on the ground, sensed a wave of warmth rising from his dantian. Realizing it was the dispersal of spiritual energy, he understood that if he did not promptly absorb and refine this energy, he would merely have consumed flesh today, squandering the bounty of a semi-spiritual creature. Upon contemplation, Liu Fan also rose to sit cross-legged on the ground, with his hands performing a series of strange hand seals. The pure spiritual energy within him began to converge at his command, gradually coursing through every part of his body, thereby enhancing his physical form. After the passage of half an hour, that pure energy was nearly depleted. Liu Fan then opened his eyes, inwardly rejoicing as he examined his body and discovered that his meridians had subtly strengthened. He cheerfully remarked, "A single semi-spiritual beast can equate to the energy of 2 mysterious streams. It is truly worthwhile." However, it seems that after the roasting process, a significant amount of spiritual energy has been inexplicably lost. Liu Fan could faintly sense the spiritual energy contained within a Gale rabbit. Had there been no waste at all, it might have matched the energy of 3 mysterious streams. Chapter 38. The mystery of the pendant. Yet, even after roasting, the Gale rabbit would not lose an excessive amount of spiritual power. Liu Fan grasped the dog-tooth pendant hanging at his chest. During his previous refinement of spiritual energy, he had sensed a slight inclination that some spiritual energy was being absorbed by the pendant. Although this sensation was exceedingly subtle, within the realm of Liu Fan's heightened senses, he could not overlook the loss of this spiritual energy. The dog-tooth pendant secretly siphoned off spiritual energy. Liu Fan pondered this with a hint of astonishment. The pendant had consistently provided him with 3 mysterious streams of energy each night, and there had been no indication of it drawing away his spiritual power. He found it perplexing why this pendant would absorb a minuscule amount of spiritual energy, a phenomenon that defied all logic. It is truly peculiar. Liu Fan scrutinized the dog-tooth pendant, even biting it to ascertain its nature. Yet he remained perplexed after a prolonged examination. If the dog-tooth pendant is capable of channeling mysterious energy currents to me, it must undoubtedly consume a significant amount of energy. How then does it absorb and store such energy? After pondering this conundrum, Liu Fan gradually calmed himself, meticulously analyzing the pendant's energy. His spiritual power, ethereal and elusive, surged forth from the enigmatic palace of the mind, the Niwen Palace. The derivation of spiritual energy knows no bounds. Some individuals are endowed with it from birth, while others may never unlock their Niwen Palace throughout their lives. Nestled deep within the crown of the head, the Niwen Palace, once awakened, allows for the manifestation of spiritual energy, greatly enhancing one's perception of the surrounding world. This heightened awareness not only enables clearer vision in the darkness of night but also significantly amplifies the 5 senses, rendering experiences far more vivid than those perceived by the average person. Since encountering the anomalies in the dense forest, Liu Fan had activated his Niwen Palace, and his spiritual power continued to gradually intensify. Currently, the strength of his spirit could rival that of a 7th-tier body refinement practitioner, endowing him with formidable perceptual abilities. As Liu Fan's spiritual power steadily rose, he began to uncover some of the pendant's hidden mysteries. However, the suddenness of these revelations left him at a loss. Tonight, he must thoroughly examine this dog-tooth pendant. Resolute in his decision, Liu Fan closed his eyes and commenced his cultivation of spiritual energy. As the sun dipped below the horizon and households began preparing their evening meals, Lin Weier appeared outside his dwelling. "Hey, Xiao Fan, come out. I brought you something to eat." Still clad in her agile attire, Lin Weier stood gracefully outside the house, cradling a large bowl filled with savory meat soup, from which fragrant steam gradually ascended. Liu Fan sensed her presence from a distance of 5 zhong, instantly rising with a smile to open the wooden door with a creak. "Sister Weir, I appreciate your kindness. I forgot to bring you lunch. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Lin Weir chuckled, her big eyes sparkling with mischief, betraying no hint of remorse. Rather, she seemed to be certain that Liu Fan would be forgiving. "Well, I won't keep you long. I have matters to attend to. Rest assured, I will persuade my father. I simply cannot believe that a foolish lad like you is an undercover agent." With a carefree pat on Liu Fan's shoulder, Lin Wei nimbly departed, leaving Liu Fan with a bemused smile. With a creak, Liu Fan closed the door and stepped inside. The room was modest yet tidy, serving as the abode for the night watchman of Linwu village. It contained simple provisions and daily supplies arranged in corners or hung on the walls. The furnishings were sparse, merely a large table, 2 chairs, and 2 beds of equal size. The only other feature was a window overlooking the small river. The red-maned porcupine, a first-tier spiritual beast, exuded an aura imbued with strands of spiritual energy. Liu Fan could perceive that the steam wafting from the bowl carried a richness of spiritual essence, even more potent than the surrounding atmosphere. When Liu Fan resided in Linwu village, he discovered that the spiritual energy within the village was significantly denser than that of the outside world. Thus, cultivating within the village yielded exceptional results. Consequently, when Liu Fan was expelled from the village and was compelled to take refuge in the dwelling of the night watchman, Lin Weir was exceedingly displeased. For the spiritual energy surrounding the house paled in comparison to the effects of training in the village. Absorbing and refining spiritual energy, he aimed to coalesce it into a cyclone, thereby condensing it into his own spiritual power. This spiritual power possesses myriad applications, capable of permeating one's limbs and bones, augmenting the practitioner's speed and strength, or simply enveloping specific body parts to temporarily enhance them for various purposes. Upon reaching the 4th stage of body refining, the focus shifts from merely conditioning the skin to honing the meridians. The human body's meridians are intricate and largely undeveloped. Many are not only blocked, but also exceedingly frail, unable to withstand any significant impact. Should one succeed in widening and fortifying the meridians, the rate of absorbing and refining spiritual energy would increase exponentially. Prior to reaching the Lingtai realm, the broader and more stable the meridians, the swifter the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy. Conversely, if the meridians lack resilience and stability, forcibly absorbing an excess of celestial spiritual energy could lead to the brutal tearing of the delicate meridians by the harshness of the energy from the universe, resulting in grievous injuries that are exceedingly troublesome to endure. To expand and strengthen the meridians requires a continual expenditure of spiritual power, circulating within the body to reinforce and refine the meridians. As the spiritual power courses through the meridians, it gradually integrates and fortifies them. Thus, if a cultivator's spiritual power is insufficiently robust, the efficiency of enhancing the body's meridians will be significantly compromised. The cultivation during the body tempering period, strictly speaking, relies not only on the individual's tenacity, but also on the adequacy of their innate resources. Otherwise, the journey through the body tempering period may prove to be exceedingly protracted, or even render one incapable of transcending the corporeal limits to genuinely ascend to the spirit platform realm. Presently, the bowl of spiritual flesh from the crimson-maned porcupine serves as the foundational resource for Liu Fan's enhancement. The pure spiritual energy it harbors, even without deliberate sensing, naturally seeks to penetrate Liu Fan's being, exhibiting remarkable vitality. As time progresses, the spiritual energy inevitably diminishes. Thus, Liu Fan cannot afford to be negligent, eagerly consuming the entirety of the nourishing broth. After the spiritual flesh of the crimson-maned porcupine has been ingested, it is time to refine the spiritual energy. Wiping his mouth, Liu Fan settles onto his bed, sitting cross-legged in silent anticipation for the spiritual energy within to permeate his body. The spiritual energy circulating between heaven and earth is often crude and chaotic. Without the refinement through a cyclone, it cannot be transformed into one's own spiritual power. Therefore, cultivators typically expend considerable time to slowly refine the spiritual energy from the environment into their own, resulting in diminished efficiency. However, the spiritual energy contained within the flesh of the crimson-maned porcupine is of such exquisite purity that it can be directly refined for personal use, completely eliminating the need for lengthy refinement, greatly benefiting those in the body tempering period. Thus, what Liu Fan must now accomplish is to control the pure spiritual energy within him, integrating it into his limbs and bones, continuously strengthening his meridians. Otherwise, this invaluable spiritual energy will dissipate with the passage of time. An hour and a half had passed, and Liu Fan had finally refined the pure spiritual energy contained within the flesh of the crimson maned porcupine to perfection. As he opened his eyes, a barely concealed joy illuminated his face. This bowl of porcupine flesh had equated to the energy of 5 mysterious airstreams. He sensed that his meridians had noticeably expanded, even taking on a faint coppery sheen, indicating a marked increase in resilience. How delightful! A few more bowls of this, and I could ascend to the 5th layer of body refinement. Liu Fan clicked his tongue, sighing in insatiable delight. In truth, even one bowl of the crimson maned porcupine's flesh had left him thoroughly satisfied, for such opportunities were rare. And to partake in a portion of spiritual meat was indeed a fortuitous surprise. Time slipped away unnoticed as day turned to dusk, and Liu Fan rose to open the window. In the distance, Lingwu village sparkled with lights, and the faint sounds of jovial voices drifted through the air. The nearby stream babbled gently, its waters shimmering under the moonlight, reflecting a delicate silver glow. With a swift motion, Liu Fan leaped from the window and stood quietly by the riverbank, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Although the path of cultivation demands perseverance, it also necessitates a balance of tension and relaxation. Having spent the afternoon in rigorous practice, Liu Fan was aware of the necessity for reflection, even as his formidable recovery abilities worked in the background. Thus, he found solace by the river, quietly absorbing insights from his cultivation experiences. With the time for the mysterious energy from the dog-tooth pendant yet to arrive, Liu Fan remained unperturbed, confident that he would not miss the moment. The canine tooth pendant. How should I truly regard you? Liu Fan found himself unknowingly clutching the pendant in his palm, murmuring softly. The pendant appeared just as it always had, grimy and unremarkable, lacking any striking features. This shabby appearance puzzled Liu Fan. He wondered why he had chosen to keep it by his side. With such an unappealing facade, he would have preferred to wear a mere piece of copper around his neck rather than retain the canine tooth pendant. As memories stirred within him, Liu Fan recalled a particular night. It was a dark evening, and Shirtu town lay in tranquil silence. Young Liu Fan, unusually restless, found himself unable to sleep and wandered into the courtyard, staring vacantly at the pitch-black sky. The vast expanse of stars seemed eternal, and with wide, dark eyes, he gazed up, seeking the outlines of his parents among the celestial bodies. After a while, his eyes sparkled with excitement. A brilliant green meteor streaked across the dark sky, leaving a long tail in its wake. Meteor! Young Liu Fan exclaimed, lifting his cherubic face, but in the blink of an eye, the meteor vanished. He rubbed his eyes and searched the sky for a long moment, yet found nothing. Then, he heard a soft sound beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered a filthy tooth lying there. Chapter 39. The little river holds secrets. May you not bring me harm. Liu Fan clenched his fist, cradling the canine tooth pendant in his palm. The essential mysterious current and the inexplicable formidable restorative power are intricately linked to the canine tooth pendant. Without this pendant, none of the phenomena surrounding Liu Fan would exist. Yet, the enigmatic nature of the canine tooth pendant eludes Liu Fan's understanding. Suddenly, with a raised eyebrow, Liu Fan cast a surprised glance at the canine tooth pendant in his hand. To his astonishment, the pendant began to emit a gentle glow, its warm green light enveloping his palm while a subtle warmth began to rise, shrouded in mystery. It was not yet the time for the delivery of the mysterious current. How could such a transformation occur? Liu Fan's expression shifted between suspicion and bewilderment. Once the pendant illuminated, a hazy beam of green light projected forth, about the size of a thumb, and, to Liu Fan's astonishment, it shot straight into the river. The beam penetrated the water silently and without causing any disturbance. Following the soft green light, Liu Fan peered into the flowing water. Under the illumination of the ethereal green glow, the river, which was not particularly deep, became entirely transparent. Is the pendant consuming something? Liu Fan regarded the canine tooth pendant with a peculiar expression, grappling with the countless theories he had conceived regarding its method of energy replenishment. Yet, he had never imagined that the pendant would sustain itself by consuming pebbles. After releasing several more beams of green light, the glow of the pendant gradually dimmed. It is incorrect. Those are certainly not mere pebbles. Liu Fan sensed the subtle fluctuations emanating from the earlier stones, which were undeniably extraordinary. They bore no trace of spiritual energy. Instead, They exuded a faint aura of pressure. Even though this pressure was exceedingly subdued, once the stones emerged from the water, the surrounding spiritual energy recoiled in terror as though confronted by a sovereign. What could this pressure truly be? What essence lies within it? A grave expression enveloped Liu Fan's countenance. Should that pressure fully manifest, he questioned whether he would be able to withstand it. Given the sheer terror of the pressure, the energy contained within must be even more formidable. This marked Liu Fan's first encounter with the dogtooth pendant consuming, and in such an unusual manner. Considering the pendant's state of disrepair, it might be slowly mending itself. He resolved to find a way to restore the dogtooth pendant. Liu Fan suddenly contemplated that if the pendant could recover more swiftly, perhaps it would unveil the mystery surrounding it. Subsequently, Liu Fan ambled along the riverbank, cradling the dogtooth pendant in his palm, seeking to nourish it. However, after an extended period of walking, the pendant remained unresponsive, as if it were in deep slumber. Had those stones disappeared? Liu Fan found himself momentarily perplexed. If the river were to be filled with those stones exuding such terrifying pressure, the peculiar ability to repel spiritual energy would likely hinder the prosperity of Linwu village. That would indeed be a lamentable outcome. Liu Fan couldn't help but exhale a sigh. After finally uncovering some clues to explore the secrets of the dogtooth pendant, he was forced to halt his progress due to a lack of stones. Soon, Liu Fan absorbed the 4 streams of energy completely, and after a sudden tremor coursed through his body, he successfully advanced to the 5th level of body tempering. It felt exquisite. A radiant smile adorned Liu Fan's face. Each breakthrough in his physical form brought forth an irresistible wave of pleasure emanating from deep within his being. Upon introspecting, he noticed that his meridians now exhibited a lustrous dark bronze sheen, and their resilience and flexibility had significantly improved. It appeared that both his speed and strength had quietly enhanced as well. The advancement of his power brought Liu Fan a sense of elation that lingered for a good half-day. Suddenly, he retrieved a small token from his pocket, the very one left behind by old Liu. However, after examining it from every angle, it still yielded no information. It seemed that his strength remained insufficient. Liu Fan curled his lips, not particularly surprised. After practicing the nameless fist technique 6 times, he felt invigorated, his entire body now fully limbered. As he withdrew his fists and exhaled a long breath, his dark eyes seemed to grow even deeper in their gaze. Humph, Brother Wu. Look at that lad practicing the tortoise fist. I thought he was still asleep. A somewhat frivolous voice suddenly echoed, causing Liu Fan to frown slightly as he turned to look. Indeed, just yesterday he had been at the 4th level of body tempering. He couldn't fathom how he had advanced to the 5th level so suddenly. It was likely the spirit meat of the red-maned porcupine that had facilitated his successful progression. With a casual demeanor, Wu Sheng remarked that although he was somewhat surprised by Liu Fan's overnight advancement to the 5th level of body refinement, he did not take it to heart. After all, he was a genuine peak practitioner of the 7th level, and no matter how formidable Liu Fan might be, he had merely just entered the 5th level. The man with the horse-like face had lingered at the 5th level for quite some time, possessing substantial spiritual power, and thus had a considerable advantage. What a waste! He sighed, shaking his head, his expression tinged with profound regret. The two continued their conversation, showing no signs of acknowledging Liu Fan. Emotionless, Liu Fan observed them, a subtle chill beginning to rise within him. At last, Wu Sheng, who had been watching Liu Fan indifferently, stepped forward. Liu Fan, allow me to introduce Wu Fushan from our Linwu village. He has heard about your remarkable escape from the pursuit of the Crimson Mane Hedgehog, despite your strength being at the 4th level of body refinement. Wu Fushan is quite impulsive and wishes to spar with you to ascertain whether the rumors about your prowess hold any truth, Wu Sheng stated, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Indeed, Liu Fan, do you dare to engage in a duel with me? Wu Fushan promptly seized the opportunity, his voice brimming with confidence. Clearly, he had not anticipated Liu Fan's overnight ascent to the 5th level, but reasoning that Liu Fan's recent promotion rendered him inferior, coupled with Wu Sheng's backing, he felt little trepidation. What an intriguing scenario. Liu Fan mused inwardly, stifling a cold laugh. Wu Sheng's jealousy was palpable, as he intended to demonstrate his superiority. Yet he feared that the unfolding events might be disclosed to Wei, which would undoubtedly lead to further complications. However, if individuals of the same caliber engage in friendly sparring and inadvertently sustain injuries, they can only blame their own inadequacies. Thus, Lin Wire would have no grounds to provoke a conflict. It appears that Wu Sheng, cognizant of his own abilities, feared that someone at the 4th level of body refinement might not suffice against him, prompting him to seek a sparring partner at the 5th level. Clearly, he intended to maintain a firm upper hand. Yet, how could he have anticipated that overnight I would break through to the 5th level myself? They have indeed exaggerated my capabilities. I am not that formidable. Wu Fushan, you would do well to seek another for your sparring sessions. Liu Fan gently shook his head and smiled. He would not foolishly leap into Wu Sheng's trap. He was unafraid of confrontation. Yet he had no desire to fall into a snare of his own making. Wu Fushan was taken aback, glancing at Wu Sheng in disbelief, evidently unprepared for Liu Fan's decisive rejection. Liu Fan, why have you suddenly become timid? You were not like this when you were beside Wire. Wu Sheng disregarded Wu Fushan, fixing a sardonic gaze upon Liu Fan and remarked, I am not like certain individuals who tremble in fear at the sight of a mere crimson maned porcupine, too afraid to even descend from a tree. Liu Fan chuckled, subtly alluding to Wu Sheng. You, Wu Sheng retorted angrily, taking several steps forward and pointing at Liu Fan with a darkened expression. I see you are truly eager to taste some bitterness. I shall make you aware that mere verbal prowess cannot elevate you. Before Wire, you will forever remain a mere jester. Upon concluding his words, Wu Sheng unleashed his internal spiritual energy, which surged through his limbs, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, exuding an undeniable sense of power. At last, the martial artist could no longer contain himself and decided to take action. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the martial artist, Liu Fan's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, yet he quickly regained his composure, offering a fearless smile tinged with a trace of coldness. The spiritual energy within him surged explosively, spreading throughout his limbs and body, exuding a formidable presence. Halt! Just as the two were on the verge of erupting into battle, a delicate voice echoed from afar. It was Lin Wei, adorned in a light orange short skirt that lent her an air of innocent allure. No. It is I who willingly sought to spar with Brother Liu Fan. Brother Wu Sheng merely accompanied me. Upon noticing Wu Sheng's unusual demeanor, Wu Fushan hastily interjected, Wei, you know that no matter how inept I may be, I would never bully someone who has merely reached the 5th level of body refinement. Wu Sheng innocently chimed in, his expression so convincingly earnest that those unfamiliar with him might genuinely believe it. Xiao Fan, tell me, have they been bullying you? Lin Wei, clearly unconvinced by their claims, turned to Liu Feng, her stance protective. Sister Wei, they truly only wished to spar with me. I simply did not agree. Liu Fan, however, had no desire to expose Wu Sheng's falsehoods. He understood the futility of such an endeavor. His single testimony would not suffice to unmask Wu Sheng entirely. Speaking further would merely be a waste of breath. The truth would ultimately reveal itself in due time. Chapter 40. The Cold Cave and the Cold Pool. Liu Fan's casual remarks left both Wu Sheng and Wu Fushan momentarily taken aback. Wu Sheng had already conjured several justifications in his mind, yet he was unprepared for Liu Fan's statement. Xiao Fan, do not fear their threats. I will protect you. Rest assured. However, Lin Wei misinterpreted Liu Fan's intent, believing he was intimidated by the two men. With a hearty pat on her ample chest, she boisterously proclaimed, embodying the spirit of a big sister. Wei, truly, there is nothing else, Liu Fan replied with a wry smile, while warmth flickered in his heart. This sensation felt akin to familial affection, a comforting thought. Indeed, having an older sister seemed rather delightful. After a considerable pause, Lin Wei began to believe Liu Fan's words. Yet she remained relentless towards Wu Sheng and Wu Fushan, delivering them a stern warning before permitting their departure. Thank you so much, Wei, Liu Fan said, his dark eyes earnestly fixed on her. What are you saying? I've promised to look after you. I shall never go back on my word, Lin Wei retorted, appearing somewhat vexed as she playfully smacked Liu Fan's shoulder, her large eyes twinkling mischievously at him. Wow, Liu Fan, you have advanced to the 5th stage of body refinement. It was only then that Lin Wei noticed Liu Fan's progress, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she leaned closer. Her ample bosom quivered slightly, and a delicate fragrance wafted from her, leaving Liu Fan feeling somewhat flustered. In an attempt to mask his discomfort, Liu Fan scratched his head and averted his gaze. Wei, what brings you here so early? With a playful giggle, Lin Wei patted Liu Fan's shoulder and exclaimed, come, play with me. As they swiftly dashed through the dense forest, Liu Fan gazed in astonishment at the petite figure racing ahead. Despite Liu Fan pushing his speed to the utmost limit, he found it impossible to close the gap between them. Liu Fan, your speed is rather slow. Lin Wire called back with a playful smile, her radiant grin illuminating the air around them. Liu Fan was momentarily taken aback. But then a smile crept onto his lips. With a surge of energy coursing through him, he felt his spirit essence expand, invigorating his limbs and enhancing his speed considerably, allowing him to gradually draw nearer to Lin Wire. That's still not fast enough. Lin Wire, unfazed by Liu Fan's approach, chuckled and accelerated, widening the distance between them once more. After racing through the forest for nearly 10 minutes, Lin Wire finally came to a halt, a playful smile gracing her features. Observing this, Liu Fan also slowed down, coming to a gentle stop. Sweat trickled down Liu Fan's forehead as he panted slightly, while Lin Wire remained unruffled, resembling a lively and agile butterfly. It was evident that in this pursuit, Liu Fan had been at a disadvantage. Liu Fan, you must strive to cultivate diligently and not be lazy. Lin Wire chided with a mock seriousness, patting him on the shoulder with a sense of triumph. Liu Fan could only manage a bitter smile in response, nodding in agreement. Since you're so obedient, I shall take you to the cold pool today, Lin Wire said suddenly, her expression turning mysteriously playful. Without further ado, she dashed towards a wall of intertwined plants, and just as Liu Fan gasped in surprise, Lin Wire vanished into the foliage. Liu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Unable to discern how Lin Wei had entered, he couldn't even sense her presence. Xiao Fan, come in. Just as Liu Fan was lost in thought, a delicate, wheat-colored hand suddenly emerged from a corner of the verdant wall, beckoning him. Liu Fan hastily rushed over, grasping the small hand, and slowly ventured deeper into the plant wall along with it. What? Liu Fan was astounded by the scene before him. The two stood at the entrance of a cave, which appeared ordinary from the outside, yet upon entering, he discovered that it extended deep underground. The cave's mouth was modest in size, but within lay a wondrous expanse, soaring over 5 zhang high, with an indiscernible width, as the ground was enveloped in a rising, milky white mist that exuded a refreshing chill, tinged with dampness. What do you think? Isn't it delightful? Lin Wei, familiar with the surroundings, bounced toward the milky mist, resembling a lively little sparrow. Thank goodness. Liu Fan chuckled softly, his steps quickening as he closely followed her. Navigating through the milky mist felt akin to traversing clouds, an extraordinary experience, though the cold emanating from it pierced deeply, chilling him to the bone. Liu Fan, with his unique constitution, managed to withstand the chill without channeling his spiritual energy, yet he was astonished to observe that Lin Wei seemed impervious to the frigid air. Sister Wei, why is it so cold? Liu Fan inquired, trailing behind her as he surveyed the surroundings, attempting to warm himself against the biting cold. The thought of the Wu clan elders and the fathers of the martial students in Linwu village filled Liu Fan with vexation. He was loath to be driven out like a stray dog once more. Oh, Liu Fan, you're overthinking it. Lin Wei finally grasped Liu Fan's concerns. She giggled, her smooth little hand clasping Liu Fan's large hand, and cleaved through the milky white mist, continuing forward. I stumbled upon this place by accident when I was 9, chasing after a little rabbit. I'm the only one who knows about it. When I first came to the ice cave, I was quite scared, but after playing here for a long time, I wasn't afraid anymore. I even adopted a spiritual beast as a pet. I'll introduce it to you when I get the chance. Lin Wei's little mouth chattered like a machine gun, firing off words at Liu Fan in rapid succession. While Liu Fan was still in a daze, Lin Wei spoke with an air of maturity. Bringing you to the ice cave is for cultivation, so you won't always be bullied. Cultivation? Liu Fan gave a wry smile, not expecting that Lin Wei could bring him here for cultivation. Humph. Do you think my strength came from playing around? Lin Wei harumphed softly, feeling a bit offended, thinking that Liu Fan was looking down on her. No. Sister Wei is already several times more powerful than me at such a young age. How could you spend all day playing around and neglecting cultivation? Liu Fan quickly said, trying to appease her. That's more like it. Lin Wei giggled again, showing no signs of anger. It seemed that everything earlier was just an act. Liu Fan smiled wryly. This girl was truly hard to please. We're here. Lin Wei, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and called out in a clear voice. Upon hearing her words, Liu Fan hesitated momentarily, then approached Lin Wei, standing shoulder to shoulder with her as they gazed ahead. Before them, a milky white mist rose. Yet amidst the fog, a clear pool of water abruptly emerged, exuding a slight chill. The milky vapor encircled the pool, failing to permeate its surface, akin to a radiant mirror materializing amidst the clouds. This pool, measuring several yards in circumference, appeared remarkably transparent, yet its depth remained indiscernible. The water was devoid of any ripples, suggesting no hidden currents flowed beneath. This is the first cold pool. I began my cultivation here at the age of 10, gradually progressing from the 4th to the 6th level of body tempering. Lin Weier exclaimed, her lips curling into a smile as she stood at the pool's edge. With a playful demeanor, she slightly turned away, preparing to depart. Hey, Weier, since you've discovered this splendid location, why haven't you informed your father? Liu Fan asked, scratching his head in embarrassment. It seemed rather unfair that Lin Weier had kept this exceptional training ground a secret from the villagers, thus benefiting only him. Do you think these cold caverns are filled with cold pools? I could only find 2. If I told my father, he would bring everyone from the village here, and it would be utterly chaotic. Lin Weier giggled, then added, Liu Fan, you must promise to keep this a secret. All right, I promise, Liu Fan replied, a wry smile crossing his face as he nodded earnestly. Now, I must head to the second cold pool for my cultivation. Please don't wander off. I will come to find you at noon, she declared. One must diligently cultivate oneself and not succumb to laziness. Lin Weier slightly furrowed her delicate brow, earnestly imparting her advice before departing with a light-hearted stride. As Liu Fan watched her figure dissolve into the milky haze, a warm sensation enveloped his heart. Lin Weier, in her desire for him to grow stronger, had even shared this almost private sanctuary with him. It was evident that he could not afford to be idle. After pondering this, Liu Fan's resolve solidified, his expression becoming resolute as he resolved to engage earnestly in his training, determined not to let Lin Weier underestimate him. With this determination, Liu Fan raised his gaze towards the cold pool, where the clear water mirrored his reflection. Chapter 41. Cultivation. By the cold pool, Liu Fan gazed at his distinct reflection, momentarily taken aback. The visage staring back at him felt oddly unfamiliar, as if his appearance and demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. After much change, the path that lay ahead remained elusive even to him. Liu Fan patted his face, offering himself a self-deprecating smile before swiftly shedding his garments, arriving at the edge of the pool in a state of undress. With a single foot raised, he gradually immersed it into the water. To his astonishment, the pool's water was shockingly frigid, penetrating to the very bone, sending sharp pangs coursing through him like countless needles pricking at his skeleton. Even with just 1 foot submerged, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath, having already felt the chill of the air outside the pool after disrobing. He was now unpleasantly surprised to discover that the water within was at least 5 times colder than the surrounding atmosphere. Even though only half of his foot was submerged, Liu Fan could still feel the icy chill rapidly spreading from his foot throughout his entire body, causing his temperature to plummet. I can endure this. Liu Fan gritted his teeth, fully submerging his foot into the frigid pool, followed swiftly by the other. Soon, the icy water engulfed him up to his knees. A sharp sensation akin to countless fine needles piercing his lower body assailed him, even reaching the bones with an excruciating sting. At the moment his body made contact with the water, an even fiercer cold surged through him, coursing through his veins and stimulating his bones. Within this torrent, a unique spiritual energy intertwined, refining and fortifying his skin, gradually permeating his very being. After enduring for about half a minute, Liu Fan could no longer withstand the onslaught. His internal blue spiritual energy surged forth, rapidly diffusing through his limbs and alleviating the bone-chilling cold. Soon, the excruciating chill was tempered under the influence of his spiritual power, reaching a temperature that Liu Fan could barely tolerate, yet it remained unbearable. He recalled how Lin Weier had also endured such tormenting cold. If she, as a girl, could withstand it, how could he claim otherwise? Resolute, a stubborn determination ignited within him as he clenched his trembling teeth, braving the icy waters. Collapsing at the edge of the cold pool, Liu Fan even experienced a fleeting illusion that the air outside had grown significantly warmer, rendering him impervious to the cold despite his bare skin. However, Liu Fan was aware that it was merely an illusion, and he trembled as he donned his clothing. Once properly dressed, his complexion improved slightly. He touched his legs and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The cold pool was indeed formidable. Were it not for the terrifying regenerative ability that was slowly mending Liu Fan's body, he might not have recovered so swiftly. As time passed, he sensed that his legs gradually regained some sensation. This, was a considerable enhancement. Upon a brief assessment, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the portions of his legs submerged in the water had quietly become more resilient and flexible, whether in terms of skin, meridians, or bones. The golden specks of light permeating his meridians shone brighter, and even the spiritual energy within his dantian had thickened slightly. Merely enduring the refining process for the duration of a tea's brewing equated to the arduous cultivation he had undertaken for a day and a night. After several minutes, the spiritual energy within Liu Fan's body had replenished significantly, and his strengthened legs had also recovered considerably, reaching a state where another immersion was feasible. This time, he merely rolled up the cuffs of his trousers, skillfully submerging his feet in the cold pool once more. Drawing from his previous experience, although the water remained excruciatingly frigid, Liu Fan managed to adapt somewhat. After another half-tea's time, he timed his exit from the cold pool just before his legs lost sensation, collapsing at the edge while gasping for breath. Despite his pale complexion, a profound joy illuminated Liu Fan's face. Grant me another half-month, and I shall undoubtedly break through to the 6th level of body tempering. Amidst the swirling mist, Lin Wire's petite figure gradually emerged, her delicate palms shielding her large eyes, revealing only a few narrow slits, an expression of both trepidation and curiosity. Liu Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that Lin Wire had gained some experience. Aware that she would soon shed her garments to enter the frigid pool, hence her current demeanor. Upon noticing Liu Fan fully dressed and gazing at her with a smile, Lin Wire lowered her fingers, grinning playfully, and playfully punched Liu Fan's chest with her tiny fist. So, the cold pool is quite formidable, isn't it? Xiao Fan, how long did you endure during your first plunge into the icy depths? With a sudden turn of her head, Lin Wire inquired with a spark of curiosity illuminating her youthful face, brimming with a sense of challenge. As for me? Liu Fan scratched his head, pondering. I suppose it was around 10 seconds. Lin Wire giggled, her expression transforming into one of surprise. Well, that's rather impressive. Without channeling my spiritual energy, I could only manage about 5 seconds. If I were to harness my power, I could last 2 minutes. I too lasted 2 minutes. Liu Fan chuckled, fabricating a minor exaggeration, eager to witness the radiance of Lin Wire's smile. Xiao Fan, that was with my 4th stage of body refinement. You've already reached the 5th stage. How shameless. You must diligently cultivate and not succumb to laziness. Indeed, upon realizing her superiority over Liu Fan, Lin Wire beamed with delight, yet she did not forget to impart her earnest admonition. Liu Fan chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. As the two conversed, they arrived at the edge of the verdant wall. Lin Wire, leading the way, cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Once she confirmed that no one was nearby, she swiftly pulled Liu Fan out. Lin Wire pinched her smooth body, her fragrant lips parted slightly as she exhaled gently, stretching her limbs in a long, languid yawn, and remarked lazily, today's training has been exhausting. Liu Fan's gaze flickered, silently speculating about Lin Wire's cultivation, since she mentioned discovering only 2 cold pools, and her training took place in the first cold pool. It naturally followed that hers must be in the second. Both pools bore the same icy designation, suggesting a level of chill that Liu Fan could hardly fathom. For a young girl like Lin Wire to endure such excruciating cold while refining her body, achieving the 7th stage of body refinement at such a tender age, it seemed evident that her success was not merely a stroke of luck. It stemmed from her unwavering will and the trials of the cold pools. Yet, one could not help but wonder why a good girl would engage in such fervent cultivation. If she were truly a cultivation fanatic, Liu Fan found it hard to believe that there wasn't some hidden matter at play. He could not fathom what secrets might lie within such a bright and innocent girl. Regardless of what transpired, Sister Wire, I will stand before you and shield you from all attacks, not for any reason, but simply because you are my sister. As he gazed upon her delicate figure, Liu Fan's heart ached silently, a quiet promise resonating within him. After a morning of torturous training, Liu Fan exhibited no signs of physical exhaustion. Rather, he felt an inexhaustible vigor pulsating beneath him. Even without the utilization of spiritual energy, he felt as light as a swallow. The training session had evidently enhanced Liu Fan's strength in a remarkable manner. Each time his feet touched the ground, he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, the sound of the wind rushing past his ears. Liu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, his dark eyes glimmering as they fell upon the agile Lin Wire not far ahead. As if sensing Liu Fan's gaze, Lin Wire swiftly turned her face. calling out to him with a hint of pride, "Liu Fan, hurry up. If you dawdle, there won't be any food left in the village." Liu Fan laughed heartily, quickening his pace just a tad to keep up with her. Noticing Liu Fan drawing nearer, Lin Wire too grinned and accelerated her steps, darting away like a lively shadow towards the edge of the dense forest. Liu Fan, not one to lag behind, closely followed her. As they sped along, Liu Fan cast a fleeting glance at a large tree, a smirk playing on his lips. Once they had galloped far enough, a man with an elongated face suddenly leapt down from a towering tree, his eyes flashing with barely concealed fury as he watched their diminishing figures, snorting heavily. This man was Wu Fushan from Linwu village, and it remained a mystery why he was present in this particular location. After a grunt, Wu Fushan wasted no time and dashed out, closely trailing behind them, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 42. Wei Er's concerns upon returning to the village. Wei Er prepared a sumptuous lunch for Liu Fan before departing from his abode. Liu Fan set the meal upon the table, contemplating to himself, "It seems that Wu Sheng remains undeterred, intent on shadowing us. I wonder if the fool Wu Fushan has discovered the cold cave yet." Liu Fan, having harnessed the advantage of his spiritual power through the activation of the Niwen Palace, soon after exiting the cold cave, discerned Wu Fushan lurking nearby, observing their every move. However, he found no inclination to expose this. A mere Wu Fushan did not signify much information. His primary concern lay in the thought that Wu Fushan might uncover the cold cave, thereby disrupting his cultivation. Your brain truly serves no purpose. Wu Xing sighed deeply, feeling utterly exasperated by Wu Fushan's intellect. He then murmured to himself, "How can Wei Er, with her stubborn nature, show such kindness to this outsider? Fushan, I cannot intervene directly. This afternoon, I must trouble you once more. Please pay a visit to his residence. Give him a bit of a scare, just enough to deter him, so he understands that Wei Er is not a person to be trifled with." A glint of cold resolve flickered in Wu Sheng's eyes as he spoke slowly to Wu Fushan. "Very well, this time. I shall ensure that this fellow does not escape so easily." Wu Fushan chuckled foolishly, thumping his sturdy chest in assurance. This regimen of cultivation persisted for 10 days, during which Liu Fan gradually acclimated to the frigid waters of the cold pool, though he still could not remain submerged for extended periods. This morning, Liu Fan had just concluded a day of morning exercises when Lin Weier arrived punctually to coax him into further training. Liu Fan was delighted by her arrival. Had she not come, he would have sought her out himself. As Liu Fan ventured into the dense forest, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings closely. After careful scrutiny, he surmised that the fruitless pursuits of the past 10 days had led Wu Fushan to abandon his intentions of tracking him. Since his adversary had seemingly relinquished the chase, Liu Fan felt a sense of relief, though he remained cautiously aware, for he found it difficult to believe that the fiercely jealous Wu Sheng would surrender so easily. Nevertheless, engrossed in his cultivation, he set this matter aside. Once again, he engaged in the familiar morning training. This time, he could submerge himself halfway into the water. Though he still remained at the first tier, nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his progress. After a morning of rigorous practice, Liu Fan noticed significant improvements. Evidently, the cold pool proved quite effective for those at lower levels. While focusing on Lin Weier, he also observed that her strength had quietly enhanced as well. Liu Fan marveled at her dedication, recognizing that she held herself to strict standards. Her slightly pale complexion was a clear indicator of her excessive training. "Sister Weier, are you all right?" In the forest, Liu Fan gently supported Lin Weier's petite form, expressing his concern. "I'm fine." Unlike her lively self in the morning, Lin Weier seemed somewhat drained as she weakly extricated herself from Liu Fan's grasp, her delicate hand resting on her forehead as she panted softly. As Liu Fan observed, it was evident that there was more to the situation than met the eye. He moved closer to Lin Weier, his voice softening as he queried, "Please, tell me, what troubles you?" Lin Weier's delicate frame shifted slightly, and she found herself at a loss. Before Liu Fan, her usual cheerful demeanor began to wane, revealing a hint of grievance that rendered her pitiable and heart-wrenching. "Today, I attempted to challenge the second tier, striving to ascend to the 8th level of body tempering. Perhaps my eagerness was my undoing, resulting in a failure that inflicted some backlash. Thankfully, the injuries are minor. With a few days of rest, I shall be well," she murmured, downplaying her condition. Liu Fan, however, was unconvinced by Lin Weier's reassurances. With a hint of assertiveness, he grasped her delicate wrist. channeling his spiritual energy within her, probing her meridians. As he meticulously examined her state, his expression gradually darkened. Lin Weier, sensing his concern, attempted to break free several times. Yet Liu Fan's grip remained steadfast. "Sister Weier, how could your injuries be so severe?" After a thorough inspection, Liu Fan discovered the disarray of her internal energy. Her spiritual force was feeble and unfocused, with numerous meridians torn, revealing intricate fissures through which blood seeped, a sight both alarming and grave. Upon hearing Liu Fan's assessment, Lin Weier's complexion regained a semblance of color. She gently pushed his hand away, mustering a faint smile as she replied, "Xiao Fan, you know not the extent of injuries I have endured far worse than this. To me, this wound is but a temporary setback, in a matter of days. I shall recover fully." Observing Liu Fan's worried expression, Lin Weier regained her cheerful demeanor. She playfully tapped Liu Fan's forehead and remarked, "Xiao Fan, when you turn serious, you truly resemble a piece of wood." Liu Fan was taken aback, as he recalled that someone had once referred to him as such. After Lin Weier made her playful comment, she offered him a gentle smile before proceeding to walk towards the village, despite her significant injuries. Liu Fan touched his nose, a glimmer of inexplicable light flashing across his face as he murmured, "Sister Weier, for what reason are you pushing yourself to such extremes?" Upon returning to the village, after having dinner, Liu Fan parted ways with Lin Weier. He sat alone in his room, devoid of any inclination to cultivate, as his thoughts remained consumed by Lin Weier's situation. The injuries to her meridians could not simply be mended by a few days of rest. If not treated properly, they would pose considerable risks. Such minor injuries, particularly within the meridians, if lacking the nourishment of spiritual herbs for recovery, would remain concealed deep within the wounds. During the next critical injury to the meridians, these latent wounds could resurface, creating a daunting situation when combined with new injuries. Unlike Liu Fan, who possessed an extraordinary recovery ability, Lin Weier lacked such resilience, and the village did not offer adequate spiritual herbs for healing. If there were any, she would likely hesitate to use them. How naive! Liu Fan lamented softly to himself. Did Lin Weier truly believe that such injuries could be fully restored through mere rest? After pondering for a moment, Liu Fan found his spirits waning. Lin Weier treated him with such kindness, akin to that of a brother. How could he possibly stand by and watch her condition deteriorate without taking action? With a swift motion, Liu Fan opened the door and, upon lifting his gaze, encountered a young man with a horse-like face, grinning mischievously outside the room. This individual was none other than Wu Fushan. In the midst of his day-long cultivation and the pressing concern for Lin Weier's injuries, Liu Fan had completely forgotten about this hidden troublemaker. "Where are you off to, Liu Fan?" Wu Fushan inquired, his smirk laced with a hint of amusement. "Why should you concern yourself with my whereabouts?" Liu Fan retorted, raising an eyebrow. He closed the door firmly and briskly moved past Wu Fushan. He intended to venture into the dense forest to gather some medicinal herbs, utterly devoid of time to engage in idle banter with Wu Fushan. Hey, are you going to meet Miss Weier in the forest?" Wu Fushan, noticing Liu Fan's indifference, grew anxious. He hurriedly stepped in front of Liu Fan, arms outstretched to block his path. Liu Fan felt a pang of reluctance. After all, he was staying in someone else's abode and had initially refrained from confronting Wu Fushan, considering him a fellow villager from Linwu village. However, now recognizing Wu Fushan's intent to provoke, he felt no further hesitation. This fool seemed rather dim-witted. Dealing with him would not be a swift affair and was hardly worth his time. With this thought in mind, Wu Fushan abruptly turned, fixating his gaze on the ground, his mind swirling like a muddled mass as he desperately sought a plausible excuse. However, after remaining silent for several seconds, he looked up in confusion, realizing that there was no trace of the village chief. Spiritual herbs, which absorb the essence of heaven and earth, gradually transform from ordinary grass and flowers. By harnessing this celestial energy, spiritual herbs possess desirable medicinal properties, essential for cultivators seeking to refine their bodies. Higher realms naturally require even more extraordinary herbs, which are categorized into 9 grades, from the highest to the lowest. Typically, these herbs thrive in mountainous regions rich in spiritual energy, away from human habitation. If spiritual herbs are found in densely populated areas, they have likely been harvested by someone else. Therefore, to discover superior spiritual herbs, one must venture deep into the secluded forests, where the chances of finding quality herbs become slightly more feasible. Furthermore, the potent effects of these herbs can attract semi-spiritual beasts or even spiritual beasts that may cultivate nearby, adding to the challenges of gathering them. Chapter 43. Silver Scale Fruit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night would soon envelop the land. Searching for spiritual herbs in the dense forest at that time would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, not to mention the lurking semi-spiritual or spiritual beasts. Yet, for the sake of Lin Weier's injuries, Liu Fan resolved to take a chance. In the vicinity of Linwu village, most semi-spiritual beasts and ordinary creatures had been driven away, leaving only those that posed little threat. This was essential for ensuring the village's peace and stability. Roar. Beneath the cloak of night, a formidable tree stood tall, while a half-spirit beast resembling a wolf wandered nearby, its keen nose sniffing the air. After circling the great trunk several times in confusion, it snorted and departed. Not long after the wolf had vanished, a figure draped in gray descended gracefully from the tree, its obsidian eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. In a swift motion, it melded into invisibility and darted away into the distance. Spirit beasts and half-spirit beasts typically share similar routines with humans, active during the day and resting at night. However, there exists a notable number of these creatures that prefer the cover of darkness, much like the aforementioned half-spirit beast. Wolves often travel in packs, making solitary appearances a rare occurrence. Thus, Liu Fan opted for a cautious retreat to evade potential dangers. Searching for spirit herbs during the day is already a formidable task, let alone under the shroud of such profound darkness. Yet, Liu Fan, troubled by Lin Weier's injuries, pressed on with unwavering determination. His expression remained impassive as he traversed through the dense forest, not aimlessly wandering, but rather attuning himself to the ethereal energies surrounding him. Even in the obscurity of night, these subtle forces of nature are challenging to discern, as the spiritual energy here is not only scarce, but also diminutive. Nevertheless, it can still be sensed through one's perceptive abilities. Areas rich in spiritual energy are often indicative of the presence of spirit herbs or vibrant, flourishing plants. If there exists a miraculous herb, it is likely guarded by formidable spirit beasts, patiently awaiting its maturation. Thus, while Liu Fan cautiously senses the surrounding spiritual energy, he remains vigilant against potential dangers lurking nearby. However, despite his efforts, he is unable to locate the herb. After 2 arduous hours of searching, even with his terrifying regenerative capabilities, he finds himself fatigued. The heightened intensity of his search, combined with the need to remain alert for any lurking beasts, has taken its toll. As night deepens, the darkness envelopes him like ink. During his search, Liu Fan suddenly realizes that the mysterious energy current he anticipated has not manifested at its usual time to replenish him. Could it be that the dog-tooth pendant indicates that this environment is unsuitable for receiving the mysterious energy? After waiting in vain, he reluctantly sets this matter aside and resumes his search. Just as Liu Fan is grappling with his frustration, a flicker of excitement crosses his face as his brows arch in surprise. Within the range of his mental perception, he discovers a location rich in spiritual energy, even surpassing that of Linwu village. This area lies approximately 10 miles from the village, surrounded by a chaotic expanse of towering trees and rugged mountains. The ground is choked with thorny bushes, making traversal exceedingly difficult, clearly indicating a place seldom trodden by human feet. Fortunately, Liu Fan had learned skills from hunters since his childhood. He wielded 2 long, hook-like tools to quietly clear the tangled weeds and thorns. Although his progress was slow, it was undeniably safe. Moreover, Liu Fan possessed keen eyesight in the darkness, allowing him to select his route judiciously and evade numerous troubles. As a result, he had ventured into an area he had never traversed before. Liu Fan extended one arm, his fingers delicately stirring the air as he absorbed a surge of spiritual energy into his body, quietly sensing the rich aura that enveloped him. The spiritual power, which had diminished significantly, began to recover subtly within him. Exhaling softly, Liu Fan parted the thickets before him, his pitch-black eyes glimmering as he gazed toward the heart of the dense forest. The woodland was rather dim, prompting Liu Fan to squint slightly as he searched attentively. At last, his brows arched in surprise, and his gaze fixated on a particular spot. Deep within the forest lay a verdant hillock, its base nestled against the mountainside, while the remaining 3 sides were shrouded by the dense woods. Even with the moonlight cascading down, the forest remained cloaked in shadows. On the side adjacent to the mountain, a vast expanse of silver points shimmered, glistening in the night as they danced with the gentle breeze, accompanied by an alluring fragrance of herbs wafting through the air. Liu Fan inhaled the enchanting scent, a look of delight blossoming on his face. It was none other than silver scale grass. Judging by the intensity of the aroma, it was likely to bear fruit that very night. Liu Fan fixated intently on the sparkling silver points, murmuring softly, "Silver-scaled herb is a first-grade spiritual medicine, as it possesses an innate nature and typically flourishes in the lush, mystical forests, particularly in the cool, shaded areas at the foot of the mountains. Nurtured by moonlight and spiritual energy, it gradually matures. The remarkable aspect of the silver-scaled herb lies in its fruit, the silver-scaled fruit, which has a maturation cycle of 6 months. It generally ripens during the deep of night when the moonlight is at its most abundant, bringing forth the silver-scaled fruit. This fruit holds immense benefits for those in the body refinement stage, particularly in alleviating pain and aiding in the recovery of injuries, making it an exceptional spiritual remedy. Contrary to its name, the silver-scaled herb is not silver in color. Rather, its leaves are needle-like, reminiscent of pine needles adorning a bamboo stalk. Under the moon's illumination, the silver-scaled herb sways in the breeze, creating a mesmerizing display of shimmering, scale-like light points, truly enchanting. Liu Fan had only heard tales of the silver-scaled herb, but due to its rarity, he had never encountered it until now, when it appeared before him in this dim, dense forest. How could he not feel elated? This silver-scaled herb was perfectly suited to treat Lin Weier's injuries. Filled with joy, Liu Fan exclaimed. The night's arduous search had indeed borne fruit. The green phantom python, a semi-spiritual beast, has the potential to ascend to a first-tier spiritual beast. It prefers to dwell in dark, damp woodlands. Being nocturnal and exhibiting a violent and venomous temperament, excelling in swift attacks over short distances with potent toxicity. This green phantom python, with a deep green body as thick as a human thigh, adeptly camouflages itself within the dense forest due to its coloration. In the darkness, the emerald python, upon movement, radiates a vibrant green luminescence, reminiscent of undulating scales cascading in waves. This mesmerizing display evokes a certain imagistic quality akin to silver-scaled grass. However, such a fluid form can be easily concealed under the scrutiny of mental scanning. It appears that the emerald python is a guardian beast lurking near the silver-scaled grass. Gazing at the emerald python, which hangs a mere 10 feet before him, Liu Fan feels a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. He inwardly chastises himself for allowing excitement to cloud his judgment, failing to consider that such a precious treasure as the silver-scaled grass would inevitably attract beasts to this locale. In the mountainous forests of Stone Town, Liu Fan had witnessed a group of around 20 hunters band together to capture a man-eating emerald python. But the price was steep, 7 lives lost. This was achieved only after the emerald python had sustained significant injuries. Had it been in its prime, it would likely have evaded capture, no matter the hunter's fervent efforts. The emerald python excels in rapid, localized strikes with an attack range of approximately 30 feet. And Liu Fan now finds himself within its perilous reach. He is caught in a dilemma. Paralyzed by fear, he cannot afford to move. Any slight misstep at such a close distance could grant the emerald python the upper hand. With its lightning-fast speed, he would find it exceedingly difficult to react. Fortunately, this creature is accustomed to caution and has not launched an immediate ambush. As Liu Fan's mind races, he simultaneously feels a flicker of relief. Had the emerald python chosen to strike while he passed beneath it, his head would likely have been lost. The emerald python's copper bell-like, dimly yellow eyes suddenly shifted, and a slender black line in the center of its gaze gradually converged into a tiny black dot. A shudder ran through Liu Fan's heart. The emerald python was adjusting its stance, preparing to strike. Liu Fan dared not be negligent, channeling his mental energy to its utmost. While the spiritual energy within his dantian had already spread throughout his limbs, particularly in his legs, which maintained an impeccable state, poised for the python's assault. Indeed, when the black dot in the python's eyes had fully shrunk into a mere speck, its massive jaws slightly parted, revealing 3 rows of sharp, white fangs. The green scales on its upper body undulated as if stirred by a tempest, accelerating their rhythm, slicing through the air with a series of hissing sounds. Hiss! At last, as the green waves surged with dizzying speed, the emerald python opened its mouth wide, almost to a full 180 degrees. Its viscous tongue snapped back suddenly. and a ghastly green venom was instantaneously sprayed toward Liu Fan, while its upper body lunged forward with astonishing swiftness, aiming to bite him. Liu Fan had long been on high alert. As the venom descended like a deluge, his expression darkened significantly. The venom enveloped a vast area, rendering it exceedingly difficult to evade. Yet Liu Fan's eyes narrowed sharply, his spiritual energy surging through his feet. With a sudden, forceful push against the ground, he crouched low, his limbs moving rapidly. Rather than retreating, he advanced, darting forward just before the venom could reach the ground, skimming close to the earth in a swift maneuver. As Liu Fan darted across the terrain in that peculiar posture, the verdant serpent's gaping maw narrowly missed its mark, leaving its elongated, robust form exposed above him. Chapter 44. Confrontation with the viridescent python. Sensing the rapid, fetid gust that narrowly passed behind him, Liu Fan was drenched in a cold sweat, thoroughly saturating his back. This impromptu notion had fortuitously extricated him from peril. Upon raising his gaze, Liu Fan observed that the python's vulnerable underbelly was directly above him. Had it presented its steely scales, he would have been forced to retreat, but now, he had the opportunity to end its existence. Already incensed by the python's relentless pursuit, Liu Fan swiftly drew the silver shears from his back and, without hesitation, plunged them forcefully into the serpent's abdomen. Within Liu Fan, azure spiritual energy surged tempestuously, infusing the silver shears mid-swing. Consumed by fury, Liu Fan failed to notice his spiritual energy coursing into the shears. With a swift shink, the silver shears struck the python's belly like a bolt of argent lightning. To Liu Fan's astonishment, the shears pierced through the python's resilient abdomen as if it were mere parchment, revealing the sinewy flesh beneath. Without pause, the shears continued their upward trajectory, cleaving through even the python's most formidable scales, encountering only slight resistance before slicing cleanly through. Splash! Splash! A torrent of blood cascaded from the python, drenching Liu Fan in gore. Thus, the viridescent python was effortlessly cleaved in twain, a single strike proving fatal. Roar! The upper body of the emerald python was severed from its lower half, and an excruciating pain elicited a furious roar from it. Simultaneously, it lost all support, yet its tenacity kept it alive. With one final surge of force, its upper body lunged towards Liu Fan, who was unable to evade in time. The foul stench emanating from its gaping maw showed no hesitation as it clamped down fiercely. With a resounding snap, the python's jaws closed, driving 3 rows of teeth deep into Liu Fan's flesh, causing crimson blood to splatter everywhere. Amidst the blood, a noxious green venom mingled ominously. The emerald python clung tenaciously to Liu Fan's shoulder, its copper bell-sized yellow eyes fixed on him, radiating a menacing light, clearly intent on dragging Liu Fan down with it. Struck by this brutal assault, Liu Fan felt his face flush and veins bulge, gripping the silver scissors tightly. With his right shoulder ensnared, he swiftly transferred the scissors to his left hand and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust them towards the python's glaring eyes. With a couple of hissing sounds, Liu Fan easily pierced the emerald python's eyes, blinding it. Thick blood gushed forth, yet the python seemed oblivious to the pain, its biting force intensifying. In a fit of rage, it bit down even harder. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the python's jaws shattered Liu Fan's shoulder and upper arm. Overwhelmed by the agony, Liu Fan let out a harrowing scream, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Liu Fan is not a mere beast. His threshold for enduring pain is incomparable to that of any animal. In the moment when his right shoulder was crushed, his body shuddered violently. Coupled with the relentless venom of the green specter python, his left hand, which had clutched the silver shears, succumbed to weakness and released its grip. What was once a desperate thrust of the shears into the serpent now fell swiftly to the ground, while Liu Fan's body slumped helplessly backward. Once the shears slipped from his grasp, the azure glow that enveloped them dissipated rapidly, revealing their original silvery hue. Liu Fan fell heavily to the ground, his consciousness blurring under the brutal assault of the potent venom. The grip of the green specter python tightened, mercilessly ravaging the already battered portion of his body, likely reducing his shoulder to a mangled state. With a pained groan, Liu Fan expelled a copious amount of dark, foul-smelling blood. The serpent's poison had already infiltrated his heart. The venom of the green specter python is exceptionally malicious, spreading with alarming rapidity. Many succumbed to death within 30 seconds after merely brushing against its toxin, and although Liu Fan possesses a unique constitution, it is doubtful he can endure for much longer. Once again, he experienced that unbearable sensation, a profound discomfort. Liu Fan's awareness was shrouded in a haze, reminiscent of his initial encounter with misfortune outside Stone Town, where he felt a similar, overwhelming lethargy, not dissimilar to his current state. Regardless of what you may be, since you have granted me strength to arrive at this juncture, I implore you to aid me once more. Liu Fan turned his face, weakly lying on the ground, gazing at the shimmering silver grass deep within the dense forest, contemplating the dog-tooth pendant upon his chest, murmuring helplessly. However, in response to Liu Fan's prayer, nothing transpired. The dog-tooth pendant seemed to fall into silence. A bitter smile tugged at Liu Fan's lips, and he self-deprecatingly thought, "Green Python, it seems I am destined to perish alongside you." The Green Python, oblivious to Liu Fan's thoughts, exerted its last vestiges of strength, desperately clawing at his body. At that moment, Liu Fan's form grew increasingly cold, blood saturating his entire being, presenting the grotesque sight of two bloodied corpses. Liu Fan's head, still gently turned towards the distant silver grass, beheld the flickering silver points of light, which appeared extraordinarily ethereal in the darkness. Yet, in the very next moment, this dreamlike scene underwent a transformation. Amidst the shimmering silver points, a singular point suddenly ignited with a crimson glow, followed by a second, and then a third. The red points ceased their flickering, converging towards the center. As all the silver points coalesced into red, three translucent, agate-colored fruits gradually emerged above the silver grass. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly permeated the entire forest. Even the slightest inhalation of this aroma allowed Liu Fan to feel the wounds within him subtly dissipate, while his consciousness momentarily regained clarity. The silver grass has borne fruit. Liu Fan murmured softly to himself, his consciousness momentarily sharpening before being swiftly engulfed again by the venom. His complexion was shrouded in a dark, inky poison. With such grievous injuries, it seemed he would soon succumb entirely to the toxins. As he gazed at the silver scale fruit in the distance, a fleeting image of a lively figure crossed his mind. That enchanting, spirited being could have claimed the silver scale fruit and cheerfully said to him, "Thank you, Xiao Fan. You are the best." Yet now, all of that felt like a distant memory, slipping away from him at an alarming pace, including his very vitality. Slowly, Liu Fan closed his eyes, a deep despair etched across his features, and a profound sense of hopelessness pervaded his heart. However, just as this despair enveloped him completely, the canine tooth pendant on his chest began to emit a faint glow. Liu Fan felt a warmth emanating from his heart, and with great effort, he opened his eyes to look. A hazy green light rose from the canine tooth pendant, rapidly coalescing in midair, gradually forming into a menacing ancient dragon of considerable size. Simultaneously, a terrifying, archaic pressure enveloped the entire forest, causing the green phantom python that was gnawing at Liu Fan to release its grip in sheer terror. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. This was Liu Fan, unaffected by the oppressive force, opened his eyes wide in astonishment, his face marked by intense confusion. He finally beheld something he had never seen before. This ferocious ancient dragon emerged from his canine tooth pendant, unraveling the mysteries of his own existence. Upon its emergence, the formidable ancient dragon languidly shifted its indifferent draconic gaze, casting a fleeting glance upon the verdant specter serpent quivering prostrate on the ground. With a deliberate motion of its claw, a beam of umber light lanced forth, unerringly aimed at the hapless serpent. Liu Fan could discern the dreadful nature of the ochre ray. Devoid of any semblance of vitality, it pulsed with a palpable aura of desolation. As the beam hurtled toward the serpent's head, the creature, though writhing in abject terror, found itself unable to surmount the oppressive force and evade the impending doom. The instant the light struck, the serpent's trembling form became rigid, as if petrified. Yet, a mere second later, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The verdant scales of the serpent's elongated torso underwent a macabre transformation, the vibrant greens swiftly receding, replaced by an ashen pallor that spread with alarming speed. A palpable miasma of desolation permeated the air. As if subjected to some arcane sorcery, the serpent seemed to disintegrate. With the merest whisper of a breeze, it collapsed like a flimsy edifice of paper, scattering into a heap of chalky dust. Chapter 45. The Baron Dragon, after a protracted moment of confrontation between the solitary man and the dragon, the formidable ancient dragon, with a subtle movement of its impassive eyes, intoned in a deep, resonant voice, "I have no time for frivolous discourse. In brief, mortal, you may address me as the Baron Dragon." The Baron Dragon? Liu Fan stammered, taken aback. He had never encountered such a dragon in the annals of the spirit vortex continent. "By virtue of your invocation, fueled by the power of despair, I have managed to manifest, albeit tenuously, in this realm." He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a hint of buoyancy, yet he seemed perpetually incapable of laughter. Even as he expressed a modicum of lightness, his countenance remained shrouded in gravity. "Summon?" Liu Fan murmured in astonishment, glancing down at the dog-tooth pendant adorning his chest. "What you possess is my dragon's tooth, the sole remnant of my past life," the proclaimed, startling Liu Fan, who had never imagined that this object could be a dragon's tooth. He had assumed it to be merely a dog's tooth, its tattered appearance casting considerable doubt. "This dragon's tooth, I have tempered it for millennia, transforming it into an intrinsic part of my being, unbreakably resilient. During a desperate flight, I was compelled to self-destruct, and the remnants of my soul found refuge within this undestroyed dragon's tooth." After a brief pause, they continued, "However, during my escape, I inadvertently merged with a peculiar entity, which nearly obliterated my already diminished soul." A flicker of trepidation crossed his once indifferent eyes, suggesting that the ordeal he had endured was profoundly terrifying. "Even my current form's presence here is contingent upon that entity's slight relaxation of its confinement, allowing me to temporarily harness a fragment of its power to emerge." They remained detached, as if astonishment was forever beyond his grasp. Liu Fan was truly taken aback. The overwhelming aura of the indicated that he had not been a mere existence in life, even as a wisp of a soul. It seemed implausible that he could be so thoroughly subdued. "Is that entity ensconced within your teeth?" Liu Fan queried, his mind racing with a flicker of uncertainty. "Indeed," the desolate dragon responded, its voice laced with bitterness. "To be precise, it is no longer my tooth. The dragon's tooth has undergone a transformation, utterly usurped by that grotesque entity." The desolate dragon gnashed its teeth, its ire palpable. The insidious entity had not only brought it to the brink of annihilation, but had also imprisoned it, now seizing its sole sanctuary. How could it not be consumed by rage? "Should you liberate me," the desolate dragon continued, its voice resonant with solemnity, "I swear upon the ancient name of the desolate dragon that I shall bestow upon you immeasurable boons." With these words, the verdant form of the dragon dissolved into a constellation of emerald motes, converging upon the dog-tooth pendant adorning Liu Fan's chest. As the luminescence subsided, the pendant reverted to its former grimy state. "An ancient desolate dragon?" Liu Fan mused, his thoughts swirling with intrigue. "This silver shear," he observed, "lacks the keenness it once possessed." After testing the silver shear, Liu Fan discovered that its sharpness was now sufficient only for pruning shrubbery, rendering it inadequate for combat. As he toyed with the silver shear, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Liu Fan's mind. He recalled that when wielding the shear, his spiritual energy had gradually surged along its length. "It is a spiritual implement," Liu Fan exclaimed, his voice tinged with elation as he instinctively tightened his grip on the silver shear. Beyond the fourth level of body tempering, a cultivator's spiritual energy cannot extend far from the body, limited to simple coverage of body parts like hands and feet, augmenting the cultivator's strength or speed. However, cultivators can channel their spiritual energy into specialized implements, including spiritual implements and other unique objects. If one were to infuse spiritual energy into ordinary weapons, although it may enhance their potency, complications would inevitably arise. Once ordinary weapons are subjected to the infusion of spiritual energy, they would soon succumb to the overwhelming force of that energy, leading to their deterioration. In contrast, we have spiritual artifacts, which are masterfully crafted by artifact refiners, possessing unparalleled utility. Spiritual artifacts are categorized into 5 tiers: inferior, intermediate, superior, exceptional, and supreme. These artifacts can serve various functions, including offensive, defensive, and evasive applications. The myriad wonders of spiritual artifacts are indeed countless. Upon receiving the infusion of spiritual energy through cultivation, these artifacts manifest an array of extraordinary effects. For instance, when spiritual energy is channeled into offensive artifacts, their destructive power can increase dramatically, allowing the wielder to face 3 opponents of equal rank with relative ease. The remarkable versatility of spiritual artifacts makes them invaluable in both combat and retreat, which naturally results in their exorbitant prices. Even the most basic inferior spiritual artifact can fetch hundreds of inferior spirit stones, while those of higher quality command prices that are nearly astronomical. In the realm of Lingshan, a single spirit stone can sustain a common family for 2 to 3 months, making spirit stones exceedingly precious. Given the steep prices of spiritual artifacts, the status of artifact refiners rises correspondingly. In Lingshan, every faction strives to cultivate relationships with these artisans, making them an undeniably significant force within the realm. The silver scissors wielded by Liu Fan undoubtedly belong to the realm of spiritual artifacts. However, the precise grade of these scissors remains a mystery. Liu Fan endeavored to infuse the silver scissors with azure spiritual energy, yet the interior resembled an abyss. Even after pouring in 2 drops of spiritual liquid, he found that they did not fill the scissors. Curious to test their power, Liu Fan, though not maximizing the scissors' potential, felt a sense of satisfaction as he brandished the softly glowing silver scissors, advancing towards the writhing segment of the long serpent's body on the ground. With a swift and resolute motion, he brought the scissors down upon the serpent's body. The force was unexpectedly formidable. The silver scissors merely hesitated momentarily against the serpent's skin before slicing through with the ease of cutting tofu, penetrating flesh without any hindrance. Remarkably, this was achieved without fully unleashing the scissors' capabilities, yet their effectiveness surpassed Liu Fan's expectations. A radiant smile spread across his face as he continued to dissect the serpent's body with the silver scissors. After extracting a fist-sized serpent gallbladder and hastily wiping it clean, he held the silver scissors before his eyes, delighting in their impeccable state. Despite the vigorous cutting, the scissors sparkled with silvery brilliance, untouched by any trace of blood. This splendid artifact suggested that the grade of the silver scissors was indeed quite high. To better collect spiritual herbs, Liu Fan had previously procured several medicinal boxes while in Linwu village. He retrieved the largest of these boxes, which was just the right size to accommodate the entire serpent gallbladder. After meticulously cleaning the snake gall, Liu Fan cast a glance at the now rigid serpent body and proceeded towards the hill without further ado. The silver scale grass bore 3 lustrous, agate-colored fruits, exuding an alluring medicinal fragrance under the moonlight. Judging by the plumpness of the fruits, their efficacy was undoubtedly remarkable. Fortunately, this territory belonged to the green specter python, and no semi-spiritual beasts or ordinary creatures were nearby. Otherwise, with such an enticing aroma, Liu Fan would soon find himself embroiled in a fierce battle. After swallowing a few times, Liu Fan cautiously placed the 3 silver scale fruits into separate medicinal boxes, causing the captivating fragrance to vanish in an instant. As all the fruits were harvested, the silver scale grass trembled slightly before burrowing into the ground, leaving only a small black spot visible above the surface. Wu Fushan. A chill flickered across Liu Fan's face. Since it was so ungrateful, he felt no obligation to show any deference to Wei Er. Liu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, the figure of Wu Sheng flashing in his mind. Wu Fushan dared to provoke him, clearly under Wu Sheng's directive. It seemed he ought to reveal a glimpse of his own brilliance. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Liu Fan's lips. Chapter 46. Like siblings, Liu Fan lingered in his room, gazing at his tattered clothing with a bitter smile. This outfit could be considered the finest he possessed. He had donned it when leaving the Xia residence, not only for its familiarity, but also because he was unaccustomed to wearing finer garments. In any case, it is merely a worthless life. It matters not what one wears. Liu Fan often indulged in such self-deprecation, yet now it proved to be of no avail. Sister Wei Er was bound to be troubled upon seeing this. Liu Fan rummaged through the room for quite some time. It still failed to locate a single garment fit for wearing. As dawn gradually broke, it would not be long before Lin Wei Er would come to call for him. Children of impoverished families mature quickly. Liu Fan had some skill in sewing and mending. He had intended to find some thread and needles to patch up his clothing. But after searching for a long while, he still found nothing. It is rather ironic that in a night watchman's dwelling in Wufu Mountain, one would lack such basic supplies. Why hasn't Wu Fushan come to find me this morning? Liu Fan muttered in frustration. After an extensive search yielded no results, he resigned himself to donning the tattered garments and sat on the bed, suddenly cursing. It appeared he would have to wait for Wu Fushan to arrive. hoping to borrow some of his clothing in the meantime. Just as Liu Fan's curse fell from his lips, a knock resounded from outside. Could it truly be a delivery of garments? Liu Fan's heart leapt with joy as he sprang up and hurried to the door, swiftly pulling it open. As he stepped outside, a familiar fragrance wafted towards him. Liu Fan paused, and upon recognizing the visitor, he was taken aback to see Lin Wei'er. "Xiao Fan, I brought you something today." Lin Wei'er, with a delightful expression and something good in hand, suddenly froze. Her brows furrowing as she took a couple of hurried steps forward, grasping Liu Fan's arm. "What has happened to your clothes? Last night, while I was practicing, I inadvertently damaged." Liu Fan was taken aback by Lin Wei'er's unexpected arrival today. She did not call out to him from afar as she usually did. Lin Wei'er, setting down the items she carried, pulled Liu Fan aside, scrutinizing his tattered clothing. She noticed that his garments had been violently torn apart by external force, leaving gaping holes that were indeed shocking. Given the state of his attire, Liu Fan's well-being was a cause for concern. Anxiously, Lin Wei'er examined him closely, and, upon discovering he bore no injuries, she pouted slightly and exhaled softly in relief. In the midst of Lin Wei'er's somewhat rough care, Liu Fan remained silent, his dark eyes quietly observing her, a warmth blossoming within him. Lin Wei'er noticed the innocent expression on Liu Fan's face and, placing her hands on her hips, inquired with a hint of annoyance, "Did a martial artist come to cause trouble?" Liu Fan smiled and shook his head, opting not to respond. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Wei'er wondered, playfully delivering a gentle punch to his chest. Liu Fan feigned a reaction, clutching his chest and grimacing in mock pain, which only spurred Lin Wei'er on. She playfully pounded him with her tiny fists, prompting him to exclaim in jest, "Will you tell me or not?" Lin Wei'er, stifling her laughter, persistently chased Liu Fan, playfully striking him. As he spoke, he produced several boxes from his pocket, opening one to reveal its contents to Lin Wei'er. Listening to Liu Fan's nonsensical ramblings, Lin Wei'er's delicate face was filled with skepticism. However, upon the opening of the medicine box, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted forth. When she beheld the gem-like fruit inside, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. Liu Fan swiftly closed the box and handed it to Lin Wei'er, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her as he cheerfully proclaimed, "Sister Wei'er, this silver scale fruit is a gift for you." Observing Liu Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Wei'er understood that behind this gesture lay considerable hardship, perhaps even peril for his life in the pursuit of this precious remedy. To heal her wounds, it was indeed a reckless gamble. "Xiao Fan, thank you." After staring at her toes for a prolonged moment, she finally lifted her gaze to Liu Fan and spoke softly. Liu Fan scratched his head, chuckling lightly and revealing a set of pristine white teeth, yet he remained silent. Lin Wei'er, not one to be overly delicate, tucked the medicine box away and resumed her cheerful demeanor. Casually glancing at the other boxes Liu Fan possessed, she chose not to dwell on them. Instead, she picked up an item she had brought from the table, shaking it gently in the air for Liu Fan to see. "Sister Wei'er, what is this?" Liu Fan blinked, eyeing the object in her hand, utterly unable to recognize it. The item was about the size of a human wrist, resembling a large, snow-white radish. Its surface appeared remarkably smooth, exuding an inviting aroma that was refreshingly delightful. "This is the flame heart lotus. Although it cannot compare in value to your silver scale fruit, it is indeed a rare and remarkable treasure." Lin Wei'er chuckled, clearly delighted by the acquisition of the silver scale fruit. The flame heart lotus contains a trace of fiery essence, which greatly benefits practitioners in the body refinement stage. Once consumed, it can aid in the cultivation within the cold pool as well. After racing for several minutes, Liu Fan arrived outside the wall of plants. He paused for a moment, confirming that there was indeed no one nearby observing him, and then swiftly vanished into the foliage. The cold pool appeared much the same as yesterday, with little change. Following his memory, Liu Fan proceeded slowly into the milky white mist, eventually reaching cold pool number 1 without incident. He retrieved the flame heart lotus from his embrace, inhaling its enticing fragrance. Having gone a night without food, Liu Fan's appetite was stirred, and he opened his mouth to take a hearty bite of the lotus. Instantly, a creamy liquid splattered forth, crisp and delectable. Without any restraint, Liu Fan devoured the entire flame heart lotus in just a few bites, unexpectedly finding that what he initially deemed insufficient had completely satisfied his voracious appetite. Content, he patted his belly and sat cross-legged, attentively sensing the spiritual energy within him, eagerly awaiting the effects of the lotus to spread. After a time that felt like the brewing of tea, Liu Fan's brow suddenly arched as he finally felt a reaction within his dantian. Liu Fan felt a surge of warmth rising within his dantian, an invigorating heat that neither harmed his body nor caused discomfort. Rather, it enveloped him in a soothing embrace. Before long, this warmth coursed through his entire being, and soon, wisps of heat began to rise from the crown of his head. With a sudden clarity, Liu Fan opened his eyes wide, swiftly shedding his garments until he stood bare before the cold pool. The first step, Liu Fan silently recited, and as his foot made contact with the water's surface, he was met with a piercing chill that enveloped his foot. Yet, almost immediately, it was countered by the seething warmth emanating from within him. A thrill of excitement surged through Liu Fan. He sensed success was within reach and resolutely submerged both feet into the icy depths. As Liu Fan's heated body sank into the frigid water, clouds of steam began to rise from the surface, enveloping him in a shroud of warmth. How delightful! Liu Fan found himself far more at ease than the previous day, experiencing only a slight, biting cold that was nowhere near his limits. The first step was remarkably spacious, measuring over half a foot in width. In no time, Liu Fan reclined fully upon the first step, even submerging his head. Once entirely immersed in the cold pool, he opened his eyes underwater, resolutely enduring the bone-chilling cold. With the aid of the yin exine lotus, he astonishingly refrained from employing any spiritual energy and held on steadfastly. After a full 2 hours had passed, amidst intermittent gasps for air, Liu Fan finally felt his entire body strengthen to a new level under the chilling waters of the first tier. He was faintly brushing against the threshold of the 6th level of body tempering, only a final surge of force away from a genuine breakthrough. However, the frigid waters of the first tier had long ceased to meet the requirements for such a breakthrough. Liu Fan had surprisingly acclimatized to them, rendering the physical refinement he received almost negligible. With a gentle splash, Liu Fan gradually rose from the waters of the first tier, gazing into the depths of the cold pool. There, the waters of the second tier appeared darker and more profound, surely colder and more enigmatic. One last attempt. Sensing the remaining potency of the flame heart lotus within him, Liu Fan gritted his teeth, resolved to take the plunge. The icy waters of the first tier lapped at his knees, while those of the second tier would likely reach his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he waded through the water and slowly took his first step toward the second tier. Chapter 47. The pinnacle of the 7th level of body tempering. As Liu Fan's right foot made contact with the dark, enigmatic waters of the second tier, the mere touch of his foot felt as if he had stepped upon countless sharp spikes, piercing into his bones. The residual potency of the medicine surged instantly toward his foot, converging there. His scorching foot met the icy water's surface, emitting a hissing sound and rising clouds of white mist. By heavens! With a fierce curse, Liu Fan unleashed the full force of his spiritual energy from within his dantian. In an instant, numerous drops of azure spiritual liquid erupted outward, rapidly permeating his limbs and alleviating some of the bone-chilling cold. Despite this relief, the sensation of breaking through still eluded him. He was not yet sufficient. Gritting his teeth in determination, Liu Fan suddenly plunged his entire leg into the depths of the inky blackness. The instant he did, an overwhelming wave of cold surged forth, as if it had seeped into his very marrow. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, painfully aware that his blood felt nearly frozen. The sharp pain subsided, leaving behind a numbing sensation. Liu Fan could scarcely feel his legs. His lower body was completely paralyzed by the frost. The frigid water of the second tier was indeed formidable. As his legs lost all sensation, Liu Fan suddenly stumbled, his pale visage betraying his struggle as he began to topple forward. Ahead lay the second tier, and with wide, terrified eyes, he realized he could not halt his descent. I am doomed. Regret flooded Liu Fan's heart. This was the consequence of his recklessness. His hands flailed helplessly in the air, while his frostbitten lips trembled violently. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the water, his body sinking slowly like a stone, gradually descending to the depths below. In the depths of darkness, an all-encompassing void enveloped Liu Fan as the frigid waters surged from all directions. At the moment of submersion, he summoned all his spiritual energy to shield his vital heart and protect his head. Yet, the chilling waters of the second tier were no jest. Even his lower body swiftly succumbed to numbness, rendering his spiritual defenses laughably ineffective against the icy torrent. As he sensed the medicinal power of the Yangtze lotus rapidly depleting, Liu Fan's consciousness began to blur. "How unfortunate I am," he lamented. "Having narrowly escaped a deadly ordeal, I now find myself ensnared in such perilous depths. Alas, my impatience has led me here." It seemed as though a current propelled him forward, drawing him deeper into the unfathomable abyss of the third tier, where the icy waters surely possessed unimaginable ferocity. As his mental clarity waned further, Liu Fan could not help but succumb to hallucinatory visions. The surrounding waters appeared to transform into flames, enveloping him in a searing heat that burned fiercely. Could it be that such an intense cold manifests as this sensation? His awareness had already dulled, and he clung desperately to the last vestiges of his willpower to remain conscious. He was oblivious to how far the force had drawn him. Whether he had breached the third tier, or even the fourth or fifth tiers, he felt adrift in an interminable darkness, akin to a flickering firefly, barely aware of his existence, devoid of any other sensations. Yet, under the crushing weight of the infinite blackness, that fragile light within him flickered ever more faintly. Liu Fan felt a surge of anxiety. If the flickering flame were to extinguish, he would be irrevocably plunged into an abyss of eternal darkness. Just as the feeble light was on the verge of being snuffed out, a tiny flame suddenly erupted at its core, driving back the oppressive darkness that surrounded it. This delicate flicker appeared fragile, yet it repelled the encroaching void with unwavering resolve. Liu Fan had been carried far away, his form in the water resembling crystal, clear and translucent. The frigid waters of the cold pool rendered his body dazzling, while the pure spiritual energy within sculpted and reinforced his physique, as if he were being meticulously chiseled towards perfection. At this moment, Liu Fan was as pure as a block of ice, gradually merging with the icy waters. Initially, it was merely his skin that blended, followed by his meridians, and even his bones began to fuse. Under the influence of the spiritual power in the cold water, everything was progressing favorably. Time became an abstract concept, and eventually, Liu Fan slowly opened his eyes in the boundless darkness. Within his pitch-black irises, a glimmer of icy blue light flickered. His body was no longer crystalline, but had reverted to its previous form. However, Liu Fan had undergone a profound transformation. "Am I not dead?" His dark eyes gradually regained focus, and he gazed around in bewilderment. He was still in the cold pool. The surroundings were still filled with the eerie chill of water, and he had no idea how far he was from the shore. The water around him was so dark that he could see no bottom. How many layers deep was he truly? Liu Fan abruptly ceased his movements, astonished to discover that his strength had inexplicably surged. Striking through the water, he encountered minimal resistance. He had broken through the peak of the 7th level of body tempering. Upon introspection, Liu Fan noticed remarkable changes within his body. His meridians had expanded significantly, no longer a coppery hue, but now a deep, lustrous gold, exuding a sense of robust power and unparalleled resilience. Within his dantian, the blue spiritual liquid had surged to 70 drops, purer and denser than ever before. His physical body had quietly ascended to a formidable level, likely capable of withstanding the might of an ordinary 8th-level tempered body. Clenching his fists tightly, a broad smile spread across his face. The 8th level of body tempering, once an insurmountable foe, now seemed within his grasp. Uncertain of the veracity of the words of the desolate dragon, Liu Fan instinctively gripped the canine tooth pendant. His mud pill palace stirred subtly, releasing a more refined spiritual energy than before, which enveloped the pendant and slowly seeped into it. This was Liu Fan's first attempt to communicate with the pendant using his spiritual energy. He manipulated the energy with nervous caution, wary of any mishaps. The message seemed to emanate from a distant realm, and after careful discernment, Liu Fan deciphered 4 words. "I am the desolate dragon." A wave of joy washed over him. It hadn't been long, yet he was already able to communicate with the desolate dragon. It seemed there was hope for its rescue. Liu Fan conveyed his thoughts. "Senior Huang, where are you? Has that strange object harmed you?" Beneath the surface of the pool, something lurked. Liu Fan silently gasped, abruptly halting his movements, his gaze warily fixed upon the shimmering spot. Yet, after a prolonged moment, the glimmer did not reappear. Just as Liu Fan contemplated departing, the light flickered softly into existence. It emerged from the darkness like a slender vein suddenly igniting. The illumination lingered in the water for approximately 3 seconds, allowing Liu Fan to pinpoint the object's location. However, he refrained from advancing, a brooding expression clouding his features. Curiosity can be perilous. Having narrowly escaped 2 near-fatal trials in quick succession, Liu Fan was reluctant to let his inquisitiveness lead him to demise once more. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to ignore whatever lay at the bottom of the pool and, without hesitation, propelled himself upward. As Liu Fan's figure gradually faded into the murky depths, a slender silver light burst forth from the very spot where the glow had first appeared, twisting and dimming before ultimately vanishing. Chapter 48. The white pearl. The frigid water was not entirely clear, containing fine impurities that suggested it held not only spiritual energy, but also other enigmatic properties. Liu Fan had acclimated to the cold water of the pool, and with the aid of his dogtooth pendant, he felt no discomfort. He merely perceived the water as somewhat chilling. With minimal exertion, Liu Fan maintained a brisk pace, ascending through the water, leaving the pool's profound darkness behind. After a brief period, his brow arched as he glanced aside, noticing a small, white orb suspended, drifting upwards half a foot away. Thumb-sized, it ascended slowly, conveying a sense of considerable weight despite its appearance. Liu Fan warily observed the bead, minimizing his movements, cautiously distancing himself, creating barely a ripple. Though the bead remained unchanged, he entertained no notions of experimentation, propelling himself away from the strange object. However, ascending merely half a foot, he recoiled in fright, his face paling. His dogtooth pendant, which had been emitting a faint, verdant glow, unexpectedly projected a beam of green light, piercing the water unhindered, directly towards the nearby bead. Aghast, Liu Fan's scalp prickled. This pendant defied all expectations. Yet, he swiftly recollected the scene by the brook outside Linwu village, where the pendant had consumed pebbles. In this peculiar place, could the pendant be experiencing hunger once more? Thus, although numerous possibilities exist, the likelihood remains that this gem is indeed beneficial to him. After a swift contemplation, Liu Fan concluded that the orb should pose no substantial threat for the time being. If the gem were truly aggressive, it would likely not manifest its danger so readily. After all, the canine tooth pendant had already made contact with this small orb, yet nothing untoward had occurred. Canine tooth pendant, do not let me down this time. Gazing at the white orb that slowly floated before him, Liu Fan's expression shifted several times. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and cautiously extended his hand towards the luminous orb. 3 feet, 1 foot, 1 inch. The distance gradually diminished, yet no unforeseen event transpired. For added safety, Liu Fan had already summoned the spiritual energy within him, enveloping his palm with pure energy. With utmost care, he finally grasped the small orb that hovered in front of him. The moment he secured the gem in his hand, his body tensed to its utmost, prepared to confront any impending peril. To his astonishment, nothing occurred. This white pebble had been so effortlessly claimed. Liu Fan silently exhaled, now able to scrutinize the white orb in detail. Upon acquiring the diminutive alabaster bead, a piercing chill permeated through him, causing Liu Fan, who held it, to furrow his brow instinctively. Given Liu Fan's current immunity to the frigidity of the cold pool, ordinary icy sensations posed no threat. Yet, this particular bead, merely by being held, evoked an acute, bone-chilling sensation, prompting the question of just how terrifying the ice-cold essence contained within truly was. The bead, indeed, was only about the size of a thumb. Its form was not perfectly round, but rather took on an ovoid shape, with a somewhat coarse texture on its surface. However, the most captivating aspect of the bead lay in the 4 lightning-like, gray striations that naturally appeared on its facade. These striations were closely clustered together, and due to their similar coloration to the bead itself, Liu Fan exerted some effort to discern and count them. What, precisely, is this object? Liu Fan pondered, his brows slightly knitted as he meticulously examined the bead in his hand. Under the scrutiny of his refined mental energy, he detected an immensely formidable energy contained within. If unleashed, it would likely render even Liu Fan himself in a rather discomfited state for a time. Nevertheless, without external impetus, the bead maintained a state of equilibrium, with not a scintilla of its energy leaking out. Perhaps this object coalesced within the cold pool and was dislodged from the bottom, Liu Fan mused thoughtfully. Considering the bead's inherent icy properties, it seemed inextricably linked to the cold pool. Enclosed within this bead resides such formidable cryonic power. Its value is undoubtedly substantial. This realization ignited a fervent desire within Liu Fan, for he surmised that, given his current condition. He could potentially descend to the depths of the pool and procure similar treasures. This presented an exceptional opportunity, further fueling Liu Fan's eagerness. However, as he stirred, the memory of the bizarre luminescence he had witnessed at the pool's bottom flashed through his mind, instantly extinguishing his ardor. Nothing could supersede the value of his own life. Withdrawing his head, Liu Fan cast a wary glance towards the pool's depths, where the boundless darkness seemed to stretch into eternity. Having made his decision, Liu Fan hesitated no longer. Securing the white bead, he unhesitatingly accelerated his ascent towards the pool's surface. To his delight, during his underwater journey, Liu Fan discovered 3 more white beads, one adorned with 4 and the remaining 2 with 3. Elated by his fruitful acquisitions, Liu Fan's spirits soared. Consequently, he meticulously scrutinized the surrounding waters during his return, but to his slight disappointment, no further beads materialized. During his ascent, Liu Fan was astonished by the staggering depth of the frigid pool. He had been ascending for at least half an incense stick's duration, and at his velocity, he should have been able to discern the pool's surface even from depths of several dozen feet. Yet, he remained enveloped in an eerie darkness, with no indication of an end in sight. Yet, the faint green light emanating from the dogtooth pendant resting against his chest gradually dissipated, and it seemed that it would not be long before this protective glow vanished entirely. Liu Fan was not concerned about the chilling waters of the cold pool. He had acclimatized to their temperature and had developed a considerable resistance to the cold. His worry lay with the issue of breath. Without the aid of the dogtooth pendant, he could hold his breath for only a few minutes at most. Given his current abilities, supplemented by his spiritual energy, he could manage to endure underwater for merely the length of a tea's brewing time. If the depths of this pool were indeed endless, such a duration would be utterly insufficient. Thankfully, he had not ventured to the bottom to seek out the pearls. A wave of apprehension washed over Liu Fan. Had he been even slightly more greedy or disregarded the perils lurking at the lake's bottom, he might have suffocated amidst countless pearls. Confronted by the specter of asphyxiation, Liu Fan ceased his leisurely search for nearby pearls and abruptly quickened his pace, propelling himself toward the surface with an alacrity that surpassed his previous speed. This was the interior of the cold cave. The milky white mist hovered above the cold pool, drifting like clouds in a gentle breeze, an ethereal sight to behold. Previously, Liu Fan had felt a strong aversion to the elusive white fog, yet now it appeared to him as if he were yearning for the embrace of his kin, compelling him to swim fervently toward the surface. Splash! With a resounding splash, the icy water erupted, sending droplets flying in all directions. Emerging from the frigid depths, Liu Fan's face, once flushed from holding his breath, gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy after a few deep breaths. He took a moment to regulate his breathing before wading through the chilling waters, making his way slowly to the edge of the pool. He had expended a considerable amount of energy, depleting much of his physical strength and spiritual power, necessitating a brief respite. As he emerged from the water, Liu Fan stood bare, his slender yet refined physique exuding an unexpectedly breathtaking allure in the cold's embrace. A faint mist lingered around him, and after enduring the harsh trials of the icy pool, his body had become remarkably smooth, akin to the delicate skin of a woman, firm yet supple. Although his skin appeared somewhat tender at present, the truth was far more complex. This transformation had significantly enhanced his physical strength, and he could likely shatter a boulder the size of a human head with a mere gesture. Unaccustomed to his newly smooth skin, Liu Fan tugged at it, eliciting a bittersweet smile at the absurdity of his situation. Chapter 49. The second cold pool. What is this place? Liu Fan murmured uncertainly as he gazed at the swirling milky mist enveloping him. He was quite certain he remained within the confines of the cold cave and pool. However, this particular area felt entirely foreign to him. This was no longer the first cold pool, but rather an entirely unfamiliar one. Could this be the second cold pool? Liu Fan murmured to himself, recalling that Lin Wire had mentioned there were only 2 cold pools within this icy cave, which she designated as Pool 1 and Pool 2, respectively. The location where Liu Fan practiced was Pool 1. After Lin Wire cultivated to the 6th level of body tempering there, she inexplicably abandoned it in favor of continuing her training in Pool 2. According to Liu Fan's previous conjecture, if Lin Wire forsook Pool 1, it could only be due to one possibility. Pool 1 no longer met her cultivation needs, prompting her transition to Pool 2. However, the structural differences between Pool 1 and Pool 2 were negligible, and their effects were quite similar. Why then did Lin Wire relinquish Pool 1 in favor of Pool 2? Perhaps Pool 2 possessed its own unique advantages. Liu Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation, murmuring aloud. The surrounding milky mist could not approach the cold pool, remaining instead in the vicinity and hovering above. At this moment, Liu Fan stood barefoot on the ground, feeling not particularly cold, but rather pleasantly cool, indicative of his commendable cold resistance physique. Stealing a glance, Liu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The petite figure clad in an orange short skirt, with soft, flowing orange-yellow hair, bore a delicate face adorned with beads of sweat, her expression slightly flustered. This enchanting silhouette could be none other than Lin Wire herself. As Lin Wire emerged from the milky mist, her beautiful eyes anxiously scanned the cold pool, seemingly searching for something elusive. However, Liu Fan was well concealed, and despite Lin Wire's thorough examination of the pool, she found nothing. A hint of disappointment flickering across her delicate face. Observing her expression, Liu Fan could no longer remain hidden. He abruptly stood up from the water. Yet as he rose, he suddenly realized he was completely unclothed, and the thought of leaping out in such a state left him in a quandary. As he was about to break the surface, he abruptly halted mid-motion. Just as Lin Wire felt a wave of disappointment, the water of the cold pool erupted, and a naked figure leapt forth, startling her. She instinctively took a half-step back, adopting a defensive posture, her vigilant gaze darting towards the pool. Upon recognizing the figure, a flicker of joy illuminated her exquisite features. Lin Wire, why are you here? Liu Fan's upper body broke the surface while his lower half remained submerged, his hands awkwardly covering himself as he offered an embarrassed smile. The expression undeniably awkward. Why shouldn't I come? Lin Wire's eyes fell, and upon realizing Liu Fan's state of undress, her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly shifted her stance, turning slightly to avoid directly confronting him, and reproached him with a hint of annoyance. Lin Wire, could you kindly fetch my clothes? Observing Lin Wire's reaction, Liu Fan felt a pang of embarrassment, scratching his head as he submerged slightly, revealing only his head. With a pitiable expression, he addressed Lin Wire. Such an awkward situation was unfamiliar to Lin Wire, yet Liu Fan's request was one she found impossible to decline. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and inquired about where Liu Fan had placed his clothes before hastily making her way towards the first cold pool. Liu Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Wire's demeanor. She, much like last time, covered her beautiful eyes with her small hands, slightly parting them to steal a glance. Xiao Fan, are you feeling mischievous? Upon realizing that Liu Fan had indeed dressed, she swiftly lowered her hands, huffed in annoyance, and bounded over, her little fists swinging as they met Liu Fan's sturdy chest. Ouch! Wow, Wire, please stop. Liu Fan's exaggerated cries echoed through the silent cold cave, carrying far and wide. Although his cries persisted, Lin Wire, initially gentle, recalled Liu Fan's previous lewd antics. Consequently, she momentarily softened her grip before secretly applying more strength, causing Liu Fan to grimace and wail. This little lady truly had spirit. After giving him a good thrashing, she somehow felt wronged. Enough of that. Now tell me, what have you been up to during these 5 days you were missing? It nearly drove me mad, Lin Wire exclaimed, hands on her hips, gazing at Liu Fan with an accusatory look. I was missing for 5 days? Liu Fan had initially pretended to caress his chest, but upon hearing those words, he abruptly halted his actions, momentarily taken aback, his face adorned with an array of peculiar expressions. Lin Wire, who had been in seclusion to heal, had previously instructed the sisters in the village to oversee Liu Fan's meals. On the first day, the sisters took turns delivering food to Liu Fan's abode. Upon discovering his absence, they speculated that he was away temporarily and left the meals behind, departing afterward. By afternoon, they returned with fresh dishes, only to be astonished to find that Liu Fan had not touched the food at all. Just as Lin Wire emerged from her seclusion, fully healed from her injuries and having harnessed the residual medicinal properties of the silver-scaled fruit, she managed to break through from the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement to the 8th level. Having just attained this new level, she was taken aback upon hearing such news and immediately set out to search for Liu Fan throughout the village. After Liu Fan recounted his experiences in a rather understated manner, Lin Wire's small face was suffused with astonishment, her expression as if she had never seen Liu Fan before. Upon hearing Liu Fan mention his advancement to the 7th level of body refinement, The look on Lin Wire's delicate face transformed into one of undeniable delight. Xiao Fan, how did you achieve this? A fleeting expression of disbelief crossed her exquisite features, and after a moment of contemplation, she responded by playfully punching Liu Fan's chest, her face radiating intense curiosity. As he practiced, a breakthrough occurred unexpectedly. Liu Fan gazed at the exquisite visage before him, inhaling the alluring, subtle fragrance, and felt an unaccountable flush rise to his cheeks. He scratched his head and remarked, Chapter 50, the Insha Pearl. However, if one were to seek a justification, it could be attributed to the auxiliary effects of the dogtooth pendant, which, under the extreme cold of the icy pool, absorbed the pure spiritual energy from the depths, facilitating his successful breakthrough. Upon reflection, this reasoning may seem somewhat tenuous. Liu Fan was aware that the pendant bore a significant share of the credit. While the icy pool was likely just a backdrop, his mind raced, yet he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Although Liu Fan held a deep trust in Lin Wei, he was reluctant to disclose the peculiarities surrounding the dogtooth pendant. After all, should Lin Wei, with her forthright nature, inadvertently let slip such sensitive information, it could attract the attention of formidable individuals and invite calamity. Resolute in his decision, Liu Fan intended to resist any further inquiries from Lin Wei. He cautiously observed her demeanor, recognizing her displeasure stemmed largely from his disappearance over the past few days, which had caused her considerable worry. In the aftermath of his narrow escape and newfound strength, coupled with Lin Wei's heartfelt concern, Liu Fan felt a warm sense of joy. Understanding that her anger was rooted in concern for his well-being, he felt a twinge of guilt. With a slight smile, he gently shifted the topic, saying, Sister Wei, is this the second icy pool you mentioned? Lin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting astonishment as she regarded Liu Fan as if he were a curious anomaly. The frigid waters of the second cold pool, while comparable in efficacy to those of the first, are such that even a being like Lin Wei would not dare to claim how long she could endure their depths. With her formidable strength, she could only remain on the third tier of the cold pool for the briefest moment, reaching her limit in the span of half a tea time. She had observed the realm beyond the third tier, which was shrouded in an ominous and endless darkness. Following an unexpected incident, I discovered my ability to adapt to the icy waters of this pool. Liu Fan recounted the events simply, naturally skirting around the matter of the dogtooth pendant with a convenient excuse. Once Liu Fan finished his tale, Lin Wei seemed to believe him to some extent, and a smile finally graced her face. Xiao Fan, you truly have remarkable luck. Moreover, I have found something extraordinary. Noticing Lin Wei's spirits lifting, Liu Fan felt a sense of relief. He reached into his pocket and revealed 4 small orbs, presenting them before Lin Wei. Insha pearls. Upon seeing the objects in Liu Fan's hand, Lin Wei's delicate features shifted, and she exclaimed, Insha pearls? Liu Fan, puzzled by her reaction, began to sense the significance of these items. Lin Wei promptly explained, and Liu Fan soon grasped their importance. Insha pearls are rare treasures formed in places where the aura of Insha is particularly dense, condensing the potent energies of the earth and sky within them. Hence their name. The Insha pearl, imbued with a potent essence of Insha energy, possesses a certain aggressiveness when provoked by external forces, posing significant harm even to those in the body refinement stage and, indeed, to those at the spirit platform level. However, the primary purpose of the Insha pearl is not as a weapon. Rather, its intrinsic Insha energy greatly benefits the cultivation of formidable practitioners within the Earth profound realm. These practitioners surpass their spirit platform counterparts, achieving a level of absolute dominance. For those in the Earth profound realm, cultivation necessitates not only the infusion of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, but, more critically, the incorporation of Insha energy, which enables the refinement of protective Sha barriers. The existence of these barriers is the principal distinction that sets Earth profound practitioners apart from those in the spirit platform realm, a topic that shall be elaborated upon in due course. The Insha pearl is categorized into 9 distinct grades based on the intricate patterns that naturally adorn its surface, with an increased number of patterns signifying a greater concentration of the chilling and formidable Insha energy, thereby enhancing its efficacy. I have discovered 2 4-pattern Insha pearls and 2 3-patterned ones. Upon examining the pearls in his hand, Liu Fan remarked upon their quality, noting that the highest grade is indeed the 4-patterned Insha pearl, which is quite remarkable. Lin Wei nodded in agreement, and, with a gentle parting of her lips, stated, although the naturally occurring Insha energy in the world is not scarce, the abundance of powerful beings within the Lingxian continent has led to a scarcity of resources. Consequently, in densely populated areas of the human race, the search for Insha energy is fraught with difficulty, especially for those of superior quality. The four-patterned Insha beads, rich in the essence of Insha, are indeed quite valuable. Should a formidable expert from the earth-profound realm learn of your possession of such beads, they would likely be unable to contain their excitement. Classified by their patterns, a four-pattern Insha bead can fetch nearly 100 inferior spirit stones. Moreover, due to the occasional scarcity of these beads, their prices may surge even higher. Liu Fan, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Lin Wire's lively chatter flowed like a rapid-fire machine gun, recounting all the details concerning the Insha beads, her face betraying a hint of envy. Upon witnessing Lin Wire's expression, Liu Fan felt a stirring in his heart. He retrieved 2 beads, one 4-patterned and one 3-patterned, and offered them to Lin Wire with sincerity, saying, Sister Wire, I am grateful for your care over these past days. Please accept these 2 Insha beads. To me, the Insha beads hold little utility at present. At most, they serve merely as a means of self-defense, and possessing them would be more of a burden than a boon. Lin Wire, with a playful grin, responded, When I accepted your silver-scaled fruit outside the village's watchhouse, I was already quite pleased. If you now insist on giving me these Insha beads, I might just become displeased. After saying this, she feigned a serious expression, looking rather comical. Liu Fan, being a reasonable person, took her words to heart and chose not to dwell on the matter further. He simply put the beads away. As Lin Wire smiled at Liu Fan, ready to say something, her expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise as she exclaimed, Oh dear, I haven't fed the cat in 5 days. I wonder if it's starving. Originally, ever since Lin Wire discovered the number 2 cold pool, she has grown fond of this place. Although the efficacy of the number 2 cold pool is similar to that of the number 1 cold pool, Lin Wire chose to remain in the number 2 cold pool for a reason beyond her affection for the locale. She had encountered a cat there. When Lin Wire found the cat, it was in a deep slumber, its body enveloped in a coat of pristine white fur, curled up like a fluffy snowball. Curiosity piqued. She gently prodded the cat with her finger. The cat stirred lazily, lifting its small head to gaze at Lin Wire, letting out a delightful meow that was utterly charming. Its face bore a resemblance to that of a plump tiger, marked by a delicate line on its forehead, a most peculiar sight. Lin Wire had never before encountered such a creature. Even tigers did not resemble this. Finding the cat irresistibly cute, she cradled it in her arms for a closer inspection. The cat was adorably plump, and as it mewed, Lin Wire surmised that it must be hungry. Coincidentally, she had gathered a fair amount of wild fruits on her way, initially intending to satiate her own hunger, but now it seemed fortune favored the cat instead. Thus, Lin Wire unwittingly befriended this feline, unaware that it was, in fact, a powerful spirit beast. Chapter 51, Fomping Village. The cat was quite the glutton, devouring every morsel of whatever she brought forth. After searching in vain for the cat for quite some time, Lin Wire, exasperated, sat by the pool's edge, panting, and declared, No more searching. The cat has once again disappeared to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Liu Fan remained astounded by Lin Wire's effortless ability to tame a first-tier spirit beast. Upon hearing Lin Wire's words, his expression turned peculiar as he pondered. Could the luminous fine line at the bottom of the Han pool be emanating from the cat? Liu Fan nodded in agreement. After all, it had been 5 days since he had gone missing, and he was uncertain about the fate of the belongings he had left behind. Subsequently, Lin Wire expertly guided Liu Fan out, and Liu Fan couldn't help but marvel at her familiarity with the sensory-blocking cold cave, as she seemed capable of navigating it with her eyes closed. After traversing a short distance, Liu Fan finally noticed markings on the ground, small stones embedded in the earth, placed at intervals of half a zhang, each approximately the size of a half-head, leading the way for Lin Wire. When Liu Fan had ventured to the cold cave alone, he had memorized the direction from his initial visit, which facilitated his successful arrival at the first Han pool. Now, with the stones marking the path, Liu Fan felt even more assured. Lin Wire caught a glimpse of Liu Fan gazing at the ground and recognized that he was observing the stone markers. She couldn't help but smile and said, Liu Fan, have you figured it out? Startled, Liu Fan lifted his head and replied without hesitation. It's merely a line of guiding stones. How could I possibly miss it? Hee hee, your assumption is mistaken. Lin Weier chuckled mischievously, teasing him with a hint of mystery, prompting Liu Fan to hastily catch up a few steps, gazing at her with curiosity. Lin Weier trod lightly, her laughter ringing out as she said, "Now take a look at the stones beneath your feet." Before stepping out of the cold cave, the two of them cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring that no one was lurking nearby before they swiftly emerged. It feels wonderful to be out. By this time, evening had fallen. Liu Fan gazed at the flocks of birds returning from the dense forest and couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected turn of events. He had narrowly escaped death and gained numerous advantages, filling him with joy. Humph, you vanish without a trace and seem to be enjoying yourself. While we have had quite the ordeal. Lin Weier recalled her earlier anxiety and huffed in displeasure before darting ahead into the forest. Hearing her words, Liu Fan managed a wry smile and hurried after her, sharing some jokes to lighten the mood. Lin Weier had now reached the 8th level of body refinement, while Liu Fan had also advanced significantly, attaining the peak of the 7th level. In just a few days, Liu Fan had matched Lin Weier's speed. "Xiao Fan, your speed is impressive," Lin Weier exclaimed, surprised as she observed him racing alongside her. "Sister Weier, I've already advanced to the 7th level. I can't afford to be slow, and I'm giving it my all." Liu Fan chuckled, though in truth, he was only exerting 70% of his strength. Let us have another race." Lin Weier, with her indomitable spirit, felt quite dissatisfied with the fact that Liu Fan, who had once been her subordinate, was now her equal in speed. At that moment, she let out a soft hum, her steps quickening as she distanced herself from Liu Fan. He chuckled lightly, uttering a casual greeting before his pace suddenly accelerated, reaching a surprisingly swift speed. Sensing Liu Fan swiftly closing in behind her, Lin Weier felt a jolt of apprehension. Yet, she dismissed his speed with ease, promptly quickening her own steps. Thus, the two engaged in a silent race through the tranquil woods beneath the setting sun. After about the time it takes for a cup of tea to brew, they had covered considerable distance amidst the dense forest. "Hee hee, Xiao Fan, you've truly become impressive," Lin Weier exclaimed, glancing back at Liu Fan, who was closely trailing her, her laughter infused with a hint of admiration. Was this boy truly the same one who had clutched her rope that day, too timid to even set foot on the ground? Those clear, dark eyes were undeniably enchanting. Lin Weier felt her heart fluttering like a startled deer, and before she realized it, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. Unbeknownst to Liu Fan, who was oblivious to Lin Weier's thoughts, he felt elated by her praise. Just as he was about to tease her with a few playful remarks, his expression suddenly shifted. "Sister Weier, stop for a moment." Upon hearing this, Lin Weier, thinking Liu Fan was attempting to back out, let out a soft huff, showing no intention of slowing down. Upon witnessing this, Liu Fan, without uttering a word, quickened his pace and swiftly appeared beside Lin Weier. With strong arms, he embraced her petite figure, abruptly halting his steps, his expression darkening as he gazed intently at the dense forest ahead. Lin Weier, initially preoccupied with her own thoughts, was taken by surprise when Liu Fan suddenly caught up to her and roughly pulled her into his embrace. The forceful rhythm of his breath intensified the flush on her cheeks, rendering her breathless. As she moved to push him away, Liu Fan preemptively set her down. Despite being released, the color in Lin Weier's face remained undiminished as she scolded him indignantly. "You scoundrel." Liu Fan regarded her with a hint of astonishment, unaware of the reason behind her sudden blush. However, he had no time to ponder this matter. He took a few slow steps forward, peering into the depths of the forest, and calmly announced, "There are disturbances of battle ahead." Liu Fan, oblivious to the heightened sensitivity of his senses due to the activation of his neuroencom, could not articulate how he discerned the unusual fluctuations. Lin Weier found his vague statement somewhat puzzling, blinking her large eyes as she scrutinized Liu Fan's sturdy form, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, making him increasingly enigmatic to her. After advancing silently for approximately 20 paces, the sounds of combat became distinctly audible, accompanied by snippets of conversation that drifted towards them. Two individuals concealed themselves behind a grand tree, peering through the gaps in the thorns towards a clearing ahead. In that open space, 6 young men could be seen, 2 clad in gray confronting 4 dressed in black. After a brief moment, a trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of the mouth of one of the gray-clad men. This young man, strikingly handsome, appeared notably pale due to his injuries. Despite being at a disadvantage, he exhibited no sign of fear, His fierce tiger-like eyes burned with anger as they fixated on the encircling black-clad figures, disregarding the gray-clad man beside him. "Ah, the flaw of your Linwu village is your rigidity. You are incapable of adaptation, stubbornly holding onto your principles. If you had submitted to our Fangping village sooner, you would not be embroiled in such disputes. Just look at your companion beside you. How rational he is." One of the leading black-clad men remarked with a light chuckle. This black-clad individual had a remarkably handsome face, albeit with a naturally pale complexion that lent him an unsettling aura. The pallid youth gazed at the defiant gray-clad man with a sardonic smile, revealing his chilling teeth, his expression tinged with disdain. The two gray-clad young men were none other than the martial students from Linwu village, Wu Sheng and Wu Fushan. Yet, the reason for their presence in this predicament remained a mystery, as they found themselves cornered by others. "Fang Weiqing, your Fangping village relies solely on treachery. If you wish to fight, then come at us directly. Spare us the meaningless chatter. Allow me to inform you that our Linwu village harbors no cowards." Wu Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a fierce gesture, his eyes subtly laced with crimson threads, his imposing manner indicating a desperate struggle. Wu Xing's words jolted Wu Fushan from his stupor, instantly dispelling the deathly pallor from his face, his equine features contorting with a surge of madness. He glared fiercely at the men in black, roaring, "Indeed, there are no cowards in Linwu village." This display of desperation gave the four men in black pause. Some brandished powerful bows, others gleaming sabers, while Wu Xing and Wu Fushan were armed only with Wu Fushan's saber, Wu Xing's hands empty, either disarmed in battle or having ventured out without a weapon. Observing their readiness to fight to the death, Fang Weiqing, who had spoken earlier, paled slightly. He furrowed his brow, lost in thought, hesitant to engage in a last stand with the two men. "That's Wu Xing and Wu Fushan," Lin Wire exclaimed urgently, her fair face paling as she hid behind a large tree, ready to rush out. "Wait, bide your time," Liu Fan said, stopping Lin Wire, reassuring his anxious lover. A glint of light flickered in Liu Fan's dark eyes. He had not expected Wu Xing and Wu Fushan, the two who often came looking for trouble, to possess such fortitude, stirring something within him. Truly, they are two individuals utterly unaware of their own limitations. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Weiqing's pallid visage twitched slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his somber eyes. He abruptly gestured towards the three individuals beside him and commanded in a low, resonant voice, "Advance. Annihilate them all, swiftly and decisively." Among the trio, one wielded a powerful bow and possessed the prowess of the sixth stage of body refinement. Upon hearing the command, a sinister grin spread across his face as he notched an arrow, channeling his internal energy throughout his limbs. With a steady force, he gradually pulled back the bowstring, the arrowhead precisely aimed at the martial artist. The remaining two cloaked figures boasted the formidable strength of the seventh stage of body refinement. Each brandished a pair of gleaming white sabers, their internal energies already at peak capacity, enveloping their arms and legs, thereby significantly enhancing their speed and power. The duo, flanking the martial artist on either side, advanced with deliberate, measured steps. Fang Weiqing himself was even more fearsome, possessing the pinnacle strength of the eighth stage of body refinement, mere moments away from achieving the ninth stage. Astonishingly, he was likely no older than 17 years. And to attain such power at that tender age implied he had endured considerable physical trials and had access to abundant resources for his cultivation. Previously, the mightiest force in Linwu village was a formidable practitioner of the spirit platform realm. However, a year ago, the passage of time claimed his life due to old age. Presently, the village's strongest combatant is merely Lin Xiaodian, at the peak of the ninth stage of body refinement, yet he is nearing 40, and the likelihood of his advancement to the spirit platform realm in the future remains slim. In the hamlet of Fangping, a callow youth of merely 17 summers had already ascended to the apex of the 8th level of body tempering. His future prospects were undeniably boundless, a testament to the formidable advantage of time. Given sufficient opportunity, his progression to the spirit platform realm was all but assured. It could be asserted that this very lad would become the future spirit platform realm powerhouse of Fangping village. Upon issuing his command, Fang Weiqing deliberately withdrew a sheathed dagger from his sleeve, his chilling gaze fixed intently upon Wu Sheng, a playful expression dancing upon his countenance, as if observing his prey. Archers lurked in the distance, while formidable melee combatants ominously watched from nearby. Adding to the peril, Fong Weiqing stood malevolently, refraining from immediate action as he patiently awaited his moment. Confronted with such a predicament, even if Wu Sheng's mind were clouded and his efforts frantic, he understood that a direct confrontation with these four would result in their permanent demise. Their sole recourse lay in escape. Only through flight could they grasp a glimmer of hope. Fushan, Wu Sheng murmured, his eyes locked upon the black-clad archer in the distance. Seize an opportunity to flee. Let at least one of us survive. In his estimation, the archer posed the greatest threat, yet also presented the most viable point of egress. For while adept at ranged combat, his close-quarters prowess was comparatively inferior. With menacing grins, the two black-clad figures brandishing broadswords slowly rotated their blades, shifting their stances, exerting increasing pressure upon Wu Sheng and his companion. Hark! As they closed within 2 zhang of Wu Sheng, the broadswords transformed in a sudden, violent motion. With a guttural cry, they lunged towards Wu Sheng and his comrade from opposing sides. The two figures clad in black executed their assault with remarkable cunning, targeting the vulnerable areas with precision. As the blade approached its midpoint, they swiftly altered their attack, aiming for the throats of the two martial artists. This forced the duo, initially poised to defend downward, to awkwardly shift their blocks upward. In that fleeting moment of perilous engagement, the stakes were exceedingly high. The martial artist, unarmed and barehanded, found himself locked in a fierce struggle against one of the assailants, managing to gain a slight upper hand, yet unable to extricate himself from the relentless onslaught of the black-clad adversary wielding a large blade, while striving to reach the other assailant armed with a powerful bow in the distance. Observing the martial artist's resilience amidst such dire circumstances, Fong Weiqing's murderous intent intensified, and he slowly unsheathed his dagger, revealing the glistening, obsidian blade within. The dagger's blade was exceedingly thin and razor-sharp, its dark sheen suggesting it had been imbued with potent poison. Once Fong Weiqing unveiled his weapon, Liu Fan's expression shifted, and he made the decisive choice to act. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he surged forth from the thicket, his target unmistakably the formidable Fong Weiqing, who had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage at the 8th level. Lin Wei, observing Liu Fan's trajectory, paused momentarily in surprise but refrained from intervention. She understood that Liu Fan's choice to confront Fong Weiqing was deliberate, and she chose to place her trust in him. Liu Fan, undoubtedly, had his own strategy. He recognized that aside from Fong Weiqing, the others were comparatively weaker, with the least formidable among them being at the 6th level of body refinement. In contrast, Wu Fushan was merely at the 5th level, which clearly rendered him incapable of withstanding the pressure from a 7th-level practitioner for any considerable duration. Thus, they could not afford to engage in a protracted battle. Swift resolution was imperative. Fong Weiqing, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the 8th stage of body refinement, found that both Liu Fan and Lin Wei could merely delay him. In contrast, having Lin Wei, also at the 8th stage of body refinement, confront an opponent wielding a powerful bow at the 6th stage was more than sufficient. It was relatively effortless. However, Liu Fan's situation proved to be more challenging. Yet undeterred, Liu Fan yearned to test the limits of his capabilities, bolstered by his strengthening prowess and the assistance of the silver scissors, a spirit artifact. In the tranquil clearing of the forest, the atmosphere was initially serene, with several cloaked figures feeling at ease, unaware of the two individuals who would soon emerge behind them. Liu Fan and his companion arrived with startling swiftness, catching the others off guard. As they darted out from behind a massive tree, Liu Fan and Lin Wei swiftly maneuvered to confront the two individuals who had yet to engage in combat. How audacious to come seeking death! Fong Weiqing was the first to react, startled by the sudden appearance of the two figures. Upon recognizing the youthful boy charging towards him, he noted with disdain that this young man possessed only the peak strength of the 7th stage of body refinement. Observing the boy's somewhat juvenile features, he could not suppress a derisive sneer. Unfazed by Fong Weiqing's contempt, Liu Fan's expression flickered with a hint of amusement as his lean form abruptly propelled itself off the ground, soaring through the air towards Fong Weiqing with great speed. Suspended in midair, Liu Fan swiftly reached back with one hand, firmly grasping the silver scissors in his palm. The azure spiritual energy within him surged forth, quietly flowing into the silver scissors as he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Fong Weiqing below. Observing that Liu Fan disregarded his intentions and immediately resorted to lethal tactics, Fong Weiqing responded not with anger, but with a sinister smile. His own profound spiritual energy surged instantaneously, infusing his limbs and augmenting both his strength and speed. A glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes as he brandished a black dagger, launching a lightning-fast strike towards Liu Fan's waist. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Fan swung the silver scissors to intercept the attack. In midair, it was as if a silver lightning bolt clashed with a black one, an electrifying moment where their weapons met. The sharp sound of metal ringing echoed through the clearing of the dense forest, resonating continuously. With a grunt, both combatants maneuvered past each other amidst the gusting winds. Liu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. He had just matched a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, both suffering minor setbacks in their exchange. This undoubtedly bolstered his confidence, heightening his anticipation for the silver scissors in his grasp. Liu Fan's newfound self-assurance ignited a fervent desire within him. He yearned for an exhilarating battle to unfold. Upon hearing Liu Fan's words, Fang Weiqing's pallid complexion darkened further with an ominous hue. He cast a wary glance at the silver shears in Liu Fan's grasp, then shook his head with a derisive laugh. "Ignorant boy, do you believe that wielding a gardener's shears can rival me?" At that moment, Lin Wire produced a sturdy green whip from seemingly nowhere, its crack through the air resonating with a fierce sound, exuding an aura of ferocity. Meanwhile, the previously bow-wielding figure clad in black had inexplicably discarded his weapon, opting instead for a finely crafted narrow blade, his expression menacing as he engaged Lin Wire in combat. However, it was evident that he was no match for her. Despite his ferocity, he was engulfed by the flurry of her whip strikes, unable to defend himself, and it seemed inevitable that he would succumb to defeat soon. This was the first time Liu Fan witnessed Lin Wire wielding a weapon, particularly a long whip. With the green whip in hand, Lin Wire moved with an elegance reminiscent of a graceful butterfly, each strike imbued with beauty, captivating Liu Fan's attention. In stark contrast, Fang Weiqing's already pale visage grew increasingly grim as he observed the black-clad man's fading color amidst the whip's shadows. He realized that he could no longer afford to linger. Should the situation continue, even a complete retreat would become impossible. Chapter 53. A shift in the situation. With this thought, Fang Weiqing could no longer bear to watch. He swiftly shifted his form and dashed toward Lin Wire, disregarding Liu Fan entirely, intent on rescuing the black-clad man who had reached the 6th level of body refinement. Fang Weiqing initially devised an excellent plan. He intended to first eliminate the seemingly weak Liu Fan before assisting the black-clad man of the 6th stage of body tempering. In his eyes, Lin Wire was a renowned female leopard among the 2 villages, and he would never underestimate her formidable prowess. However, he was taken aback by Liu Fan's tenacity, realizing after a brief skirmish that he could not dispatch him swiftly. Even more astonishing was Lin Wire's enhanced strength. Although the 6th stage body temperer was not particularly adept at offense, his defense was commendable. Yet, under Lin Wire's relentless assault, he found himself utterly suppressed. These unforeseen developments shattered his confidence, compelling him to take action. "Lin Wire, you are courting death," he thundered, his voice dark and menacing, as the situation he had deemed secure was disrupted by Liu Fan and his companion. A surge of rage swelled within him, as he held a deeper grudge against this village than against Liu Fan himself. With his dagger poised, he had yet to strike when Lin Wire, focused and fierce, suddenly sensed a powerful gust at her side. If she did not evade, her life would be in jeopardy. While Liu Fan secretly admired Lin Wire's graceful form, he remained vigilant against Fang Weiqing. Upon seeing Fang Weiqing recklessly charging at Lin Wire, his expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he pursued with determination. Alas, the disparity in realms rendered Liu Fan's speed slightly slower than that of Fang Weiqing, leaving him unable to catch up, forced to watch helplessly as Fang Weiqing approached Lin Wire. When Fang Weiqing arrived to provide assistance, the black-clad man, previously subdued, seemed to have consumed a potent stimulant. His blade technique became increasingly ferocious, as if possessed, and he managed to break through some of Lin Wire's attacks. The dual pressure from these assaults caused Lin Wire to become flustered, fearing that without external aid, an unforeseen mishap might occur. Die. Fang Weiqing noticed Lin Wire's state of disarray, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he mercilessly aimed his black dagger at her delicate form. Just as Fang Weiqing's strike was about to harm Lin Wire, Liu Fan, trailing behind, steeled his resolve, gripping the silver scissors tightly. In a sudden motion, He hurled the scissors into the fray. The black-clad man, after a brief surge of ferocity, found himself unable to sustain his onslaught amidst the flurry of whip strikes. He completely lost his ability to defend. Lin Weier seized the opportunity, disarming him of his narrow blade. With a swift motion, she ensnared the black-clad man's neck with her green whip and tightened it fiercely, rendering him unconscious as he rolled his eyes back, his tongue lolling, and foam spilling from his mouth. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, with Lin Weier deftly vanquishing a black-clad adversary, even before Fang Weiqing could intervene. As Fang Weiqing witnessed the imminent peril he posed to Lin Weier thwarted by Liu Fan, his pallid visage darkened, his gaze fixated with burning fury upon Liu Fan, as if about to unleash the wrath boiling within his eyes. Liu Fan chuckled lightly, casually holding a silver scissor, arms crossed before his chest, showing no sign of fear. After swiftly dispatching the cloaked figure, Lin Weier nodded quickly at Liu Fan and then dashed towards another skirmish without the slightest hesitation. Upon witnessing Lin Weier's fervent departure to join another battle, Fang Weiqing felt a surge of anxiety in his heart, prompting him to move in pursuit. However, a shadow flashed past him, blocking his path, adorned with an innocuous smile that revealed a row of pristine white teeth. Hee. This time I won't allow you to run amok. Upon reaching the 8th level of body tempering, one's physical appearance, internal meridians, organs, and bones ascend to a new echelon, resulting in a marked enhancement in strength. At that stage, skin becomes as resilient as iron, and shattering boulders with a single punch becomes an effortless feat. In the face of Fang Weiqing, who stood at the pinnacle of the 8th level of body tempering, Liu Fan's physical strength might withstand an ordinary practitioner of the same level. However, his vigilance heightened within, his body gradually tensing, and his internal spiritual energy was already operating at its peak, ready for combat at any moment. Though Fang Weiqing spoke with bravado, he refrained from striking immediately. He was acutely aware from their brief encounter that the silver scissor in Liu Fan's grasp was no ordinary weapon. Otherwise, Liu Fan, possessing merely the peak strength of the 7th level of body tempering, could not possibly withstand his onslaught. Contemplating this, Fang Weiqing's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze intently on Liu Fan, leading to a tense standoff. Meanwhile, upon reaching another combat zone, Lin Weier found the two martial artists on the verge of collapse. Wu Fushan, possessing merely the strength of the 5th stage of body tempering, demonstrated remarkable resilience by not being instantly vanquished under the overwhelming pressure of the 7th stage black-clad adversaries. At this moment, his expression teetered on the brink of madness. As he wielded his great sword with equal fervor, each strike aimed at mutual destruction. The black-clad opponent engaged with him found himself in a predicament. Unable to approach with ease due to Wu Fushan's frenzied demeanor, resorting only to seizing fleeting opportunities to land a few strikes upon him. In this brief encounter, Wu Fushan had already accumulated numerous superficial cuts, some of which were deep and gory, blood streaming profusely from his wounds, rendering his frenzied movements slightly more labored. Conversely, Wu Sheng, devoid of any weapon, faced the same rank adversary in a perilous melee. Fortunately, his solid foundation allowed him to exploit openings within his opponent's blade techniques, placing him in a significantly better position than Wu Fushan, though he was still fatigued, pallid, and bore only minor lacerations. The two combat zones were in disarray, but upon Lin Weier's arrival, she quickly grasped the situation. Instantly, her brows furrowed, and with a graceful flourish of her delicate hand, she wielded her long whip, transforming it into a flurry of verdant whip shadows to aid Wu Fushan. Wu Sheng and his companion had been grappling in discomfort, utterly engrossed in their struggle. Thus, they were taken aback by the sudden appearance of an ally, one of their own, instilling in them a surge of joy and newfound vigor, which incited the fury of the two black-clad assailants wielding great swords. Particularly for the martial artist, upon recognizing the newcomer as Lin Weier, it was as if he had consumed a potent elixir, his eyes sparkling with vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. He fought back with renewed vigor, and the tide of battle gradually began to shift in their favor. Fang Weiqing had been locked in confrontation with Liu Fan, but upon noticing the unfavorable turn of events, he could no longer afford to remain idle. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his pale face as he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful leap, his black dagger poised menacingly at Liu Fan's heart. "Well done," Liu Fan exclaimed, as he deftly snapped the silver shears in his hand shut. The handle of the shears contorted into a more ergonomic shape, and in that brief moment, the silver shears transformed into a sleek silver dagger, revealing their remarkable ability to alter form. Holding the now familiar dagger, Liu Fan felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated such a transformation. He infused a modicum of spiritual energy into the dagger, carefully controlling the flow to conceal its true nature. If he were to channel too much energy, a faint blue glow would emanate from the surface, revealing his spiritual essence and potentially exposing him. The existence of the body refinement stage required the use of spiritual artifacts. And although Liu Fan harbored no fear of Feng Weiqing, he was keenly aware of the dangers of revealing his possession of such an artifact. He understood all too well the adage that possessing a treasure could lead to one's downfall. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Feng Weiqing's agile form lunged forward, positioning itself before Liu Fan. Without hesitation, he swung his black dagger in a swift arc, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. As he brought it down with tremendous force, the sheer power emanating from the black dagger sent a chill through Liu Fan's heart, prompting him to deftly retreat 2 steps, narrowly evading the vertical strike that sliced through the air. Upon witnessing Liu Fan's effortless evasion of his assault, Feng Weiqing's pallid visage contorted slightly, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashing across his face. Maintaining his stance, he flicked his wrist, causing the black dagger to slice through the air with an ethereal grace, creating an illusory effect that made it difficult to discern reality from deception. After artfully dodging Feng Weiqing's overhead strike, Liu Fan felt a surge of profound energy coursing through him, augmenting his strength and speed. Without the slightest hesitation, his silver scissors danced in his hand, unwavering in the face of Feng Weiqing's rapid changes in attack. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as the silver scissors struck with the precision of a silver lightning bolt, making contact with the blade of the descending black dagger. Despite blocking Feng Weiqing's onslaught, the force behind the strike forced Liu Fan to stumble back a few steps, momentarily paling in complexion. In the fleeting clash of titans, Feng Weiqing momentarily gained the upper hand. Yet, not a trace of satisfaction graced his wan features. Instead, a grim determination settled upon his countenance as he surged forward once more, brandishing the black dagger. Chapter 54, Battle with Feng Weiqing. Clang. The serene forest resonated with the crisp sounds of metal clashing. 2 figures, one gray and one black, darted through the air with remarkable speed, continuously passing each other in a blur. Each wielded a short weapon, making close-quarters combat a common occurrence. The more Liu Fan engaged with Feng Weiqing, the more he was filled with trepidation. Feng Weiqing's short dagger, when unleashed with full force, moved with astonishing swiftness. Each time, Liu Fan found himself exerting every ounce of strength to parry Feng Weiqing's strikes. The collisions with Feng Weiqing's black dagger sent tremors through Liu Fan's body, leaving him with visible injuries and a pallor that betrayed his condition. Feng Weiqing, a pinnacle existence at the 8th level of body refinement, possessed a physical strength that surpassed ordinary practitioners of the same level. It was likely that he could stand toe-to-toe with practitioners of the 9th level without losing ground. Fortunately, Liu Fan's unique constitution, coupled with his remarkable recuperative abilities, allowed him to barely keep Feng Weiqing at bay for a limited time. Unbeknownst to Liu Fan, it was Feng Weiqing who felt a deeper apprehension. He was acutely aware of his own power and understood that even a typical practitioner at the 9th level would sustain injuries in a direct confrontation with him. Yet, here was Liu Fan, a mere novice at the 7th level of body refinement, managing to hold him off, albeit with great difficulty. What truly unsettled Feng Weiqing was not just Liu Fan's formidable physical strength, but rather the uncanny insight Liu Fan seemed to possess regarding his offensive maneuvers. At the outset, Feng Weiqing executed a swift vertical slash, his speed remarkably rapid. However, Liu Fan quickly discerned the range of his assault and deftly evaded the downward strike. Although Feng Weiqing felt a slight shock at first, he did not dwell on it excessively. The short dagger was not typically suited for broad, sweeping attacks, and evasion was indeed a possibility. The true strength of the short dagger lay in stealthy ambushes. It excelled in speed and precision. As a master of the short dagger, Feng Weiqing abandoned any further attempts to test Liu Fan's defenses. Instead, he altered his technique abruptly, transforming his strikes into unpredictable and elusive maneuvers that were difficult to anticipate. Feng Weiqing's pale visage trembled, an intense murderous intent surging within him, as he resolved to leave no stone unturned in ensuring Liu Fan remained here at any cost. With a barely perceptible motion of his right hand gripping the dagger, he swiftly tossed a pill-like object into his mouth, then surged forward with renewed ferocity toward Liu Fan. This sequence of actions was executed with remarkable speed and familiarity, clearly indicative of someone who had rehearsed such maneuvers countless times. Throughout Feng Weiqing's rapid succession of actions, Liu Fan maintained a vigilant watchfulness. His finely honed mental acuity permeated the air, attuning him to any unusual movements around him. This heightened awareness was precisely what enabled Liu Fan to keenly perceive Feng Weiqing's offensive strategy. Thus, even though Feng Weiqing's actions were shrouded in subtlety, Liu Fan remained alert. In such circumstances, Feng Weiqing would not engage in meaningless gestures, and Liu Fan was not one to overlook the gravity of the situation. His countenance now suffused with a palpable sense of caution. Although Liu Fan observed Feng Weiqing's subtle movements, he remained oblivious to their intent, secretly keeping a watchful eye for any potential dangers amidst their fierce struggle. After nearly half a cup of tea's time engaged in combat, Liu Fan had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, with approximately 20 drops of spiritual liquid remaining within him. Despite his injuries deepening somewhat, he believed he could endure. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Liu Fan noticed a slight sluggishness in his movements, and the flow of spiritual energy within him became increasingly lethargic, making it progressively challenging to fend off Feng Weiqing's assaults. Liu Fan's expression changed suddenly as he finally comprehended Feng Weiqing's earlier actions. He had been stealthily administering poison. "Oh, so you have finally realized," Feng Weiqing chuckled, a fleeting, sardonic smile crossing his pale visage. "You have concealed yourself quite well." Liu Fan furrowed his brow, still ignorant of how Feng Weiqing had delivered the poison. A sudden glance at Feng Weiqing's black dagger sparked an understanding within him. "You truly continue to astonish me. Having been struck by the venom of the windstorm serpent, you still managed to endure for such a duration." Feng Weiqing did not relent in his assault, and upon discovering that Liu Fan could still resist his onslaught despite being poisoned, the previously jovial expression on his face transformed into one of astonishment, as if he found it hard to believe. "The windstorm serpent?" Upon hearing those three words, Liu Fan's countenance shifted, and a torrent of information regarding the windstorm serpent surged through his mind. The windwave serpent, a semi-spiritual beast, is entirely cloaked in a deep emerald hue. Its form is modest, comparable to that of an ordinary snake, yet its venom is truly fearsome. A mere brush with it could spell death for an average person. For those at the body refinement stage, particularly those beyond the 4th level, the damage inflicted is significant, as the serpent's venom possesses a considerable corrosive effect on spiritual energy. Should the venom infiltrate a cultivator's body, it spreads rapidly, paralyzing and decaying the flesh, while simultaneously eroding the cultivator's spiritual energy, ultimately leading to their demise. It remains a mystery how Feng Weiqing managed to extract the windwave serpent's venom and render it into such an imperceptible and tasteless form, allowing Liu Fan to unwittingly fall victim to its effects. If indeed it is the venom of the windwave serpent, it poses a grave dilemma. As Liu Fan struggled to fend off Feng Weiqing's relentless assault, he discreetly assessed the injuries within his body. While inspecting his condition, a peculiar expression gradually emerged on Liu Fan's face. To his astonishment, he discovered that the venom within him was slowly dissipating. Of course, a portion of his remarkable regenerative ability was undoubtedly at play. However, Liu Fan knew that each activation of this formidable recovery power caused his spiritual energy to deplete rapidly. Yet, as the venom receded, there were no notable signs of diminishing spiritual energy. Thus, it became evident that his extraordinary recovery was not the sole factor at work. A subtle sensation emanated from the dogtooth pendant at his chest, revealing no signs of activity either. The only plausible explanation was that Liu Fan's constitution had indeed strengthened. Yet, even after advancing to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of body refinement, it was impossible to possess the ability to resist serpent venom. Could it be? A sudden spark illuminated Liu Fan's mind as an idea surfaced. He recalled the encounter with the verdant phantom python while in search of spiritual herbs. At that time, the python had bitten a significant portion of his body, and its venom had infiltrated most of him. Ultimately, he had managed to recover with the aid of the canine tooth pendant. Could it be that during the time the pendant restored his body, it also assimilated the python's venom, thus granting him a constitution resistant to serpent poison? Liu Fan speculated. This notion held some merit, and as he contemplated it, a sense of relief washed over him. Moreover, as the venom gradually receded, He chose not to dwell on it any longer, instead focusing intently on confronting Fong Weiqing. Although the venom was indeed dissipating, Liu Fan maintained the facade of being gravely poisoned, his punches appearing rather erratic. Each time he blocked Fong Weiqing's strikes, he would be forced to retreat several steps, feigning exhaustion. Huh, you truly believe you are a monster, but it seems you can no longer endure. Observing Liu Fan's wretched condition, Fong Weiqing could not help but smile with a sense of triumph. No matter how extraordinary one's talent might be, it could not withstand my prowess. A sinister glint flashed in Fong Weiqing's pallid visage as he struck Liu Fan back several paces. Determined not to waste any more time, he accelerated his footwork, the sharp black dagger slicing through the air with a cunning precision aimed directly at Liu Fan's throat. Die! Fong Wei's chilling smile revealed a hint of pleasure on his pallid visage. The demise of a prodigious youth at his hands was a profoundly gratifying affair. The black dagger, akin to a bolt of lightning, darted with remarkable speed towards Liu Fan's throat. A flicker of panic seemed to cross Liu Fan's slightly pale face, intensifying the mirth upon Fong Wei's countenance. You shall be the one to perish. Liu Fan's lips curled into a frosty grin, exposing a set of pristine white teeth. Before Fong Wei could fully comprehend the moment, an ethereal blue radiance surged forth, half an inch high, from Liu Fan's silver scissors. With remarkable swiftness, the scissors sliced through the air, effortlessly deflecting Fong Wei's black dagger. Just as Fong Wei's vital points lay exposed, the silver scissors struck with lightning speed towards his chest. The infused spiritual energy of the artifact proved insurmountable against Fong Wei's mere fleshly hands. Liu Fan merely twirled with force, severing Fong Wei's palm as if slicing through tofu, leaving the wound smooth as a mirror. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from Fong Wei's severed hand, accompanied by his anguished screams echoing across the clearing. It was revealed that Liu Fan's spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, compounded by previous injuries. Upon relaxation, he found himself devoid of the strength to continue. Such a pity. Liu Fan murmured softly, his pale countenance observing Fong Wei's retreating figure, his dark eyes flickering momentarily. In that explosive moment, Liu Fan had channeled all remaining spiritual energy into the silver scissors, unveiling the terrifying potency that revealed the true nature of the artifact. However, once the true nature of the silver scissors was exposed, it failed to retain Fong Weiqing, and the issue surrounding the spiritual artifact may inevitably invite unnecessary troubles. Chapter 55. A minor victory at the village in the blink of an eye. As Liu Fan erupted unexpectedly, Fong Weiqing was forced into retreat and escape. The situation had swiftly stabilized. Meanwhile, Lin Wei'er was still fiercely engaged in two battlefronts. The two figures clad in black had now united their efforts, jointly resisting Lin Wei'er and her companions. Wu Fushan, having sustained significant injuries, had already relinquished his large blade to Wu Sheng. With the blade in hand, Wu Sheng's combat prowess soared, and alongside Lin Wei'er, they gradually began to overpower the two black-clad assailants. Fong Weiqing's anguished wail, followed by his hasty flight, utterly shattered the morale of the two black-clad figures. Devoid of any fighting spirit, they disengaged from Lin Wei'er and her companions and fled alongside Fong Weiqing, their speed remarkably swift, leaving Lin Wei'er and the others merely as spectators. Following an intense skirmish, the group found themselves exceedingly fatigued. With Liu Fan feeling the effects most acutely, his spiritual energy was entirely depleted, yet his complexion remained only slightly pale, with some injuries that would gradually mend, leaving his condition relatively stable. Wu Fushan was a different story, bearing numerous wounds and an unceasing flow of blood, rendering him gravely injured. Wu Sheng fared a bit better, but he too bore considerable injuries. In contrast, Lin Wei'er appeared to be in the best condition among the four, witnessing the black-clad figures fleeing in panic. Her delicate face relaxed, and with a sigh of relief, she swiftly approached Liu Fan to inquire about his injuries. When Lin Wei'er observed that Liu Fan was indeed unharmed, a subtle smile graced her delicate face, and she exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the distant Wu Sheng, bearing severe injuries, silently watched the pair with an expression marred by bitterness and jealousy. Xiao Fan, what has happened to Fong Weiqing? Lin Wei'er inquired, her curiosity piqued by Liu Fan's somewhat peculiar demeanor. It was a feat that Lin Wei'er herself could not accomplish. How had Liu Fan managed it? The two who had accompanied her, Wu Sheng and Wu Fushan, gazed at the large pool of dark red blood not far from Liu Fan's feet, their expressions transforming dramatically. Noticing that Lin Wire had disregarded his previous words, Liu Fan merely smirked, internally musing, if I were to keep him here forever, wouldn't your jaw drop to the ground? Lin Wire, overhearing this, let out a scoff and playfully jabbed a finger at Wu Fushan, chiding, you big-headed fool, always boasting. Have you even considered Xiao Fan's strength? Does he truly need your assistance? Upon hearing her words, Wu Fushan, his horse-like face marred by blood, was taken aback, turning his gaze toward Liu Fan. After meticulously assessing Liu Fan's prowess, his expression shifted dramatically. A mix of red and white flitted across his face, revealing an overwhelming sense of shame. In just a few days, Liu Fan's strength had evidently soared by 2 tiers, a feat that Wu Fushan deemed utterly impossible. Yet Liu Fan had achieved it. Such an extraordinary individual surely did not require his aid. Brother Fushan, if I ever need your assistance, I will certainly speak up without hesitation. Upon noticing the troubled expression on Wu Fushan's face, Liu Fan let out a faint smile, gently patting Wu Fushan's shoulder. A flicker of determination glimmered in his inky eyes, devoid of any pretense. As the three paused, the previously silent Wu Sheng slowly stepped forward, standing before Liu Fan, his countenance laden with a bittersweet melancholy. It was unfathomable to him that just days ago, Liu Fan had appeared to him as a mere weakling. Yet in this brief span, he had transcended his abilities by leaps and bounds, even rescuing him in the presence of his idol. The discomfort was overwhelming. However, Liu Fan was his savior, and he could not repay kindness with malice, turning his sharp barbs against one who had rescued him. Wu Xing contemplated swiftly, gradually coming to terms with his feelings, yet he still grappled with a lingering sense of reluctance, unwilling to accept his own inadequacy. The bitterness of not garnering even a modicum of affection from his goddess gnawed at him. Ultimately, he felt both admiration and a tinge of resentment towards Liu Fan, though he found himself unable to articulate it. Wu Sheng had anticipated Liu Fan might seize the opportunity to humiliate him, yet Liu Fan refrained from such actions, causing the icy barrier within Wu Sheng to thaw slightly. He then cast a fleeting glance at Lin Wire's delicate visage, a flicker of anguish crossing his features, and spoke softly. You must take good care of her. Liu Fan was taken aback, momentarily puzzled by his words. Yet, upon meeting Wu Sheng's earnest gaze, realization dawned upon him, and he nodded gently, assuring, rest assured, I will. Upon hearing Liu Fan's words, Wu Sheng felt a slight alleviation of the bitterness etched on his face, replaced momentarily by a flicker of gratitude. He then chose to silently withdraw from Liu Fan's presence, retreating to a nearby spot to remain quietly. Observing Wu Sheng's departure, Wu Fushan let out a silly chuckle directed at Liu Fan and expressed a few words of appreciation before moving to follow Wu Sheng. Liu Fan could not help but chuckle wryly to himself. Wu Sheng was indeed a sentimental soul. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Liu Fan regarded Wei as a sister, and their relationship was far from what he perceived. Liu Fan thought this, but had no intention of clarifying matters with Wu Sheng. Given Wu Sheng's similarly dense nature, any explanation would likely lead to further complications. It was better for Wu Sheng to relinquish his feelings, as Wei harbored no sentiments for him whatsoever. Xiao Fan, what on earth are you two discussing? I cannot comprehend. In the midst of Liu Fan's musings, Lin Wei's countenance turned slightly frosty as she pouted and placed her hands on her hips, embodying the demeanor of a big sister. We were speaking of that unconscious man in black. We must bind him securely and conduct a thorough interrogation. Liu Fan exhaled a long breath, his mind racing as he attempted to change the subject with a laugh before moving aside to recover from his injuries. Lin Wei, well aware of Liu Fan's attempts to divert her, clenched her small fist and pursued him, determined to extract the truth. Their playful banter injected a semblance of vitality into the otherwise desolate forest. However, nearby, Wu Sheng could only watch the two reveling in joy, his heart aching anew, the bitterness upon his face deepening silently once more. Though Wu Sheng entrusted Lin Wire to him, he was still unable to set aside his concerns. What he needed now was simply time. Once the four of them had sufficiently recuperated, they proceeded to bind the previously unconscious figure clad in black and, upon rousing him, escorted him toward the village. Along the way, Lin Wire flitted about like a tireless little sparrow, incessantly chattering with Liu Fan, inquiring about everything from how he had repelled Feng Weiqing to the final words of Wu Xing. Her questions seemed endless. even probing why Wuxing and Wufishin had found themselves ensnared in the forest, surrounded by Fong Weiqing and his companions. While Wuxing and Wufishin each harbored their own thoughts, both were somewhat tongue-tied, struggling to articulate a response. Fortunately, Liu Fan came to their rescue, fabricating an excuse that allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief and nod in agreement. In the heart of Linwu village, within a spacious hall illuminated by bright lights, a gathering of over a dozen individuals, mostly the village's core members, convened. You four have performed admirably. Your bravery is commendable. At the head of the hall, the imposing figure of Lin Xiaotian, after hearing the entire account, revealed a hint of joy on his countenance as he praised the four. Upon hearing this, Wuxing and Wufishin lowered their heads slightly, a flicker of guilt crossing their faces. Liu Fan's dark eyes sparkled subtly, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded respectfully, neither overly humble nor arrogant. Meanwhile, Lin Wire beamed with delight, unreservedly accepting her father's accolades. Liu Fan, thank you for saving my son this time. In the heart of Linxiao village, seated was Wu Fu, whose gaze now held a glimmer of gratitude, free from the initial sentiment of aversion. The two elders accompanying him also exhibited a significant reduction in hostility, their expressions softened with goodwill towards Liu Fan. Behind Lin Xiaotian stood Lin Long and Lin Li, both wearing smiles of admiration and appreciation for Liu Fan. The villagers, upon learning of Liu Fan's remarkable rise in prowess within mere days, expressed their astonishment and awe. Such developments have undoubtedly transformed Linwu village's perception of him. Liu Fan's eyes flickered with subtle light as he discreetly touched his nose, contemplating this shift in sentiment. After some further discussion, Lin Xiaotian chuckled and remarked, I trust that no one will oppose keeping our young brother Liu Fan in the village this time. The villagers responded with laughter, affirming their agreement, while Wu Fu offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Your goodwill is appreciated, but I have grown accustomed to my quarters in the Night Watch house. It would be rather inconvenient for me to change my residence. So there is no need to trouble yourselves, Liu Fan replied with a gentle sigh, rising to express his gratitude with a fist salute. Chapter 56. The matter is not yet resolved. Liu Fan smiled, brushing his nose thoughtfully. Prior to these events, Lin Long and Lin Li would occasionally visit him, and even Lin Xiaotian managed to find a moment amidst his busy schedule to check on him. Their genuine nature endeared them to Liu Fan. As Lin Long and Lin Li's voices gradually faded into the depths of the forest, they exchanged a fleeting glance, only to shyly avert their eyes, a slight awkwardness enveloping the two. Moreover, as a free spirit, I have the entire world at my disposal. I can go wherever my heart desires. Can they truly pursue me for a lifetime? Listening to Liu Fan's words, Lin Weier couldn't help but chuckle softly, yet her smile soon faded, and her expression turned serious as she remarked, You have no idea. Fangping village is notoriously unreasonable. If you so much as lay a finger on them, they will demand your life in return. Observing Liu Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Weier gently continued. The most crucial point is that Fangping village has produced 3 formidable experts of the spirit platform realm, one of whom is Fong Weiqing's brother, Fong Longjian, who has recently broken through the 9th layer of body refinement and successfully ascended to the spirit platform realm. They are far more powerful than our village. The spirit platform realm experts. Liu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, though he had never encountered such individuals. He understood that they would likely bring considerable trouble. Gradually, Liu Fan began to grasp the underlying tension. It seemed that Linwu village was indeed fearful, worried that their past grievances would provoke Fangping village into seeking retribution, thereby endangering their own village. Rest assured, Weier, I will never allow my personal matters to implicate Linwu village. A pang of pain flickered in Liu Fan's heart, for he recognized that Lin Weier must have hesitated long before voicing such sentiments. Xiao Fan, that's not what I meant. Upon hearing Liu Fan's words, a hint of panic crossed Lin Weier's delicate features, and she hurriedly explained, We would never abandon you because of Fangping village's might. We will forever remember your kindness in rescuing the people of our village. Thus, Xiao Fan, rest assured that we, the people of Linwu village, shall undoubtedly come to your aid. Should your father and the others refuse to assist you, I shall stand by your side. A flicker of resolute determination crossed Lin Weier's delicate visage, particularly with her final declaration. In that moment, Liu Fan perceived a glimmer of confidence in her eyes, prompting the question of what foundation her unwavering self-assurance rested upon. Liu Fan was acutely aware of the character of the villagers. They would never abandon their own in the face of external pressures, for such an act would be more agonizing than death itself. Their guiding principle was one of mutual respect. If one treats me with an inch of respect, I shall return it with a yard. For a benefactor like Liu Fan, Linwu village would harbor no hesitance whatsoever. Earlier in the hall, upon learning that Liu Fan had incurred the enmity of Fangping village, the villagers displayed slight discomfort. Yet there was no hint of abandonment. Rather, they earnestly invited Liu Fan to remain. As the village chief, Lin Xiaodian bore a subtle expression of concern. Yet he exhibited no inclination to reject Liu Fan. He embodied the will of Linwu village. However, the burden he bore was that of the village's survival. And in many instances, he was compelled to weigh numerous considerations, potentially straying from his initial intentions. This concern was echoed in Ling Weier's words, as she worried for Liu Fan's safety. As a member of Linwu village, her thoughts were naturally aligned with the village's welfare. By articulating her sentiments, she not only expressed her convictions but also fortified her resolve to assist Liu Fan without falter. The simplicity of Linwu village's nature, paired with Ling Weier's earnest declarations, warmed Liu Fan's heart, alleviating the slight ache within. However, he was acutely aware that, regardless of his intentions, he could never allow his personal matters to adversely affect the village of Linwu. In that fleeting moment, he resolutely decided that he would not let his own issues entangle Linwu. Sister Wire, I understand now. Thank you all, thank you. Liu Fan's face twitched slightly, and his dark eyes glimmered as he spoke sincerely. Just as Liu Fan pushed open the wooden door, Wire's voice echoed from a distance. Turning his head, he noticed Wire's orange-clad figure hurriedly departing without pause. Liu Fan slowly closed the wooden door and sat quietly on the bed, contemplating Wire's parting words. Was her reliance truly on her master? Liu Fan's gaze flickered slightly as he murmured softly, "It seems I am indeed fortunate." Liu Fan rubbed his nose, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he whispered. Although Wire did not disclose her village's circumstances to him, she risked the chance of her master discovering the secret cavern merely to enhance his strength and prevent him from being bullied. Her master is truly an eccentric. Wire practiced with remarkable dedication. One might even say she was relentless. Perhaps her fervor was influenced by her master. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within Liu Fan, prompting him to exclaim, "Damn it! Why is it that those with power always have peculiarities and enjoy bullying others?" After venting his frustrations, Liu Fan felt a significant alleviation of his pent-up emotions, and his mind gradually settled. Alas, it is still a matter of insufficient strength. Liu Fan's eyes flickered slightly as he suddenly bowed his head, letting out a gentle sigh. The troubles that have unexpectedly arisen ultimately stem from a deficiency in one's own strength. Although my abilities have experienced rapid growth in recent days, they remain woefully inadequate. Naturally, Liu Fan is discontent with such modest advancements. Suddenly, he slightly raises his arm, the helplessness in his gaze gradually fading, replaced by a striking brilliance. Clenching his fists tightly, he finds an extraordinary resolve within his heart. He silently vows to remain true to oneself in all matters. One must only become stronger. To grow stronger, one must refine both spirit and heart, for each is indispensable. This realization, derived from an enlightening conversation with old Liu, solidifies Liu Fan's conviction to enhance his strength. Unbeknownst to him, this moment of insight has quietly elevated his state of mind, granting him a steadier and more tranquil heart, thereby dissipating the hidden dangers that accompany a surge in power. As night falls, Liu Fan does not retire for sleep. Instead, he sits quietly in a meditative posture, patiently awaiting something. It has arrived. A thrill courses through his body. Indeed, in the darkness, the faint green glow of the dog-tooth pendant flickers to life, accompanied by a gentle warmth radiating from his chest. Simultaneously, a mysterious stream of pure spiritual energy surges into Liu Fan's being. The nightly flow of energy from the dog-tooth pendant resumes once more. Sensing the familiar mystical current, a smile graces his lips. Without the slightest hesitation, he guides this energy to permeate his entire body, gradually fortifying and refining his physical form. This time, without incident, the energy has increased to 7 streams, and both its purity and potency have significantly augmented. After completely refining and absorbing the mysterious airflow, for full hours had elapsed, and the horizon began to brighten gently. Despite having practiced throughout the night, Liu Fan exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, the infusion of the mysterious energy left him feeling invigorated, more so than after a restful slumber. Stretching languidly, he shook his body slightly and raised his hand. Upon discreetly assessing his physique, he discovered that the intensity of his body had noticeably increased after a night of cultivation. With his injuries fully healed, his strength had subtly advanced. And should he encounter Feng Weiqing again, he would likely not appear as hapless as he had the previous day. The accumulation of spiritual energy indeed necessitates the guidance of the human meridians. If these pathways are not robust and resilient, the successful accumulation of spiritual energy becomes unattainable, thus hindering the achievement of sudden breakthroughs. Consequently, the criteria for such breakthroughs vary from person to person, with each situation being distinct. Given Liu Fan's unique constitution and the vastness of his dantian, the volume of spiritual energy he needed to accumulate was undoubtedly considerable. Chapter 57. The signpost. Continuing with the nameless boxing technique, Liu Fan executed it with a flourish, showing no signs of having become rusty despite a few days without practice. After several repetitions of the nameless boxing technique, he concluded his warm-up, yet the progress remained minimal. While cleansing himself, he muttered quietly to himself. Since achieving mastery of the nameless boxing technique, which allowed for close-range aerial strikes, his advancement had indeed become rather sluggish. After some time of deliberation, Liu Fan retrieved 3 boxes and arranged them meticulously on the table, his gaze intense. Each of these boxes possessed the remarkable ability to preserve their contents. Liu Fan felt little apprehension regarding the silver scale fruit, as its tough exterior ensured its longevity even in the absence of additional protective measures. However, he harbored concerns about the snake gall of the green ghost python, which proved far more challenging to preserve than spiritual herbs. Despite the extraordinary nature of the green ghost python's gall, it remained a perishable substance. If not stored properly, it could decay beyond edibility within just a few days. With a sense of urgency, Liu Fan opened the box containing the snake gall, only to find it appeared as fresh as if it had just been extracted, showing no signs of deterioration whatsoever. A wave of relief washed over him as he acknowledged the impressive preservation capabilities of the box. He subsequently examined the other 2 boxes, and upon discovering no abnormalities, his spirits lifted considerably. Once he completed his inspection, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, and his attention shifted to an ancient, unadorned plaque resting nearby, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. This rustic plaque, as before, measured 2 fingers in width and half a foot in length, with a single ancient character engraved upon it. Its subtle brown hue lent an air of antiquity to the item. This plaque was none other than a keepsake left to him by old Liu. The elder had once expressed a desire to draw Liu Fan closer and had entrusted him with this plaque, stating that it would serve as a token of their connection, and that should Liu Fan's strength grow, fate might allow them to meet again. However, despite his consecutive breakthroughs, Liu Fan had yet to glean any information from the plaque. Now, Liu Fan has achieved the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement, and perhaps he can obtain information about old Liu from above. The mysterious nature of old Liu in Liu Fan's mind is comparable to his own origins. If he seeks to grow stronger, he may indeed have to rely on old Liu. With this thought in mind, Liu Fan gazed intently at the small plaque. Still, it proved to be futile. Liu Fan scrutinized the plaque for quite a while, even activating his Niwen Palace, allowing his spiritual energy to permeate and attempt to penetrate within. However, his spiritual energy seemed to collide against a thin membrane, making no progress whatsoever. The attempt to detect with spiritual energy yielded little effect. The plaque remained unchanged, without any sign of transformation. Could it be that the method was incorrect? Liu Fan pondered silently. When old Liu left this plaque, he did not impart any instructions on how to extract information from it. Liu Fan speculated that perhaps the method to activate the small plaque was related to spiritual energy. As he contemplated, the liquid spiritual energy within Liu Fan suddenly surged forth, swiftly integrating into his limbs and bones. He guided a stream of spiritual energy, slowly channeling it into the small plaque resting in his palm, his expression slightly tense. Indeed, there was promise. After several breaths, a flicker of joy flashed across Liu Fan's face, and he chuckled. It turned out that this ancient plaque truly required the infusion of spiritual energy. As Liu Fan poured his spiritual energy into it, he discovered that the plaque bore similarities to the spiritual scissors, as it could indeed be activated with spiritual energy. However, the small plaque does not belong to the category of spiritual artifacts. It should be regarded as a simple token that can be activated by spiritual energy. During the process of infusing spiritual power, Liu Fan discovered that there was a force within the plaque obstructing the advance of his spiritual energy. With no other option, Liu Fan could only persist in channeling his spiritual energy, and it was only after infusing nearly 60 drops of spiritual liquid that he finally broke through that barrier of power. The spiritual rotation continent is vast beyond measure, and even high-level cultivators, over the course of a lifetime, may barely scratch the surface of its mysteries. Among the most significant and closely knit three races on the continent are the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race. Beyond these three races lies a world shrouded in enigma. The human race is concentrated in a small corner of the southwest of the spiritual rotation continent, known as the spiritual domain. To the north of the spiritual domain lies a desolate expanse of 100,000 miles, perpetually eyed by the mysterious, endless ghostly abyss. While the wild demon domain maintains a persistent presence, creating a precarious balance of power, although the spiritual domain occupies only a minor portion of the continent. In relation to the entirety of the spiritual rotation continent, it remains a realm where even high-level cultivators, in their lifetime, might only explore a mere fraction of the vastness. Geographically, the spiritual domain is divided into 5 major regions: the eastern, western, southern, northern profound domains, and the chaotic demon domain. The chaotic demon domain is situated at the northernmost end of the spiritual domain, precisely at the northern edge of the northern profound domain. This domain is characterized by its tumultuous nature, with a mlang of races and perpetual conflict, rendering it an expansive battlefield that likely surpasses the combined area of the other 4 profound domains. Among the 4 regions of the spiritual domain, the northern profound domain stands as the most formidable, while the continental expanse of the western profound domain follows closely behind, and the southeastern profound domain, though somewhat lesser, is still quite extensive. The western Chen region, though the weakest, boasts an expansive territory, largely attributed to the ceaselessly winding spirit-beast mountains. While these mountains provide abundant resources, they also harbor significant dangers, such as the congregation of spirit beasts, ancient legacies, hidden treasures, and endless perilous terrains, complicating resource extraction. Thus, despite the wealth of resources within the spirit beast mountains, the western Xian region has struggled to effectively harness them for the enhancement of its strength. Nonetheless, the western Xian region is vast and hosts innumerable dynasties that flourish upon its lands, perpetually embroiled in warfare for resource acquisition. While countless dynasties remain under the control of sections, the sects represent the true behemoths of the spirit domain. In the southwestern corner of the western Xian region lies a lesser dynasty, the Tianwu dynasty, which spans nearly 10,000 miles and has thrived amidst the smoke of battle for centuries. The Tianwu dynasty comprises several dozen prefectures, one of which is the Great Wilderness Prefecture. The Great Wilderness Prefecture is indeed considerable, under the imperial rule of the Tianwu dynasty. It boasts nearly 100 cities of varying ranks, each garrisoned by 1 to 3 imperial legions to uphold the dynasty's prestige. The name Great Wilderness stems from the scarcity of resources in the area. Aside from the scant resources found in the Spirit Beast Mountains, other resources, such as spirit mines, are remarkably sparse. Despite the support of the Tianwu dynasty, the development of the Great Wilderness Prefecture has been relatively slow, resulting in its impoverished and weakened state, ranking among the lowest of the several dozen prefectures. However, there are those who, upon encountering ancient relics and relying on ancient legacies, soar to great heights, creating a sensation in the heavenly martial dynasty and even stirring the western mysterious domain, thereby propelling their birthplace to rapid prominence and freeing it from a state of poverty and weakness. Such occurrences are frequently documented in the spirit rotation continent, rendering them not particularly astonishing. Thus, at times, the ascent to greatness may not solely depend on resources. Often, it is merely a matter of fortune. The Stone Town, located in the southwestern region of the Great Wilderness Prefecture within the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, is a notably remote area. It is therefore understandable that the strength of the human populace in this region is quite concerning. Coincidentally, when Liu Fan departed from Stone Village, he randomly chose to head eastward. Yet, despite Liu Fan traveling a considerable distance to the east, he had only moved 50 miles away from Stone Town, which is far from the extent suggested by old Liu to venture further east. Heading east, Liu Fan furrowed his brow. This range is excessively broad. He remembered Lin Weier mentioning that the nearest city in the eastern direction was over 200 miles from Linwu village, a primary city known as Yi City. Liu Fan had heard of Yi City during his time in the Xia Manor, as it seemed to be the gathering place for Liu Su's family. Yi City is home to a stationed army of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, which undoubtedly ensures a far superior order compared to the small local tyrannies of places like Stone Town. If he were to head east, it might necessitate a visit to Yi City. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Fan murmured to himself, as a city at the crossroads of distant lands, Yi City undoubtedly possesses a wealth of information. Perhaps it is there that one might uncover tidings concerning the old man Liu. Moreover, the matter of the quaint little plaque piqued Liu Fan's curiosity. However, what truly captivated Liu Fan's attention were the cultivation resources within Yi City, where auctions were prevalent. If one possesses sufficient spirit stones, it becomes possible to procure desirable resources. To grow stronger, it is imperative for Liu Fan to journey to Yi City, where the pivotal concern lies solely with the spirit stones. After careful consideration, Liu Fan resolved to depart from Linwu village in the near future, heading eastward to explore Yi City. Yet, he recognized that this was not an opportune moment for departure. After pondering further, he realized that the matters in Fangping village remained unresolved. To leave hastily might cause unnecessary trouble for Linwu village, warranting a more thorough deliberation regarding his departure. Chapter 58. Visitors from Fangping. After much contemplation, Liu Fan decided to first resolve his own affairs, ensuring that no complications would linger before leaving Linwu village for Yi City. With this decision, he exhaled softly, having finally broken through to the 7th level of body tempering, thus able to glean some information about the old man Liu. Subsequently, he grasped the small plaque and stowed it away. However, upon touching the silver-scaled fruit, the canine tooth pendant around his neck inexplicably began to emit a faint glow, casting a hazy green light and radiating a gentle warmth. Could it be that you are hungry again? Liu Fan's expression changed. The pendant could not possibly be yearning to consume his last remaining silver-scaled fruit, could it? As Liu Fan's voice faded, the dog-tooth pendant indeed projected 2 beams of emerald light, directly illuminating the 2 silver-scaled fruits within the box. The boxes remained unchanged, yet the 2 silver-scaled fruits underwent a remarkable transformation. Once an agate hue, they now morphed into 2 plump, red elixirs the size of longan fruits. Their rich medicinal fragrance wafting from the boxes, intoxicating and refreshing. They had transformed into elixirs. Liu Fan's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. He reached out with one hand, grasping one of the red elixirs between his fingers for a closer inspection. The potency of this elixir was strikingly intense, suggesting that not a trace of the medicinal properties of the silver-scaled fruit had been lost. Upon closer examination, Liu Fan was astonished to discover that the strength of this elixir's medicinal qualities far exceeded his expectations. Although this elixir retained only the properties of the silver-scaled fruit, lacking the amalgamated effects of other elixirs, its efficacy was undeniably formidable. This elixir had simply distilled the medicinal properties of the silver-scaled fruit into a singular form, facilitating Liu Fan's ability to absorb its pure spiritual energy. While it was merely a transformation of the silver-scaled fruit into an elixir, the benefits to Liu Fan were immense. It was crucial to note that Liu Fan possessed no skills in alchemy, let alone the expertise required to refine the silver-scaled fruit into an elixir. Even if the silver-scaled fruit could not be refined into an elixir, consuming it directly would cause its abundant medicinal energy to swiftly permeate his limbs and bones, only to gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Directly consuming the silver-scale fruit would entail a considerable waste of time to refine its complex medicinal properties, resulting in the squander of nearly 40% of its efficacy, which not only diminishes efficiency, but also proves to be exceedingly wasteful. In contrast, relying on elixirs for cultivation incurs a mere fraction of a 10% loss of potency. The enigmatic capabilities of the dog-tooth pendant are beyond what Liu Fan could ever have imagined. Ah, the dog-tooth pendant? What can I possibly say? It is simply marvelous. Liu Fan chuckled heartily, retrieving the pendant from his bosom and bestowing it with affectionate kisses, his face radiating joy. He pondered whether the emerald python's gallbladder would transform into something extraordinary as well. In his elation, Liu Fan recalled the gallbladder nestled within its box, swiftly retrieving it, and upon touching it, his face flushed with warmth. However, after a prolonged wait, the dog-tooth pendant remained still, as if in slumber, showing no signs of activity. Alas, it seems only herbs are capable of yielding such effects. Liu Fan sighed softly, a tinge of disappointment washing over him, yet the thought of the pendant's remarkable ability persisted, illuminating his countenance with uncontainable delight. Subsequently, he meticulously examined the 2 crimson elixirs, finding no flaws, which further satisfied him. Suddenly, he sensed a presence. Just as he was about to consume one of the elixirs to test its potency, his expression shifted, and he swiftly concealed all his belongings within mere moments. Then, with an impassive demeanor, he gazed intently at the entrance, settling into a meditative posture on the bed, enveloped in silence. Indeed, after a brief moment, faint sounds of heavy breathing and several somewhat frantic shouts could be heard from outside the house. "Brother Liu Fan, you must flee. It is indeed Wufishan." Liu Fan's mental energy had long since spread beyond the confines of the dwelling, and he was fully aware of the situation outside. "Brother Fushan, what is happening?" With a creak, the door swung open, and Liu Fan's figure emerged, his expression slightly grave as he regarded the breathless Wufishan, instinctively sensing that something ominous was afoot. "Wufishan, the rascals from Fangping village are pressuring us at the village entrance, preventing our people from leaving unless we surrender you. The village chief is already dealing with the situation and asked me to convey this message. You should leave here at once and seek refuge at another stronghold in Linwu village." Wufishan, still suffering from severe injuries sustained in a previous battle, had rushed here despite his condition, which rendered his complexion somewhat pale. He took several heavy breaths before managing to relay this information. Fangping village is remarkably swift in their actions. Liu Fan's eyes slightly narrowed as he spoke slowly. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The people from Fangping village had come, but he had not anticipated their speed. "Wait for me a moment. I shall grab a few items." Although the situation had escalated unexpectedly, Liu Fan quickly regained his composure after a brief change in expression. Nodding to Wufishan, he swiftly darted back inside to prepare. Shortly thereafter, Liu Fan emerged from the house, seemingly unburdened except for a glimmering silver scissors in his possession. "Let us go. Take me to meet them." Liu Fan's gaze was somewhat icy as he fixed his eyes on the direction of the village entrance, resolutely declaring, "The village entrance? No, this is out of the question. Brother Liu Fan, the village chief has instructed you to leave this place. How can you willingly leap into the abyss?" Wu Fushan was about to lead Liu Fan away in another direction when he was taken aback by Liu Fan's words, his expression shifting dramatically as he shook his head repeatedly. "If you do not go, I shall go alone." Liu Fan's frigid eyes swept over Wu Fushan once more, and with a swift motion, he turned to depart. Wu Fushan shuddered slightly and promptly followed, his face a mask of sorrow as he incessantly urged Liu Fan to reconsider. Maintaining a stern countenance, Liu Fan ignored Wu Fushan's pleas, quickening his pace as he hurried toward the village entrance. At the entrance of Linwu village, 2 factions stood in a tense confrontation. One group, naturally, comprised the skilled individuals of Linwu village clad in gray, including not only the younger generation led by Lin Weier, but also the seasoned elders, prominently featuring Lin Xiaotian. Their expressions were grave, with Lin Xiaotian's hawk-like eyes fixed intently on a young man at the forefront of the opposing faction. The other group consisted of the individuals from Fangping village, all donned in black attire, brandishing gleaming sabers with an air of menace. Among the black-clad figures, 2 young men stood out conspicuously. One was pale-faced with cold eyes, his hands bound in thick, blood-stained bandages that trembled incessantly, his countenance marred by an expression of deep resentment and restlessness. This individual was none other than Fang Weiqing, who had lost half of his hand at the hands of Liu Fan just days prior. Beside Fang Weiqing stood a man clad in black, appearing to be in his late 20s. His pallid complexion bore a striking resemblance to Fang Weiqing, yet his eyes were profoundly deep, revealing not a hint of emotion, indicating a person of considerable cunning. The air around this man exuded a subtle yet formidable presence, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was a formidable figure at the spirit platform realm. This individual was none other than Fang Weiqing's elder brother, Fang Longjian. Fang Longjian wielded a pristine white blade, casually positioning himself before the gathered crowd, his gaze radiating disdain and an aura of overwhelming dominance. Lin Xiaotian. "It has been a tea's worth of time, yet the one we seek has yet to arrive?" Fang Longjian remarked. "Ah, indeed. The strength of the spirit platform's first crossing is truly remarkable," he continued, sensing the formidable pressure emanating from Lin Xiaotian, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smirked. "However, I fear that today, you shall not impede our progress." Fang Longjian shifted his tone, a sly grin gracing his lips. "Even if it leads to mutual destruction between our 2 villages, we shall not allow you to succeed. Lin Xiaoyan's robust frame trembled with fury as he bellowed. Mutual destruction may have been plausible in the past, but the present situation is decidedly different, Fang Longjian declared, his deep-set eyes glinting with assurance. What? Lin Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, sensing the double entendre in Fang Longjian's words, preparing to interrogate him further when suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from behind. Instantly, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically as they turned abruptly to glance in that direction. Chapter 59. The Wrath of Linwu Village. Before Lin Xiaoyan stood the village, engulfed in a dense plume of smoke, flames soaring to the heavens, and the air filled with the anguished cries of battle. A throng of figures clad in black garments wielded blood-red blades, ruthlessly rampaging through the chaos. Innocent women, children, and the elderly fell victim to the merciless slaughter, their agonized wails echoing amidst the crackling of burning homes, painting a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The villagers of Linwu, driven by fury, seized their weapons, their eyes ablaze with rage, and charged towards the black-clad assailants, a tumultuous clash ensuing. Lin Wire trembled, her delicate form swaying as tears shimmered in her bright eyes, reflecting a mixture of shock and fury. Without uttering a word, Lin Long, Lin Li, and Wu Sheng, alongside the villagers of Linwu, surged forward with fierce determination, roaring as they confronted the merciless attackers. Witnessing such a horrific scene, Lin Xiaoyan's powerful frame shuddered. He abruptly turned, his eyes filled with wrath, raising his golden-edged blade to point menacingly at Fang Longjian, bellowing, "I want you all dead." At this juncture, there was no room for hesitation. He would take up arms without reservation. With a surge of energy, Lin Xiaoyan felt a profound force emanate from within him, his spirit power flooding forth in an overwhelming torrent. The intensity of his presence caused Fang Longjian's eyes to widen in fear, compelling him to act without delay. In an instant, Lin Xiaoyan transformed into a blurred figure, brandishing his massive blade, charging unflinchingly towards the ranks of Fangping village. Empowered by his spirit energy, his speed was astonishing, resembling a fiery specter as he fearlessly plunged into the defensive formation of Fangping village. The golden-edged great saber wielded by Lin Xiaoyan was ablaze with vibrant crimson spiritual energy, surging upward with an imposing aura. This magnificent weapon revealed itself to be a spiritual artifact. As Lin Xiaoyan charged towards the people of Fangping village, a number of his companions hastened to follow suit. Yet their speed paled in comparison to his, leaving them merely to witness him plunge single-handedly into the fray. At the moment when slaughter erupted in Linwu village, the inhabitants of Fangping village seemed to receive a signal. Those who had previously stood in opposition drew their blades with unwavering resolve, roaring as they surged towards the entrance of Linwu village. However, upon witnessing Lin Xiaoyan's ferocity, a mixture of astonishment and fear spread across their faces. Yet, they were not to be trifled with. After a brief hesitation, they steeled themselves and advanced with fierce determination. Lin Xiaoyan's form became a crimson blur, swiftly penetrating the densely packed throng. Although the warriors of Fangping village were indeed fierce and valiant, the majority confronting Lin Xiaoyan possessed only the strength of the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement, with only a few core forces positioned behind to provide support. Most of their elite forces were engaged in battle within Linwu village. This was a cunning strategy devised by Fangping village to disorient Linwu village. They initially applied pressure at the village entrance to divert attention. When the opportune moment arose, their hidden main forces would reveal their fangs, launching a surprise attack to mercilessly slaughter the weaker inhabitants of Linwu village. Simultaneously, they sought to coordinate with their own people at the entrance, aiming to catch their foes off guard with a pincer movement. The brief interlude was not merely a ploy to compel them to surrender Liu Fan, but rather a calculated delay to afford their ambushed main forces the necessary time to encircle their adversaries. The objective of Fangping village today is not merely to create chaos. Chaos serves merely as a facade, for their true aim is the annihilation of Linwu village. The grand maneuvers of Fangping village evidently indicate that this scheme has been in the works for quite some time, suggesting a determined resolve to subjugate us at Linwu village. Should they wish to consume us, they must first be prepared to shatter their own teeth in the process. In a swift moment, the thoughts of Lin Xiaoyan surged through his mind, and within that fleeting instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation, his face a tempest of anger and astonishment, his steel teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Get away!" With a fiery determination, Lin Xiaotian plunged into the dark tide of Fangping village. Though he stood alone, he was undaunted by the numerical superiority of the Linwu villagers. Wielding a spirit weapon pushed to its utmost potential, Lin Xiaotian struck down adversaries as effortlessly as one would slice through a watermelon, akin to a tiger unleashed among sheep, ferocity unmatched. Lin Xiaotian brandished his spirit weapon, while the lower-tier cultivators of Fangping village wielded mere iron. The disparity in their capabilities was glaring. To him, their iron weapons were as fragile as paper, hardly capable of offering any resistance. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of blood and cries, as Lin Xiaotian's reinforcements surged forth. And without a moment's hesitation, the two factions clashed in a brutal melee, each blow finding flesh, devoid of mercy. All eyes blazed with a primal intensity, resembling wild beasts nearly driven to madness by the bloodlust. Fang Longjin, prepare to meet your demise. With a sweeping arc of his blade, Lin Xiaotian repelled several foes, his powerful frame quaking as he leaped upon a small hill. Embodying the essence of a war deity, he bellowed fiercely down at Fang Longjin. With a disdainful shake of his head, Fang Longjin observed Lin Xiaotian's countenance, noting the conspicuous absence of fear or defensive measures. Similarly, Fang Weiqing, standing beside him, wore a sneering expression. Undeterred, Lin Xiaotian brandished his great sword, propelled himself off the ground with a forceful thrust of his legs, and soared through the air, launching a furious strike towards the Fang brothers. Despite the preceding skirmish, Lin Xiaotian displayed no signs of fatigue, instead exhibiting an escalating ferocity that instilled dread in the hearts of the Fangping village contingent. Witnessing Lin Xiaotian's formidable momentum, both Fang Longjin and Fang Weiqing momentarily betrayed their pallid visages, but their apprehensions swiftly dissipated, replaced by an air of sardonic confidence, hinting at a concealed advantage. Suspended in midair, Lin Xiaotian sensed an unsettling undercurrent in their demeanor, but consumed by unbridled rage and bereft of the option to retreat, he disregarded his misgivings, prioritizing the immediate assault. Death! Lin Xiaotian roared, his greatsword descending towards Fang Longjin's head with relentless force, cleaving through the air with a resounding whoosh. The sheer power of the blow threatened to bisect both adversaries in an instant, should it land successfully. Lin Xiaotian, your capabilities fall short of such an achievement. Just as Lin Xiaotian's blade neared its target, a thunderous roar, imbued with spiritual energy, erupted from the periphery. Simultaneously, a jet-black greatsword materialized, expertly intercepting Lin Xiaotian's gold-edged weapon, resulting in a deafening clash of metal upon metal. The offensive of Lin Xiaotian was thwarted, and in his fury, he retreated 5 paces, halting his form upon the ground. Upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, he unexpectedly broke into a smile rather than expressing anger. Ah, you old rascal. You could no longer restrain yourself from making a move. I thought you had perished in some forgotten corner. With a chilling laughter that reverberated through the air, he added. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaotian, I dare say, even in death, I shall outlive you. I declare today the festival of your demise in Linwu village. The speaker, a tall middle-aged man, bore a striking resemblance to Fang Longjin, with a pallid complexion that was even more disquieting, seemingly infused with a cold, sinister aura. His eyes were profoundly deep, tinged with a frigid essence that instilled an overwhelming sense of chill. This man was none other than Fang Yuan, the village chief of Fangping village and the father of the Fang brothers, surrounded by a shroud of black spiritual energy that exuded a frigid atmosphere. Fang Yuan displayed a power level comparable to Lin Xiaotian, being at the first stage of the spirit platform. He wielded a formidable, pitch-black blade, its dimensions rivaling those of Lin Xiaotian's own ruthless weapon, both emanating a dark spiritual energy that caressed the surface of the blade. Fang Yuan also possessed a spiritual artifact. Though its rank remained uncertain, leave Lin Xiaotian to me. You two go and locate that lad and seize the spiritual artifact. After mocking Lin Xiaotian, Fang Yuan swiftly spoke in a hushed tone to Fang Longjin and his companion, then turned his cold gaze back to Lin Xiaotian, determined to entangle him. You think you can obstruct me, you old fool? Lin Xiaotian's expression darkened completely, his face contorted with fury as intense anger surged within him. Correspondingly, the fiery spiritual energy emanating from his body quietly intensified, rising sharply in tandem with his wrath. I have regretted not killing you in that battle a year ago. Now I shall remedy that shortcoming. Sensing Lin Xiaotian's formidable aura, Fang Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly, a chill gradually spreading from his eyes as he provocatively replied. As Feng Yuan's words hung in the air, the dark spiritual energy surrounding him began to swell, slowly enveloping his obsidian blade, rendering it even more lethal. Realizing that he had been halted by Feng Yuan, Lin Xiaotian understood that today's circumstances would be troublesome. The strength and temperament of the Feng brothers were notoriously fearsome, and it was exceedingly rare for the younger generation in the village to withstand them. If this battle did not conclude swiftly, it could lead to significant casualties in his village. Haha, come. As Lin Xiaotian contemplated this, his expression deepened, and he involuntarily tightened his grip on the greatsword. After listening to Feng Yuan's words, his inherently combative nature was ignited further. Rather than displaying anger, he broke into a smile. With a swift motion, he slashed the fiery red blade, unleashing a streak of crimson spiritual energy that sliced through the air, hurtling towards Feng Yuan with remarkable speed. Humph. In response, Feng Yuan let out a snort, and with a forceful stroke, his obsidian blade cut through the void, conjuring a near 10-foot-long black streak of spiritual energy that surged to meet the oncoming assault. The two waves of spiritual energy collided in midair with a muffled thud, resulting in a fierce explosion that scattered both forces into countless scintillating motes of energy that gradually faded into the ether. Chapter 60. Liu Fan arrives as the minute particles of spiritual energy dispersed slowly. This time, Lin Xiaotian refrained from pursuing relentlessly. He paused, firmly grounding himself, while a fiery red aura began to rise around him. His gaze remained fixed on Feng Yuan, a hint of solemnity etched across his features. It appears your mastery of mental prowess has indeed deepened considerably, Lin Xiaotian remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he regarded Feng Yuan. Your skill in the dual element slash is quite adept. You must possess notable prowess and spiritual energy as well. Feng Yuan replied with a chilling smile, a shadow of apprehension creeping into his demeanor. Even if you have grown stronger, today I shall still claim your head. Lin Xiaotian slightly shook his head, neither affirming nor denying, and soon his expression gradually settled into a calm demeanor, becoming eerily expressionless, as if the surrounding cacophony of anguished cries had vanished from his ears. That tranquil visage was almost terrifying. Then come and try? Upon hearing Lin Xiaotian's dismissive words, Feng Yuan's fleeting trepidation evaporated entirely, replaced by a surge of indignation. He brandished his pitch-black blade, the chill upon his countenance deepening. With a decisive stomp, Lin Xiaotian seized his words, propelling himself off the ground, conjuring a gust of wind as he swung his golden-edged blade, transforming into a fiery crimson blur rushing towards Feng Yuan. Despite his steadfast composure, he could not entirely disregard the harrowing screams that surrounded him. He merely forced himself to block it out in order to focus on confronting Feng Yuan. For if he failed to repel Feng Yuan swiftly, every moment of delay would mean the loss of another life, an expense that Lin Xiaotian, as the village chief, could not bear to sustain. Humph. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, similarly brandishing his obsidian blade, charging forward without the slightest intention of retreating. The two clashed fiercely, and those within a Tianzhong radius instinctively recoiled from the battlefield, where the struggle at the entrance of Stone Village raged with fervor. The piercing screams echoed in the air as a figure clad in black clutched at a severed limb, his countenance a grotesque mask of horror, only to be met with several blades descending upon him in the next heartbeat. The old man, upon catching sight of the three agile figures clad in black, immediately realized that the speed of his companions was no match for theirs. With a clenched jaw, he hastily shouted at the children, while he himself slowed his pace, turning to face the three black-clad assailants. This resolute elder was prepared to confront the trio, armed only with his bare hands, in a desperate bid to buy the children precious moments to flee. Such an act was clearly tantamount to courting death. Grandpa, Master Wu, the children, witnessing the old man's unwavering advance towards the black-clad figures, halted in their tracks, gazing at Liu the elder with tears in their eyes. Among them was a little boy with a topknot, youthful yet seemingly their leader, who cried out in despair, "Grandpa, I want to leave. We want to go." Upon hearing the boy's words, the remaining children's eyes shimmered with tears, reflecting their shared resolve to face fate together. "You foolish children, do you not heed your grandfather's words? I command you to flee." The old man, feeling a mix of anger and deep emotion at the children's defiance, was moved to tears, yet he halted his steps, frantically waving his arms to urge them away. This old man truly possesses spirit. TSK. These kids are not afraid of death. Soon they shall learn the extent of my prowess. Not a single one of these bastards from Linwu village shall remain. While the old man desperately urged the children to escape, the three black-clad figures approached, their faces adorned with mockery at the unfolding scene. Alas! Upon hearing the commotion behind him, the old man let out a heavy sigh, and, with resolute determination, turned to confront the three figures clad in black. "You bold old fellow, I shall leave you with a complete corpse." One of the black-clad men halted, casually wielding a large blade, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he addressed the elder. "I am here to collect these little brats." The other two figures, however, showed no sign of halting their advance, instead making their way directly towards the children, disregarding the old man entirely. Upon witnessing their actions, Liu, the elder, was instantly alarmed. He could not allow them to proceed unchecked. With a slight stoop in his posture, he swiftly positioned himself across the children's path, arms outstretched, displaying no trace of fear. "You old fool, you truly wish to court death. I shall send you on your way." The two black-clad men, now visibly irritated, raised their weapons with lethal intent, launching a merciless and rapid assault towards the old man. With merely the third level of body refinement and weakened by age, how could he withstand the might of those at the fifth level? As the nearly unavoidable blade descended, a look of despair crossed the old man's face. And as the fierce gust of wind approached, he found himself instinctively closing his eyes. "Tiger, why haven't you run yet?" As the great blade approached, the old man was suddenly startled by the cries erupting behind him, intensifying the sorrow etched upon his face. A fleeting thought raced through his mind, prompting him to clench his frail hands tightly in front of him, bracing for the inevitable strike. With a resounding clang that echoed through the air, a flash akin to silver lightning darted past, followed by a cacophony of anguished shouts. Soon after, the dull thud of blades piercing flesh resonated, accompanied by the abrupt cessation of agonizing wails. Moments later, silence enveloped the scene, save for the sound of liquid flowing and the dazed cries of a few children. The old man remained with his eyes tightly shut, but as he waited, he realized that the blade had not struck him. In disbelief, he prepared to open his murky eyes when a deep voice resonated. "Fushan, take them to a safe place. I shall assist." Startled, the old man opened his clouded eyes, only to behold a long face filled with intense fury. Turning his gaze, he saw a figure clad in a slightly tattered gray shirt racing towards the village's entrance, a silver object in hand glinting in the sunlight, almost blinding. It was the hurriedly arriving Liu Fan. "Sister Wire, please do not come to harm." Despite swiftly dealing with the three black-clad figures and rescuing the old man and others, Liu Fan's expression remained grave. Although Linwu village exhibits a certain disparity compared to Fangping village, it is utterly inconceivable that such a shocking scene would unfold, with rampant slaughter occurring everywhere. It appears that Linwu village has fallen victim to a cunning plot. Liu Fan maintained a stern expression, his pace unwavering as he moved forward. The mere presence of so many extra hands outside the village, pursuing the fleeing villagers of Linwu, indicates that the assailants are numerous, likely far exceeding Linwu village's expectations. It seems that Fangping village is indeed a formidable force. Not long after, Liu Fan plunged into the chaotic fray. Shadows of combatants clashed all around. Black-clad figures battled against those in gray, with some areas witnessing one-sided massacres. Liu Fan's prowess hardly made a significant impact amidst such turmoil. With a swift motion, he dispatched yet another adversary of the sixth level of body refinement, quickly drawing his silver scissors to flick away the blood droplets before darting deeper into the melee. He understood that the core strength of the conflict lay within the heart of the battle. Clearing out the minor players on the periphery would hardly alter the situation. Naturally, there would be others to handle those, and his task was to reach the central battlefield to assist in vanquishing the pivotal foes, for that was of utmost importance. "Brother, how has Linwu village suddenly grown so powerful?" In the heart of the core battle, Lin Weier, donned in a vibrant orange skirt, called out to Lin Long. She had just repelled an opponent of the 7th level of body refinement. Her taut form bore several minor injuries, and her delicate face was stained with blood. Yet it appeared not to be overly severe. "I don't know either. It was merely the discovery of some unfamiliar faces among them." Among the trio, the one in the best condition was undoubtedly Lin Long, whose prowess at the 9th level of body refinement granted him a certain ease, provided, of course, that formidable foes did not emerge. The three stood back to back, fending off their adversaries while engaging in rapid conversation. their minds racing as they pondered the peculiarities surrounding Linwu village. Suddenly, as they exerted all their strength to repel the surrounding assaults, a sharp sound sliced through the air, resonating explosively in their ears. In the midst of the chaos, a fleeting, indistinct shadow darted past them. It was a signal arrow, and its power was nothing short of terrifying. At the moment the sound erupted, Lin Weier and her companions were taken aback. They were encircled by no fewer than 5 adversaries at the 7th level of body refinement, with one being at the pinnacle of the 8th level. Upon hearing the approaching signal arrow, their onslaught intensified, forcing the trio into a tight corner, unable to evade its trajectory. To their dismay, the arrow's target was none other than the weakest among them, Lin Weier. Simultaneously, she was being fiercely obstructed by 2 enemies at the 7th level of body refinement, rendering her incapable of countering the sudden assault of the cold arrow. Cursed be it! Lin Long and Lin Li both cursed vehemently. Yet they were ensnared by their own adversaries, unable to extend their hands to assist Lin Weier. Chapter 61. The Liu family of Yi City, a vague gray figure swiftly darted past, wielding something that glimmered like silver lightning, precisely aimed at the rapidly approaching signal arrow. Clang! With a sharp sound, the arrow was deftly intercepted by Liu Fan, spinning and plunging into the earth with considerable force, embedding itself a full foot deep. The arrowhead still quivering violently. The gray figure paused, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Liu Fan, who had hurriedly arrived on the scene. Drawing upon his formidable mental prowess, Liu Fan swiftly located Lin Weier's position within moments. Upon confirming her safety, he felt a surge of relief. But upon realizing the predicament she was in, he hastened his pace, arriving just in the nick of time to avert disaster. Observing the arrowhead still thrashing on the ground, Liu Fan's expression turned grave. He slightly shifted his hand, alleviating the slight numbness in his arm, secretly astonished. The power of that arrow was astonishing. Even his peak strength at the 7th level of body refinement struggled to withstand it. Had he been a moment slower, Lin Weier would have been in grave danger. Such formidable force, if it had struck Lin Weier, could have spelled dire consequences. With this thought, Liu Fan's countenance darkened further. Who was this individual capable of effortlessly launching a piercing arrow against someone at the 7th level of body refinement? Unbeknownst to Liu Fan, the archer was equally astonished. This person, cloaked in black, bore an embroidered character on the left side of his chest, distinctly marking him as separate from the inhabitants of Fangping village. The individual wielded an exquisite yellow crossbow, compact yet exhibiting a sleek design that exuded a sense of formidable strength. After a failed shot, he swiftly melted into the crowd, wary of revealing himself again, as if fearing the pursuit of Liu Fan. His manner of handling the crossbow suggested a lack of proficiency in close combat. Should Liu Fan close in, he would likely be unable to defend himself. Liu Fan's mind raced as he pieced together the situation, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings in search of the archer who had released the alarming arrow. However, amidst the chaos, locating the culprit proved to be an insurmountable challenge. While Liu Fan continued his search, the expressions of Lin Weier and the others were laden with complexity. After all, the events of the day were intended to protect Liu Fan, yet the very protagonist had now exposed himself. What a twist! Lin Long and Lin Li bowed their heads slightly, their gazes flickering in acknowledgement of Liu Fan's assertion. Xiao Fan, you fool, what are you saying? Lin Weier, after a moment of joy, was suddenly reminded of the perilous situation they found themselves in, prompting a wave of panic. Hold your tongue. Let us first repel these bothersome adversaries. Liu Fan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he deftly maneuvered, blocking a sudden attack with a swift flick of his silver blade, then positioning himself back-to-back with Lin Weier. A shrill scream pierced the air, echoing far and wide, only to be swiftly drowned out by a cacophony of anguished cries. The source of the scream was a figure clad in black from Fangping village, who found himself besieged by 3 or 4 large blades, slashed from various angles. Causing blood to flow profusely and his vitality to wane, he appeared on the brink of death. Such scenes are not uncommon on the battlefield. Although Fangping village excels in the art of killing, it struggles to form an effective formation or execute targeted breakthroughs. Instead, they rely on the chaos of melee combat, indiscriminately slaying all enemies, which naturally hinders any meaningful advancement. As the resistance of Linwu village gradually strengthens, the efficacy of Fangping village's ambushes diminishes, and the pressure on Liu Fan and his companions markedly lessens, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Against all odds, Linwu village manages to withstand this wave of attacks without collapsing, a fortunate turn of events. As Liu Fan and his allies experience a reduction in pressure, they also immerse themselves in the nearby skirmish, gradually clearing out the surrounding dark-clad foes. With the passage of time, Linwu village's defensive strength surprisingly grows, even reversing the tide to suppress Fangping village's advances. Liu Fan and his companions have gathered with numerous others, effortlessly repelling sporadic attacks with no strain at all. This congregation inevitably attracts the attention of Fangping village, as more dark-clad figures converge upon Liu Fan's sizable coalition, eyeing them warily yet refraining from reckless assault. The formidable defensive formation of Linwu village poses a significant challenge. Any hasty attack could exact a considerable toll. As the effects of the ambush began to wane, the inhabitants of Fangping village became acutely aware of their precarious situation. The leaders among them ceased their relentless slaughter and called upon their forces to specifically target the more formidable opponents, successfully breaching several defenses of Linwu village. Indeed, the defenders of Linwu village proved to be quite formidable. Fang Longjian's cold, piercing eyes scrutinized the chaotic battleground, his expression inscrutable, though the flicker of his gaze suggested deep contemplation. A dark aura of spiritual energy slowly enveloped Fang Longjian, forming a translucent veil of power around his body. Simultaneously, the large blade he wielded emanated a low, dark spiritual energy. This weapon, though categorized as a spiritual artifact, appeared to be of a lower grade than that of his father, Fang Yuan. They were indeed a formidable adversary. Fang Weiqing's pale visage trembled slightly, his own cold eyes darting through the crowd with the swiftness of lightning, seemingly searching for someone. Have you yet to find the one who wounded you? Fang Longjian's gaze flicked toward Fang Weiqing, whose pallid face betrayed a flicker of agitation as he spoke slowly. That cunning rascal may have already fled Linwu village. A fleeting image of a gray, youthful figure flashed through Fang Weiqing's mind, and a glimmer of vengeful malice crossed his pale features as he ground his teeth in fury. No sooner had he spoken than, seemingly due to the intensity of his rage exacerbating his injuries, blood began to seep through the bandages encircling his right hand, staining them a vivid crimson. The pain radiating from his hand intensified the bitterness etched upon Fang Weiqing's face. The exorbitant cost of such potent elixirs renders them unattainable even for a place like Fangping village. It is likely that only the denizens of Yeqing possess the financial means to procure these expensive concoctions. Should that be the case, it is indeed a pity. Upon hearing this, Fang Longjian spoke slowly, his pallid visage revealing little change, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. It is uncertain whether his lament was for the inability to exact revenge or the loss of a spiritual artifact. Subsequently, the two brothers fell silent, their gazes flickering as they pondered in solitude, surrounded by the cloaked figures, impervious to any external influence. Something felt amiss in Fangping village. In the heart of the battle, Liu Fan, shielded by his allies, keenly observed the surrounding black-clad individuals, his brow furrowing slightly before he spoke. Through the lens of his mental acuity, he discerned numerous details invisible to the naked eye, uncovering circumstances overlooked by Lin Wire and others. Among the black-clad figures, a select few exhibited a remarkable instinct for self-preservation. During skirmishes with the warriors of Linwu village, they would swiftly retreat at the slightest hint of danger, unwilling to engage in a fight to the death. Furthermore, these individuals predominantly wielded powerful crossbows, launching stealthy strikes from the shadows, resulting in the demise of several Linwu warriors. Notably, these individuals shared a distinctive characteristic absent among the denizens of Fangping village. An embroidered character, Lu, graced their left chests. Although these crossbow-wielding figures were in the minority, their impact on the battlefield was likely more devastating than that of Fangping village's inhabitants. Indeed, I have also made the same observation. The trio became vigilant upon hearing the mention of Liu Fang, swiftly scanning their surroundings for the cloaked figures. In a short span of time, they discerned that these individuals exhibited the demeanor of well-trained operatives. Should their initial strike fail, they would retreat to a safer location to launch another ambush. These individuals, they are likely members of the Liu family from Yi City. Lin Long narrowed his eyes slightly, the character Liu becoming vividly clear, causing his complexion to pale noticeably. Chapter 62. A shift in the situation. Upon hearing the name of Yi City, Liu Fang felt a flicker of unease arise within him, and the mention of the Liu family stirred even more ominous thoughts. Yi City is renowned as a prominent primary city, which you might have heard of, but the Liu family, perhaps, is unfamiliar to you. Linlong's pallor remained unyielding. The might of Yi City is such that even 100 Linwu villages would struggle to make an impact. The Liu family stands as one of the 3 great families within Yi City, their influence undoubtedly substantial. Among the 3 great families, the Liu family's power is arguably the most formidable. The reasons for this superiority are apparent. Strength begets dominance, yet the source of their immense power remains a mystery. It is said that the Liu family's influence extends far beyond Yi City, encompassing a vast territory replete with countless towns and villages. Their power is so overwhelming that even the station military of the Tianwu dynasty turns a blind eye to their activities. Linlong recounted all he had heard regarding Yi City, his complexion deepening in pallor. If the Liu family is indeed involved, then it is likely that Fangping village is merely a pawn in their game, aimed at reclaiming our village and plundering our resources. Lin Wire and Lin Long's expressions paled, and they voiced their concerns. With the Liu family's influence being so ambiguous, should they become entangled in the feud between the 2 villages, it would be beyond the capacity of our humble Linwu village to withstand. The surrounding atmosphere was fraught with hidden dangers. The situation was far from the optimistic outlook they had previously envisioned. This could spell trouble. Upon hearing Lin Long's succinct explanation, Liu Fan's vigilance heightened. According to Lin Long, today's events promised to be exceedingly troublesome. No wonder Fangping village, after years of contention with Linwu village, suddenly took decisive action. It turns out they had already aligned themselves with the Liu family, developing under their protection until they felt truly emboldened to confront Linwu village. Even if Fangping village seeks to annihilate us, we shall fight to inflict the heaviest casualties upon them. The pallor on Lin Long's face began to fade, replaced by a glimmer of fierce determination, igniting the spirits of Lin Wire and the others, who cheered in fervent agreement. What of Fangping village? What of the Liu family? If they dare to provoke Linwu village, let them witness our might. We are not to be trifled with. Lin Li, too, bore an expression of excitement, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Those around them, having overheard the spirited exchange, found their previously heavy hearts lifted, their spirits ablaze with a fervent fighting resolve, momentarily driving the surrounding adversaries into disarray. Is this truly the Linwu village? Liu Fan touched his nose, observing the spirited individuals around him, which naturally uplifted his own spirits. What had initially been a rather discomforting heart was now alleviated. With this newfound resolve, Liu Fan silently vowed to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in their fight to the end. His grip tightened around the silver scissors in his hand, firmly deciding to battle valiantly. Fueled by their fervent determination, the collective resistance of the group surged to unprecedented strength, driving the surrounding enemies into disarray and inflicting significant casualties, including some members of the Liu family caught off guard. They cleared a substantial area around them, demonstrating such valor that the black-clad adversaries hesitated to converge upon them. As the surroundings settled into a semblance of calm, Lin Long and the others ceased their offensive, quietly surveying the black-clad figures around them. We must seek an opportunity to relay this information to others. Lin Long spoke gravely, a hint of apprehension creeping into his heart upon realizing the presence of the Liu family among their foes. With this knowledge, the villagers of Lin would remain vigilant during the skirmishes, at least forewarned of potential ambushes, thus avoiding situations like that which befell Lin Wei. As soon as Lin Long finished speaking, the group nodded in agreement. However, before they could take further action, an unexpected shift occurred among the black-clad figures. No longer scattered chaotically, they began to form orderly clusters of small groups, their pallid faces coldly fixated on the battle group, encircling them quietly, ominously akin to a venomous serpent. What has transpired in Fangping village? Liu Fan raised an eyebrow, observing the significantly more orderly assembly of black-clad figures surrounding him, and his expression darkened slightly. It appeared that their defensive strength in this battleground was exceedingly pronounced, drawing the attention of many powerful entities across the battlefield. He had indeed underestimated the prowess of Linwu village. As the crowd of black figures respectfully parted, 2 young men emerged, both bearing pallid visages. Fang Longjian. Upon seeing the face of the leading figure, Lin Long's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a low, somber tone. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, the others quickly turned their gazes, and indeed, they beheld Fang Longjian stepping forth with an air of haughty arrogance, prompting a wave of anxious exclamations from the people of Linwu village. It was understandable. He had ascended to the spirit platform realm. extending his lifespan by an astonishing 30 years. These individuals were unlikely to possess the strength or opportunity to advance to the spirit platform realm, rendering them insignificant in his eyes. Beside Fong Longjin, Fong Weiqing, feeling overshadowed by his brother's imposing demeanor, exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction, his cold, piercing gaze fixated on Liu Fan's battalion, seemingly searching for something within their ranks. Suddenly, as if responding to an unseen call, he detected a figure in tattered gray garments amidst the crowd, one that had likely been etched in his memory long ago. Liu Fan. Liu Fan had already sensed the presence of the two men, and while he was unfamiliar with the name Fong Longjin, he could perceive the formidable strength emanating from him, a wave of danger that sent a shiver down his spine. Yet Liu Fan paid little heed to Fong Longjin. The moment Fong Weiqing appeared beside Fong Longjin, Liu Fan's eyes narrowed sharply, a fleeting expression of a smirk passing across his face. Almost simultaneously, their gazes locked onto one another. Liu Fan. An oppressive aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the air. Fong Weiqing's eyes glinted with venomous rage, and he nearly spat the name through gritted teeth. His own aura of lethal intent homing in on Liu Fan amidst the crowd, as if determined to prevent his escape. To his surprise, "We meet again so soon. How is your hand?" Liu Fan's own ominous aura began to seep through, his eyes slightly squinting as he fixed his gaze upon Fong Weiqing, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You bastard, I swear I will chop you to pieces." Fong Weiqing's countenance turned ashen, his face contorted with fury at Liu Fan's words, momentarily disregarding decorum as he unleashed a torrent of curses, appearing almost deranged. Yet, this outburst inadvertently aggravated the injury on his hand, causing fresh crimson to seep through the bandages, rendering the scene quite grotesque. The pain from his wound, coupled with the proximity of his nemesis, ignited a cold fury within Fong Weiqing's eyes, now laced with threads of blood, glimmering with a malevolent light. "So, you must be Liu Fan. Huh. It's merely that your brother is too foolish." Upon hearing Fong Weiqing's tirade, a surge of rage welled up within Liu Fan, his expression turning frigid as he retorted bluntly, "Damn it. Had it not been for your deceit and possession of a spiritual weapon, how could I have lost?" Upon hearing Liu Fan's words, Fong Weiqing's previously subdued rage flared up once more, and he erupted into an even harsher tirade. To his dismay, the mention of injuries further darkened his countenance, which was now marred by a look of deep resentment as he fixed his gaze intently on Liu Fan. After Fong Longjin made his declaration, he gripped the obsidian blade tightly, allowing a surge of dark spiritual energy to rise from within him. This energy coalesced into a veil of shadowy essence that enveloped his form, gradually crawling up the dark blade until it was entirely shrouded. As Fong Longjin channeled his spiritual power, an overwhelming force radiated outward, causing even the surrounding spiritual aura of heaven and earth to quiver slightly in response. Liu Fan's eyes narrowed sharply as he focused intently on Fong Longjin, sensing a palpable wave of danger emanating from him. Indeed, a formidable presence from a spirit platform realm expert. While your defenses might be commendable, they are insufficient in the face of absolute strength. The swirling dark energy surrounding Fong Longjin created an imposing aura that could not be underestimated. Among the combatants present, only Lin Long posed a significant threat, yet Fong Longjin's prowess surpassed that of any individual among them. Following the display of his offensive capabilities, Fong Longjin ceased his verbal exchanges, narrowing his eyes as his cold gaze locked onto Liu Fan within the throng. Without further ado, he commanded, "Kill," and with a swift motion, he surged forth, as rapid as the wind, charging directly into the fray with an intense gust. Fong Longjin, a figure of imposing stature, made a sudden move, prompting the multitude of black-clad individuals behind him to spring into action, resembling a swarm of dark locusts, advancing with great fervor and might. The formation of the spearhead was formidable. Witnessing Fong Longjin's overwhelming presence, Lin Long's expression darkened considerably. Gripping his large blade tightly, he bellowed with unwavering resolve. Chapter 63, Black Flame Slash. At the forefront of the spear formation stood Lin Long himself, while two of his capable companions, Liu Fan and Lin Weier, occupied slightly more rearward positions, yet still remained at the spear's front. Those of lesser strength were arranged sequentially towards the back, but the original defensive formation remained unaltered. All were resolutely prepared to withstand the impending tempestuous assault. Humph! A muffled grunt emanated from within the indistinct black shadow. It was evident that Fang Longjian had not anticipated Lin Long's rapid reformation of their ranks. The flaw he had previously detected was now impeccably concealed, causing him to lose the opportune moment to strike. He could now only seek alternative weaknesses to exploit. Naturally, the forefront of the spear formation was its most formidable aspect. Yet the rear was paradoxically its most vulnerable point. It seems the defensive formation of Yuwu village is not as formidable as it appears. With his wealth of combat experience, Fang Longjin quickly discerned this critical vulnerability. A sinister smile crept across his face as he swiftly pivoted, deftly evading the spearhead, unleashing his remarkable speed that stirred fierce winds as he darted toward the rear of the formation. Let us see how you defend against me. In a brief span of time, Fang Longjian swiftly traversed to the central section of the cone, where the most formidable presence merely possessed a cultivation level of 6 or 7 refinements. Wielding only mundane iron, they stood no chance against Fang Longjian. It was from this point that he commenced his breakthrough. Observing how effortlessly he had reached the midsection of the cone, Fang Longjian let out a sinister chuckle. The dark blade in his hand surged with an ominous energy, rapidly extending a full inch along the blade, rendering its edge significantly sharper. Die! With a swift motion, the ebony blade sliced violently towards the individual possessing 6 refinements. And should the blade truly descend, it would likely cause the formation of Linwu village to collapse under Fang Longjian's overwhelming assault. Whoosh! As Fang Longjian's blade sliced through the air, several more blades materialized behind him, descending like a torrential storm upon him, recklessly aiming to strike. Seizing this fleeting moment, the formation of Linwu village shifted to confront Fang Longjian in a conical shape, with the apex still held by individuals such as Lin Long. Indeed, as Fang Longjian darted to the side, Lin Long and his companions at the cone's tip did not hesitate to encircle Fang Longjian, while those at the tail of the cone moved to counteract in the opposite direction, with a defensive formation of several individuals. The collective strength of the entire battleground was maintained in equilibrium. Under such a transformation of formation in Linwu village, no matter where Fang Longjian positioned himself, the apex would always be directed at him, compelling him to ultimately confront the tip of the cone. This defensive formation was fortuitously acquired by the ancestors of the village, who stumbled upon a rudimentary understanding of formation techniques. Although basic, its application in defense has undoubtedly salvaged the village on countless occasions. Thus, the formidable nature of formation arts is self-evident. Naturally, only an individual of overwhelming strength could breach such defensive arrays. Curse be it, still no success. Despite several attempts, including one aided by a group of cloaked figures, Fang Longjian merely inflicted some casualties. The breaches were swiftly sealed by a continuous influx of reinforcements, failing to genuinely penetrate the defenses of Linwu village. This cannot continue. A cold glimmer flickered in Fang Longjian's eyes. With his prowess, he had previously dominated battlefields unopposed. Yet here in Liu Fan, he found himself at a loss, particularly with Liu Fan's squad, which, when pushed to its limits, could withstand the onslaught of his obsidian blade. This was utterly astonishing. It is known that in clashes of spiritual energy, a higher realm grants a significant advantage, especially when one considers the disparity between the 7th layer of body refinement and the spiritual platform realm, a distinction that is palpably evident. Yet Liu Fan, wielding a pair of gleaming silver scissors, was able to withstand his assault. Despite expending considerable effort, Fang Longjian could not breach the defenses of Linwu village, largely attributing his failure to Liu Fan. The ability to withstand an opponent from the spiritual platform realm with the strength of the 7th layer of body refinement signifies something profound. The rank of that spiritual weapon must indeed be considerable, perhaps exceeding the one in my possession by 2 tiers or more. Otherwise, it would be incapable of withstanding my onslaught. That weapon shall be mine. Fang Longjian, too, immediately realized this fact, and a flicker of greed flashed across his face. Gazing at the silver scissors in Liu Fan's hands, he had already convinced himself that the item belonged to him. Meanwhile, Liu Fan was not in a favorable position. Although he had summoned his spiritual energy to its utmost limits, he still could not unleash the full power of the silver scissors. My cultivation level is still too low. Liu Fan sighed bitterly, his right hand trembling slightly as he gripped the scissors. Blood had already flowed profusely from the wound in his palm. Yet under the influence of his formidable recovery ability, it had ceased to bleed, the wound slowly mending itself, rapidly depleting his spiritual energy in the process. Fang Longjian is truly formidable. Liu Fan silently assessed the injuries within his body, feeling a surge of apprehension. Each time he clashed with Feng Longjin's large blade, he was met with an overwhelming force that surged into his body, first causing his palm to shatter, and then continuing to invade his form, inflicting considerable damage before gradually receding. It is essential to understand that Liu Fan was not the only one resisting Feng Longjin. A multitude of others were also standing against him. In such circumstances, the force directed towards Liu Fan could only be limited. Although he endeavored to absorb the maximum potential of the attacks, he could only withstand roughly the equivalent of 5 layers of Feng Longjin's strength. The mere 5 layers of force have rendered Liu Fan utterly disheveled. Given Liu Fan's current strength, he is utterly incapable of withstanding Feng Longjin's direct assault. If there is no alternative, then this is the only course of action. Liu Fan suddenly pressed on his chest, where lay some items he had brought with him. With those, he could inflict some unforgettable injuries on Feng Longjin, perhaps ensuring that he remains here forever. However, the situation is not overly dire. Liu Fan is reluctant to employ his most formidable killing move unless absolutely necessary. It is wise to reveal one's trump card only in the most critical of moments. Since you claim to be the strongest, I shall shatter you. Feng Longjin bellowed, as his pitch-black spiritual energy surged dramatically, creating an overwhelming presence. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual essence seemed to retreat, clearly apprehensive of this dark power. As Feng Longjin's strength intensified, he suddenly raised his massive black blade skyward, and the dark energy began to coalesce upon it, emanating an increasingly perilous aura. Moments later, hovering above the black blade, another dark energy blade of identical shape materialized, nearly a yard in size, exuding an icy chill. This dark energy blade in midair was a mere replica of the one in Feng Longjin's grasp. Yet the ominous waves radiating from it were steeped in danger, far beyond what Liu Fan and his companions could withstand. Outside the battle group, Feng Weiqing gazed in astonishment and envy as his elder brother executed this formidable technique. This particular attack was the sole martial art of Fengping village, a low-grade yellow-tier offensive skill known as the Black Flame Slash. Although it was merely a low-grade martial art, it demanded at least the strength of the spirit platform realm for execution, as its requirements for spiritual power were exceedingly stringent. Martial arts are classified into 4 tiers based on their strength: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each further divided into 3 sublevels: Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced. Yellow-tier martial arts, capable of shattering gold and powdering stone, are the most commonplace among the lowest tier of skills. As one ascends the tiers, the martial arts become increasingly precious, with their power and utility becoming truly formidable. Profound-tier martial arts, once mastered, can split mountains and redirect rivers. Those who practice them within the spirit domain are invariably high-level cultivators. Earth-tier martial arts, upon completion, can move mountains and divert great rivers, making the destruction of landscapes a relatively simple feat. Such skills are also highly sought after within the spirit domain. As for heaven-tier martial arts, they are exceedingly rare. Upon mastery, they are said to not only shake the heavens and the earth, but also possess the capability to tear apart space itself, demonstrating terrifying and unpredictable power. Such martial arts are an exceptionally scarce existence within the spirit domain and in the Western Shin domain. It has been nearly a millennium since a heaven-tier martial art has been reported, underscoring the rarity of such skills. Above the celestial martial arts lies an existence that defies the heavens, a type of martial skill unheard of until now. Such an extraordinary martial technique is likely to be an embodiment of terror itself. Acquiring it would be as challenging as scaling the heavens. In the heat of battle, the application of martial skills serves as the foundation for the contest among practitioners. Should a practitioner obtain a higher-tier martial skill, even if their realms differ by several levels, they would still possess the ability to contend. Thus, martial skills are the key that enables practitioners to challenge opponents beyond their own levels. Chapter 64. The figure behind. Of course, the effective utilization of martial skills relies heavily on the practitioner's own strength. If a practitioner's power is insufficient, even the mightiest martial skill would hold little value in their hands. Conversely, if a formidable practitioner from the Earth Profound realm were to employ even a basic yellow-tier martial skill, the force unleashed would be tremendously fearsome, far surpassing the attacks of a practitioner from the spirit platform realm. Hence, while martial skills are indeed remarkable, their efficacy ultimately hinges on the wielder's prowess. It all comes down to the practitioner's realm. This move has once severely wounded the crimson mane porcupine. Fang Longjin executed this technique, evidently depleting a significant amount of spiritual energy. His already pallid visage grew even more ashen, yet he remained indifferent, his cold, piercing gaze akin to that of a corpse, fixed upon the crowd surrounding Liu Fan. The dark spiritual energy blade that had been slowly coiling in midair was astonishingly taking form within mere moments. Before them, a pitch-black spiritual energy blade loomed, nearly 10 feet in length and over a foot in width, emanating a chilling aura as it floated ominously in midair. The surrounding celestial energy recoiled from its razor-sharp edge, retreating even beyond an inch from the blade itself. Despite the ethereal appearance of the weapon, a consequence of Fang Longjin's own cultivation level, both Lin Long and Liu Fan could sense an overwhelming danger emanating from the dark blade. This was a strike that could not be countered. As the blade descended, expressions of varying degrees of trepidation adorned the faces of the onlookers, all marked by an unmistakable gravity. Let us see how you withstand this blow. Fang Longjin's pallid face twisted into a sinister grin upon witnessing their fearful countenances. The malevolent expression quickly enveloped him, and without further ado, he began to swing the ominous blade, previously held aloft, now directed towards the heavens. With a slight tremor in his right hand, black flame slash, he bellowed, the blade gradually descending, his ashen visage growing even more pronounced. Simultaneously, the dark spiritual energy blade, quivering with power, surged forth at an astonishing speed towards Liu Fan, surpassing even the rapidity of the arrow that had previously ambushed Lin Weier. The ominous blade, brimming with formidable might, hurtled forward. Though the blade itself had yet to arrive, its oppressive force was already palpable, sending a gust that caused the sleeves of their garments to flutter. Death! The black spiritual energy blade was now but 10 paces from Liu Fan, its lethal momentum forcing the surrounding celestial energy to flee in haste, seemingly unable to withstand its lethal brilliance. In the next moment, the force of the blade would descend upon the tip of the cone. Sensing the formidable power emanating from the obsidian spirit blade, Lin Weier's delicate face turned pale, while Lin Long, Lin Li, and the surrounding body refinement experts wore expressions of grave concern. At this critical juncture, hesitation was not an option. Liu Fan, having reached into his chest, suddenly stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself before the ominous spirit blade. With his left hand, azure spirit energy surged, seemingly preparing for an imminent release. In this moment of dire urgency, Liu Fan's eyes widened as he perceived a hand approaching from behind, aiming for his shoulder. Though it appeared slow, evasion was impossible. "I am here." A steady and reassuring voice resonated from behind Liu Fan. He was momentarily startled, only to be swiftly pushed aside by that hand. The owner of the hand, without uttering a word, charged forward, fearlessly confronting the dark spirit blade. Including Liu Fan, everyone gaped at the sudden appearance of this figure. With a single gesture, the azure spirit energy enveloping Liu Fan dissipated naturally, and the object in his hand remained dormant. In a state of confusion, Liu Fan quickly stowed away the item and turned his gaze toward the figure. The silhouette was strikingly tall, enveloped in a veil of crimson spirit energy, wielding a pristine white blade, upon which vibrant red energy billowed. This blade was indeed a spirit artifact. In the fleeting moments of electric sparks, the figure astonishingly managed to halt the ominous black energy blade. Initially, he danced wildly in the void, unleashing several strokes that sent fiery red streams of energy surging forth, effectively countering the dark blade's power. Then, with a vigorous swing of his weapon, a wave of scorching heat enveloped the space around him. As the fiery energy on the blade intensified, seemingly on the verge of combustion, flame spirit slash, with a thunderous roar. The surging energy on the pristine white blade soared dramatically, as fiery energy swiftly coalesced into an imposing, nearly 10-foot-long phantom of a red energy blade, seamlessly merging with the white blade, exuding unparalleled ferocity. "Break from me." As the fiery energy blade took full form, the figure boldly swung his weapon, fearlessly cleaving towards the approaching phantom of the black energy blade. Bang! The two energy blades collided with tremendous force, producing a sound reminiscent of solid impact. In the aftermath of their clash, the intersection of the frigid and the fervent birthed thick, white mists. Yet this vapor could not obscure the fierce confrontation between the energy blades. Witnessing the scene, one would observe that the two energy blades remained suspended in midair, as if frozen in time. However, upon closer inspection, One could discern a subtle quivering in both blades, accompanied by the creaking sounds of friction. Before long, intricate cracks began to spread across the phantoms of the energy blades, resembling a spider's web as they swiftly proliferated. Break! At the same moment, both individuals let out a resounding shout. Yet the ethereal manifestations of their formidable energy blades almost instantaneously produced a sharp crack as they collided, subsequently transforming into countless scintillating motes of energy that gradually dissipated into the air. As the energy blades shattered, both participants involuntarily recoiled, feeling the backlash surge through their bodies, taking several steps back before they could dispel the overwhelming force. The ground beneath them bore witness to the violent clash, with two nearly 10-foot-long fissures etched into its surface. Remarkable despite their narrow width, Fang Longjian staggered back 5 paces before finally managing to halt his retreat. The obsidian energy blade that had been connected to his spirit disintegrated, inflicting a toll upon him. At that moment, a trickle of crimson blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth, rendering his already pallid visage even more ghastly. "Lin Dong, it is indeed you," Fang Longjian exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in sudden recognition as the shock washed over him, only to be swiftly suppressed. He regarded his opponent with a menacing glare. Observing Fang Longjian's injury, the surrounding cloaked figures promptly ceased their assault and encircled him, brandishing their blood-red blades protectively at his side. The members of Linwu village, having endured the relentless onslaught until now, were also visibly fatigued. As the forces from Fangping village retreated like a receding tide, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, and they swiftly regrouped, standing resolutely against their adversaries from Fangping village. Who would have thought I would find myself in such a predicament? The tall figure who had previously countered Fang Longjian's advance slowly lowered his blade, a gentle smile gracing his features as he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Xiao Weier, in just a few short years, you have blossomed into such beauty." The man gently turned around, gazing tenderly at Lin Weier, and bestowed upon her a warm smile. With a gentle hand, he affectionately patted Lin Weier's little head, revealing a radiant grin reminiscent of sunshine. This man was notably slender, comparable to Liu Fan, with a visage that conveyed both warmth and resolute strength. His youthful appearance suggested he was merely 23 or 24. Yet his composed demeanor and distinguished presence hinted at a far greater maturity. Clearly, Liu Fan's earlier attempt to single-handedly withstand Fang Longjian's lethal strike had earned this man's respect. Though Liu Fan had only reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of body refinement, the courage he exhibited in perilous circumstances was highly commendable. When Lin Dong slightly nodded in acknowledgement towards him, Liu Fan's youthful face momentarily registered surprise, but he quickly grasped the recognition and responded with a beaming smile. Chapter 66. The Assault of Mental Energy. Fang Weiqing's cold, piercing eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking allies to assist him. However, the dark-clad warriors around him were entangled with the people of Linwu village, leaving no one available to lend a hand. Upon realizing his isolation, Fang Weiqing's heart sank. "You truly are a dog that bites indiscriminately." Liu Fan regarded Fang Weiqing with an expressionless face, causing Fang Weiqing's heart to race, his features contorting with fear and resentment. "Liu Fan, do you really intend to force my hand?" A ghastly hue crept across Fang Weiqing's pallid visage. "It is you who has forced my hand." Liu Fan gently shook his head, his dark eyes fixed intently on Fang Weiqing. "I refuse to believe you can intimidate me." Upon seeing Liu Fan's demeanor, Fang Weiqing was consumed by an uncontainable fury, his anger shattering the remnants of his rationality, a grotesque expression spreading across his pallid visage. As soon as he spoke, Fang Weiqing charged recklessly towards Liu Fan, wielding a black dagger in his left hand, executing cunning and intricate maneuvers. The sudden ferocity of his assault forced Liu Fan to retreat step by step. "Ha! You are nothing but this. You cannot prevail against me." Fang Weiqing relentlessly pushed Liu Fan back by several paces, reveling in the thrill of dominance as the lingering dread in his heart was swiftly replaced by overwhelming pride. Unexpectedly, as Liu Fan retreated, his steps remained unperturbed, his ebony eyes never wavering from Fang Weiqing's figure. Even in the face of Fang Weiqing's taunts, his expression remained unchanged, though his gaze flickered slightly. "Die!" Fang Weiqing's attack suddenly transformed, the dagger thrusting menacingly towards Liu Fan's throat, a signature move of his. Better executed with his left hand, as his right hand became a hindrance. Observing the dagger's speed increase, now a third faster than before, Liu Fan was momentarily astonished. Yet, His mental fortitude enveloped him entirely, rendering this abrupt change well within his control. Astonishingly, Liu Fan stood still, gazing at the swiftly approaching black dagger without any attempt to evade. Feng Weiqing's heart swelled with triumph, convinced that Liu Fan had been intimidated by his technique. Suddenly, Feng Weiqing exerted a subtle yet formidable force, launching his attack with astonishing speed. The short dagger sliced through the air with ferocity, and Liu Fan's lips curled into a chilling smile. In an extraordinary display of agility, his upper body contorted at an impossible angle, evading the ambush with an unusual maneuver. Feng Weiqing could scarcely believe that Liu Fan was capable of such a feat, yet in his moment of shock, he was unable to retract his blade in time. Observing Liu Fan, he noticed a cerulean orb of light emanating from his dantian, swiftly coursing up his body and surging into his left fist. "Let me show you." The movement flowed like water, executed in the blink of an eye, and before Liu Fan could finish his words, his fist descended with tremendous force towards Feng Weiqing's rear. The momentum of the punch created a ripple in the air, producing a hissing sound as it sliced through. "Break!" Liu Fan shouted, his fist abruptly halting midair. The azure orb, condensed atop his fist, suddenly detached and transformed into a blurred blue shadow that shot towards Feng Weiqing's back. A resounding thud echoed, followed by the sickening crack of bones shattering. Struck by such a devastating blow, Feng Weiqing was propelled forward like a heavy sandbag, letting out a wretched howl as he soared through the air. This technique was a new move Liu Fan had comprehended after mastering his nameless boxing style, and even he was astonished by the overwhelming power unleashed when infused with spiritual energy. Liu Fan abruptly straightened his body, exhaling lightly. As he executed a series of powerful punches, a faint pallor washed over his face, revealing the considerable expenditure of his spiritual energy. Moreover, adopting such a posture naturally subjected him to heightened strain. After momentarily suppressing the backlash, Liu Fan swiftly turned to regard Feng Weiqing. Cough. Feng Weiqing lay half prostrate on the ground, his violent coughs erupting as he spat forth copious amounts of crimson blood, mingled with fragments of flesh. The vivid red liquid stained his body, while two of his ribs had punctured through his abdomen, protruding outward, exposing stark white bone, a truly chilling sight. Puff! Feng Weiqing, now unconcerned with anything else, bore a ghastly expression rife with terror. He crawled frantically on the ground, as if pursued by a ferocious spiritual beast. Chinger! Liu Fan had reached Feng Weiqing's side, observing his final struggles with an inscrutable expression. Just as Liu Fan prepared to decisively end Feng Weiqing's plight, a hoarse and thunderous shout erupted from the air, infused with spiritual energy and a hint of mental force, momentarily stunning Liu Fan. Who? After enduring the sudden onslaught of sound waves, Liu Fan regained his composure and was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of vigilance. At the same time, his mind involuntarily stirred, and pure mental energy rapidly radiated around him, forming a protective barrier against the impending assault. Chapter 67. To kill is to end, brat. If you do not cease your actions at once, I, Feng Yuan, vow to devour your flesh, ensuring that you suffer a fate worse than death. A shadow enveloped in a shroud of dark spiritual energy trembled with fury, the ebony blade it wielded quivering slightly in response to its master's wrath. Its gaze fixated intently on Liu Fan, as if fearing he might undertake a lethal strike. This individual was none other than Feng Yuan, who, quite inexplicably, had discovered the clash between Liu Fan and Feng Weiqing. Even while engaged in combat with Lin Xiaodian, he found the leisure to exert pressure on Liu Fan. As Feng Yuan unleashed his attack, he noted that Liu Fan merely paused for a fleeting moment before swiftly regaining his composure, his expression momentarily stunned. Yet, it was not long before a chilling ferocity surged across his visage. Feng Weiqing was a promising talent, and moreover, his son. How could he allow anyone to easily extinguish his life? Well done, Liu Fan. Feng Yuan, settle our score before you entertain other thoughts. Lin Xiaoyan's fiery figure arrived, just as Liu Fan came under assault, swinging his blade with tremendous force, compelling Feng Yuan to retreat several paces. Lin Xiaodian, already enraged by the relentless pursuit of Feng Yuan, erupted into hearty laughter upon witnessing Feng Yuan's predicament, mercilessly escalating his offensive. Damn it, Lin Xiaodian, do you think I cannot contend with you? Do not push me. Feng Yuan's countenance darkened further at Lin Xiaoyan's defiance, his words ground out between clenched teeth. Bring it on if you have the ability. Lin Xiaodian laughed heartily, showing no hint of fear as he maneuvered his blade and engaged Fang Yuan once more. Often, mercy shown to foes translates into cruelty towards one's own kin. Having committed numerous acts, Fang Weiqing could not expect Liu Fan to spare his life. At this juncture, any talk of mercy was but a farce. In an instant, Liu Fan's silver scissor rose without a moment's hesitation, ruthlessly aiming for his throat. What a fierce young man. Just as Liu Fan's silver scissor was halfway through its thrust, an icy voice suddenly echoed, as if whispering directly into his ear, its influence far surpassing that of Fang Yuan before. This voice was laced with formidable mental power, which halted Liu Fan's movements, rendering him completely immobile. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body frozen to the core. That sensation again. A wave of terror surged within Liu Fan. His Niwen palace involuntarily stirred, unleashing a torrent of pure mental energy in a desperate attempt to resist the invisible force constraining him. You possess mental energy as well, the voice remarked with a hint of surprise, resonating in his ear, igniting curiosity in Liu Fan's heart. This was the first time he had encountered such terminology, particularly in these dire circumstances. Faced with a grave situation, he had no time for contemplation. He exerted all his effort to activate his mental energy, striving to counter the control of the intangible force. However, it was evident that this mental power was exceptionally strong. No matter how fiercely his mental energy clashed, it could not shatter the shackles. Futile, your understanding of mental energy is far too rudimentary. You cannot escape my confinement. The voice continued to emanate with a calm assurance, as if it held absolute confidence in restraining Liu Fan. What an incredibly strange tactic. This was Liu Fan's first encounter with the ability to manipulate others through mental energy, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. In the midst of his fierce resistance, a sudden thought struck him regarding the dog-tooth pendant hanging on his chest. The enigmatic efficacy of the dog-tooth pendant has always eluded Liu Fan, yet in moments of peril, it has consistently aided him in extricating himself from danger. Faced with such circumstances, it appears that invoking the dog-tooth pendant is imperative. With this thought, Liu Fan fervently summoned the pendant in his mind, simultaneously extending his mental energy toward it. Indeed, as his spiritual force surged into the pendant, the long-dormant artifact began to emit a faint glow. Liu Fan felt a warmth enveloping his chest, a surge of heat racing to his brow, and his previously numbed consciousness was instantly restored to clarity, allowing him to regain control over his body. Chapter 68. The Insha Pearl, Explode. It seems Liu Luan has indeed underestimated me. As Liu Luan's form lunged forward, Liu Fan couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Had Liu Luan unleashed his full might upon him from the outset, Liu Fan would have been left scrambling for survival. However, this dismissive attitude afforded Liu Fan an opportunity. Recognizing Liu Luan's contempt, Liu Fan refused to squander this chance for a comeback. He swiftly altered his course, retreating while seeking an opening. As the spiritual energy blade cleaved through the air, Liu Fan's dispersed mental energy had already detected it, prompting him to narrowly evade to the side. The relentless spiritual energy blade, unable to be reined in, struck an unsuspecting figure clad in black, resulting in a piercing cry of agony. The man's back was left in tatters, his flesh mangled and bones exposed. That prior assault had been exceedingly sudden. Although Liu Fan had remained vigilant towards Liu Luan, he had nearly been caught off guard by the attack. The ferocity and swiftness of a spiritual energy blade wielded by a master of the spirit platform realm were simply unparalleled. Quite impressive. Liu Luan displayed a fleeting look of surprise as Liu Fan managed to evade the initial strike, but this expression was swiftly replaced by a menacing glare. The delay in subduing Liu Fan was a matter of pride for him. With this thought weighing on him, Liu Luan's cold eyes fixated intently on Liu Fan. Suddenly, a surge of dark spiritual energy erupted from his pristine white sword. He resolved to no longer engage in a prolonged confrontation with Liu Fan and aimed to eliminate him immediately to avoid further complications. With a swift motion, Liu Luan unleashed 2 consecutive arcs of spiritual energy, targeting the vulnerable areas behind Liu Fan with precision. As Liu Fan continued his desperate flight in search of an opportunity, he was taken aback by Liu Luan's relentless onslaught of 2 powerful strikes. Faced with this blockade, Liu Fan gritted his teeth and, in a remarkable display of agility, executed an unusual maneuver in midair. To Liu Luan's astonishment, Liu Fan deftly slipped between the 2 arcs of spiritual energy, evading this troublesome assault with remarkable ease. This technique was one Liu Fan had intuitively developed while practicing an unnamed martial art, allowing him to pivot and maneuver within a confined space. It proved particularly effective in evading distant projectiles or the thrust of a spear. Although he narrowly escaped this attack, Liu Fan's complexion paled slightly. The seeming simplicity of dodging Lu Luan's 2 assaults belied the immense effort he had expended to achieve such success. In the brief interlude of conversation, his cold, piercing gaze meticulously scrutinized Liu Fan, while his profound mental energy had already permeated the surroundings, vigilant against any deceit. Not fleeing now, Liu Fan chuckled. His dark eyes fixated intently on Lu Luan, exuding an air of fearlessness that made Lu Luan's eyes narrow sharply. Could this lad possibly have some hidden advantage? Liu Fan's demeanor only heightened Lu Luan's wariness, his chilling gaze firmly locked onto Liu Fan, as if seeking to uncover any potential support he might possess. A mere display? After observing for a moment, Lu Luan smirked self-deprecatingly, a sinister expression swiftly overtaking his features as he slowly raised his sword, the dark spiritual energy around it beginning to coalesce ominously. A trivial trick, Lu Luan scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Upon witnessing the distant azure orb approaching, he scanned it with a flicker of his mental energy, swiftly concluding that while its power was commendable, it posed no threat to him whatsoever. Without further ado, Lu Luan's sword surged forward, slicing through the azure orb with a fierce stroke. Sure enough, as anticipated, the orb was effortlessly cleaved in two, emitting a gentle sound of dispersal, failing to unleash its potential before being dismantled. Once more, at the instant the azure orb shattered, Liu Fan shouted fiercely, thrusting his palm forward, sending yet another azure orb hurtling toward Lu Luan. This further solidified Lu Luan's thoughts. Liu Fan was merely a cornered dog leaping over a wall, unable to sustain his efforts for long. Yet, to Lu Luan's surprise, Liu Fan seemed quite incensed, letting out a roar as a blue orb, noticeably half the size of the previous two, hurtled towards Lu Luan at a significantly reduced speed. You are faltering. Observing the demeanor of the blue orb, Lu Luan's heart swelled with pride, and a mocking expression spread across his face. He shook his head and slowly lowered his sword, extending one hand outward. I can shatter it with a single hand, Lu Luan declared with unshakable confidence, reaching out to grasp the blue orb, intending to crush it within his palm. In mere moments, the area around him expanded dramatically, enveloping a radius of 4 zhang, and the range continued to grow, inflicting greater damage as it approached the core of the ominous energy. Amidst the thick, sinister aura, a chilling breeze surged, followed by Lu Luan's piercing wail of agony, a sound steeped in despair. The explosion of the sinister energy was far beyond what Lu Luan, at the spirit platform's first crossing, could withstand. Liu Fan had detonated 4 sinister pearls, 2 of 4 stripes and 2 of 3 stripes, resulting in an utterly terrifying concentration of ominous energy. The intensity of this energy was significantly lower than the temperature of the frigid waters of the cold pool, and it surpassed any ordinary coldness. The sinister chill contained within was exceedingly fearsome. Should one lack the requisite cultivation, forcibly absorbing it would result in the internal freezing and corrosion of the body. Without timely intervention, one might not only face death, but also irreparable ruin. This foolish fellow truly possesses remarkable resilience. Liu Fan had discreetly withdrawn the moment the malevolent aura erupted, observing from the periphery as the chilling and formidable Insha energy surged forth. His countenance slightly altered as he sensed the overwhelming coldness. Meanwhile, Lu Luan, situated at the very epicenter of the Insha's explosion, was emitting anguished howls. Although his cries gradually diminished, he had not been instantly obliterated by the Insha pearl. The onlookers gazed upon the expansive, pale white mass of Insha energy erupting on the ground, their expressions transforming in shock as they gasped in astonishment. Liu Fan. They soon noticed Liu Fan standing calmly at the edge of the Insha energy, while Lu Luan, who had been pursuing him, had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that he was ensnared in the heart of the Insha explosion? Liu Fan had managed to corner Lu Luan to such an extent. Though the pitch of the anguished howls had changed, the crowd could still discern the voice belonging to Lu Luan. This individual is truly a monster. The dark-clad warriors from Fangping village, upon hearing the piercing cries, stole glances at the composed Liu Fan, and they collectively inhaled sharply, a chill rising from their feet. This young man is exceptionally formidable. He appears to be far more powerful than I was in my prime. Such a tumultuous commotion did not escape Lin Dong's notice. Observing Liu Fan's indifferent demeanor, a look of astonishment flickered across his face, accompanied by a soft sigh. He then shifted his focus away from Liu Fan, channeling all his energy into mounting an offensive against Feng Longjian, who was under immense pressure. While the four assisting dark-clad warriors found themselves in a rather precarious situation, this lad has indeed brought forth an abundance of surprises. Wuxing wore an expression of astonishment, his mind racing with intricate thoughts. The two formidable beings, both at the spirit platform realm, were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand, creating a surprisingly tranquil atmosphere. Liu Fan, I swear, I will surpass you. Wuxing's expression grew even more complex as he clenched his fists, silently vowing. Xiao Fan is so impressive. Lin Wire exclaimed, her small pink fist raised in excitement towards Liu Fan, her delicate face alight with joy. This lad, Liu Fan, well done. Feng Yuan's countenance was dark and lifeless, his fighting spirit waning, while his opponent, Lin Xiaodian, grew increasingly emboldened, his resolve soaring. At that moment, the expressions of the onlookers varied greatly, but Liu Fan, who had remained expressionless, suddenly raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the epicenter of the sinister energy eruption. Chapter 69. Securing the battlefield before him lay a thick shroud of sinister energy, which showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it gradually spread, slightly diminishing in intensity. Yet the biting cold it emanated remained unbearable. Strangely, the anguished cries from the center of the sinister energy abruptly ceased. Has it finally drawn its last breath? Due to the sinister energy's interference with mental faculties, Liu Fan could only rely on his naked eye for observation. He squinted slightly, striving to discern what transpired at the core of the sinister energy, but all he could see was a vast expanse of ashen white enveloping his vision, obscuring everything else. Something is amiss. A sense of unease stirred within Liu Fan as he observed the sinister energy's slow undulation. It was the instinctive awareness of danger ingrained in a hunter. Liu Fan trusted his instincts, taking a few cautious steps back to distance himself from the ominous energy of the unknown. Indeed, a vague shadow suddenly darted through the sinister aura, emanating a dark spiritual force that, although still present, had become rather thin, akin to a flickering candle struggling against a fierce wind, unable to endure for long. Humph. As Liu Fan retreated, the indistinct figure in black abruptly halted, a low, angry, and regretful snort emanating from within, its tone muddled and crude, far from human-like. The figure then swiftly withdrew, stumbling slightly as it rushed in the opposite direction, gasping for breath, resembling a broken bellows, producing an unpleasant sound. Liu Fan sidestepped, observing Lu Luan break through the confines of the malevolent energy. At last, Lu Luan burst forth from the sinister mist, and at that moment, astonishment spread across the faces of those nearby. The ethereal veil of spiritual energy enveloping Lu Luan had become so thin that it was nearly invisible, with only a small portion on the left side of his body remaining intact. In stark contrast, the right side of Lu Luan was covered in a layer of silvery frost, and apart from his head, which appeared relatively unharmed, the lower part of his body seemed to have shrunk inexplicably, creating a bizarre disparity. Lu Luan's complexion was a ghastly white, devoid of vitality, and his aura was utterly depleted, his expression a tumult of resentment, anger, and surprise. What a pity! In the depths of Liu Fan's pitch-black eyes, a flicker of movement was observed as he watched Lu Luan's figure slip into the crowd. He murmured softly, clearly having discerned Lu Luan's disheartened state through careful observation. It was evident that Lu Luan could not withstand any effective offensive, leading Liu Fan to realize he had missed the optimal opportunity to eliminate Lu Luan, which left him with a tinge of regret. As Lu Luan and Feng Longjian, along with their compatriots, fled in disarray, the combatants from Fangping village swiftly receded like a tide of darkness. In the blink of an eye, the warring factions found themselves facing each other, their eyes wide with fury and a palpable aura of bloodlust lingering in the air, as if their previous skirmishes had only whetted their appetite for further violence. It was no surprise that the expressions of both sides reflected such fervor. After enduring an extended battle, anyone's psyche would be influenced by the unending flow of blood, steeping them in a profound rage. Both factions gasped for breath, their bodies stained with crimson, hurling insults at one another from a distance of several dozen feet. The ground was littered with the fallen, yet no one paid heed to the casualties, as the wounded were tended to in the rear, their cries echoing in the air. Once the cacophony of mutual denunciation subsided, the village leaders from both sides stepped forward, exchanging fierce glares. Lin Xiaoyan's powerful frame trembled as he let out a booming laugh. Refusing to yield, and with a sweeping motion of his great blade, he pointed directly at Feng Yuan and his followers, exuding an overwhelming presence. You seek death. Feng Yuan's face contorted in rage, his body shaking violently at the provocation, as he brandished his great sword, clearly ready to engage in battle. Come, am I to fear you? Lin Xiaoyan swung his blade once more, fiery spiritual energy surging around him, signaling an impending clash. Come and test me, beast. I have yet to satiate my thirst for blood. Come forth. The confrontation between the two individuals incited the villagers to rally, resulting in a cacophony of angry shouts that hinted at an imminent descent into chaos, suggesting a potential escalation of hostilities. Foolish Linwu village. Little do you realize that disaster looms perilously close. Hiss. The sight before them was enough to instill fear. At the opposite end of Fangping village, a group of nearly 10 individuals clad in black had coalesced, naturally segregating themselves from the villagers and forming a distinct entity. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Fangping's inhabitants, save for a crimson character Lu emblazoned upon their left chests, members of the Lu clan. The pitiful state of Lu Lin was indeed alarming. Under the influence of the malevolent aura, one side of his body appeared emaciated and had more time elapsed. He might not have survived. However, it was evident that he had consumed some form of elixir, as an unusual energy emanated from him, alleviating the corrosive effects of the sinister energy. The crowd was taken aback by Lu Luan's woeful condition, particularly in light of the chillingly vague words that had just been exchanged, which carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down their spines. Remarkably, this individual was still able to speak. Liu Fan rubbed his nose, secretly astonished by Lu Luan's tenacity for life. Lin Xiaoyan, our Lu family is not one you can provoke lightly. Those who are wise should lay down their weapons early, or else. When the elite forces of the Lu clan arrive, Linwu village shall be left utterly defenseless. Lu Luan was no longer as arrogantly disdainful as he had been at the outset. His cold and peculiar voice carried a tinge of resentment, echoing through the air as he cast a venomous glance over the inhabitants of Linwu village, ultimately settling on Liu Fan, fixating intently on his figure. Kid, if I fall today at your hands, it shall be deemed my misfortune. However, I shall not let you off easily. Upon uttering these words, a glint of chilling malice flickered in his eyes. In an instant, his consciousness surged forth, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual power aimed directly at Liu Fan. The suddenness of the attack caught the villagers off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. Even Liu Fan found himself momentarily unprepared, and at that moment, his dog-tooth pendant seemed to be in a deep slumber, offering no response whatsoever. Without the pendant's protection, Liu Fan's meager spiritual power was utterly insufficient in the face of Lu Luan's expertise. Damn it! Liu Fan's expression shifted as he cursed the unreliability of the pendant. Just as he braced himself to endure the assault, his vision suddenly darkened. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a tall figure steadfastly positioned before him. The one who had come to his aid was none other than Ling Dong. With a sudden movement, Ling Dong's tall frame surged forth, his hand sweeping through the air, releasing a torrent of spiritual power that surpassed even Lu Luan's. A master of spiritual power, exclaimed the onlookers as they sensed the clash of energies. Ling Dong's formidable mental energy surged forth, colliding violently with Lu Luan's unprepared mental force. The two colossal energies held each other in a tense standoff for less than 2 breaths. Suddenly, Ling Dong's eyes widened in realization. He slowly extended a finger and gently tapped the air, softly uttering, "Dissipate." No sooner had Ling Dong's words left his lips than a faint hissing sound echoed through the air. Under the fierce clash of mental forces, Lu Luan's energy disintegrated almost instantaneously, offering no resistance whatsoever. In the wake of this collapse, Lu Luan's already pallid complexion turned an even more terrifying shade of white. After a moment, he gazed at Lin Dong with a look of sheer horror, exclaiming, "So your talent lies not in spiritual power, but in mental prowess." Chapter 70. A Bitter Victory. Heh. Merely a trivial skill, Lin Dong chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly, devoid of any semblance of arrogance. Humph. Even with your strength nearing that of a first-level sorcerer, you cannot withstand the might of the Liu family. A fleeting expression of deep apprehension crossed Lu Luan's face, yet he quickly recalled the support behind him, and a sinister confidence returned, spreading across his features. Heh, Despite the Liu family's vast influence, it counts for little before the Huangfu clan. Upon hearing this, Lindong merely shook his head with a smile, a proud glint flickering across his visage, before he spoke in a calm tone. The Huangfu clan? What is your true identity? Lu Luan's countenance changed dramatically at the mention of the Huangfu clan, as he broke free from those supporting him, straightening his posture and glaring at Lindong with a sharp voice. What identity do you think I possess? Lindong smiled calmly, slowly raising his right arm, extending his palm and revealing his wrist to the crowd. There, prominently adorned, was a red cord, at one end of which dangled a small bronze tag, the edge of which barely protruded, inscribed with strange symbols that emanated an air of profound mystery. The imperial bronze token. How could this be? Lu Luan's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief, akin to stepping into filth, as he gaped at the enigmatic object on Lindong's wrist, clearly struggling to accept that he would possess such a thing. What? Do you doubt it? Does the Liu family wish to test the boundaries of the law? Lindong's hand twitched slightly, drawing his sleeve down to conceal the object. Then he fixed Lu Luan with a stern gaze, his face adorned with a cryptic smile. The Linwu village shall accompany you to the very end. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he turned slightly, extending an arm, and nonchalantly uttered, "Begone." Amidst the thickening atmosphere of trepidation, Lu Luan, already inclined to withdraw, found himself taken aback by Lindong's blatant disregard for his dignity. A fierce expression washed over his face, but upon recalling the bronze token, apprehension swiftly returned, leading him to furiously wave his sleeve and bark, "Leave." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lu Luan resolutely turned away, neglecting the crowd from Fangping village, their previous arrogance now a distant memory. The Liu family is indeed extraordinarily wealthy, carrying with them a life-blood pill. Lindong's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Lu Luan and his companions gradually vanish from sight. A look of astonishment etched upon his face as he murmured softly. Lu Luan, who had been gravely injured, even on the brink of death, astonishingly regained considerable vitality in a short span after consuming the lifeblood pill. Remarkably, he departed without requiring any assistance, a testament to the formidable efficacy of the pill. After the departure of Lu Luan and his entourage, expressions of bewilderment spread among the crowd. The Huangfu clan? Lin Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed skeptically as he scrutinized Lindong's retreating figure, disbelief clouding his expression. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan gazed at Lindong with profound trepidation, judging by Lindong's tone and Lu Luan's reaction. It was highly probable that Lindong belonged to the Huangfu clan. If Lindong were indeed of the Huangfu lineage, it would spell dire consequences for Fangping village. Upon hearing the name of the Huangfu clan, many in the two villages displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes fixed intently on Lindong, unwilling to look away. Lin Weier, too, covered her lips in surprise, revealing a hint of knowledge regarding the Huangfu clan's reputation. What manner of existence is the Huangfu clan? Liu Fan was utterly perplexed. Having never heard of such a clan, even the powerful Liu family had shown reluctance in their dealings. Lin Xiaoyan, today's events are far from over. Though his face bore an expression of terror, Fang Yuan possessed profound composure. After Lu Luan's departure, he recognized that his strength had significantly diminished, remaining would yield no advantage. And under the looming threat from Lindong and his associates, he feared the emergence of dire consequences. Thus, he uttered a harsh remark and, with the members of Fangping village, departed cautiously, leaving behind a desolate scene littered with corpses. As the people of Fangping village retreated in disarray, the members of Linwu village began to stir restlessly, clearly unwilling to let Fangping village escape unscathed in the wake of their recent triumph, exhibiting unmistakable signs of pursuit. Observing this, Lin Xiaoyan raised his voice to quell the growing agitation among his comrades. After all, pursuing them at this juncture would not yield substantial gains. Hasty actions could lead to unforeseen mishaps. Watching Fangping village recede like a receding tide, Liu Fan felt a slight sense of relief. His spiritual energy had long since waned, leaving him somewhat pale. In the earlier tense atmosphere, he had hardly registered his exhaustion. But now that he allowed himself to relax, he sensed his strength faltering. Unintentionally, he felt his body sink slightly, only steadied by a soft thud as he regained his balance. "Young brother, your name is Liu Fan, is it not?" Just as Liu Fan adjusted his breathing, a gentle and harmonious voice reached his ears. He lifted his gaze slightly to see Lindong, whose countenance radiated warmth and friendliness. "Indeed," Liu Fan replied. momentarily taken aback as questions about Lin Dong's identity flitted across his mind. However, he showed no sign of hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Liu Fan chuckled softly, scratching his head, non-committal in his response. What are you two discussing? Lin Wire approached, playfully patting Liu Fan's shoulder, her tone imbued with a lightheartedness that belied the recent turmoil. Having escaped from Fangping village, her previously tense demeanor had considerably relaxed now that the crisis had passed. After exchanging a few more words with Liu Fan, the trio found themselves devoid of the energy to continue their conversation, falling into a heavy silence. The haunting cries of despair filled the air, and the sight of lifeless bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground weighed heavily on each heart. The fleeting joy of driving away from Fangping village was soon enveloped by a profound sorrow. Tears shimmered like stars in Lin Wire's large eyes, her expression clouded with grief. Without uttering a word, she immediately joined the rescue efforts. Liu Fan's dark eyes flickered as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowing deeply. After a brief moment of respite, he too joined the ranks of the rescuers. The crowd was consumed with activity, tending to the wounded, properly arranging the deceased, and restoring order to the disarrayed village. An eerie silence hung over the place, devoid of any celebratory cheer. The weight of loss overshadowed any sense of victory. To lose loved ones and companions in a single day was an excruciating ordeal. This melancholic atmosphere persisted for 3 days, only gradually giving way to a semblance of vitality. Largely influenced by Lin Xiaoyan's unwavering spirit, the deceased were laid to rest, while the living resolved to persevere. Life must continue, and as time passed, Linwu village began to regain its former vibrancy, with order gradually restored. For the past 3 days, Liu Fan remained within the confines of the vigil room, not stepping out even once. He was engaged in his final preparations, the last endeavors before his departure. Once he had meticulously arranged everything, he plunged into a fervent state of cultivation. After nearly half an hour of dedicated effort, Liu Fan successfully refined a drop of spiritual liquid, bringing the total capacity of the spiritual liquid within him to a remarkable 80 drops. The process of refining this spiritual liquid grew increasingly arduous as he progressed. Having achieved 80 drops, he could already feel a painful swelling within his meridians. Should he continue to push himself relentlessly, he risked the terrifying consequence of ruptured meridians. The mere thought of his meridians tearing apart within him sent a shiver down Liu Fan's spine. The extreme sensitivity of that area meant even the slightest tear could provoke a violent reaction throughout his entire body, let alone a complete rupture. Contemplating this, Liu Fan's complexion turned slightly pale, and he promptly exited his cultivation state, refusing to force himself any longer. After 3 days of relentless practice, even someone with his unique constitution could not escape the fatigue that had begun to settle in. He approached the riverbank, standing steadily beside the water, closing his eyes and remaining still, allowing his mind to wander freely. After an indeterminate period, he opened his eyes again, and the weariness that had once clouded his gaze dissipated, leaving behind a clarity of spirit. A mere whisper remains, just a breath away from a breakthrough. Liu Fan sensed the abundant and surging spiritual energy within him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Yet, that elusive sensation of breakthrough continued to evade him. Such a pivotal moment could not simply be attained through the accumulation of spiritual power. It required a genuine transformation from the very marrow of his being. This opportunity for transcendence was not easily encountered. Thus, while Liu Fan harbored a hint of regret, he remained unhurried. His state of mind was remarkably tranquil, no longer prone to the anxiousness that characterized his former self. Such composure at his age was indeed rare. Liu Fan, the village chief summons you to the council hall. A voice suddenly interrupted Liu Fan's contemplations from behind. Understood, Liu Fan replied, turning to see a long-faced figure, immediately recognizing Wu Fushan. A gentle smile graced his lips as he responded. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Wu Fushan chuckled and departed ahead of him. It is time to say farewell. Liu Fan's dark eyes glimmered slightly as he placed a hand over the dog-tooth pendant resting against his chest, murmuring softly, a hint of melancholy shadowing his expression. Chapter 71. The Cat? Linwu Village, Council Hall. After 3 days of recuperation, although Linwu Village has shed the somber atmosphere that enveloped it 3 days prior, it still lacks much of its former vibrancy. Ultimately, it is the diminished number of people that has taken its toll. The assembly hall is populated by a gathering similar to previous occasions, comprised of the village's core members. However, unlike before, when the spacious hall was filled to capacity, It now presents a rather desolate visage. Many have either perished in battle or sustained such grave injuries that they are unable to partake in the discussions, resulting in a significant reduction in attendees. At the head of the hall, Lin Xiaotian exudes an air of authority, his brow furrowed as he sits in silence. Behind him stand two figures, one of whom is naturally Lin Long, while the other is unexpectedly Lin Weier. Lin Li, however, remains absent due to the severity of his injuries, rendering him unfit for the assembly. To Lin Xiaotian's left, where 3 chairs ought to be occupied, one seat stands conspicuously vacant, the position of the second elder. As the assembly gazes upon the empty chair, a faint melancholy envelopes their expressions. That elder tragically fell in the conflict with Fangping village. Behind Wu Fu, Wu Sheng remains steadfast, albeit adorned in numerous bandages that seep with traces of crimson, indicating his significant wounds. Nevertheless, he persists in his attendance at this critical meeting. The gaze of the crowd occasionally swept over the face of the martial artist, a resolute man who, during the fierce battle with Fangping village, exhibited an extraordinary fervor. It remains a mystery why he was driven to such madness. Wherever the fighting was most brutal, his figure could be seen amidst the chaos. Fortune favored him, for amidst the frenzy of combat, he emerged unscathed. Only the martial artist himself understood the reason behind his reckless fervor. He sought to forget the woman in his heart, and to prove that he was not inferior to that slender silhouette. He fought with unwavering determination to demonstrate his worth. And he succeeded, albeit at the cost of countless wounds. Yet, he earned the admiration and gratitude of the onlookers. At the right hand of Lin Xiaotian, an additional figure occupied a position, a striking young man whose serene expression revealed a calm demeanor as he closed his eyes in contemplation. This individual was Lin Dong. Although Lin Dong hailed from Linwu village, it was somewhat peculiar that he seemed to possess no kin within the village. The remaining individuals were the core forces of the village, standing resolutely within the assembly hall, most of them bearing injuries, filling half of the meeting chamber. As an eerie silence enveloped the assembly hall, a sudden, low, and hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the assembly to lift their eyes toward the entrance. Their faces adorned with a hint of perplexity. The first sight to greet them was that of a long face, which bore a trace of panic. The expressions of those present were filled with astonishment, and Lin Xiaotian leaned forward slightly, his eyes reflecting an inquiring gaze as he gravely inquired, "Fushan, what troubles you? Why such haste?" The newcomer was none other than Wu Fushan. As Lin Xiaotian's voice resonated, he too shifted his body, slowly opening his eyes, which were as dark as the night, to gaze at Wu Fushan. Wu Xing, despite his severe injuries, trembled at the news. Involuntarily taking a few steps forward, as if yearning to grasp the situation more clearly, Lin Weier, upon hearing this news, displayed a fleeting look of panic on her face and swiftly approached Wu Fushan, concern etched upon her features as she grasped his arm, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Wu Sheng halted his advance the moment Lin Weier appeared, a hint of desolation washing over his countenance as he came to a standstill. At this juncture, any hint of turmoil would inevitably lead everyone's thoughts to Fangping village, and such considerations instilled a sense of dread among them. Liu Fan had played a significant role in the skirmish against Fangping village. Should they seek vengeance, it was likely that Liu Fan, residing outside the village, would become their primary target. Contemplating this, Lin Xiaotian was gripped by a wave of regret for not having taken the time amidst the busyness of the past 3 days to invite Liu Fan to reside within the village. Linwu village was a community deeply rooted in loyalty and affection. Given Liu Fan's kindness towards them, they could never stand idly by in his time of peril. Wu Fushan was taken aback by how his few casual words suddenly enlivened the silent hall. Ma's expression mirrored his surprise. But under the barrage of eager inquiries from the crowd, he swiftly shed his usual clumsiness and succinctly recounted the events. It turned out that Wu Fushan had been tasked with inviting Liu Fan to the council chamber. Liu Fan readily agreed, but mentioned he needed to retrieve some belongings from his room, asking Wu to wait for him in the nearby dense forest. Without a second thought, Wu complied and made his way to the forest. Before long, Wu Fushan spotted Liu Fan approaching, nonchalantly carrying a gray bundle. However, as Liu drew near the forest, his demeanor suddenly shifted, and he glanced anxiously towards another side of the thicket. Puzzled, Wu inquired about his abrupt change. To his astonishment, Liu Fan merely uttered a hasty remark before darting off in a particular direction. By the time Wu gave chase, Liu Fan had already vanished from sight. Upon hearing those two words, Lin Weir's expression turned peculiar, tinged with a hint of fear that seemed to emanate from her very core. Her face soon bore a deep concern, as if she was acutely aware of the peril Liu Fan had encountered. Lin Dong, observing her subtle shifts in expression, absorbed every detail without revealing his own thoughts. Silence, Lin Xiaodian commanded, his hand raised, his voice resonating with authority. The anger that had marked his features gradually faded, giving way to a weighty gravity. Regarding the matter of Liu Fan and his companions, it is prudent that the number of participants remains modest. The village still grapples with numerous unresolved issues, thus a mere handful of individuals suffices for this undertaking. An excessive gathering would hinder the village's defenses. Lin Xiaodian pondered for a moment before speaking with deliberation. He was acutely aware of the strategy of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. Should this merely be a ruse, drawing all the villagers away would leave the settlement vulnerable. Following a recent skirmish, the village had already experienced a significant depletion of its defenses, making any reallocation of personnel a matter that required utmost caution. What surprised Lin Weir was the unexpected participation of Lin Dong and Wu Sheng. With Lin Dong's involvement, the morale of the group surged. Even if there were indeed ambushes laid by Fangping village, they felt considerably less daunting. Wu Sheng, despite his injuries, also chose to join the search party, leaving the others momentarily astonished. Yet, within Wu Sheng's heart lay a complex sentiment towards Liu Fan, whom he regarded as a lifelong rival. His admiration for Liu Fan was intermingled with a sense of rivalry, particularly with Lin Weir in the mix, creating a sense of internal conflict. Nevertheless, in the face of peril, he stepped forward, undeterred by danger, to seek out Liu Fan's whereabouts, demonstrating commendable character. Originally a team of merely a dozen, the group swelled to over 30 due to the enthusiastic participation of many. Ultimately, Lin Weir, in exasperation, had to decisively pare down the numbers, resulting in a final contingent of 20. Armed and resolute, they hastened towards the location where Liu Fan had vanished. Gazing upon the unusual thicket, a sense of uncertainty enveloped the group, each swallowing hard, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation. In light of this, let us commence our search, declared Lin Dong, the appointed leader of the exploration team, his identity and strength lending him authority. His obsidian eyes scanned the dense forest, and as he spoke, the others appeared invigorated, collectively rallying their spirits to delve into the depths of the woodland. However, amidst this fervor, Lin Weir stood as if petrified, her body trembling slightly as she gazed into the heart of the thicket, showing no inclination to advance. Lin Dong, noticing her hesitation, observed her with a contemplative expression flickering across his features. Soon, as if having made a resolute decision, Lin Weir sprang forward with surprising swiftness, prompting Lin Dong to push off the ground, steadfastly following in her wake. Chapter 72. The Mysterious Woman in the Depths of the Thicket. A faint sound akin to the slicing of air resonated, suggesting the rapid approach of something unseen. Suddenly, a fleeting glimpse of a white, indistinct figure darted across their line of sight. Though no larger than a small cat, it moved with remarkable agility and swiftness, its passage silent as a whisper. Close behind, a grayish silhouette pursued, equally swift, yet unable to bridge the gap with the elusive white form. The sound of slicing air emanated from this pursuing figure, revealing it to be Liu Fan, steadfastly in pursuit. At this moment, a profound look of astonishment enveloped Liu Fan's visage, accompanied by an undercurrent of vague unease. Earlier, as he prepared to accompany Wu Fushan to the council hall, intending to bid farewell to Lin Weir and the others, he unexpectedly cast a casual glance and beheld a plump white cat lazily sprawled at the edge of the dense forest. A striking white stripe shimmered on its forehead, captivating Liu Fan's gaze and compelling him to follow closely behind. With this thought, the flicker of unease within Liu Fan dissipated entirely. Even if Lin Weir's master harbored ill intentions, he would have acted long ago rather than wait this long. Moreover, a sense of frustration simmered within Liu Fan. Even if Lin Weir's master did not seek him out, he would likely pursue the matter himself. Lin Weir, in her relentless pursuit of an unknown goal, was pushing herself to the brink during her training, and though he remained silent, it pained him deeply. Regardless of who you are, your actions are utterly excessive. Liu Fan clenched his fists in silence, and as his mind stirred, pure spiritual energy surged forth, radiating outward to probe his surroundings. Resolute in his plan, He vowed to locate Lin Weir's master and demand clarity. Suddenly, as Liu Fan was lost in contemplation, the rotund cat, which had been fleeing, came to an abrupt halt, adopting a languid pose atop a large rock, as if utterly fatigued. After a few yawns, it disregarded Liu Fan entirely and succumbed to slumber. This creature, Liu Fan had already halted his steps, pausing 3 paces from the portly feline, his expression a mix of curiosity and bemusement as he surveyed the slumbering cat. The feline, in terms of size, is akin to a small dog. One cannot ascertain what it has consumed to grow so plump. With its eyes half closed in slumber, it rests upon a large stone, exuding an undeniable charm that evokes an irresistible desire to caress it. Liu Fan, in the presence of this rotund cat, feels no hint of danger. Rather, he senses an endearing aura. The cat's fur is a pristine white, delicately cloaking its body, which appears exceedingly soft. Its coat features a series of interwoven white patterns, subtly varying in hue. A slender white stripe adorns the creature's forehead, emitting a faint luminescence. As the plump cat dozes, its ample form obscures much of this delicate marking, revealing it only intermittently with each rise and fall of its breath. The cat's breaths are rather prolonged, causing the stripe to emerge sporadically. Witnessing this scene, Liu Fan finds himself both amused and bemused. The slender white stripe he discovered at the bottom of the cold pool might very well belong to this creature. It is highly probable that this is indeed the cat spoken of by Lin Weir. Contemplating this, a solemn expression envelopes Liu Fan's heart. The depths of the cold pool, even after his own trials, remained a realm he dared not descend. Had it not been for the aid of the dog-tooth pendant, he could never have ventured to such depths. Yet, this cat appears to slumber peacefully at the bottom of the cold pool, unfazed. How formidable must its strength be? Liu Fan bore a slight gravity upon his face as he slowly took a few steps back. Although the cat revealed no hint of danger, the unfathomable power it possessed compelled Liu Fan to retreat cautiously, anticipating the unforeseen. You are Liu Fan, are you not? Just as Liu Fan had steadied himself, a cool, feminine voice drifted slowly from behind him. The tone was neither hurried nor slow, devoid of any emotion, cold as ice. Liu Fan's mental energy had already spread cautiously throughout his surroundings. The fact that someone had approached so closely without detection indicated that this woman's strength surpassed his by a considerable margin. It was possible that she was Lin Weir's master. Though Liu Fan remained vigilant and mentally prepared for unexpected developments, he was nonetheless startled by the woman behind him. His reaction was swift. He leapt into action, arm darting back to grasp the silver scissors, channeling his formidable spiritual energy into the weapon, positioning it defensively across his chest against the icy woman. As he turned his head, Liu Fan's gaze flickered slightly, allowing him to discern the figure behind him from head to toe. Contrary to his expectations, this cool woman was not a malicious old hag. On the contrary, she was strikingly beautiful, to the extent that even Lin Weir appeared somewhat diminished in her presence. Clad in a flowing blue robe, her fiery form was accentuated perfectly, with her voluptuous curves notably prominent even beneath the fabric-esque cover. The ethereal maiden sported bangs that elegantly grazed her brows. Her lustrous black hair intricately styled into an exquisite chignon, with long, silky tresses cascading gracefully down to her waist. Her skin resembled the smoothness of congealed fat, captivating and flawless. This ethereal figure was far from a cruel, ruthless master. She embodied the innocence of a pure 18-year-old girl. Even the composed Liu Fan found himself momentarily astounded by her breathtaking beauty, rendered speechless in that fleeting moment. It seems yet another faithless man has emerged. Observing Liu Fan's dazed expression, the maiden's delicate features momentarily flashed with a hint of cold menace, prompting her to emit a disdainful snort without reservation. Upon hearing her words, Liu Fan felt a sudden shiver run down his spine, instinctively tightening his grip on the silver scissors, inwardly cursing the bizarre situation. Once clarity returned to his mind, he pondered the incongruity between her beauty and her formidable prowess. Clearly, she had attained the spirit platform realm at a remarkably young age, and her strength had continued to surge, preserving her youthful visage. Thus, one could not merely judge her true age by her appearance. Her innate talent was indeed formidable, and her state of mind, profoundly elusive. Senior, I am Liu Fan. As for whether I am a faithless man, that does not require your judgment. Thoughts raced through Liu Fan's mind, yet he quickly composed himself, cupping his fist in a respectful salute towards the frigid beauty, his voice steady and unyielding. The icy maiden abruptly shifted her tone, coldly remarking, her piercing gaze akin to lightning as it swept toward Liu Fan's chest. "Senior, you do not intend to seize something belonging to a junior, do you?" Upon catching sight of the direction from which that gaze swept, Liu Fan was utterly taken aback. Hastily retreating several steps with the silver scissors crossed over his chest, embodying a posture of imminent peril. The direction of the cold woman's gaze was precisely where the dog-tooth pendant lay. Could it be that she was aware of the pendant's secret? Liu Fan endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, not wishing to reveal any signs of distress to the cold woman. Although Liu Fan had yet to fully discern the pendant's formidable capabilities, he understood that without the dog-tooth pendant, his path of cultivation would likely become exceedingly bleak. Moreover, it contained within it a creature of unfathomable age, offering untold benefits awaiting his claim. Most importantly, after all these years, with the dog-tooth pendant's constant companionship, Liu Fan had come to regard it as an integral part of himself. "You need not shield him. Your being carries his essence, which cannot be concealed from me," the cold woman remarked. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossed her exquisitely crafted features upon hearing Liu Fan's words, yet it swiftly vanished, replaced by her customary icy demeanor as she coldly addressed him. "Who is he?" Liu Fan asked, momentarily stunned, realizing he had misjudged the situation, yet remaining oblivious to the identity of the Hidu whom the cold woman referred. "The one who bestowed upon you the silver frost scissors." The cold woman, noticing Liu Fan's continued bewilderment, displayed a hint of impatience as she retorted icily. This revelation left Liu Fan utterly dumbfounded. How could he have imagined that the cold woman spoke of was none other than the old man Liu, and that the silver scissors in his possession were indeed called the silver frost arrow? Chapter 73. Pardon my rudeness. These enigmatic old fellows seemed to take pleasure in obscurity. Despite their extraordinary identities, they willingly remain in a humble locale, even content to assume the role of a subordinate. While Liu Fan internally harbored his misgivings, his expression remained unchanged. "Allow me to see your possessions." As Liu Fan's thoughts raced, unexpectedly, the cold woman spoke softly. Grasping the silver scissors. A fleeting sense of confusion crossed Liu Fan's mind when he noticed the woman extending her delicate hand towards him, exuding an undeniable authority. "No, that's not acceptable." Instinctively, Liu Fan tightened his grip on the silver scissors, but before he could fully articulate his protest, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense surge of spiritual energy emanating from the figure before him. This icy aura of spiritual power far surpassed Liu Fan's own, dwarfing even the spiritual force wielded by Yulin. Liu Fan's countenance shifted dramatically, and his sea of consciousness involuntarily responded, unleashing a pure wave of spiritual energy that surged forth fearlessly to confront the formidable force before him. A man is trying to stop a chariot." The cold woman scoffed at Liu Fan's nearly desperate actions, her spiritual energy unyielding as it swept forward. The two vastly disproportionate forces of spiritual energy collided in an instant, causing Liu Fan's own to shatter upon impact. Ugh! Overcome by the backlash, Liu Fan felt his complexion pale, and a soft gasp escaped his lips. The surge of mental energy, after shattering Liu Fan's defenses, swept towards him with an unrelenting force, invading his very being. Suddenly, Liu Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he was rendered immobile. He could sense his body, yet was powerless to act, even unable to utter a single word. The cold, ethereal woman ceased her verbal sparring and, with a swift movement, her mental force delved into Liu Fan's chest, precisely at the location of the dog-tooth pendant. "Indeed, it seems she covets my dog-tooth pendant." Feeling the probing of that mental energy, Liu Fan could only let out a bitter sigh. Truly, in this vast world, strength reigns supreme. In the face of overwhelming power, all resistance is but a jest. Why has the dog-tooth pendant shown such cowardice today? Amidst his bitterness, Liu Fan was suddenly struck by the pendant's unusual behavior. It had saved him countless times in dire situations, yet now, before this inscrutable woman, it dared not even make a sound. "What unreliable companions I have!" Liu Fan silently cursed, seemingly dragging the wild dragon into his reproach. Just as he had abandoned all hope, the subsequent events left him momentarily astonished. The mental energy lingered only briefly on the dog-tooth pendant before losing interest and shifting its attention elsewhere, specifically to the pocket of Liu Fan's undergarment. where lay an ancient little plaque left to him by old Liu, intended for future correspondence. Without further hesitation, that mental energy extracted the mysterious plaque. So, this is what she seeks. Liu Fan exhaled quietly. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if the ethereal woman intended to rely on the ancient token to locate the old man Liu. Upon acquiring the archaic token, the ethereal woman briefly sensed the aura emanating from it, her face brightening with delight as she swiftly channeled her internal spiritual energy into the ancient artifact. To her astonishment, after just a few moments, the token suddenly erupted in a brilliant crimson light, vibrating intensely. "Humph, what trickery is this?" the ethereal woman scoffed, quickly relinquishing her hold on the ancient token as if it had become scalding to her touch. The token gradually levitated in midair, transforming within moments into a fiery red appearance, completely shedding its former antiquity and radiating a fervent energy. "Is this all there is?" A look of skepticism spread across the ethereal woman's face, clearly in disbelief of Liu Fan's words. Indeed, Liu Fan replied with a wry smile. Given his nature, it was indeed possible for him to manifest in any form. The ethereal woman pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, though uncertainty lingered in her expression. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes caught sight of the silver scissors in Liu Fan's hand, and her expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Since he was able to bestow upon you the Xuanhua token, it indicates that you possess certain remarkable qualities." The ethereal woman remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "If there comes a day when you truly encounter him, I would like to request your assistance." Her words left Liu Fan momentarily stunned. This woman had gone to great lengths to seek him out, yet she desired his help. What could this possibly mean? The serene woman casually flipped her hand, revealing a quaint azure ring that materialized upon her delicate fingers. With a mere lift of her hand, the ring began to gracefully float towards Liu Fan. Was it simply a matter of delivering this item to him? Liu Fan opened his palm, scrutinizing the azure ring, then raised his gaze, perplexed, towards the tranquil woman. Indeed, observing Liu Fan's signs of acquiescence, the serene woman nodded in satisfaction. Liu Fan offered a faint, wry smile. He was not accustomed to wearing rings. "Retaining this spiritual ring poses no harm," she continued. "It is an artifact I utilized during my time in the spirit platform realm. Classified as a mid-grade spiritual tool, when activated with spiritual energy, it can unlock the ring's potential. Within it lies an independent space, measuring a yard in size, suitable for storing items, though living beings cannot be accommodated." Seemingly attuned to Liu Fan's thoughts, the serene woman opened her lips, addressing him gently. "That young man is grateful to the senior." Upon hearing this, Liu Fan broke into a broad smile, accepting the gift without reservation. The spatial storage capability of the spiritual ring was indeed remarkable, although limited in size due to its grade, for someone of his stature. Obtaining a spatial storage artifact was exceptionally advantageous. Furthermore, being classified as a mid-grade spiritual tool and a rare spatial storage artifact, its value must be considerable. Liu Fan slipped the ring onto the index finger of his right hand, though its size was not quite fitting, with a slight infusion of spiritual energy. The ring's form began to subtly adjust, gradually molding itself to a size suitable for Liu Fan. As Liu Fan suddenly transformed his expression into one of cheerful delight, the cold woman momentarily displayed a hint of surprise on her face, yet she soon shook her head slightly, remaining silent. "You may leave," she said abruptly, gently waving her delicate hand towards Liu Fan, her tone reverting to an emotionless, frigid timbre. After speaking, she slightly closed her eyes, intending to enjoy a moment of solitude. "Senior, I have a matter to inquire." Liu Fan hesitated for a moment, his resolve strengthening as he bit his lip, adopting a serious demeanor. The cold woman lightly brushed her hair aside, glancing at Liu Fan with a hint of curiosity before nodding in acquiescence, her expression tinged with impatience. "Could it be that you are Linwei's master?" Liu Fan clasped his fists, exhaling softly, his dark eyes flickering as he gazed unabashedly at the cold woman. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name Linwei, the previously slumbering plump white cat stirred, its rotund body quivering slightly. It lazily lifted its head, squinting its drowsy eyes and surveying the surroundings as if searching for Linwei. However, after scanning for a while without spotting her, the cat soon lost interest and settled back down, returning to its peaceful slumber. Chapter 74. On the brink of madness, what are you doing? The icy woman was evidently caught off guard by Liu Fan's unexpected action. In the instant the spirit ring flew towards her, she almost failed to react in time, nearly having it strike her head. Fortunately, her mental energy surged forth, wrapping around the spirit ring, causing it to hover gently in the air. Only then did she find the leisure to address Liu Fan coldly, her tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. "I address you as senior out of respect. Yet I never anticipated you would force a mere girl into such a dire situation." To her astonishment, even in the presence of this enigmatic and formidable woman, Liu Fan exhibited no fear, retorting fiercely, "Very well. Tell me, what have I forced her to endure?" The icy woman had never encountered such humiliation from a junior, and in her fury, she contemplated immediately eliminating Liu Fan. However, a thought struck her, and she coldly inquired. Every time Weir practices, she pushes her physical limits to the extreme. During one session, she even incurred severe injuries due to torn meridians. Do you not feel any guilt? If it were not for your coercion, would a young lady, not a zealous cultivator, exert herself to such an extent? Liu Fan possessed a remarkable ability to articulate his thoughts with fervor, and his impassioned words left the icy woman momentarily speechless, unable to respond. After delivering his rapid-fire speech, even Liu Fan found himself slightly parched, exhaling heavily, yet he remained undeterred. His eyes still blazing with fury as he continued to stare at the icy woman, as if he had much more to say. Clap! As Liu Fan was about to speak, he was abruptly pushed back 2 zhang by a hand formed from the cold, ethereal force of the woman before him. After falling to the ground, he struggled momentarily, dazed and disoriented, and found himself unable to rise. The power of that spiritual hand was astonishingly potent. After shaking his head vigorously a few times, his consciousness began to clear, though he was still in a state of shock. "Had it not been for the growth of my mental fortitude over the years, I would have taken your life for your incessant prattle, instead of allowing you to irritate me with your incessant complaints." The cold woman's face appeared to be shrouded in frost, her voice cold and cutting, imbued with a subtle aura of deadly intent that pierced the air like icy arrows. As Liu Fan slowly rose from the ground, his face was swollen and marred with purple bruises, a testament to the overwhelming force of the blow he had received. "Today, I shall seek justice for Sister Weir." Liu Fan shook his head fiercely, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, flowing into the silver scissors he grasped. With a swift motion, he unleashed the power of an unnamed fist technique, a blue orb of energy erupting from his dantian, without a moment's pause, racing forth with a hissing sound towards the cold woman, seeking death. The woman's icy gaze narrowed slightly, and in an instant, another hand of spiritual force coalesced around Liu Fan, its rippling energy potent enough to severely injure even a formidable practitioner of the spirit platform realm. Liu Fan, heedless of the consequences, surged forth with unrelenting speed. Without the slightest hesitation, a palm infused with spiritual energy struck fiercely against the other side of his face, sending him crashing to the ground and stirring up a thick cloud of dust. The impact was so forceful that it left a narrow fissure, half a zhang long, in the earth beneath him. Meanwhile, a blue orb of light, having traveled part way, inexplicably emitted a crisp sound, shattering into countless blue specks that gradually vanished into the air. This mental force's palm was considerably more potent than before, overwhelming Liu Fan and rendering him momentarily dazed. Yet, that was not enough. Liu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his cheeks swollen and his breath faltering. Still, he pressed his hands firmly against the ground, his dark eyes glinting with fury, as if striving to regain clarity. Despite his efforts to rise, he found himself unable to do so, and though weakened, he refused to yield. His voice slightly slurred yet defiant. "Don't hold back. Even those at the spirit platform realm would struggle to rise after my strike." Observing Liu Fan's relentless struggle against the earth, the cold-hearted woman's gaze flickered, her heart stirred with an unexpected sense of compassion. She began to voice her concern, yet her words were abruptly cut short. "Do not underestimate me." Liu Fan managed to endure, his fists clenched tightly, trembling violently as he supported himself against the ground. His body was half bent, half kneeling, gasping for breath, with countless sinister shades of crimson creeping into his eyes, fixed intently on the cold woman before him. The fury contained within his gaze sent a shiver through her heart. No one shall dare to bully Sister Weir. With a roar, Liu Fan's trembling arms suddenly seemed to gain strength, forcefully striking the ground. As he knelt, he gradually pushed himself up, eventually rising to stand, albeit unsteadily, a feat that greatly unsettled the cold woman. At this moment, Liu Fan was engulfed by an unnameable rage. not only for Wire's plight, but also for the myriad humiliations he had endured during his time in Stone Town, including the night he lost his grandfather. All these humiliations stemmed from his lack of power. Why am I powerless? Why must I always remain in the shadows of others? Liu Fan roared within, his heart ablaze, his blood boiling. He no longer contemplated life and death, having forgotten that the woman before him could easily take his life. His sole desire was to prove himself. His heart could accommodate nothing else. He craved strength. The flickering red light in his eyes signaled the onset of madness. This is terrible. He is on the brink of losing himself, the cold woman exclaimed, taken aback by Liu Fan's alarming demeanor. On a large stone, a plump and snow-white cat was soundly asleep. However, when the aura of Liu Fan suddenly turned malevolent, the cat abruptly sprang to its feet, all traces of drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Its fur bristled as if countless silver needles had risen, and its chubby visage transformed into a fierce expression. It leapt down from the stone, baring its teeth menacingly at Liu Fan. Falling into demonic possession signifies a descent of the spirit, a surrender to depravity, an act of relinquishing oneself to the boundless darkness. Those in the spiritual realm refer to cultivators who succumb to this fate as slayers. The situation of a cultivator succumbing to demonic possession is dire. Once they fall, their minds plunge into an abyss of endless darkness, and their bodies become instruments of unrestrained slaughter, rampaging without mercy, often gaining strength in the process. Should a high-ranking cultivator succumb to this fate, they may retain a semblance of their intellect, yet under the guidance of malevolent will. The devastation they wreak becomes even more terrifying. For lower-tier beings, a cultivator in demonic possession is a figure of immense dread. Liu Fan, being a mere 7th-layer body-refining cultivator, may not be particularly formidable, yet the potential for him to succumb to demonic influence remains a concerning predicament. The cold and aloof woman, despite her frosty demeanor, would not allow Liu Fan to slip into a state of demonic possession unchallenged. Aware of the troubles that follow such a transformation, she felt an immediate urgency. With a sudden surge of mental energy, her powerful spirit enveloped Liu Fan, spiraling around him, poised to penetrate his dantian. A sudden buzz reverberated through the air, momentarily interrupting the cold woman's mental flow, forcing it to a halt. Her icy gaze flickered slightly, despite her considerable experience. She could not discern how Liu Fan had managed to recover so swiftly. In her mind, she speculated that Liu Fan must possess a remarkable treasure, for otherwise, he would surely be unable to withstand her mental force, especially with such a terrifying recovery rate. Was he possessed? A deep fear flickered in Liu Fan's eyes. He had heard tales of possession since childhood. A possessed cultivator, regardless of their rank, could unleash destructive power that multiplied exponentially. Moreover, those who succumbed to possession were known to kill indiscriminately, sparing not even children. Yet, why would such a phenomenon manifest within him? Liu Fan's expression was fraught with uncertainty, and his heart raced with trepidation. Possession stemmed from deep-seated obsessions, and when such an obsession reached critical levels, unforeseen events could arise. The cold woman, still reeling from the shock of Liu Fan's presence, remained fixated on the spot where the dog-tooth pendant had glowed. With a measured tone, she inquired, "Predecessor, can you now enlighten me as to why Sister Weir was driven to such a state? Was it your instigation, or is there another explanation?" After a moment of anxiety, Liu Fan's mind cleared considerably. No longer impulsive, he responded with a calm demeanor. "As for Weir, I have promised her not to disclose anything. Her current state was neither my design nor something I wish to witness." Chapter 75. I promise you. Liu Fan gazed at the open palm of his hand, an enigmatic expression gracing his features. Upon his palm lay an ancient, dark blue spiritual ring, which the cold woman had cast to him before her departure, leaving behind a cryptic message. "If you wish for Weir to be free of worries, assist me in this task." Was this a threat or a declaration? Liu Fan slid the ring onto his finger, his lips curling into a bitter smirk, a palpable sense of desolation clouding his visage. Having endured the torment of his inner demons once already, he recognized the assistance provided by the dog-tooth pendant, yet the trial had undeniably refined his mental state. Now, he felt a greater sense of completeness within himself. However, he was acutely aware that the next encounter with his inner demons would be even more formidable. The more stable one's mental state, the stronger the assault of inner demons would inevitably be. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. With a soft, rueful chuckle, Liu Fan's form shifted as he propelled himself towards a certain direction within the dense forest. After enduring the trial of his inner demons, his mental acuity had inexplicably multiplied several times over, allowing his mental fortitude to rival that of a practitioner at the spirit platform realm. Guided by this newfound strength, Liu Fan keenly sensed a more formidable spiritual presence searching the depths of the forest. With a brief attunement, he discerned that the source of the spiritual power belonged to Lingdong. Elated by this revelation, he hastened his pace to meet with them. As the figure of Liu Fan gradually vanished into the depths of the dense forest, a serene woman's silhouette began to materialize in the very spot where Liu Fan had paused moments before. In her arms rested a plump, snow-white cat, deeply ensconced in slumber, its forehead adorned with faint white markings barely visible. The ethereal woman gently stroked the cat's back, her eyes flickering with a hint of curiosity as she gazed in a particular direction, her cold visage betraying a trace of perplexity. How could her elder brother have chosen him, given the severity of his inner demons? Was it perhaps his formidable determination that caught his attention? Such profound obsession is what her brother despises most. Has he truly undergone a transformation? The beautiful gaze of the woman extended far into the distance, as if her enchanting eyes transcended the forest and the very fabric of space, peering into realms afar. Gradually, the woman's form began to dissipate where she stood. As if she had never been there at all, a gentle breeze swept through, leaving no trace behind. Liu Fan, Little Fan. The search and rescue team from Linwu village was organized into pairs, diligently executing their mission. Each pair maintained a distance of no more than 5 zhang, forming a line as they combed the area methodically ahead, their voices resonating with calls for Liu Fan, hoping he might hear them. Despite their swift progress, after an extensive search, there was still no sign of Liu Fan. Anxiety etched on their faces, they feared the worst, that Liu Fan might have encountered some misfortune, and they were powerless to render immediate aid. At the forefront of the team stood Lindong and Lin Weier, while Wuxing had been assigned to another group. Despite his injuries, he was diligently searching for Liu Fan's whereabouts. Suddenly, as Lindong furrowed his brow in contemplation, he raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He abruptly halted his steps and, with a swift motion of one hand, signaled for silence. The search party dispatched by Linwu village consisted of elite members, and the moment Lindong made his gesture, those around him reacted swiftly, efficiently relaying the information. Within mere moments, everyone stood still, patiently awaiting orders. Lindong, what is it? Lin Weier inquired softly, a hint of confusion gracing her features as she stood firmly beside him. There is an extraordinarily potent mental force approaching rapidly. It is only slightly inferior to my own. Lindong gradually opened his eyes, the depths of his dark irises shimmering slightly as he gazed in a specific direction, a serious expression enveloping his face. Be on guard. Lin Weier's expression shifted instantly, her voice sharp as she executed a hand gesture to alter the formation of the entire team, her movements abruptly halting. Wait. She turned her head to see Lindong firmly gripping her hand. This mental force bore a strangely familiar sensation. Lindong slowly lowered his hand, an expression of mild surprise spreading across his face as he murmured, "Ah, so it is him." Moments later, Lindong chuckled softly, his previously tense posture relaxing, a look of mild astonishment gracing his features. Lin Weier slightly parted her lips, a flicker of joy subtly blossoming within her heart, and she hurriedly followed Lindong's gaze into the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, a faint sound of air being sliced through echoed from ahead, sending a shiver through the hearts of the onlookers, prompting them to peer forward. A slender gray figure darted swiftly from within the thicket, racing towards the group with remarkable agility, a look of deep emotion gracing its features. It was Liu Fan. Little Fan. Haha, we finally found you. Upon recognizing the figure, the crowd erupted into joyous laughter, greeting Liu Fan with warmth and camaraderie. Thank you all. The group gathered around, with Liu Fan at the center, touched by the heartfelt enthusiasm of the villagers of Linwu. He stood there, grinning foolishly and scratching his head in gratitude. However, confronted with the sincere and unpretentious faces of the villagers, Liu Fan felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, reflecting on his path to strength, he knew he could not afford to linger. Moreover, the cold woman's admonition, which concerned Weier's life, left no room for hesitation. With this realization, a resolute expression crossed Liu Fan's face. He had truly made up his mind to depart. Brother Liu Fan, the road ahead is long, and I cannot accompany you. So I must offer you something. You cannot refuse. A hint of surprise lingered in Lindong's dark eyes since Liu Fan's arrival, but he now smiled amiably. The cultivation of mental strength is notoriously arduous. The fact that Liu Fan could elevate his mental prowess overnight astonished even the well-versed Lindong. The unlocking of the Naiwen Palace is not solely reliant on innate talent or fortuitous encounters. Any cultivator who successfully transcends to the spirit platform realm will invariably unlock the Naiwen Palace, thus giving rise to mental strength. Given the elevated starting point of mental strength at the spirit platform realm, its potency naturally increases correspondingly. Evidently, the earlier one unlocks the Naiwen Palace, the better, as the mental strength will gradually flourish under its nurturing, while the cultivation of mental strength simultaneously enhances its robustness. Liu Fan's current mental strength has already reached a level comparable to that of a powerful individual in the spirit platform realm. His foundation is impressively high. Thank you, Brother Lindong, Liu Fan remarked with a gentle smile, devoid of any hint of coyness or pretense. There's no need for thanks. These are merely fundamental items that can be procured with spirit stones. I no longer require them, so consider them a gift. Lindong replied with a warm smile. Suddenly, he touched the ring on his finger, and with a flash of white light, several items materialized in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Liu Fan noticed a parchment map made of sheepskin, a jade tube containing knowledge of the Tianwu dynasty, and finally, a silk pouch. These three items comprise the map of the Great Wilderness County, the jade tube filled with essential knowledge, and spirit stones. Enjoy your time together. We shall take our leave. Lindong and his companions chuckled as they observed Liu Fan and Ling Weier, who resembled a pair of lovers, before departing with laughter. Still seemingly enveloped in the playful banter of those around her, Lin Weier's delicate visage bore a blush of rosy shyness. Sister Weier? Liu Fan scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. Xiao Fan, what are you laughing at? The blush on Lin Weier's face rapidly faded, replaced by a flicker of indignation. She waved her small, powder-pink fist, landing a few playful punches on Liu Fan's chest, evidently displeased by his determination to depart. Liu Fan rubbed his slightly sore chest, letting out a soft grunt. Yet within, he felt a tremendous sense of relief, exclaiming to himself, "This is indeed Sister Weier. Sister Weier, I have met your master." Liu Fan gradually lowered his hand, his expression returning to tranquility as he spoke softly. To Liu Fan's mild surprise, Lin Weier's demeanor was equally serene. She merely lowered her head slightly and responded with a gentle Sister Weier, I do not know the burdens you bear. However, I beseech you, if one day I am no longer that naive and weak youth, but a formidable force upon this continent, please grant me the honor of standing before you. Liu Fan suddenly grasped Lin Weier's delicate hand, enclosing it within his warm grasp, the gentle warmth transferring between them. His dark eyes locked onto her crystalline ones as he articulated every word with intent. The sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays fragmented by the leaves above, casting a dappled golden hue upon the two, enveloping them in a warm embrace. I promise you, Lin Weier tightened her grip on Liu Fan's strong hand, her luminous eyes reflecting him within her heart as she softly uttered, like a gentle orchid. In the dense forest, two individuals stood silently, their words lost to the passage of time. Eventually, only Lin Weier remained, her visage tinged with a subtle melancholy. The wind whispered, leaves fell, and people dispersed. Chapter 76. The Gray-Cloaked Nightwalker in the Spirit Domain of Lingshan Continent. The human race held dominion. In the ancient era, this realm was steeped in boundless legends and myths, populated by countless cultivators and spanning immeasurable expanses, with a complete cultivation system. True powerhouses relentlessly pursued the highest realms. Those of formidable strength could traverse mountains and fill seas without hesitation. Some even shattered the void, breaking free from their shackles to enter other worlds and challenge loftier pinnacles. Yet, for reasons unknown, an ancient calamity struck, and the former glory faded. After lengthy epochs, the domain saw but a partial revival. Astonishingly, in nearly 10 millennia, no cultivator has attained the strength to transcend spatial constraints. The spirit domain is replete with sects and a multitude of dynasties, each flourishing under the protection of these sections. In ancient times, the spirit domain underwent monumental upheavals, resulting in the destruction of numerous sects and dynasties, yet countless ancient legacies remain. Those who acquire such legacies invariably stir storms upon this great path, crafting their own myths. Within the spirit domain, Spirit refiners and soul cultivators are as numerous as the stars in the sky, and emerging mercenary factions are gradually rising in prominence. Amidst this chaotic landscape, myriad enigmatic shadows loom. As night envelopes the land, the bright moon hangs high. The dense forest, with its undulating mountains, appears as a congregation of silent giants under the shroud of darkness, the majesty of heaven and earth seemingly insurmountable. In the inky darkness of the night, a shadowy gray figure darted swiftly through the dense forest, each light touch of its toes propelling it nearly 10 feet forward. In this wilderness, its pace was nothing short of remarkable. "Mother, it is time to find a place to rest," the gray figure murmured, tilting its head slightly to gaze at the luminous moon above, before stepping forward, leaving the shadow's embrace. It stretched languidly, revealing its entire form bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. The figure's attire was considerably tattered, cloaked in a dust-laden gray that exuded an air of weary travel. Tall and slender, its features bore the marks of fatigue, yet could not conceal a striking countenance, particularly its pair of jet-black eyes that shone as brightly as the moon in the sky. This individual was none other than Liu Fan, who had been journeying tirelessly for half a month. In the Dao Empire's great wilderness county, there existed royal roads constructed by the imperial family, each a broad thoroughfare. And within the cities, spatial teleportation arrays facilitated swift travel. It would be illogical for anyone to traverse the sparsely populated mountains and dense woods when such convenient routes were available. Yet, Liu Fan was an exception, choosing to forsake the well-trodden paths in favor of the wild terrain. One reason for this choice was his desire to hone his skills through the trials of the journey to Yi City. Another motivation was to gradually acclimate to the surging mental energy he had been experiencing during his travels. He aimed to thoroughly digest the information contained within the jade cylinder entrusted to him by Lin Dong. One of the most significant reasons lies in the existence of precious spiritual herbs within the dense wilderness. Upon discovering that the dog-tooth pendant could transmute these herbs into pure medicinal pills, Liu Fan eagerly seized this lucrative opportunity for both profit and cultivation. In the remote and seldom-trodden mountains and forests, the likelihood of discovering spiritual herbs greatly increases, with careful caution and a modicum of strength. The quantity of herbs found is bound to be substantial. Over the past fortnight, Liu Fan has unearthed no fewer than 15 first-tier spiritual herbs, alongside nearly 100 lesser herbs, which, while not classified, possess commendable effects. During his quest for herbs, he encountered no less than 10 first-tier spirit beasts. For cultivators below the 7th level of body refinement, these spirit beasts are formidable adversaries. However, for those at the 8th or 9th level, while slaying them may be a challenge, self-preservation is certainly within reach. Upon breaking through to the 8th level of body refinement, one's skin becomes as resilient as iron. And with the infusion of spiritual energy, it becomes feasible to shatter boulders with a single hand or to snap a piece of ordinary iron asunder. After a fortnight of arduous travel and cultivation, Liu Fan faced a first-tier spirit beast, and following a fierce battle, he successfully ascended to the 8th level of body refinement. With this advancement, coupled with the prolonged nurturing from the dog-tooth pendant and the initial forging in the cold waters of the Han Pool, Liu Fan's physical strength now rivals that of first-tier spirit beasts. After a fortnight of arduous searching for rare herbs and battling semi-spiritual beasts, as well as first-tier spiritual creatures, Liu Fan's prowess has advanced remarkably. He has now firmly established his strength at the 8th level of body refinement, and with the aid of medicinal pills, his abilities have subtly increased. Presently, there are 92 drops of spiritual liquid within his dantian, with the augmentation of both his spiritual and mental faculties. Alongside the enhancement of his physical strength, Liu Fan's confidence has soared. First-tier spiritual beasts no longer pose a threat to him. Even the crimson-maned wild boar that once chased him through Linwu village now inspires little apprehension. Unless a second-tier spiritual beast appears, Liu Fan anticipates little trouble navigating the dense forest. Gurgling sounds echoed as Liu Fan casually tossed a pill crafted from spiritual herbs into his mouth, devouring it with the same enthusiasm as one would munch on beans, finishing it in mere moments. After consuming a dozen or so more pills, he found that the medicinal properties emanating from them had diminished significantly in his absorption capacity. With a wry smile, he ceased this seemingly wasteful behavior. Currently, Liu Fan resides atop a grand tree, approximately 5 zhang above the ground, rendering him untroubled by the potential ambush of semi-spiritual beasts. Furthermore, with his mental prowess rivaling that of the spirit platform realm. Anything that approaches the vicinity of the tree would likely be detected. It appears the only option left is to sell all of you in Yi City for spiritual stones. Liu Fan sighed with a hint of humor, waving his hand as a multitude of neatly arranged white vials on the ground vanished in an instant, leaving only 5 or 6 larger bottles. Tisk, fortunately, there is still a considerable stock. Gazing upon the 5 or 6 larger brown bottles, a radiant expression of delight spread across Liu Fan's face as he admired them. Within these vessels resided pills derived from first-grade spiritual herbs, their potency undeniably rich. Even for Liu Fan, these pills offered considerable efficacy, far from reaching a point of immunity. As he observed the largest of the bottles, his joy intensified. The fragrance of the medicine emanated so powerfully that it seemed to escape even the confines of the bottle. Inside lay pills extracted from second-grade spiritual herbs. Second-grade herbs boasted at least 50% more potency than their first-grade counterparts, and the effects were significantly amplified. It was likely that consuming just 1 pill from second-grade herbs could be equivalent to 2 of the first grade, with results that were nothing short of astonishing. With a swift gesture, Liu Fan deftly stored the collection of brown bottles into his spiritual ring. The operation of the ring was remarkably straightforward. By establishing a mental connection and infusing it with a measure of spiritual energy, one could easily activate the ring. Liu Fan had mastered this skill through his myriad experiences along the journey. Just as he secured the bottles within the ring, his mental energy surged once more, and a vibrant spiritual herb filled with a rich aroma materialized in his palm. The intensity of its fragrance exceeded that of any first-grade herb, clearly indicating it belonged to the realm of second-grade herbs. Another second-grade herb. How fortuitous it was to discover the ice spirit grass in this place. Liu Fan cradled the ice spirit grass, emanating an aura of frigid energy, his face betraying an unmistakable glee. The ice spirit herb, which he fortuitously encountered while journeying during the day, was discovered near a cold water pool. As Liu Fan cautiously approached, he realized that there were no spirit beasts guarding the vicinity of the ice spirit herb. According to Liu Fan's experience, it was customary for second-level spirit herbs to be protected by spirit beasts of at least first-level strength, as the potent fragrance of second-level herbs could attract higher-tier spirit beasts. Without sufficient power, one would likely be repelled or even slain on the spot. To his astonishment, there were only 2 solitary ice spirit herbs by the water's edge, devoid of any spirit beast presence nearby. This unexpected boon brought Liu Fan, who was well-versed in spirit herbs, immense joy for a considerable time. It was worth noting that the second-level pills he possessed in his spirit ring had required a significant amount of effort to acquire, making these 2 unexpected finds an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, there was a tinge of regret. Holding the slightly chilling ice spirit herb in his palm, he contemplated utilizing the dog-tooth pendant to refine it into a pill. Yet, as he grasped the herb, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. The ice spirit herb served as an excellent catalyst for pill refinement. If he could preserve the raw material, it could be combined with various other pills, thereby significantly increasing its value. Conversely, if he chose to refine the ice spirit herb into a pill, although he would retain a considerable amount of its medicinal properties, he would forfeit its eligibility for pill crafting, resulting in a substantial loss of spirit stones. Chapter 77. The Dog-Tooth Pendant's Anomaly. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Fan retrieved the dog-tooth pendant from his inner pocket and placed it before the spirit herb. A full minute passed, yet the canine-tooth pendant exhibited no signs of change whatsoever. Liu Fan's expression shifted slightly, a foreboding sensation rising within him. He pressed the pendant against the spiritual herb, but it remained as silent as a stone. However, he was at a loss as to how to replenish the pendant's energy. The only sources Liu Fan could conceive of were the surrounding natural spiritual energy, the peculiar small stones found in the river adjacent to Linwu village, and his own spiritual power. The special small stones needed no further consideration. They were rare and elusive treasures, the nature and name of which Liu Fan was entirely unaware, prompting him to dismiss that notion outright. As for the natural spiritual energy, it had become evident over time that the pendant had not absorbed any of it, although it had indeed absorbed his personal spiritual energy on one occasion. A spark of inspiration ignited in Liu Fan's mind, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. That time, a contemplative expression spread across Liu Fan's face as he murmured aloud, "If that were the case, The pendant ought to accept the infusion of spiritual energy. Gripping the pendant tightly in his hand, his conviction deepened. This pendant was indeed a remarkable artifact capable of receiving his spiritual energy. I shall give it a try. Reflecting on his inability to refine the herb into a pill, Liu Fan felt a wave of helplessness. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and resolved to infuse the pendant with his spiritual power. Liu Fan clasped the dog-tooth pendant within his palm, a shadow of gravity passing over his face. With a determined bite of his teeth, he cast aside his hesitation. The ethereal energy within him surged forth, instantly permeating his limbs and rushing into the dog-tooth pendant with fervor. The pendant, akin to a bottomless abyss, absorbed the majority of Liu Fan's spiritual energy without exhibiting the slightest reaction. With a soft grunt, Liu Fan did not waver. A fierce glint flashed across his countenance as he unleashed the full force of his energy from the dantian, pouring it unreservedly into the pendant. As his spiritual energy neared depletion, his complexion turned slightly pale until the final vestige of energy flowed into the dog-tooth pendant. At last, the pendant, which had seemed eternally dormant, finally responded. For the first time, under Liu Fan's deliberate invocation, it emanated a faint green glow, enveloping a small vicinity, entirely encompassing his palm. Success! A flicker of joy illuminated Liu Fan's face upon witnessing the pendant's transformation. However, before he could make his next move, the dog-tooth pendant, which had been peacefully resting in his palm, began to sink slowly into it. This unexpected anomaly rendered Liu Fan utterly astonished. In his panic, he forgot to take any action, merely watching in wide-eyed disbelief as the pendant gradually disappeared into his hand, until it was fully absorbed. The integration of the pendant was swift, and throughout the process, Liu Fan experienced no discomfort. Only a familiar sensation akin to a bond of flesh and blood forming within him. As the dog-tooth pendant sank deeply into the abyss, a faint, ethereal green light flickered in Liu Fan's palm, revealing a dim yellow symbol that began to rotate slowly. This symbol resembled an ancient character, exuding an aura of primordial antiquity. Liu Fan had never encountered such a symbol. Its simplicity belied an overwhelming sense of dizziness upon first glance, evoking an extraordinary and archaic sensation. Merely gazing at this ancient emblem, Liu Fan felt a sudden wave of vertigo, as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness. With a soft gasp, his vision abruptly darkened, and when he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed entirely. Startled, Liu Fan disregarded his discomfort and hastily surveyed the mysterious space around him. He found himself enveloped in an immense, pitch-black void, a realm of profound silence, seemingly swallowed by an endless darkness that appeared to stretch on indefinitely. Where was this place? Fear gripped Liu Fan's heart as he turned in every direction, yet found only the boundless dark, devoid of any light. Ah, you have finally arrived, a voice, steeped in a sense of ancient weariness, resonated in Liu Fan's ears, as if emanating from the depths of time itself. This unexpected utterance shattered the silence, striking Liu Fan like a thunderclap in the stillness of the dark space, startling him profoundly. Have you forgotten about me? The voice, rich and slightly raspy, carried the gravitas of a seasoned man, imbued with a profound sense of desolation and an overwhelming air of nostalgia. You are the Desolate Dragon. The Desolate Dragon appeared to be perpetually devoid of laughter, and when the potential savior, Liu Fan, stood before it, there was not a trace of excitement or joy upon its countenance. Where are you? Upon hearing the voice of the Desolate Dragon, Liu Fan surmised that he was ensconced within the internal realm of the dog-tooth pendant. Yet he remained uncertain whether it was the dragon's true essence or merely its consciousness that had entered. Your true form resides above you. The Desolate Dragon's voice, slightly hoarse and imbued with an icy resonance, echoed slowly, steeped in an atmosphere of desolation. Above? Liu Fan raised an eyebrow and gradually lifted his gaze upwards. Upon doing so, he was immediately struck dumb, his face awash with profound astonishment. High above in this abyssal void, suspended at an unfathomable height, were sprawling green lines, each one measuring several yards in thickness, interwoven into a colossal grid, resembling an immense net inverted over the expanse of space. Behind this vast net, an endless swirl of dark yellow gas billowed forth, slowly coiling and exhaling into the air, subtly forming the visage of a monstrous beast of gargantuan proportions. This beast, composed of dark yellow gas, took on the form of a dragon, yet its appearance was fearsome beyond imagination. It bore 6 wings, each spanning thousands of yards and casting a shadow over the land, adorned with menacing barbs. Its dragon tail, reminiscent of a fish's tail, exuded an unsettling sense of awe. Particularly striking were the dragon's head and its pair of blood-red eyes, which sent chills from the crown of one's head to the soles of one's feet. Those scarlet eyes appeared to be suspended in a moment of time, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of desolation, devoid of any semblance of life. To confront those eyes would likely lead to one's own withering demise. The verdant net had successfully ensnared this extraordinarily terrifying, sealing it away. After a prolonged silence, as Liu Fan gradually regained his composure, the voice of the resonated at just the right moment. It was unclear whether this utterance was a plea or a command directed at Liu Fan. Sensing an unusual fluctuation in the ancient tone of the Liu Fan realized that its inner state had undergone a subtle shift. Clearly, you have been trapped for an extended period, Liu Fan remarked, taking a deep breath as he inquired of the Indeed, so long that I can scarcely recall, it responded, slowly shaking its immense head, its voice gravelly and hoarse. The dense aura of desolation surrounding it had become slightly chaotic, indicating that maintaining such a form would exact a toll on the How may I assist you? And what benefit would it yield for me? Liu Fan dared not lift his gaze again to witness the profoundly shocking spectacle. Instead, he inhaled deeply, seeking calmness before posing his question in a measured tone. What an intriguing young man. The seemed to chuckle, though the laughter was peculiar, as if it had not experienced mirth in ages, blending with the pervasive desolation, sending a chill through Liu Fan's heart. Liu Fan listened intently, remaining silent. I, the true self, have proclaimed that if you can liberate me, I shall vow by the name of the ancient to bestow upon you immeasurable rewards. The tone of the wild dragon turned icily cold, its profound essence lingering, refusing to fade. As for how to assist me, we shall discuss that once you have become formidable. At present, you are simply too feeble. The wild dragon showed no consideration for Liu Fan's feelings, coldly speaking without hesitation. Yet, Liu Fan harbored no resentment in his heart. He understood that the strength of the 8th layer of body refinement might seem insurmountable to the average person. But in the eyes of the wild dragon, even an ant was of greater significance. After all, Liu Fan could barely withstand the subtle pressure emanating from the wild dragon, and with such meager power, the notion of rescuing someone was indeed laughable. The lad's abilities were quite limited. If he wished to grow stronger, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. The elder, the wild dragon, probably did not wish to linger here for too long. Liu Fan's mind raced, and he soon realized that since the wild dragon sought his assistance, it was only reasonable for him to extract some advantages in return. As for the change in address, Liu Fan adapted to it effortlessly in the blink of an eye. Chapter 78. The Wild Decision. The wild body, a beam of dark yellow light, shot forth with astonishing speed, traversing an unfathomable distance in mere moments, arriving directly before Liu Fan. This beam of light was familiar to Liu Fan. He had witnessed it before during his battle with the green phantom python, when the wild dragon had emerged and unleashed this very attack. However, this beam was far more profound, evidently capable of revealing more of the wild dragon's true power within the confines of the dog-tooth pendant. With the experience of the green phantom python, Liu Fan understood that this beam of light was to be avoided at all costs. Yet, despite his utmost efforts to evade it, the dark yellow beam shot straight into his forehead. The moment the beam made contact with Liu Fan's skin, a fleeting sensation of withering pain coursed through him, only to dissipate almost instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Although the pain was but a momentary sting, it compelled Liu Fan to utter a sound, rendering his complexion pale from the inexplicable, overwhelming agony. Just as he began to steady himself, he noticed a dark yellow orb of light emerging within his dantian, gently hovering without inflicting any harm. After taking several deep breaths, Liu Fan's color gradually returned to normal. "What have you transmitted to me, Senior Huang?" he inquired, attempting to engage with the dim yellow orb, but it felt as unyielding as stone, yielding no results. After a fruitless exploration, he could only helplessly pose his query to Huang Long. Huangju, came the cold, measured voice of Huang Long, straightforward and concise. The technique is an indispensable element within the spiritual realm. It is a method devised by early practitioners to aid in the absorption and refinement of the celestial spiritual energy. When one operates the technique, the capacity to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth is significantly enhanced. allowing it to be refined within the body into one's own spiritual energy. As long as a practitioner has the support of a technique during cultivation, the speed of absorbing and refining celestial spiritual energy will increase dramatically, resulting in a remarkably pure spiritual power, the potency of which far surpasses that of a practitioner without such a technique. Martial arts techniques are classified into various grades, corresponding to their quality. These techniques are categorized into 4 primary ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each of which is further divided into 3 sublevels: initial, intermediate, and advanced. The higher the rank of the technique, the more swiftly one can absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the universe, resulting in a purer essence of spiritual power. Liu Fan murmured, a look of confusion crossing his face. The name struck him as rather mundane, evoking a fleeting sense of disappointment within him. In Liu Fan's mind, formidable techniques bore names that were sonorous and exuded an air of dominance, thus appeared to diverge from his expectations. Despite his slight disillusionment, he considered that with the formidable prowess of Huang Long, even a casually presented technique would undoubtedly possess merit. With an air of anticipation, Liu Fan continued to listen intently. Though was seized from a formidable rival of mine many years ago, Huang Long stated, his crimson, icy gaze betraying no emotion. Yet, within his cold and indifferent tone, there emerged a subtle tremor, hinting at an unwillingness to revisit certain memories. How utterly tyrannical this must be, Liu Fan noted, disregarding Huang Long's reticence. From Huang Long's sparse yet revealing words, he gleaned the overwhelming power of the. With its might, one could traverse the spiritual realms with unparalleled authority. As this realization dawned upon Liu Fan, a fervent glow illuminated his visage, intensifying as he contemplated the profound efficacy inherent in such advanced techniques. The indifferent voice of the wild dragon asserted without a hint of doubt, "Does this technique not possess any flaws?" Upon hearing this, even Liu Fan, despite his intense desire for the technique, could not help but temper his excitement with a calm realization. In this world, nothing comes without a cost. This technique must similarly bear some imperfections. Only through such discrepancies can balance be achieved. The extent of these flaws remains unclear to me. Yet I am aware that those who practiced this wild decision in the past, all perished, and among those who reached profound mastery, only my nemesis remains. Upon hearing this, the wild dragon showed no signs of concealment. His indifferent tone slowly articulated, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. All perished. Liu Fan's voice trembled with an unusual quiver, a pallor spreading across his face, swiftly overshadowed by a surge of indignation. He could not help but exclaim in anger, "Is this a technique where death is almost guaranteed? Senior Wild, what do you mean by passing this to me? It's absurd. Those who could stand against a figure like the wild dragon have all fallen after practicing the wild decision. Surely, such individuals must possess extraordinary talents. I am not so presumptuous as to believe my abilities surpass theirs. Those who practiced the wild decision advanced at an astonishing pace, even with mediocre talent. Ascending to the Xianpin realm within a millennium is an effortless feat. I have previously stated that I cannot wait too long. 1,000 years is my limit." Just how long has this wild dragon lived? The expression on Liu Fan's face was steeped in profound contemplation. According to the words of the wild dragon, within a millennium, even those with the most abysmal innate talents could ascend to the realm of Xianpin. How extraordinary must such a technique be? What I know is that the practice of the wild decision relies on an overwhelmingly domineering form of devouring, forcibly absorbing all forms of power for one's own use. The wild decision is exceedingly tyrannical. It not only inflicts harm upon others, but also upon oneself. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation, making each advance a formidable challenge. The cultivation of the wild body is destined to require the infusion of desolation energy. The initial stages are particularly agonizing. But once one has sufficiently molded their physique to accommodate the wild body, it becomes considerably easier. However, the subsequent phases of the wild decision are terrifying, likely designed to test the limits of both mind and body. Could it be that my spiritual energy is depleted? Liu Fan sensed the exhaustion of the energy within him and murmured, recalling how he had previously poured all his spiritual energy into the dog-tooth pendant, which allowed him to enter its internal space. This sudden expulsion, he surmised, was probably related to the amount of energy he had infused. That old fellow has left me no room for choice whatsoever. Liu Fan muttered a curse under his breath, his expression darkened. The degree of the wild dragon's tyranny clearly exceeded Liu Fan's expectations. Even though it was trapped within the internal space of the dogtooth pendant, it seemed unconcerned about its confinement, treating Liu Fan with nothing short of disdain. After cursing a few more times, Liu Fan ceased this futile behavior. He then turned his gaze to the palm of his hand, where the dogtooth pendant had melded seamlessly into his skin, leaving no trace of its presence. The ancient symbol seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. However, it felt as though the pendant had become an integral part of him, as if they were bound by flesh and bone, allowing him to sense its steady repose in his palm. This instilled confidence in Liu Fan. As long as his spiritual energy remained abundant, he could enter the space of the dogtooth pendant at any moment, though it seemed his physical body could not yet follow suit. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Fan closed his eyes, quietly observing the dark yellow orb of light within the Niwen Palace. This orb likely harbored a significant amount of desolate energy, intertwined with the incomplete technique, the desolation decision. These two elements would undoubtedly erupt when he truly broke through to the spirit platform realm. At that moment, even if he wished to refrain from practicing the desolation decision, he would be compelled to do so under the relentless spread of desolate energy. Damn it, this old rascal is truly insidious. Liu Fan cursed, his expression darkening. Although he was envious of the rapid cultivation speed associated with the desolation decision, he knew that if he were to attempt it personally, he would need to deliberate for quite some time before making a decision. Yet now, with the desolate dragon employing such tactics, Liu Fan found himself with no choice but to practice the desolation decision. Even with his generally good temperament, he felt quite frustrated for a considerable period after being inexplicably drawn onto this treacherous path. After meticulously inspecting the dimly glowing orb multiple times and finding no discernible abnormalities, he reluctantly paused, casting aside this ticking time bomb for the moment. Instead, he reached for his spirit ring and retrieved a vial of pills, intending to restore his spiritual energy first. Under the shroud of the night sky, Liu Fan sat cross-legged upon a tree, gradually replenishing his depleted spiritual force. Meanwhile, within the internal space of the dogtooth pendant, a series of furious roars erupted from the depths of endless darkness. Chapter 79, Shengwan Dao. High above, at an indeterminate height of thousands of zhang, a massive green net gradually constricted, purifying the gargantuan form of the wild dragon. With each contact between the green net and the wild dragon, a portion of the dragon's body was excised, as if the yellowish gas vanished into thin air. This bizarre confrontation persisted for a full 2 hours, during which the wild dragon appeared to endure tremendous agony, its howls resonating throughout the pitch-black void without cease. As the green net slowly relaxed, it returned to its previous state, leaving behind a wild dragon that no longer possessed its former might, having diminished by nearly half. Its body composed of yellowish gas now incomplete. "Let me out." The wild dragon bellowed in fury, its voice a tempest of compressed sound reverberating through the dark expanse, seemingly causing the entire space to tremble slightly. After an indeterminate period, the furious howls gradually subsided until they vanished entirely. The entire pitch-black space once again fell into tranquility. Amidst the dim yellow gas, a pair of crimson and icy eyes lay in wait, their sanguine hue seemingly deepening, enveloped in a thick, chilling aura. In the obscurity of the night, Liu Fan abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance darting through the air. He exhaled a breath of murky air, and his visage, once marked by fatigue, now radiated a renewed vigor. Drawing upon his ample reserves of low-grade medicinal pills, although their efficacy for cultivation was negligible, they proved remarkably effective for the restoration of spiritual energy. After consuming nearly half a bottle of the pills, supplemented by the influx of the surrounding spiritual energy, Liu Fan's internal spiritual power had been restored to nearly 90% after an hour and a half of refinement. Liu Fan gradually rose to his feet, narrowing his dark eyes as he gazed into the undulating depths of the forest. At the horizon, a faint light began to ascend. How swiftly the night had passed. Liu Fan initially contemplated experimenting further with the other functions of the dogtooth pendant, but dawn was approaching, and the time when spiritual beasts were most active was drawing near. He was uncertain how long his mental energy would be ensnared within the pendant's internal space, should a spirit beast come to invade during that time. The situation could become perilous. With this thought, Liu Fan reluctantly decided to postpone his exploration of the dogtooth pendant and first prepare to face the day ahead. He promptly gathered his belongings, and with a swift motion, descended silently from the great tree. After more than half a month of diligent practice, Liu Fan's physique had subtly elevated by 2 points. His slender and lean form, in moments of motion and stillness, exuded an enchanting allure, imbued with a palpable sense of strength. Bathed in the gentle embrace of golden sunlight, one could observe Liu Fan's refined figure gracefully executing a series of martial movements. The martial art, in his hands, took on an inherent elegance. Each strike flowed seamlessly into the next, devoid of any stiffness, showcasing a breathtaking mastery that was truly captivating. The art he practiced was none other than the nameless fist technique he had studied since childhood. The more he trained, the more extraordinary he found it. In his recollection, the nameless fist technique was a publicly known martial art within the small town, where its practitioners merely sought to enhance their physical well-being, seemingly devoid of any greater significance. Although Liu Fan sensed that this technique held deeper potential, it was only with the assistance of the dogtooth pendant that he had managed to elevate his practice to a remarkable new level, enabling him to unleash an aerial assault of azure light. Yet, during his training, he sensed that this technique had not yet revealed its full potential. Given time, it seemed plausible that he could discover new moves. However, with the continued support of the dogtooth pendant, this progression might be significantly expedited. With great seriousness, Liu Fan performed the nameless fist technique 3 times before gradually retracting his stance. After 3 rounds, his muscles felt thoroughly invigorated. Though he soon became acutely aware of a gnawing hunger in his belly, it was time to procure some sustenance. Liu Fan patted his rumbling stomach and chuckled softly to himself. For over half a month, amidst the rigors of nature, the relentless pursuit of physical limits has brought Liu Fan's strength to the brink of the 8th layer of body refinement, with the 9th layer not far from his grasp. His unwavering dedication to cultivation has led him to neglect his dietary needs. Thus, today he resolved to indulge in a hearty meal, a well-deserved reward for his efforts. With this decision made, Liu Fan set forth, deftly navigating the dense forest with practiced ease. As the sun gradually illuminated the grove, various beasts stirred from their slumber, breathing life into the once silent woods. The forest began to buzz with activity, thanks to Liu Fan's considerable skills and adept hunting techniques. Preparing a grand feast was a mere formality. After enjoying his satisfying repast, he smacked his lips in contentment and made his way to a nearby pond, intending to cleanse himself. Having not properly bathed for over half a month, even a fastidious individual like Liu Fan found it intolerable to remain unwashed, especially as he planned to conclude his training and enter Yi City. Failing to freshen up could lead to considerable inconveniences. Therefore, upon catching sight of his reflection in the water, he was taken aback and, without further ado, dove into the pond to scrub himself vigorously. Half an hour later, along the official road to Yi City, a tall, slender youth clad in gray ambled forward, a blade of grass held casually between his lips, his fingers entwined behind his head, strolling confidently toward his destination. The youth bore a remarkably serene countenance, his strikingly handsome visage perpetually exuding an air of gentle mirth, evoking an instinctive sense of acquiescence in all who beheld him. This individual was none other than Liu Fan, who had recently undergone a thorough cleansing of both body and spirit. After a period of more than half a month of rigorous training, Liu Fan appeared transformed. His physique had subtly strengthened, and his every movement radiated a harmonious sense of power. The official road was singular and expansive, and with a map in hand, Liu Fan quickly discerned the direction of Yi City, ensuring he would not lose his way. The thoroughfare, a testament to the substantial resources invested by the Tianwu dynasty, was both wide and smooth, at its broadest allowing for 10 horse-drawn carriages to traverse side by side. Although Liu Fan ambled along the road with an air of leisurely grace, his pace was anything but slow. Within less than half an hour, he encountered signs of human presence along the path, spitting out the remnants of a chewed root. Liu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed towards the source of the activity ahead. In the distance, he beheld a serpentine procession, its length seemingly endless. The assembly was evidently a laying of individuals from various walks of life. The majority appeared to be ordinary folk, with only a select few guardians at the periphery demonstrating any discernible cultivation prowess. In desperate circumstances, many were compelled to rally together, claiming dominion over the land, a phenomenon that had become increasingly commonplace. The Tianwu dynasty has also made efforts to address such situations. However, even if one bandit stronghold is eradicated, it is likely that several others will emerge elsewhere. As long as the Tianwu dynasty continues to impose such harsh measures, these brigands will persist. After all, the harsh realities of life compel many individuals, whether driven by desperation or harboring ill intentions, to turn to a life of crime. Although the world is in turmoil, ordinary people must still make a living, and merchants must continue their trade. In their travels, most cannot afford the luxury of teleportation arrays. Thus they are left to traverse official roads or even obscure paths. The less powerful bandits will naturally seize the opportunity to prey on the unsuspecting, often lurking along secluded routes to extort tolls from passing travelers. Some of these ruthless criminals are so merciless that they rob both life and property in one fell swoop. Conversely, the more formidable brigands can withstand the defenses of an entire city. They typically engage in large-scale operations, setting up toll gates along the main thoroughfares. These larger factions are usually more trustworthy. As long as payment is rendered, they will not harm lives or property. The forces backing them, even local garrison troops, are often reluctant to provoke them, which only serves to bolster their arrogance. Nevertheless, there are instances where even these powerful factions, blinded by greed, will indiscriminately eliminate travelers who have paid their tolls. While such occurrences are rare, they do happen. With banditry rampant and the Tianwu dynasty hampered by border conflicts, it is unable to muster sufficient strength to restore order within its territories. The populace and merchants cannot simply sit idly by. They must devise their own solutions. Thus, they resort to hiring mercenaries. The Mercenary Guild stands as a legitimate institution within the Tianwu dynasty. Throughout the vast territories of the Tianwu dynasty, numerous mercenary guilds thrive. However, the headquarters known as the Mercenary General Union is solely established in the heart of the dynasty, in the city of Tiandu within Tianwu Prefecture. The core organizers of the Mercenary General Union comprise a council of elders, where members of the Tianwu royal family must hold more than half of the seats, while the remainder consists of esteemed figures from various influential factions within the Tianwu dynasty. Often, the remuneration offered by employers falls short of covering the expenses incurred by mercenary groups. In such circumstances, mercenaries devise their own means to acquire spirit stones, frequently venturing into the Spirit Beast mountain range to hunt spirit beasts and procure spirit crystals, which is a common method of earning spirit stones. Mercenaries who gain entry into the guild are not mere novices. They typically undergo rigorous tests before being officially registered. Only those who establish their own mercenary groups or join existing ones are eligible to accept missions. Mercenary groups possess their own ranks, and the higher the rank, the greater the support provided by the Mercenary Guild. It is indeed true that strength correlates with wealth. Most mercenaries are primarily concerned with profit. As long as the remuneration is sufficient and does not contravene the principles of mercenary conduct, any bizarre or extraordinary task can be posted for bounty within the guild. Thus, during times of crisis, when the Tianwu dynasty finds itself in dire straits, the multitude of mercenaries assembled by the guild naturally becomes a beacon of hope for ordinary citizens and merchants alike. In an increasingly tumultuous world, the influence of mercenaries expands, and their calls for recognition grow ever louder. Chapter 80. The Enchanting Mercenary Corps. Are these individuals truly mercenaries? Liu Fan squinted slightly, observing from a distance the men stationed on either side of the procession, some of whom were strikingly attractive women, and even included an elderly gentleman. The youngest among them appeared to be around 20 years of age. In Liu Fan's youth, he had witnessed mercenaries entering the village for supplies. At that time, Lord Xia of the Xia family was taking a leisurely stroll outside, and he encountered them, greeting the mercenaries with a beaming smile, eagerly inviting them to his residence as if fearing they might decline his hospitality. As a poor boy, Liu Fan had naturally admired those with strength, and mercenaries represented the profession he most aspired to at that time. The rugged image of those seasoned mercenaries had taken root in his heart. How many individuals can steadfastly pursue their childhood dreams? Reflecting on this youthful aspiration, Liu Fan smiled softly, feeling a familiar warmth upon seeing those mercenaries. This endlessly winding procession was indeed a spontaneous assembly, collectively advancing towards Yi City to evoke a sense of intimidation. Otherwise, such a multitude of mercenary groups would not converge in a single entourage. With so many groups gathered, various trivial matters inevitably affected their progress, compounded by the lack of uniformity in their formation, resulting in a considerably slower pace. Liu Fan found it effortless to trail behind the procession, and even as he deliberately slowed his pace, he still collided with someone at the rear of the group. "Ah, greetings, my friend. You must be from out of town, correct?" Liu Fan was lost in thought when a sudden, Resounding inquiry pierced through his reverie. The voice bore an air of familiarity, causing Liu Fan to look up in mild surprise. Before him stood a jovial, slender face, its diminutive features quite amusing. The man's somewhat roguish smile evoked an unexpected fondness, dispelling any notion of distaste and instead imparting a sense of familiarity. Liu Fan found this amusing and responded with a broad grin, revealing a set of pristine, well-aligned teeth. "Greetings, my friend. Indeed, I hail from afar." "Ha ha, did you see that, Tainyo? I guessed it right," exclaimed the small-faced man, bursting into laughter as he playfully patted the chest of a robust man beside him, his face radiating with triumph. "Shoho, you truly are remarkable," the robust man replied, towering over the small-faced man, his physique reminiscent of a powerful bull. Under the playful onslaught, he appeared utterly unfazed, swatting at the air with his large hands and chuckling foolishly while scratching the back of his head, his expression one of admiration. The formidable aura surrounding the sturdy man suggested a considerable reservoir of spiritual energy, yet he bore no visible weapons, leaving one to ponder his means of engaging in combat. "Cough, cough, Tainyo. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." Shoho suddenly coughed twice, an embarrassed expression crossing his face as he whispered to Tainyo. The booming voice of Tainyo reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of those in front of them, their faces marked with expressions of curiosity. After some persuasion from the lean monkey, Iron Bull chuckled foolishly for a moment before lowering his voice. As Liu Fan observed these two amusing characters, the slight melancholy that had accumulated over the past few days vanished, and he found himself uplifted, the weight on his heart dissipating significantly. "What should I call you, my friend?" The young man with the cherubic face quickly suppressed his embarrassment and approached Liu Fan, walking alongside him with a familiar greeting. In this brief moment of relief, Liu Fan was secretly astonished by the prowess of these two individuals. They appeared to be quite young, perhaps around 23 or 24. Yet both possessed the formidable strength of the 9th layer of body refinement. Even the seemingly daft Iron Bull had reached the pinnacle of that level. The fact that these young men were part of a mercenary group indicated their considerable capabilities, and Liu Fan would not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. "Xiao Fan, I see you possess commendable strength. Would you be interested in joining our City of Elegance mercenary group?" The lean monkey's clever eyes seemed to dart quickly over the spirit ring on Liu Fan's hand before he grinned mischievously. "City of Elegance?" Liu Fan found it difficult to connect this name with their emblem. Indeed, this mercenary group was quite peculiar in its assembly. "Monkey, the captain instructed you to remain at the back of the team. Why can't you sit still and always seem to be running around?" Just as Liu Fan was about to respond, a voice from the opposite side of the group rang out, tinged with playful jest. Upon hearing this, Liu Fan turned his head to gaze at the source of the voice, clearly discerning the face of the speaker. The mercenary band, in which the gaunt monkey was a member, stood guard on both flanks of the caravan, numbering approximately 5 or 6 individuals. Their charge was the merchandise of a merchant who had also hired a dozen porters to transport the goods. The wares were meticulously arranged on carts, proceeding in pairs, forming a procession of about 20 lengths. Along the sides of this convoy, at intervals of several lengths, members of the Alluring Demeanor mercenary group were stationed, ensuring the safety of the merchandise. The individual who had spoken earlier was a youthful man positioned on the opposite side of the procession. He possessed a gaunt face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, with an otherwise unremarkable appearance. Like the gaunt monkey, he was clad in a suit of purple close-fitting attire. Additionally, he wore a golden-sheathed broadsword at his waist, its aura suggesting a considerable quality. This man's prowess caused a subtle shift in Liu Fan's expression, as this unassuming fellow possessed the strength of the spirit platform initial crossing stage. Liu Fan's mental energy had long since diffused outward. After obtaining Lin Dong's Jade Scroll, he had gleaned information about mental energy and had even become adept at employing some rudimentary manipulation techniques. Through the simple manipulation of mental energy, Liu Fan had cautiously surveyed the Alluring Demeanor mercenary group. The Alluring Demeanor mercenary group consisted of 6 members in total, including 2 individuals at or above the spirit platform stage. The remaining members were all at the 9th level of body tempering or higher. One of the spirit platform initial crossing stage individuals was the one Liu Fan had previously encountered, known as Tiger. The other, of course, was Chen. Although she possessed only the strength of the spirit platform stage, she was likely not far from breaking through to the spirit platform initial crossing stage. Following a period of discourse, Liu Fan discerned that within the mercenary band, it was customary to address one another by sobriquets, with many having either relinquished or forgotten their given names due to prolonged disuse. According to the diminutive simian, such appellations fostered a sense of camaraderie. The leader of the alluring Dust Mercenary Corps was a comely woman of the spirit platform realm, who went by the moniker of Chen. Chen traversed at the vanguard of the company, and from afar, Liu Fan could only behold her captivating silhouette, which bespoke of her undeniable pulchritude. However, given her cultivation within the spirit platform realm, her mental prowess, even if deficient, surpassed that of Liu Fan, for he had only recently unlocked his Niwen Palace, and was yet incapable of employing his mental faculties without detection. Cease your disparagement of the captain, diminutive simian, lest she overhear you, and you find yourself in a frantic pursuit across the thoroughfare. Boomed Tainyo, who had materialized behind the duo, his hands, akin to winnowing fans, fidgeting as he stroked his massive cranium, seemingly apprehensive of being overheard by their leader. Hark, Tainyo, could you not modulate your voice to a more subdued register? Chapter 81. Yi City Way Station. Chun was a ravishing beauty with captivating eyebrows and an air of spiritedness. Unlike conventional women who adorned themselves with cascading tresses, her gently undulating raven locks barely grazed her fragrant shoulders. Possessing a disposition of nonchalant magnanimity, she habitually gathered her hair into a neat ponytail, which, coupled with her curvaceous physique, presented a figure of dashing allure. Dressed in a vibrant purple short-sleeved outfit, Chen's slightly snug top accentuated her slender figure beautifully. Her modest bosom, reminiscent of two gently rounded steamed buns, while lacking in overwhelming grandeur, harmonized exquisitely with her elongated and toned physique, creating an image of elegance. Her bright, mischievous eyes often glanced furtively at the spirit ring on Liu Fan's hand, provoking a quiet amusement within him. Though the lean monkey's incessant chatter might have been irksome, Liu Fan found no annoyance in it. He was keen to glean information about Yi City through the monkey's words. With the rapid-fire pace of the lean monkey's speech, Liu Fan swiftly captured the information he sought, which, when combined with the details acquired from the Jade Tube, afforded him a substantial understanding of Yi City's general landscape. Yi City, the only settlement within a radius of several hundred miles, although merely a rudimentary city, served as a significant hub for merchants in the area. The city boasted a teleportation array, making it a vital transit point for numerous cultivators, thus rendering Yi City quite prosperous. Nestled in a remote region of the Great Wilderness County, Yi City was flanked on the eastern side by the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, a region characterized by rugged terrain and treacherous waters, where bandits and rogues frequently emerged, contributing to the area's chaotic atmosphere. In response to the prevailing disorder, Yi City had successfully petitioned for considerable authority, including the augmentation of station troops. Consequently, despite its status as a mere primary city, Yi City was fortified by 3 battalions of the Tianwu dynasty's army, establishing a formidable military presence and a vigilant defense. The imposing authority of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty is undoubtedly not to be trifled with. However, within the city of Yi, there exist several powers capable of counterbalancing the stationed military forces. Aside from the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, the 3 dominant factions in Yi City are the Liu family, the Huangfu clan, and the Yu family. The Liu family is indisputably the most formidable force in Yi City, boasting a background so vast that even the station military hesitates to provoke them lightly. The only faction that can contend with the Liu family is the Huangfu clan. With substantial financial resources, the Huangfu clan has recruited numerous powerful adherents. They are primarily focused on commerce and show little interest in the martial arts, which allows them to operate with a degree of discretion, unlike the Liu family, who are known for their arrogance and ostentation. Due to the Huangfu family's understated nature, few are aware of their true identity. However, if one were to mention the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, it would be a name widely recognized. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce spans a significant portion of the Western Xin domain, establishing itself as a veritable trading giant, with wealth rivaling that of nations. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is a force in Yi City that the station military cannot afford to offend. The scale of the Wanbao Chamber is immense, and its reputation resonates throughout the Western Xin domain. Even in the remote and impoverished area of Shitu Town, the name Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is well known, underscoring its prominence. During his time in Linwu village, Lin Dong revealed his identity as a Huangfu copper envoy, indicating that he is affiliated with the Huangfu family and holds a position of considerable status. Given Lu Luan's position within the Liu family, how could he be unaware of the formidable power lurking behind the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the terrifying might of the Huangfu clan? Should a conflict arise between the Liu family and the Huangfu clan, it is likely that the latter would not even need to mobilize a single soldier from their ranks. Their immense financial resources could easily crush the Liu family. Although Huangfu Tongyu holds a significant status, Lin Dong has successfully obtained it, leaving Lu Luan both astonished and hesitant to act rashly. He understands that this matter is beyond his unilateral decision-making, which compelled him to leave in haste that day, ultimately resulting in a complete collapse of the situation. While the rivalry between the two families is spirited, the Huangfu clan and the Imperial Stationed Army maintain a neutral stance. Observing from the sidelines, among the two families, the Yu family enjoys a better rapport with the Huangfu clan, engaging in frequent trade and establishing a commercial partnership that inevitably intertwines personal interests. Conversely, the Liu family has cultivated a favorable relationship with the Imperial Stationed Army, the intricacies of which remain elusive. In summary, while the Huangfu clan may not relish conflict, they are akin to a lurking tiger, ready to effortlessly eliminate any unwelcome intruders. The Liu family, on the other hand, revels in strife, acting with a brazen and overbearing demeanor, resembling a rabid dog that indiscriminately bites. The Yu family, although also capable of aggression, refrains from biting without provocation and does not exhibit madness. The distribution of various powers within Yi City is intricate and convoluted, with minor factions swaying like reeds in the wind, rendering them unpredictable. And when discussing Yi City, one must inevitably mention the mercenary guild that resides within. Apart from the three major forces and the stationed troops of the Imperial Dynasty, the most formidable power within Yi City is undoubtedly the Mercenary Guild. Within the realm of the Tianwu Dynasty, there exists only one overarching mercenary guild, with the branch in Yi City serving as a subdivision. The unique nature of the Mercenary Guild, to a significant extent, determines its standing. In Yi City, the force that shows the least trepidation towards the Imperial Station troops is none other than the Mercenary Guild. Such a status also dictates the fervor surrounding the guild. It is the most bustling locale within Yi City, where an array of individuals congregates daily at the guild's headquarters, nearly overwhelming its capacity. Well, Xiao Fan, are you not tempted to join our Qingqing mercenary group? By becoming a part of our guild, you will be under the protection of the Mercenary Guild, and even the Imperial Station troops would think twice before treating us disrespectfully. The lean monkey chuckled, casually placing a hand on Liu Fan's shoulder. I'll think about it, Liu Fan replied, genuinely intrigued, though not entirely swayed by the notion of protection. His inclination towards joining the mercenary group stemmed from a childhood dream, endowing him with a fondness for mercenary life. Additionally, being in unfamiliar territory, he indeed required some guidance. Although the lean monkey's intentions seemed somewhat dubious, Liu Fan could sense his fundamentally good nature. Furthermore, aside from the group leader, Chen, whom Liu Fan found inscrutable, the other members exhibited commendable character. Thus, under such circumstances, Liu Fan felt inclined to explore the possibility of joining the Qingqing mercenary group. Xiao Fan, you truly possess discernment. Having joined our mercenary group, I assure you a life of indulgence and luxury. Upon sensing Liu Fan's intrigue, the thin monkey beamed and patted Liu Fan's shoulder, expressing his delight. Monkey, where is this luxury you speak of? I am quite famished, Iron Bull interjected, a goofy grin on his face, as he sheepishly wiped drool from the corner of his mouth. Off you go to the back of the line for sentry duty. Soon, at the post station, there will be mountains of buns for you to feast upon. The thin monkey, upon hearing Iron Bull's loud interruption, felt a flush of embarrassment cross his face, quickly replaced by a flicker of annoyance, as he shooed Iron Bull to the rear. You're too kind, monkey. I want the biggest filling, Iron Bull exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he wiped away the remnants of his drool, joy radiating from his face as he scurried to the back of the line. That oaf. Always thinking about food, utterly unambitious, the thin monkey muttered under his breath, but soon donned a cheerful expression, engaging Liu Fan in conversation once more. Their exchange meandered through the hours, until Liu Fan suddenly raised an eyebrow, gazing into the distant front of the caravan. We've arrived at the post station. The thin monkey, sharp-eyed, leapt up in jubilant celebration. As the others took note of his words and turned their gaze forward, smiles broke across their faces, the weariness that had settled upon them during their prolonged journey dissipating ever so slightly. Finding a place to rest after such a long trek is indeed a welcome relief. The entire entourage was indeed vast. The serpentine line continued to advance for half an hour before finally arriving at the way station sign they had glimpsed from a distance. The sign was a notably large triangular banner with a black border, measuring 5 or 6 feet in size, crafted from remarkably sturdy material, and suspended high upon a pole. Standing resolutely still, embroidered upon it were 2 prominent characters, way station. Upon reaching the way station, the travelers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The porters, lacking the formidable physique of cultivators, possessed only resilient endurance. However, after such a strenuous journey, they were thoroughly exhausted. At that moment, they unceremoniously dropped their loads, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Be gentle, be gentle." Upon witnessing the porters carelessly abandon their carts, fearing for the cargo's safety, the lean monkey sprang forth, rallying the porters with a flurry of complaints. Liu Fan turned his gaze to the sides of the official road. As they approached Yi City, the flow of people had notably increased, prompting the way station to expand in size. The area flanking the way station bustled with activity, resembling a lively street filled solely with food stalls, yet lacking accommodations for resting, only providing temporary respite along with sustenance and water. At the heart of the way station, several makeshift stalls emerged, vending a variety of small items, including spirit crystals, and even some traveling mercenaries, eager for extra coin, displayed their long-cherished treasures or unsold goods, hoping to strike a fortunate deal. Chapter 82. Encountering an acquaintance. As the journey progressed, numerous groups began to follow suit, leading to a bustling scene at the way station behind the Tsingching mercenary corps. Typically, this thoroughfare was devoid of any travelers, yet today, it seemed an unexpected multitude had emerged. Damn it, how is it that not a soul is seen on this road usually? Yet today, so many appear out of nowhere, grumbled a burly man with a thick beard, as he forcefully navigated through the throngs of people to purchase some provisions from a nearby deli. "Surely you are not from Yi City, are you? How can you be oblivious to such a significant event?" inquired a dark-faced giant standing beside him, swallowing his food with a look of astonishment. "What event?" the bearded man exclaimed, nearly dropping his food in shock. "It appears you are indeed unaware. Recently, a formidable force known as the Menglong Gang has risen to prominence, comprised of ruthless individuals who have taken control of numerous towns surrounding Yi City. The station military forces have repeatedly launched assaults, only to return in utter defeat. The Menglong Gang's audacity has escalated. Those with financial means are considering relocating to Yi City to escape the gang's oppression, while the cunning merchants have long sensed the brewing storm and hastily transferred their assets." Having delivered his thoughts, the dark-faced giant shook his head with a sigh and faded into the distance. "Damn it. After 2 months of tedious tasks in the Spirit Beast mountain range, I remain oblivious to such critical matters. I must inform the commander." The bearded man hastily took a few bites of his food, stuffed some provisions into his pockets, and hurriedly plunged back into the crowd. "Menglong Gang?" Standing quietly to the side, Liu Fan gently touched his nose, secretly committing this name to memory. He then cast another glance towards the direction of the stunning city mercenary corps, noticing that they were still occupied. Thus, he decided not to rush over. Liu Fan began to leisurely stroll in front of a small stall. "Come and take a look. Here we have a first-tier spirit beast, the Swiftwind Spirit Rabbit Spirit Crystal, with less than 60% of its spiritual energy consumed, selling for merely 20 low-grade spirit stones. Take it if you fancy it. Bulk purchases come with discounts. A low-grade spirit weapon, albeit a flawed one, is offered at a fixed price of 70 low-grade spirit stones. Linglong Grass, a first-tier spirit herb, is available for just 20 low-grade spirit stones." As Liu Fan ambled along, the stall owner's enthusiastic shouts drew his attention, and many items genuinely piqued his interest. However, upon weighing his own spirit stones, he regrettably passed on them. When he departed earlier, Lin Dong had generously gifted him 100 low-grade spirit stones, which he believed would be sufficient to procure an offensive spirit weapon. Lin Dong's generosity was indeed commendable. Though 100 low-grade spirit stones seemed substantial, in the face of the dazzling array of goods, it was still far from adequate. Liu Fan could not afford to spend recklessly. He was discerningly selecting items that pleased him. Spirit crystals are a rather extraordinary substance found within spirit beasts. Just as humans cultivate through their dantians, spirit beasts possess spirit crystals for their own cultivation. These spirit crystals are marvelous entities that store spiritual energy, naturally generated within the minds of spirit beasts. Within the bodies of first-tier spirit beasts, there exists the potential to produce spirit crystals, albeit with a rather low probability. It is considered fortunate if 1 out of 10 yields such a treasure. The likelihood of spirit crystal formation increases with the strength of the spirit beast. During Liu Fan's arduous training in the dense forest, he vanquished numerous first-tier spirit beasts, yet he failed to discover any spirit crystals within their craniums. The longer the time spent in dispatching the beasts, the greater the depletion of spiritual energy required for the extraction of spirit crystals, resulting in crystals of inferior quality. Moreover, if spirit crystals are not promptly extracted post-vanquishment, they will be wasted. These crystals reside within the heads of the beasts and, upon the cessation of life, will gradually dissolve as the temperature of the blood decreases, ultimately merging with the beast's body. Such is the consequence for low-tier spirit beast crystals. In contrast, high-tier spirit beasts possess a degree of intelligence, and their spirit crystals are inherently more potent, impervious to such trivial concerns. Spirit crystals are primarily utilized in the crafting of artifacts. Artisans may incorporate them during the refinement process to imbue the artifacts with a trace of the crystal's attributes, thereby enhancing both their efficacy and market value. My dear fellow, you are surely aware of the Wind Swift Rabbit's unparalleled speed, infused with the essence of wind. Even those of the average spirit platform realm cannot hope to keep pace. Were it not for my fortuitous encounter, I would have been unable to acquire this spirit crystal, which, having consumed merely 6 layers of spiritual energy, is already quite remarkable. 17 inferior spirit stones. This price cannot be further reduced. The middle-aged man's visage darkened, as if a piece of his flesh had been severed, lamenting woefully. In that case, I shall purchase it. Liu Fan seemed to ponder for a moment before gritting his teeth and extracting a spirit stone to purchase the spirit crystal. Subsequently, he acquired several fine spirit herbs, nearly exhausting all the spirit stones given by Lin Dong, leaving with a reluctant expression as he departed from the stall. What treasures could be concealed within this spirit crystal? He held the crystal delicately between his fingers, a hint of confusion clouding his features. Earlier, while meandering about, he had felt a sudden warmth in his palm, startling him. After some time, he realized that the dog-tooth pendant had taken an interest in the spirit crystal. Were the pendant to desire the crystal as a means to replenish its energy, Liu Fan would wholeheartedly acquiesce, yet the moment was not ripe for such a decision. With that thought, he deftly stowed the crystal away. Just as he did so, he suddenly turned sharply in a particular direction, astonishment washing over his face. To think he would encounter her here, perhaps she was nearby as well. Liu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his dark gaze fixating intently on a petite figure amidst the crowd not far away, his mental acuity rapidly unfurling, refusing to relax even for a moment. There, a mere 10 paces from him, in front of a delicatessen, stood a lively maid with 2 charming dimples, purchasing some snacks. Her bright, sparkling eyes were unmistakable. It was Shui Er, the maid from the Xia residence. To his astonishment, within just over a month, he encountered Shui Er on the road to Yi City. Liu Fan, while surprised, felt a surge of joy within his heart, harboring a subtle expectation, an anticipation of once again meeting the charming figure that always accompanied Shui Er, the gentle and considerate Miss Xia Shifu. This reflection stirred a bittersweet sentiment in him. It seemed that Shui Er had become even more ethereal during this time, while he too had undergone significant changes. With a flutter of excitement, Liu Fan took a few steps closer, yearning to approach Shui Er and the elegant Miss Xia. Yet, his advance halted abruptly as he slowly shook his head inwardly, retreating discreetly into the throng of people, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Shui Er. His eyes flickered with intensity as he followed her closely, undeterred by the bustling crowd. After completing her shopping, Shui Er entrusted her burdens to 2 skilled martial artists clad in green, who had been brought from the Xia residence and were now tasked with carrying her items. The trio navigated through the crowd, eventually departing from the inn and heading towards the other side of the main road. The official road was notably spacious, flanked by numerous willow trees that had flourished over the years, now standing tall and robust, under the scorching sun. The shade of the willows provided a refreshing respite from the heat. Many travelers paused here to rest, and while the atmosphere was lively, it was remarkably quieter than the inn. After a long journey, many individuals, possessing good stamina, chose to continue on foot. Some individuals, possessing delicate physiques, require means of transportation, and each person's conveyance is distinct. Throughout his journey, Liu Fan has encountered a myriad of transportations. Some are horse-drawn carriages, others are semi-spiritual beast mounts, and some are even fully spiritual beast steeds. As Liu Fan closely trails behind, his pure and robust mental energy allows him to scan the surroundings from afar, undetected, thus rendering his observations quite effortless. Under the influence of his mental probing, he realizes that he has departed from the protective embrace of the towering willows, entering a secluded grove just off the main road. Within the shade of the grove, nearly 10 individuals, clad in green attire and equipped with formidable swords, are either standing or seated, clearly elite martial artists selected from the Xiang residence. In a particularly cool spot within the grove, a chestnut-brown carriage stands quietly, pulled by a fine steed infused with spiritual energy, which lazily munches on the tender grass gathered by the martial artists. Chapter 83. Wood. Liu Fan's figure glides into the grove like a wraith, concealing himself behind a grand tree. With his current prowess, even with a substantial number of green-clad martial artists present, including 2 formidable masters, none would be able to detect Liu Fan's presence. His confidence stems from his mental energy, comparable to that of the Lingtai realm. Meanwhile, Shui Air frolics through the grove, skipping past the group of martial artists, her dimples deepening as she smiles, seemingly bouncing with joy. This playful display elicits light-hearted banter from the resting martial artists, who hope to catch Shui Air's attention. Upon hearing Shui Air's words, Liu Fan's heart stirred. It appeared that Xia Shifu was indeed within the carriage. Leveraging his mental prowess and a certain swiftness, Liu Fan had now approached within 3 zhang of the carriage. Yet there were no guards in green nearby. This was due to Xia Shifu's aversion to commotion and her disinclination for anyone to encroach upon her space, which compelled the group of green-clad warriors to remain at a distance on alert. Shui Air, I do not wish to eat, came the gentle and melodious voice of Xia Shifu from within the carriage, tinged with a subtle hint of sorrow, unlike the carefree tone Liu Fan recalled. A weightiness now pervaded her words. Miss, if you do not eat, then neither shall I. Shui Air seemed to grasp Xia Shifu's concerns, her face betraying a sudden anxiety. She promptly placed the food atop the carriage and, somewhat petulantly, declared her stance. Despite being aware that Shui Air was resorting to her usual tactics, Xia Shifu, with her gentle disposition, was genuinely worried that Shui Air, like herself, would neglect to eat. Thus, she tenderly responded, All right, Shui Air, do not be this way. I shall eat. Miss, that is the correct approach. Shui Air beamed with a smile, picking up the food and setting it aside, awaiting Xia Shifu's emergence to partake in the meal. A flurry of rustling fabric ensued from within the carriage, and shortly thereafter, Xia Shifu stepped out. It seemed she had not exited the carriage for an extended period. As she emerged, the blinding light of her surroundings struck her, causing her to squint slightly. Xia Shifu donned a form-fitting azure gown, her demeanor reminiscent of a freshly bloomed lotus, radiating an unparalleled purity. Yet, a subtle trace of sorrow lingered in her finely arched brows, and her delicate visage bore a faint pallor, as if she were ensnared by the chill of the wind and afflicted by some ailment. From a distance, he discerned a gaunt-faced man anxiously circling amidst the crowd, occasionally halting to tug at his ears in frustration. Nearby, a robust figure accompanied him, waving his large hand like a fan, scratching the back of his head in a state of bewilderment. These 2 were none other than the lean monkey and Iron Bull. Observing their frantic search for him, the flicker of melancholy that had briefly surfaced in Liu Fan's heart was swiftly overshadowed by a wave of warmth. Though he had known the lean monkey and Iron Bull for merely half a day, their treatment of him resembled that of a cherished friend, a rarity indeed. Liu Fan's dark eyes gleamed faintly, and a smile crept onto his otherwise impassive face as he approached them. Ah, Xiao Fan, where have you been? We've been searching for you all day. Upon catching sight of Liu Fan not far ahead, the lean monkey's anxious expression was instantly replaced by joy. He bounded over and playfully patted Liu Fan on the shoulder, exclaiming in exaggeration, Lean monkey, it seems we've only been looking for a short while, perhaps 1 or 2 cups of tea, 3 cups at most. Iron Bull, extending his fan-like hand, counted on his fingers to correct the lean monkey. You fool, even if you consumed 100 buns, it wouldn't silence your chatter. The lean monkey sighed in resignation, rubbing his face. In the presence of these 2 lively souls, Liu Fan could not help but be amused, his earlier gloom concerning Xia Shifu dissipating entirely. Come, Xiao Fan, since you wish to join our illustrious mercenary corps, it is only fitting that you meet our enchanting leader. The lanky monkey continued without further ado, casually draping his arm over Liu Fan's shoulder and guiding him toward the other side of the official road. I never said I would join. I merely mentioned I would consider it, Liu Fan replied, rubbing his nose, his gaze flickering with a hint of exasperation. To consider is to imply joining. So enough of your hesitation. The leader awaits your arrival. The lanky monkey chuckled as he pulled Liu Fan along, as if fearing he might escape. Upon seeing the two depart, Iron Bull also strode forward, closely trailing behind them. The cart laden with goods was stationed to one side of the road, while the porters rested beneath the shade of the trees, appearing thoroughly sated and reluctant to move. In contrast, a group of cultivators clad in purple attire exhibited a lively spirit. They gathered casually in the shade, exchanging ribald jokes and teasing one another, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Among them was an unassuming yet remarkably powerful figure known as Tiger. Though he seldom spoke, he smiled quietly, listening to the banter, his gaze often drifting toward the distance. There, on the far side of the road, separated from the lively group, stood a graceful figure clad in purple, resembling a flower untouched by the world's dust, quietly observing the surroundings in silence. This individual was none other than Chen. As the slender monkey brought Liu Fan over, the crowd greeted this affable fellow with familiar ease, indicating a close-knit relationship among them. Even the ordinarily reticent and unremarkable Tiger managed to crack a joke in his direction. The earlier clamor caught Chen's attention, and upon the arrival of the two, she turned slightly, casting a nonchalant glance towards Liu Fan and his companion. Haha, Captain. I've found a fine addition for our team on the way. It's him. The slender monkey chuckled, nudging Liu Fan forward with an expression of eager anticipation. What do you think, Captain? My judgment is quite commendable. I assent it. His grin suggested he was hoping for praise. Indeed, monkey, your eye for talent is truly remarkable. Chen replied, her lips parting delicately as she regarded the slender monkey with an inscrutable expression that seemed to harbor deeper implications. Ah, Captain, haha. Thank you for the compliment. I shall take my leave now. Under Liu Fan's perception, the long sword adorned with a purple sheath emanated a notable aura, at least of inferior spiritual artifact caliber. The casual display of its power suggested considerable might. Liu Fan discreetly rubbed his nose, a perplexing expression crossing his features as he re-evaluated Chen. Indeed, one should not judge a woman's temperament solely based on her appearance. Subsequently, without any reservations, Chen spoke in a composed manner, her beautiful gaze fixed intently upon Liu Fan's eyes. Thank you, Captain. Liu Fan subtly averted his gaze from Chen, surprised by the strength of her mental prowess, though he revealed not a hint of his astonishment. He clasped his fists and sincerely inquired, Pray tell, what abilities do you possess, so that I may assign you a fitting role? Chapter 84. The Sacrifice. This was the final relay station before entering Yi City, the last place for resupply. Beyond this point, no further replenishment could be found. The next opportunity for supplies would only be within Yi City itself. Thus, everyone prepared ample provisions and water, and after a brief rest, they resumed their journey. The closer they ventured to Yi City, the more small towns and villages dotted the surroundings. As they approached, the number of individuals heading towards Yi City increased, while the likelihood of being ambushed diminished. Consequently, the group no longer clung together but instead traveled at their own pace. How dreadfully dull. Monkey, the loquacious member of the mercenary group, chattered incessantly, his words flowing like bubbles for half the day without pause. The mercenary group could refuse an employer's invitation and select their own missions. Many employers, unable to find suitable mercenaries at a moment's notice, would post their requirements on the Mercenary Guild's information platform, awaiting the guild leaders to claim the tasks and negotiate the terms. This mission is far less perilous than others. Are you not content, monkey? A tall, lean man known as Eagle suddenly spoke from his perch atop a tree, his keen eyes flashing briefly in the air, seemingly ever vigilant. Huh, Eagle, has your blood grown cold? Dear friends, do you still recall those fervent days filled with passion? The radiant figures, illuminated by the setting sun, exuded an air of gallant elegance. Oh, how magnificent our leader appears. Let it be known, those who falter shall be deemed cowards. We must seize the moment. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the city of mercenaries raised their tents and ignited the bonfires. Accompanied by the presence of porters, a cluster of tents emerged, with 4 or 5 bonfires flickering brightly. The white tents stood gracefully like blossoms in a meadow, proudly dotting the campsite. As night fell, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from the tent, its bright eyes glimmering subtly in the darkness. This figure was none other than Liu Fan. After stepping out, Liu Fan surveyed the surroundings. Once he identified a direction, he swiftly departed the camp like a wraith. The surrounding night was enveloped in eerie silence. Occasionally pierced by strange sounds, the wilderness at night was hauntingly still. Liu Fan soared through the darkness like the wind, with the rush of air whispering past his ears. During the day, he had harbored concerns that the pace of his team was too sluggish, potentially distancing them from Xia Shifu's group. After all, Xia Shifu traveled by carriage, and the agile martial artists of the Qingyi bore little burden, ensuring their swift advance compared to his own team. This left Liu Fan regretting not seizing the opportunity during daylight, fearing that once they entered Yi City, the chances would grow increasingly slim. Yet, what transpired next caused the tension within him to utterly dissipate. The entourage of Xia Shifu seemed to dawdle along the way, meandering and lingering, which resulted in a considerable waste of time. Thus, they ultimately failed to reach Yeqing before sunset. Moreover, their resting place was not far from the team of the Qingqing mercenary group. This turn of events aligned with Liu Fan's intentions. However, the irregularity of Xia Shifu's group ignited a flicker of concern within Liu Fan, as he feared that something might have befallen her. Lost in a whirlpool of anxious thoughts, Liu Fan ventured through the night to approach Xia Shifu's camp, where a series of tents sprawled out. At the center stood Xia Shifu's carriage, surrounded by flickering bonfires and vigilant guards, making it exceedingly difficult to approach without drawing attention. Concealed in the shadows, Liu Fan furrowed his brow. In the heart of the encampment, two martial artists clad in green stood alert, their eyes wide open, scanning for any signs of disturbance, displaying no trace of complacency. After a brief interval, the curtain of the carriage suddenly stirred, revealing a delicate, pale hand, followed by the appearance of a lively girl named Shuer. Liu Fan's gaze sharpened as he recognized her. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and stifling a yawn, Shuer leaped down from the carriage. The two vigilant martial artists immediately stood respectfully, inquiring if she required assistance. After a dismissive wave of her hand, Shuer communicated something to the carriage, prompting another movement of the curtain. Xia Shifu, delicate and frail, emerged from the carriage, seemingly startled by the slightly chilly air, instinctively drawing herself inward. Shuer draped a long-sleeved coat around Xia Shifu and, with a sympathetic tone, expressed her reluctance. I do not wish to go to Yeqing. I do not want to marry into the Liu family. Xia Shifu's emotions began to waver, and a misty haze shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Mississippi, Shuer called softly, and tears cascaded down like strings of pearls. The vigilant green-clad warrior, stationed at a distance, cast anxious glances towards Xia Shifu and her companion, seemingly fearful of an unforeseen mishap. Subsequently, it appeared that a brief quarrel ensued between Xia Shifu and Shuer, after which Shuer wiped away her tears and approached the tense green-clad warrior, her expression one of indignation. The warrior, witnessing this, dared not inquire but stood guard silently nearby. Though deeply apprehensive about Xia Shifu's well-being, the green-clad warrior remained still under Shuer's command, hesitant to advance. In the enveloping darkness, Xia Shifu buried her delicate face in her knees, her fragrant shoulders trembling as she wept softly, engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. The grievances that had long resided in her heart finally erupted in the solitude of the shadows. This was a loneliness and injustice that others could scarcely comprehend. As a victim of her family's legacy, Xia Shifu was destined to bear the brunt of countless wounds. The sound of footsteps on the fine grass grew nearer, slow yet resolute. Shuer, please let me be alone for a moment, Xia Shifu murmured without lifting her head from her knees. Xia, Miss Xia. Liu Fan hesitated before deciding to address her with this unfamiliar title, which seemed to cleave an insurmountable chasm between them, as if struck by a colossal axe. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Shifu's delicate frame quivered, and her face, previously buried in her knees, gently lifted. Her limpid eyes gazed directly at Liu Fan's slender figure. A wave of bitterness washed over Xia Shifu, and she bit her rosy lips, offering a self-deprecating remark. I am sorry. Liu Fan lowered his head slightly, his voice hushed. This is not your fault. Xia Shifu shook her head listlessly. Initially, she harbored resentment towards everyone, her father, her mother, the Liu family, and Liu Fan. However, as they neared Yi City, her defenses crumbled at the last moment. She finally came to the realization that there was no need to harbor hatred towards these individuals. She should direct her resentment towards herself. I am sorry that I did not ensure Liu Su remained in that dense forest permanently. After a prolonged silence, Xia Shifu composed herself. She slowly straightened her body, which, in its frailty, swayed precariously as she rose, threatening to topple. However, she gritted her teeth, her delicate hands clutching the tree for support, and managed to stand firm. Liu Fan, you are a good person. Xia Shifu exhaled softly. She noticed Liu Fan's poised stance, as if he were ready to swoop in and catch her. This was the second time Liu Fan had heard Xia Shifu say this, but this time, the sentiment carried a different weight. He felt a sense of unease at Xia Shifu's inexplicable fortitude, and he scratched his head involuntarily. Liu Fan, you are right. We do not belong to the same world. Xia Shifu offered a poignant smile, yet it was still imbued with an unwavering strength. People do mature, do they not? Liu Fan, thank you for imparting upon me a vital lesson in growth. In an instant, a rosy hue blossomed upon Xia Shifu's pale visage, and the sorrow that once resided in her bright eyes was effortlessly dispelled, replaced by a dazzling brilliance. Liu Fan gazed at Xia Shifu in astonishment, gradually succumbing to a smile, genuinely rejoicing in her transformation. However, Liu Fan's expression subtly shifted, and a wry smile crept upon his lips. From Xia Shifu's reaction and their candid exchanges, Liu Fan had deduced that Liu Su's grievous injuries had incited the fury of the Liu family, and to quell their wrath, Xia Feixiong had sacrificed his long-desired daughter to Liu Su, thereby saving the entire stone town. One Xia Shifu had salvaged a whole town. From the perspective of the townsfolk, such a sacrifice was deemed worthwhile, yet who would ponder the feelings of Xia Shifu? Chapter 85, Yi City. Within a mere month, Xia Shifu had transformed from a kind-hearted soul who could not bear the sight of life slipping away into a resolute heroine, unwavering in her quest to save her kin. This metamorphosis was nothing short of astonishing. The strength emanating from Xia Shifu's very core left Liu Fan momentarily abashed. No, Miss Xia, the fault lies with me. Standing still for a considerable time, Liu Fan felt a shift within him. The self-mockery in his eyes gradually gave way to an indomitable tenacity. That was the true Liu Fan, the invincible Liu Fan. One cannot allow a young girl to bear such burdens alone. Liu Fan touched his nose, a low chuckle escaping his lips, and without a moment's pause, he took off into the distance, vanishing from sight. The night passed in silence. The following day, Liu Fan awoke with remarkable punctuality as dawn began to break. Without uttering a word, he performed a brief cleansing ritual and sought out an open space to commence his morning exercises. After completing 3 rounds of the nameless boxing technique, flowing like water, Liu Fan's muscles were thoroughly loosened. As the tension and soreness within his sinews reached a certain threshold, the residual medicinal essence concealed deep within his body began to subtly release, integrating itself into his very fibers, gradually fortifying and transforming Liu Fan's physique. When the human body absorbs elixirs, it does not fully assimilate the entire essence of the medicine. During the process of refining and absorbing these pills, traces of their potency quietly seep into the depths of Liu Fan's being, lying dormant until his body experiences fatigue and tension. Only then does the residual essence emerge in delicate increments, nourishing his weary form. Over the course of more than half a month of rigorous training, Liu Fan had absorbed and refined a considerable quantity of pills derived from the dogtooth pendant. Naturally, he could not fully assimilate the immense power contained within them. The residual essence accumulated over time, becoming substantial enough to surface at critical moments, replenishing his drained body. Under the rejuvenating influence of this lingering essence, Liu Fan felt an indescribable sense of ease enveloping him. His meridians and bones felt remarkably supple, compelling him to unleash a flurry of punches, expressing a profound and irresistible comfort. Are you honing your martial skills? As the lingering effects of the medicinal properties gradually ceased to permeate, Liu Fan also slowly retracted his fists. At that moment, a faint, melodious sound resonated behind him. Upon hearing this, Liu Fan relaxed his somewhat tense arms and turned to look. It turned out that Chen had also risen, having tidied herself a bit. Her slightly curled black hair hung loosely, not yet gathered, cascading freely around her. Her exquisitely unadorned face was strikingly beautiful, devoid of any blemishes, while her clear, captivating eyes were gently closed and her nostrils subtly flared, as if attuned to the refreshing aura surrounding her. Enveloped in the soft morning mist, Chen resembled a fresh lotus emerging from the water. For a moment, Liu Fan was utterly mesmerized. What is happening? Did I say something wrong? Unbeknownst to Liu Fan's bewilderment, Chen continued speaking, tilting her head slightly to gather her hair into a neat ponytail before blinking at Liu Fan. Well, perhaps this could be considered a martial skill. This nameless boxing technique is something that everyone in our small town can practice to some extent. It is nothing extraordinary, merely a means to strengthen the body. Liu Fan initially intended to dismiss this notion outright, but then recalled that upon mastering the nameless boxing technique, one could condense blue orbs of light, demonstrating a force that was indeed far from the crude techniques practiced by ordinary individuals. I have seen someone practicing this boxing technique during a task. It seems to be called qigong. The flap of a tent was drawn back, revealing rather disheveled bedding within. Sprawled upon the bedding was the comical figure of Skinny Monkey, his hair unkempt. Skinny Monkey scratched his head, seemingly deep in thought for a moment, before exclaiming with sudden realization, "Qigong." Liu Fan murmured to himself. He reflected on how, when the nameless fist technique was activated, the spiritual energy within his body would involuntarily circulate along a naturally formed and rather wondrous trajectory. Moreover, upon reaching what he considered to be a state of great mastery, he could even condense a blue orb of considerable power. This seemed to align somewhat with the concept of Qigong. Skinny Monkey haphazardly wiped his face, his sleepy eyes now fully open. Seemingly still apprehensive that Chun would seek retribution for the previous day's events, he immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. Chen responded, seemingly uninterested in dwelling on the matter. With a slight flick of her sleeve, she turned and departed. The most blissful thing each day is opening my eyes to see the boss's figure and smell the boss's scent, sensing the subtle fragrance drifting away. Skinny Monkey sniffed, as if unable to get enough, and took a few steps forward before stopping with a sigh. "Monkey, could you be any more repulsive?" Rabbit, who had risen at some point, chided with a laugh, kicking Monkey a good distance away. Rabbit, next time, put some force into it. Tiger, standing nearby, had adopted a sidekick stance before slowly lowering his powerful leg, uttering softly. The sky gradually brightened, and everyone rose, putting everything in order. With renewed vigor, they set off towards Yi City. The towering black walls loomed ominously, rising over 10 zhang in height and extending several hundred zhang in width, rendering the edges of Yi City nearly invisible. Every few zhang stood a shadowy figure, clutching an icy long spear, immobile upon the battlements, clad in dark, heavy armor. These sentinels exuded an air of cold menace and unwavering authority. Above Yi City, a vast, semi-transparent azure energy dome, resembling an enormous bowl, was firmly inverted, pulsating with dangerously ominous waves. As one drew closer to Yi City, the palpable aura of lethal intent intensified. Although Yi City was classified as a primary stronghold, its scale rivaled that of a secondary fortification, a consequence of the unprecedented turmoil near the borders of the Tianwu Empire, necessitating continual upgrades and reinforcements. At the entrance of the city, a long queue formed, with throngs from various paths converging, while some citizens ventured outward, creating a densely packed and bustling scene. Yet, amidst the commotion, no one dared to raise their voice, for attracting the attention of the guards could lead to dire consequences far beyond mere reprimands. Thus, an unusual tranquility prevailed at the city entrance, where individuals entered Yi City in an orderly fashion. Liu Fan closely followed the line, his expression unchanging as he scrutinized the armored soldiers around him, their formidable strength stirring a deep-seated trepidation within him. Among the black-clad sentinels, the weakest among them boasted a peak cultivation of the 7th layer of body refinement. The presence of their squad leader suggests at least the prowess of the spirit platform realm. Here, the most formidable being is likely one who has transcended the spirit platform twice. As for those of the earth profound realm, Liu Fan has yet to encounter such individuals. They may well reside in the heart of Yi City, within the Tianwu Mansion. A fee of 5 low-grade spirit stones is required for entry into the city. As Liu Fan quietly observed, he heard a cold and deep voice emanating from the front, a black-armored guard of the spirit platform realm, devoid of any emotion, performing his duty with mechanical precision. It turned out that their turn in the queue had arrived, prompting Liu Fan to quickly glance ahead. "We are a mercenary group from the Mercenary Guild." Chapter 86. The Mercenary Guild within Yi City. Throngs of people surged, the atmosphere vibrant and lively, starkly contrasting the silence and tension at the city gates. The individuals passing by possessed at least the strength of the 6th layer of body refinement. Ordinary folk were a rarity, particularly when those with formidable auras brushed past Liu Fan. He felt a slight tightening in his chest. Some of these presences were so potent that he could not even sense their aura, clearly indicating they were no ordinary beings. Individuals whose strength far surpassed his own. Yi City was indeed a hidden stronghold of extraordinary talents, as nearly everyone who passed Liu Fan possessed the capability to engage him in battle or even vanquish him. Prior to entering Yi City, the monkey had recounted the city's regulations to Liu Fan, one of which strictly prohibited fighting. Should any altercation be discovered, the enforcement squad would swiftly intervene, which, while inducing a modicum of tension in Liu Fan, also provided a slight sense of relief. It is said that the city's defensive formation is merely in its minimal state, yet it exudes such formidable power. One can only imagine the cataclysmic force it would unleash if fully activated. However, Liu Fan has never encountered any beings capable of flight. He has heard that only those who advance to the divine soul realm can briefly soar through the skies. But that level of mastery is evidently far beyond his current reach. Presently, it seems there is no one in Yi City who can fly unaided by their cultivation, suggesting they must rely on flying spirit pets as a means of transportation. How are you holding up, Wood? The lean monkey inquired with a grin, seemingly unfazed by the earlier oppressive atmosphere. It's manageable, Liu Fan replied, gradually shedding his earlier tension as he absorbed the lively chaos of the surrounding crowd. He glanced at the cheerful demeanor of the lean monkey and smiled, nodding slightly. Captain, I wish to join as well, Teeny interjected from the side, waving his large hand like a fan and scratching the back of his head, casting an eager gaze at Chen. Honestly, go ahead. Go ahead. Chen chuckled at Teenyu's pleading expression, waving her hand dismissively. Thank you, Captain. Teenyu beamed, and suddenly he turned around, only to realize that the lean monkey had already whisked Liu Fan into the throng, slowly drifting away. In a rush, he called out loudly and hurried after them. Teenyu is likely to indulge in some dumplings again. Haha. The lithe rabbit, observing the lean monkey's swift departure, burst into laughter, finding amusement in the situation. Chen gently brushed her slightly dizzy head and spoke with irritation, feeling utterly helpless against the antics of her peculiar companions. You glutton, yet again craving buns. The lean monkey's gaunt face elongated in dismay, resembling a bitter melon, as he let out a long sigh and cursed aloud. Amidst the crowd, the imposing figure of Taiyo was particularly conspicuous. He had been trailing behind the lean monkey and had finally caught up with him, with hands as broad as fans. He firmly grasped the slender arm of the lean monkey, gazing at him with longing eyes while clamoring for buns. Not far from the three, a magnificent edifice stood majestically. This grand structure soared over 20 zhang in height and sprawled across a vast expanse, likely occupying several acres, an extravagant sight in the land of Yi City, where every inch was precious. The building was cylindrical, adorned with a vibrant orange glaze, and embellished with intricate golden patterns that folded elegantly across its surface. It was impossible to discern the number of stories it possessed, each adorned with exquisitely crafted windows of varying hues. Crowning the edifice was a colossal golden sculpture depicting a warrior kneeling on one knee. In one hand, he clutched a severed long spear, while in the other, he raised a massive, battered shield. The warrior's head was tilted back, his deep-set eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury, resolutely gazing towards the heavens. His stature was erect, as if poised to leap into action at any moment. Indeed, the indomitable spirit is our greatest honor as mercenaries. This unyielding resolve is a title that epitomizes the king of mercenaries. A fervent glow spread across the lean monkey's face. His eyes fixed intently upon the grand statue as he murmured. The slender figure, rarely seen so earnest, caught Liu Fan's attention, who regarded the lean monkey with mild surprise. Typically, the lean monkey exuded a carefree, flippant demeanor. It was astonishing to witness him harboring aspirations. Yet, his current reaction suggested a profound admiration for the king of mercenaries. You see, the king of mercenaries commands all mercenaries. To have a beautiful spirit stone at one's beck and call would be effortless. Why would one need to undertake tasks? Such a life would be truly delightful. Liu Fan had scarcely processed his astonishment when the lean monkey revealed his true nature, chuckling with a dreamy expression that, to Liu Fan, appeared rather lewd. I too wish to be the king of mercenaries, Iron Bull proclaimed, swallowing the dumpling in his mouth. His gaze fixed upon the golden statue, contemplating his ambition, though to Liu Fan, it seemed as though he merely coveted the dumpling. On either side of the entrance to the mercenary guild stood 2 rows of guards clad in green attire with golden sleeves, wielding weapons of remarkable quality. Though they did not surpass the realm of ordinary iron, they were certainly commendable among mundane artifacts. The guards radiated formidable energy, all surpassing the 6th level of body refinement, which made them notable figures outside, yet merely gatekeepers within the guild. This suggested that the mercenary guild possessed considerable strength, as Liu Fan observed in awe. Those who are not members of the mercenary guild must enter through the side door. The individual, adorned in a green attire with golden sleeves, was cloaked in a long black robe, complete with a hood to shield against the wind. Upon his left chest, a small golden star, intricately embroidered with golden thread, glimmered subtly in the sunlight, revealing the quality of the fabric. His visage bore a pallid hue, marked by an expression of perpetual disdain, exuding an unmistakable air of pride. Despite his arrogance, he possessed formidable strength at the spirit platform realm, rendering him a force to be reckoned with. Su, the steward. This is the emblem of our storm mercenary corps. A burly man, with disheveled hair and an open garment revealing a robust chest adorned with thick hair, casually tossed the emblem to the earlier speaker. This man, exhibiting terrifying prowess at the peak of the second crossing of the spirit platform, emanated a pressure so dense that the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to retreat in silence. Chapter 87. The annoying fellow. The higher the rank of a mercenary corps, the greater the financial support distributed monthly by the mercenary guild, along with rewards designed to inspire enthusiasm for undertaking missions. Due to the insufficient accumulation of contribution points, the Stunning City Mercenary Corps remained classified as an E-level corps, unable to ascend to a higher echelon, resulting in their insignia appearing rather indistinct, merely resembling a blurred shield. The mercenary insignia was universally recognized within the Tianwu Empire. All mercenaries traversing the empire were members of the Mercenary Guild, enjoying its protection and benefits. Certainly, examining the emblem of the mercenary group, the Mercenary Guild possesses its own unique method, a small vessel that, when infused with spiritual energy and swept across the emblem, can ascertain its authenticity. Although the detection vessel of the Mercenary Guild is quite effective, the guards of Yi City seldom utilize it, as there have been instances of counterfeit emblems being used to evade the payment of spirit stones upon entering and exiting the city. Such occurrences have been rather severe, prompting the guards of Yi City to enforce strict scrutiny. In contrast, the Mercenary Guild finds no such inconvenience. Su Hui frequently employs the detection vessel, only opting for a meticulous examination of the mercenary group's emblem when he is in a moment of folly. Ah, it is indeed the renowned city-conquering mercenary group. The booming voice of Tyne Yo drew Su Hui's attention, and upon catching sight of their emblem, a fleeting shadow of resentment crossed his face, leading him to emit a sardonic chuckle. Damn, what a repulsive thing. Upon hearing Su Hui's sardonic tone, the thin monkey silently cursed and took the lead to approach. What's this? Why hasn't that beautiful leader come today? Su Hui's lustful gaze swept over the space behind the thin monkey, only to find no sign of Chen, prompting his surprised remark. Hee, Su Steward, has your previous wound healed? The thin monkey, noticing Su Hui's gluttonous demeanor, was immediately filled with disdain, and without hesitation, he retaliated with a grin. Su Hui would certainly not forget the grudge of that blade wound. At that time, when Su Hui examined Chen's badge, he grotesquely grasped her delicate hand the moment he received it, refusing to let go. Ultimately, he was met with a fierce blow from the tiger, which severed a substantial portion of flesh from him. Had he not dodged swiftly, he might have lost an entire hand. Following that incident, Su Hui harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Qingqing Mercenary Corps. However, this unfamiliar face, Liu Fan, who bore no badge, was now subjected to bullying. Liu Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. What? The wooden fellow is one of our Qingqing Mercenary Corps members. Do you have any objections? The lean monkey stepped forward, showing no inclination to back down. Huh, how do you prove he belongs to your mercenary group? He lacks even a badge. Do you wish to violate the regulations of the Mercenary Guild? Su Hui smirked triumphantly, as though he had grasped the lean monkey's weakness, and invoked the Mercenary Guild's rules to exert pressure, exuding arrogance. Liu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Su Hui, and began to feel a growing aversion towards this troublemaker. The newly appointed 3-star steward has already amended that rule. The new steward stipulates that only mercenary groups of D rank or higher can enjoy such privileges. Otherwise, any mercenary group could arbitrarily recruit members, undermining the dignity of the Mercenary Guild, which certainly does not support the unworthy. The city of mercenaries, if my memory serves me correctly, is merely an E-rank mercenary group. Is it not? Oh dear, such a feeble band lacks the privilege to make demands. The smirk on Su Hui's face grew more pronounced as he delivered this taunt, evidently relishing the prospect of witnessing the scrawny monkey's humiliation. However, let us adhere to the rules. Liu Fan gently pulled the scrawny monkey aside, whispering a word of caution as he had already noticed the guards encircling them. He had no desire to embroil the city of mercenaries in unnecessary trouble. The scrawny monkey shot Liu Fan a glance, still eager to retort, yet upon catching sight of the formidable guards closing in, his expression shifted slightly. He could only spit in annoyance and reluctantly drag the equally furious Iron Bull away, muttering defiantly, "Just wait until I ascend to an S-rank mercenary group. I'll have you ousted, damn it." According to the regulations, an S-rank mercenary group is indeed entitled to certain privileges from the mercenary guild, one of which includes the power to propose the dismissal of guild officials. That sycophant Su Hui, how infuriating. Once outside the throng, the scrawny monkey continued to curse under his breath, clearly displeased. Should I confront him? Next time, I shall shatter his skull. Iron Bull showed no signs of calming down, brandishing his fists in frustration. Subsequently, the scrawny monkey led Liu Fan towards the side entrance, where guards were present, albeit less formidable. The atmosphere here was more charged, nearly bursting at the seams with the crowd. As Liu Fan stepped through the side entrance, he was met with an overwhelming wave of fervor that nearly knocked him off his feet. The atmosphere was electric, fueled by the allure of the mercenary guild, which had drawn in a multitude of hopefuls. Despite the throngs of people, Liu Fan, thanks to his robust stature, managed to navigate through the crowd with relative ease. To his slight surprise, he noticed a considerable gathering of young women nearby, each possessing commendable strength and considerable beauty. To gain entry into the mercenary guild, one must first pass the initial test. Just as Liu Fan steadied himself, a resonant voice echoed across the open space. He turned his gaze to the center, where a muscular man, bare-chested and imposing, stood atop a dark grinding stone, proclaiming, "The first test involves both cultivation and strength. Only those who have attained the 7th level of body refinement may proceed. Those who do not meet this requirement are requested to exit and maintain order." As the man's voice faded, guards moved through the throng, ushering away those who fell short of the 7th level of body refinement. Although many had departed, a substantial number remained, each representing a formidable presence. Individuals at the spiritual platform realm and above were exempt from the first test and allowed to proceed directly. Once the crowd settled again, the man's voice rang out once more. Almost immediately, nearly 10 individuals stepped forward, exchanging glances before resolutely entering the side door of the mercenary guild for the second test, eliciting sounds of admiration from the remaining onlookers. Due to the existence of entities above the spirit platform realm, they are almost invariably accepted as provisional members by the mercenary guild. Once one attains provisional membership, they are granted the freedom to apply for membership in any registered mercenary group, contingent upon the group's consent. At this point, the crowd had significantly thinned, leaving only around 20 individuals, each possessing formidable strength. The burly man surveyed the scene with a hint of satisfaction before he spoke. "Each of you will take turns to lift this black iron grinding plate over your head with both hands. This will suffice as the first test." He slowly shifted his foot away, stepping aside with his arms crossed over his chest, falling silent. "I shall go first." The crowd fell silent for but a moment before erupting with eager voices, yet it was a tall, bald man who swiftly claimed the first position. He dashed out from the throng, spat into his palms, and, channeling his inner spiritual energy, felt a surge of strength. Steadily, he assumed a horse stance, inhaled deeply, and seized the dark grinding plate by its ends, attempting to lift it with a grunt. Chapter 88. Testing Strength. Humph. The bald man, possessing the strength of the 7th layer of body tempering, managed to raise the grinding plate to his waist, yet he could not elevate it any further. As if it had become immovable, firmly stuck in place. The bald giant's face flushed a deep crimson, veins bulging on his arms and forehead as he gasped for breath. After approximately 10 seconds, his entire body began to tremble violently. With a low groan, he released his grip and let the obsidian disc fall to the ground, where it landed heavily, producing a dull thud. The bald man exhaled several labored breaths, a hue of embarrassment crossing his features. Still unwilling to concede, he summoned his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, a yellowish aura enveloping his hands. He bent down once more to lift the obsidian disc, and with a sudden surge of strength, he managed to raise it to his chest. As the onlookers held their breath in anticipation, the situation mirrored the previous attempt. As the disc halted abruptly at his chest level, with a shout, the bald giant's face flushed as if he were about to bleed from the exertion. This time, he could not hold on for long. Stumbling awkwardly, he hurled the obsidian disc away, where it crashed onto the ground, creating a thunderous sound that cracked the bluestone floor with intricate fissures. The difficulty of the test has increased, remarked the lean monkey standing beside Liu Fan. A hint of confusion etched on his gaunt face. The crowd, observing the bald man's imposing physique and evident strength, experienced a stir of unease as they noted that even he could only lift the disc to his chest. Their expressions shifted subtly, grappling with the realization of the disc's heavy weight and the thought of having to raise it above their heads, which would require a considerable increase in strength. Damn it! Why has the mercenary guild become so stringent in their recruitment this year? This is clearly intended to challenge us. There existed several individuals of the 7th level of body refinement, aware that their abilities were on par with that of the bald man, and they recognized their inadequacy to pass the initial test, prompting them to voice their dissatisfaction. Everyone, quiet down. Damn it, settle down. The previously bare-chested man, noticing the ensuing commotion among the crowd, stepped forward and bellowed. After several stern admonitions, the crowd gradually fell into silence. Sensing the stillness, the man continued unfazed. The increase in test difficulty is the directive of the newly appointed 3-star steward, Grand. If you lack the strength, feel free to leave and refrain from causing disturbances. The mercenary guild welcomes all, but we do not accept the incapable. In a sudden display of authority, the bare-chested man unleashed his formidable strength, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, causing the eyes of those present to narrow in apprehension. The guards surrounding the area aligned themselves, subtly emanating pressure to instill fear in those who dared to stir trouble. Observing the mercenary guild's imposing stance, the crowd's expressions shifted to unease, and they hesitated to raise their voices. Pleased with the resulting quietude, the bare-chested man relaxed his demeanor slightly and instructed the group to continue before returning to his post, arms crossed, watching intently. Subsequently, a few individuals emerged from the crowd, possessing considerable strength, including 2 women. However, only one succeeded in the test, and it was a man. The others measured their own abilities, shaking their heads in disappointment while muttering curses under their breath. Among the 2 women, one was exceptionally selected due to her remarkable ability to nearly lift an object above her head, despite ultimately failing. As a woman, possessing such strength, albeit not as robust as that of a man, was indeed commendable. The mercenary guild evidently harbored no gender bias, for many women, though less adept in sheer physical strength, excelled in various formidable domains where they surpassed their male counterparts. It would be absurd to underestimate any woman within the spiritual realm, as it was not uncommon for women to suppress the momentum of men with their formidable prowess. Women, too, could hold their own against the world. Skinny monkey, can you lift it? Liu Fan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded the obsidian grinding stone. His mental energy had already probed the stone, confirming that its material was indeed black iron, albeit infused with a peculiar substance that hindered the flow of spiritual energy, necessitating reliance on pure physical strength instead. I doubt I can manage that, but I could certainly lift this hefty club with one hand. Skinny monkey chuckled softly, exuding confidence in Iron Bull's abilities, though uncertain if he truly possessed the strength. Hearing Skinny monkey's comment, Iron Bull let out a silly laugh, his large hand gesturing towards the dark grinding stone, seemingly weighing its heft. Hey, Liu Fan, why don't you give it a try? It's not us who need to test it, Skinny monkey urged, playfully pushing Liu Fan forward. Just a moment, Liu Fan replied, rubbing his nose, his dark eyes glinting with intrigue. Around her, a group of individuals engaged in hushed whispers, a constant hum of uncertainty filling the air. Most wore expressions of tentative curiosity, evidently lacking confidence in their own abilities. Was there anyone willing to take up the challenge? After the consecutive failures of the initial participants, a palpable hesitation swept through the crowd, leaving no one brave enough to step forward. It was then that a burly man emerged, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling on the figures of Iron Bull and the thin monkey. Upon noticing the formidable energy emanating from the 2, the bald giant's eyes narrowed slightly. The crowd collectively tensed, turning their attention to the source of the voice. Many faces betrayed a hint of derision as they beheld the speaker, a petite girl, likely around 15 years of age. her youthful visage suggesting she was even younger than Liu Fan. The girl sported a striking mane of fiery red short hair, exuding an air of brisk vitality. Beneath her broad forehead glimmered a pair of bright azure eyes, complemented by lips neither too thin nor too plump, resembling juicy peaches glistening with dew. She donned a sleeveless, form-fitting crimson top, paired with a short pink skirt. Her small hands were adorned with black gloves, and her right thigh was wrapped in numerous layers of white bandage. Furthermore, gray leather elbow guards encased her delicate, pale arms, while her feet were clad in white combat boots. Despite her fair complexion, she radiated an aura of strength. Her skin was taut and resilient, with minimal fat yet no hint of frailty. Each inch of her form was perfectly proportioned, embodying an exquisite blend of vitality and charm. How utterly enchanting she appeared. Upon encountering the young girl, Liu Fan felt an unexpected flutter in his heart. He could not comprehend the reason behind the sudden flush on his cheeks. An unfamiliar emotion, one he had never experienced before, stirred within him. Even when faced with individuals more beautiful and gentle than this girl, he had never felt such a sensation, a subtle shyness. Liu Fan, a 15-year-old boy, found himself somewhat at a loss in the face of this newfound feeling. When this emotion surfaced for the first time, he felt a twinge of nervousness. This little girl truly was intriguing. One might wonder if this little sprite could shift the heavy stone mill even slightly. The surrounding crowd was amused by the girl's adorable appearance. However, those who had endured the scorn of the mercenary guild wore expressions tinged with mockery, eager to witness the girl's potential folly. "Uncle, may I give it a try?" the girl inquired as she approached the burly man. Upon noticing the surprise etched on his face, accompanied by a hint of a wry smile, she scrunched her delicate, snow-white nose and asked once more in her bright, ringing voice, "Be careful, little sister," the bald man replied with a forced smile, clearly unaccustomed to such endearments from the young girl, his demeanor turning slightly grim. Yet, the innocent expression on the girl's face rendered him speechless. "All right," she responded with a gentle smile, her tiny nose lighting up in a charming manner. Subsequently, she carefully stepped toward the dark stone mill, scrutinizing it intently while her small hands gestured thoughtfully, as if contemplating her approach. Observing her earnest demeanor, the crowd could not help but smile knowingly. This little girl was indeed no ordinary child. The little girl took a few steps forward, arriving before the pitch-black millstone. She tightened her gloves slightly, her face now adorned with a hint of seriousness. Suddenly, with a soft exclamation, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her. The unleashed azure energy cascading forth without restraint, enveloping her hands and feet entirely. 9th level of body refinement. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Their previous mockery of the little girl dissipating into thin air, replaced by profound awe. At such a tender age, achieving the 9th level of body refinement heralded an immeasurable future, although the fluctuation indicated that her breakthrough had occurred not long ago. The mere fact that she had reached this level at such a young age spoke volumes. Unfazed by the crowd's astonishment, the little girl's serious demeanor intensified. With a slight scrunch of her petite nose, she let out a low shout and swiftly bent her small frame, her hands gripping the dark millstone. In one swift motion, she flipped the entire millstone upright. Its edges were remarkably smooth and round. Could it be that she intends to? Liu Fan rubbed his nose, his dark gaze glimmering with heightened anticipation as he watched the little girl. Indeed, Liu Fan did not have to wait long, for the little girl swiftly took action. With a forceful push, the dark millstone began to roll, producing a crisp sound as it moved. Under her control, it gained speed and stability, rolling faster and more steadily. A crowd had gathered, and as the little girl pushed the grinding stone towards them, startled cries erupted, prompting the onlookers to scatter and clear a wide space for her. The dark grinding stone rolled faster and faster, becoming almost a blur. This little girl was indeed captivating. The burly man, with his muscular arms crossed over his chest, could not help but lower his arms in anticipation of the girl's next move. Suddenly, as the grinding stone reached a remarkable speed, the little girl released her grip, her feet quickening as she darted to one side of the stone, with one hand grasping the upper part of the stone and the other pushing against its base. She harnessed the tremendous force of her motion. In an astonishing display, the grinding stone lifted off the ground, soaring high above the little girl's head. With a flick of her wrist, she let go, and the stone shot away with a powerful gust of wind. Chapter 89. The test passed. The crowd erupted into commotion once again. The bald man, rubbing his head, stepped forward and unleashed a scathing tirade, compelling the onlookers to retreat, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. As the realization of dwindling hope settled in, many began to disperse, acknowledging that today's round of tests at the Mercenary Guild was likely futile, leaving them to await the next opportunity. It was my turn now. As the remaining spectators thinned, Liu Fan's gaze flickered, and he exhaled softly, showing no intention of lingering any longer. He stepped forward, stating his intentions directly and unequivocally. The bald giant, upon observing Liu Fan's calm demeanor, recognized him as the individual he had encountered earlier, likely selected by the mercenary group. A sense of anticipation flickered within him as he nodded slightly in Liu Fan's direction. The remaining onlookers had not yet dispersed, upon noticing that a challenge was still underway. They paused, their expressions reflecting a mix of curiosity and intrigue. After scrutinizing the pitch-black grinding disc for a considerable period, Liu Fan felt a growing sense of assurance. The disc was merely a test of strength, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Liu Fan's physique had been enhanced through the transformation by the dog-tooth pendant, resulting in notable improvements in both his aptitude and physical constitution. Indeed, it effectively curtailed a significant portion of spiritual energy. Leaning slightly forward, Liu Fan placed his hand on the obsidian disc, channeling his spiritual energy. With a brief moment of perception, his initial conjectures crystallized into certainty. The black iron was exceptionally heavy, and its utilization in crafting such a massive disc rendered it burdensome for the average individual. As he gazed at the dormant disc lying on the ground, surrounded by ominous black fissures, Liu Fan took several deep breaths, then abruptly scaled the edge of the grinding disc. With a modest exertion of strength, he successfully lifted the disc upright. This young man possessed a certain brute force. Witnessing Liu Fan's seemingly effortless demeanor, the spectators' pupils constricted slightly, their attention riveted on his next move. Why the hesitation? The lean monkey thought, his sharp nails scratching his face in evident impatience. The wooden figure possessed considerable strength as well. Iron Bull scratched his head, his eyes wide open like bronze bells. Indeed, the black iron disc was far from ordinary. After Liu Fan propped up the pitch-black, grinding disc, a heaviness settled in his heart. Although his seemingly casual action appeared effortless, it was, in fact, quite intricate. Turning the black iron disc upright was not particularly challenging, as it relied on the power of the ground. However, while maneuvering the obsidian disc, Liu Fan truly grasped its terrifying nature. The struggle he had witnessed from others was not without merit. He quickly surmised that the black iron disc likely contained fragments of meteorite iron. The rarity of meteorite iron surpasses that of black iron by several magnitudes, and its weight is significantly greater. Meteorite iron possesses a unique property, an invisible gravitational pull. The farther meteorite iron is from the ground, the heavier it becomes in the hands of a cultivator, and its power intensifies correspondingly. The presence of meteorite iron within the dark grinding disc exponentially increases the pressure required to lift it. The weight of the disc itself was likely around 300 pounds. Liu Fan's mind raced as he calculated the force needed to hoist the grinding disc above his head, and his expression grew grave. Once elevated, the force would surge to 700 pounds. What trick is this fellow playing? Though Liu Fan contemplated strategies in his mind, considerable time had passed without any further action on his part, leading to a variety of expressions among the onlookers. The wooden-headed one is truly slow, too sluggish. The lean monkey stomped his feet anxiously, scratching his thin face in impatience, and voiced his concern. Is the wooden-headed one going to faint from hunger? Tai Nyo gently patted his belly, which had long been grumbling. Could he also be aware of it? The bald man slowly lowered his arm, his expression clouded with an inexplicable emotion, pondering silently. Just as the crowd continued their silent speculations, Liu Fan's form suddenly shifted. A fierce gust of wind surged around him, and a subtle ripple of spiritual energy flickered in midair. Without hesitation, he climbed onto the edge of the grinding stone. With a sudden surge of strength, he managed to lift the stone. The grinding stone hung suspended in the air, gaining momentum until it reached his neck, where it abruptly halted. Liu Fan let out a sound, his body trembling slightly as he struggled against the immense weight of the dark stone. The weight here approached 600 pounds, still within Liu Fan's limit. Should he continue to elevate it, each increment of power could become the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back. Just when everyone thought Liu Fan could not endure any longer, he moved once more. With a fierce shout, he remained in that position for about 5 seconds. Suddenly his expression hardened, and he unleashed a powerful roar, supporting the entire base of the grinding stone. A faint surge of spiritual energy flickered at his dantian, then spread to his arms, amplifying his strength, and he effortlessly lifted the grinding stone high above his head. Boom! In that instant, as the dark stone soared overhead, a flash of astonishment crossed Liu Fan's face, and with a vigorous shake of his arm, he hurled the stone aside. It transformed into a shadowy figure, crashing heavily to the ground, emitting a tremendous roar and kicking up clouds of dust. Liu Fan gently lowered his aching arms, exhaling deeply as the flush of exertion gradually faded from his face, restoring his complexion to its usual hue. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, a testament to his satisfaction at having lifted the ominous black millstone. He had truly accomplished it. The onlookers were awash with incredulity, the image of him, akin to a celestial being, hoisting the dark millstone aloft still lingering in their minds. An astonishing spectacle. Was this young man a monster? Observing Liu Fan's somewhat youthful visage and slender frame, the burly man, astonished, instinctively rubbed his bald head, marveling at encountering two extraordinary individuals in a single day. A feat so remarkable that even he found it hard to believe. Indeed, Mu Tu possesses great talent. I did not misjudge him. The lean monkey quickly scratched his face, grinning widely. Mu Tu is truly impressive. The hefty iron bull, with hands like large fans, rubbed his belly, perhaps pondering whether Liu Fan would treat him to some buns. Uncle, may I enter now? Liu Fan, having steadied his breath, turned around, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the bald man. You little ones never know how to address people. Just call me Brother Huku. Chapter 90. Yan Xiaoji as Liu Fan entered through the side door. A fleeting expression of luck crossed his face. It was indeed the nameless boxing technique that enabled him to successfully lift the dark millstone overhead. The energy, under Liu Fan's increasingly deft control, had been manipulated with such precision that it deceived everyone present, allowing him to pass the test with ease. Sister, my name is Yan Xiaoji. As Liu Fan stepped into the grand hall, a melodious sound resonated ahead. Upon hearing it, he instinctively raised his gaze, only to feel a wave of shyness wash over him. The hall was vast and imposing, adorned with towering golden pillars intricately etched with exquisite patterns. The atmosphere was bustling with hurried figures darting between two distinct areas. Among the crowd, mercenaries clad in rugged attire wielding various weapons mingled with those dressed in dark gold uniforms, alongside small, lively spirit beasts that frolicked about, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. The cacophony of voices filled the air, rivaling the vibrant clamor of the outside marketplace. Not far in front of Liu Fan stood a cluster of individuals, most of whom bore expressions devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting with the animated crowd around them. My friend, are you here to participate in the hunting competition? Liu Fan had just spotted a petite girl when a guard, clad in a white uniform and black boots, posed the question. Hunting competition? Liu Fan echoed, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Indeed, any prospective member who has passed the assessment is eligible to partake in this year's hunting competition in Yi City. The guard clarified, noticing Liu Fan's lack of understanding. So, are they here to join the hunting competition? Liu Fan pondered, scratching his head as he gestured towards the group of young girls. Indeed, if a friend lacks interest in the hunting competition, they may proceed to another room to face the second trial. Upon passing, they shall truly become a member of our mercenary guild and may freely choose to join their preferred mercenary group in the hall. The white-clad guard exhibited no signs of impatience as he softly explained to Liu Fan, gesturing towards a nearby room with an inviting motion. Thank you, I understand now. I wish to participate in the hunting competition. Upon grasping the situation, Liu Fan was reluctant to linger any longer, as his thoughts were occupied with the little girl from earlier. After expressing his gratitude, he swiftly made his way towards the direction where the little girl awaited. Big brother, you've come in too? The little girl, slightly tilting her head, was attentively listening to the words of a curvaceous woman when she suddenly noticed the presence of another person beside her. Turning her face, a glimmer of joy illuminated her features as she cheerfully exclaimed, clearly recognizing Liu Fan amidst the crowd outside. Liu Fan harbored feelings for Lin Wire akin to familial affection, a brotherly bond, yet upon their first encounter, an inexplicable sentiment burgeoned within him for the little girl, which he found quite peculiar. Big brother, my name is Yan Xiaoji. Do not forget. Noticing that their conversation had drawn attention within the otherwise silent group, Yan Xiaoji lowered her voice and playfully whispered in Liu Fan's ear, It seems you, our newly arrived friend, are also intending to partake in the hunting tournament. May I have your name and cultivation level? Upon hearing Yin Xiaoji's words, Liu Fan let out a quiet chuckle and nodded slightly, preparing to respond when the voluptuous woman spoke up, her crimson lips parting to address him. We have already registered your circumstances. If fortune smiles upon you, you shall represent the mercenary guild in this hunting competition in Yi City. Moreover, should you distinguish yourselves, the rewards from the guild will be most generous. Su Yintong succinctly conveyed the matter. Splendid. I have been eagerly anticipating this. The rewards will be mine to claim. Following Su Yintong's declaration, the previously stoic group of rugged men erupted in excitement, evidently having restrained themselves until now. Their gazes, filled with fervor, were fixated upon Su Yintong, particularly on her alluring features. Silence. Observing the men teetering on the brink of chaos, Su Yintong issued a sharp command. In an instant, her formidable aura, honed to the pinnacle of the second level of the spiritual platform, surged forth, instilling a sense of awe among the burly men present. Among the group, which included Yin Xiaoji, there were 3 women, and many of the rough men appeared unfamiliar to Liu Fan, likely having joined prior to his arrival or selected from other locations. Thus, Liu Fan remained unaware of the number of individuals who would represent the mercenary guild in the hunting competition. Due to the excessive clamor in the hall, Su Yintong led the group to a more secluded chamber. Once the majority of the noise was quelled, she succinctly conveyed the details of the hunting competition to Liu Fan and the others. This hunting competition is a biennial event in Yi City, designed to foster progress through competition. Given the vastness of Yi City, numerous factions participate, with the competitors being the younger generations from various influential families. Upon the commencement of the hunting competition, all participants must reside within the Spirit-Beast mountain range for an entire month, during which they gather spiritual herbs, rare treasures of heaven and earth, or spirit beasts. During this period, the lives of the participants are not to be interfered with by any of the powerful factions in Yi City. This rather brutal competition, while resulting in a significant loss of elite talents each year, also uncovers exceptional individuals and hones the skills of the younger generation, suggesting that its benefits outweigh its drawbacks. The top 3 factions that amass the highest value of resources during the hunting competition receive substantial rewards, along with advantages for their respective factions. Furthermore, the rankings of the factions within the hunting competition play a critical role in determining the distribution of resources both within and beyond Yi City. Thus, the hunting competition is of immense significance not only among the youth, but also within the influential factions of Yi City. However, you will also become official members of the Mercenary Guild. After delivering this information, Su Yintong took a moment to breathe and patiently awaited the group's comprehension of the news. Among the throngs of people, many had indeed heard of the hunting competition, and without hesitation, they resolved to participate. Yin Xiaoji maintained a cheerful demeanor, showing no inclination to withdraw. Liu Fan rubbed his nose, his dark eyes flickering with intrigue. Initially, he was utterly ignorant of the hunting competition. Although Su Yintong had offered a nonchalant explanation suggesting minimal peril, Liu Fan understood that the lure of resources and benefits likely rendered the competition exceedingly fierce. Shifting his gaze to the jovial Yin Xiaoji, he felt a spark of amusement and playfully inquired, "Yin Xiaoji, are you intent on joining the hunting competition?" Feigning contemplation, Liu Fan had already contemplated participating. However, upon noticing the slight anxiety etched on Yin Xiaoji's face, he couldn't help but smile broadly. "If Xiaoji wishes to partake, I certainly shall not shy away." "Wonderful. Shall we capture spirit beasts together?" Yin Xiaoji exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged at Liu Fan's hand in eager anticipation. As Yin Xiaoji's small hand clasped his, Liu Fan felt an unexplainable warmth rush to his cheeks, prompting him to scratch his head awkwardly before nodding in agreement. Observing the crowd as they gradually deliberated, some forming small groups to reach consensus, he noted that their voices grew quieter. Su Yintong then stepped forward to seek confirmation. Once assured that no one intended to withdraw, she nodded in satisfaction and instructed the individual responsible for registrations to leave Liu Fan and the others outside. Chapter 91. The Coveted Yin Xiaoji. Look, 5 B-level tasks have emerged again. It has truly been a season of tumultuous events. What significance does it hold? Have you not seen the bounty for the Menglong stronghold, which has nearly reached S level? Should we succeed in annihilating the Menglong stronghold, the rank of our mercenary group would undoubtedly ascend significantly. Alas, it is best not to dwell too much on such lofty aspirations. Instead, let us seek several E-level tasks to gradually accumulate contribution points. Liu Fan gazed upwards at the hall's ceiling, where a massive jade-like disc floated, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. At the pinnacle of this disc were 3 resplendent golden characters. Task board. Within the expansive task board, golden letters floated in an orderly arrangement, meticulously lined up. The task board was divided into 6 major sections, ranging from A-level tasks to F-level tasks. The A-level section sparkled with an unparalleled brilliance, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the limits of golden light. Even Liu Fan squinted his eyes, unable to discern the contents within. In the A-level task section, there were only a few tasks listed, one of which was Annihilate the Menglong Stronghold. Contribution points, 3,000. Reward, 2 superior spirit artifacts. Bounty issuer, the stationed army of Yi City. Restrictions, none. Multiple groups are permitted to accept the task for a collective extermination. What astonished Liu Fan further was the presence of several, even more formidable tasks above the annihilation task for the Menglong Stronghold, with rewards that were utterly staggering, prompting Liu Fan to inwardly gasp in awe. In the realm of tasks beneath the designated level, it is evident that they have been gradually increasing. The lower the task's rank, the more intricate it becomes. Liu Fan shifted his gaze to the F-level tasks, only to be confronted by an overwhelming array of task names, causing a slight unease to prickle at the back of his neck. Before him stood several towering stone tablets, their surfaces aglow with a faint, ethereal luminescence. Each tablet bore inscriptions in ancient, colorful characters at the top, while the bottom was adorned with smaller, bold ancient script. Before Yan Xiaoji loomed a colossal stone tablet, its illuminated surface showcasing several prominent Azure characters. D-Class Mercenary Group. This stone tablet serves as a repository of information regarding mercenary groups. Liu Fan, observing the magnificent stones, murmured softly, recalling snippets of information he had gleaned from Shouho. If all goes as anticipated, there should be 7 tablets, arranged according to the hierarchy of mercenary ranks. From the highest S rank to the lowest F rank, the colors of the inscriptions varied significantly. The S-Class Mercenary Group is emblazoned in crimson, the A-Class in orange, the B-Class in yellow, the C-Class in green, the D-Class in azure, the E-Class in blue, and the F-Class in violet. The S-Class Mercenary Group stands as the pinnacle among mercenary organizations, holding a prestigious position within the Mercenary Guild, endowed with significant rights to participate in its affairs. Conversely, while the standing of the A-Class Mercenary Group is also formidable, its privileges are considerably diminished. Thus, in accordance with their rank, the rights and status of mercenary groups diminish sequentially. Mercenary groups of various ranks are adorned with uniforms distributed by the Mercenary Guild, the colors of which correspond to their respective levels. Upon encountering the renowned City of Angels Mercenary Group for the first time, Liu Fan noticed their members donned in violet uniforms, indicative of their recent elevation to E-rank status, although they had yet to officially receive their uniforms. The higher the rank of a mercenary group, the greater the financial support allocated by the guild each month, as well as the broader selection of tasks available to them. For instance, certain missions may require a minimum rank of D and necessitate the expenditure of a specific amount of contribution points for successful acquisition. Tasks come with stipulations based on the employer's demands, including restrictions on time and personnel. Should the employer require negotiations, the mercenary group must also engage in discussions, as both parties are bound by mutual interests, with the right to forfeit the task if necessary. Generally, available missions are displayed on a task board, from which the team leader can peruse and subsequently communicate with the board using the team emblem to request the assignment. Typically, only one mercenary group can execute a given task, although additional groups may apply for it while it remains unassigned. The task board serves as a mystical artifact, inhabited by numerous spirits that facilitate various functions. While the Mercenary Guild provides funding and protection for mercenaries, it also expects them to fulfill corresponding obligations. Thus, mercenaries must not only uphold the dignity of the guild at all times, but also undertake a particularly significant and seldom seen duty known as the Special Obligation Summons. When the Mercenary Guild issues a summons, mercenaries within the vicinity of the call must unconditionally comply and gather, upholding the dignity of the guild. Such summonses are exceedingly rare within the Mercenary Guild. should the Mercenary Federation of the Tianwu Empire initiate a general call. All mercenaries within the empire will converge upon the capital city of Tiandu in Tianwu Prefecture, obeying the commands of the Federation. Those who resist will be permanently expelled from the guild, and the more significant one's contributions, the harsher the repercussions of their defiance. Likely facing a campaign of suppression and ostracism. After agreeing to join the Qiqing mercenary group, Liu Fan found little interest in other groups and approached the E-level monument, seeking to uncover more about the Qiqing mercenary group. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoji, with her sparkling eyes, was gazing towards the elite mercenary groups, seemingly eager to casually join one for fun. This charming young lady, I see you possess extraordinary talent and a remarkable physique. Would you be interested in joining our wild leopard mercenary group? As Yin Xiaoji joyfully searched the towering monument with her upturned face, a tall, slender man with a beaming smile approached her. Well, first tell me what level your mercenary group is, and then I will consider whether to join, Yin Xiaoji responded, a hint of rosy delight flashing across her face, contemplating the idea of joining but pausing to thoughtfully inquire. Hee, you see, lovely lady, our mercenary group is right here. The man chuckled and pointed towards the monument of the D-ranked mercenary group, where the name of the wild leopard mercenary group was prominently displayed near the end of the list. Despite its position, it had managed to secure a place among the D-ranked groups, indicating a commendable level of strength. Haha, Gongsun Bao. Do you really think your insignificant mercenary group can fool a young lady? Just as Yin Xiaoji felt a flicker of interest, a burly man with a dark complexion suddenly appeared, laughing heartily and unconcerned about the glances from others. He approached Yin Xiaoji with familiarity, saying, "Little sister, don't be deceived by him. Come join my storm mercenary group. There are plenty of big sisters who will take good care of you." As he spoke, he pointed to a name on the illuminated monument, which also belonged to a D-ranked group, but held a more prestigious position in the middle of the list, signifying a far greater strength than that of the wild leopard mercenary group. Wow, that is impressive. Let me take a closer look, exclaimed Yin Xiaoji, her eyes sparkling with admiration upon seeing the superior ranking of the dark-faced man's group. Her little garlic nose wrinkled adorably, but she hesitated as she spoke. The dark-faced man, feeling triumphant as he glanced at the disgruntled Gongsun Bao, kept turning his gaze back to Yin Xiaoji as if she were already in his grasp. Xiaoji, I've been looking for you everywhere. Why are you running around? The dark-faced man took a step forward, ready to further entice Yin Xiaoji to join their mercenary group, only to suddenly find a tall figure blocking his path. Brother Liu Fan. Upon seeing the arrival of Liu Fan, Yin Xiaoji couldn't help but smile. Her delicate features illuminated with joy, an innocent expression that rendered any ill intentions unthinkable. She playfully explained that she had merely strayed a bit too far. However, the imposing figure of a burly man, upon witnessing their seemingly carefree conversation, felt a flicker of anger rise within him. He approached Liu Fan, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. And in a low voice, he inquired, "Humph, Yi Buwei, who claims this young lady belongs to your storm mercenary corps? The mercenary guild has rules that dictate recruitment must be based on voluntary consent." He turned to the young beauty and asked, "Pray, enlighten us as to which mercenary group you wish to join." Gongsun Bao, recognizing Yi Buwei as a seasoned mercenary, displayed a hint of subtle wariness at his words. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, reasoning that it would be worth offending Gongsun Bao for the sake of the capable young girl. While Yin Xiaoji stood nearby, although Yi Buwei was inclined to assert his claim, the setting dictated a more gentle approach. With this thought, he took a step closer to Yin Xiaoji, donning a mask of feigned amiability as he inquired, "My dear young lady, do not forget our storm mercenary corps. Now, could you kindly inform us of your desired mercenary affiliation? Your approach is rather overbearing," another voice interjected. If Xiaoji expresses her unwillingness, it would be prudent not to press further. Observing Yi Buwei's lewd expression, which was a mixture of veiled threat and seduction, Liu Fan let out a bitter smile. He swiftly positioned himself in front of the somewhat flustered Yin Xiaoji, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the two formidable mercenary leaders. With an impassive demeanor, he slowly spoke. "What manner of creature are you to meddle in my affairs?" Yi Buwei's face contorted with rage upon seeing Liu Fan obstructing his intentions. A powerful aura surged from his spiritual realm, exerting a tremendous pressure on Liu Fan, his expression darkening with anger. Beside him, Gongsun Bao sensed the overwhelming energy and felt a slight change in his countenance. He hesitated to speak further. "Though your strength is commendable, it hardly intimidates me," Liu Fan remarked, his eyes slightly narrowing as he shook his head impassively. A flicker of perilous energy subtly emanated from his dark gaze. Be cautious with your words, lad, lest you trip over your own tongue. What is the name of your mercenary group? Speak it forth. Gongsun Bao's eyes narrowed sharply, a chill running through him as he sensed the dangerous aura surrounding Liu Fan. He silently resolved to be vigilant, then coldly voiced his inquiry.